Chapter 1. Hey, stop right there in a dimly lit, decrepit alleyway. A group of thuggish individuals adorned in bizarre attire brandished machetes and clubs, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on a young man approaching from the opposite end of the alley. The young man, bare-chested and clad in vibrant beach shorts, donned flip-flops and wielded a palm leaf fan that swayed gently in his hand. Lost in thought, he paid no heed to the ruffians, continuing his leisurely stride forward as he fully entered the shadowy recesses of the alley. A voice echoed once more. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" The young man's indifference clearly enraged the gang. One of the thugs, wielding a machete, hefted the blade almost half his own height before raising it high, its tip aimed menacingly at the young man as he shouted, "Kid, we just wanted to grab some cash and leave since you're so eager to die. Let's make it happen." No sooner had the words left his lips than his companions, who had lagged a step behind, brandished their weapons and laughed heartily as they charged into the darkness. Darkness and light existed as two disparate realms behind the thugs and the young man alike. The streets thrummed with life, bustling with pedestrians in a vibrant display of activity. Yet, not a single soul ventured into the alley even when they witnessed the robbery and the ensuing chaos. Their sympathy flickered briefly before they resumed their own affairs. Is this indifference? Indeed, it is cold indifference, yet this is the reality of life. The world has never known peace. It operates under the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and bloodshed is a constant, particularly on this island. Time seemed to slow, blades moved languidly, clubs swung with deliberation, laughter echoed at a measured pace. Even the world itself appeared to unfold at a sluggish tempo in the young man's perception. Thus, as the leader surged ahead, reaching the young man, and swung his machete down toward him, the youth appeared oblivious to the imminent threat of death, his head bowed, obscured in shadow, as he continued to advance. At that moment, it was unclear whether the blade was aimed at his skull or if the young man was recklessly courting his own demise, inviting the blade to meet his head. Thud! The sound resonated like a great bell tolling, deep and reverberating, echoing throughout the alley as dust rose from the weathered walls, momentarily shrouding the surroundings in a veil of gray. The bell's resonance surged along the walls, soaring into the sky. Yet this was where its journey ended once it left the alley. It was as if a river had merged with the vast ocean, swallowed whole by the overwhelming vibrancy of life beyond. No, it's impossible, stammered the thug leader, his lips and hands trembling as he stared, wide-eyed, at the young man, who remained with his head bowed, but had finally halted. In his tracks, the ferocity in his gaze had vanished at that moment. The thugs froze in place, their expressions morphing into one of horror as they gazed up at the young man, whose head was mere inches from the blade. Yet, in that instant, the weapon could not descend. As if an impenetrable barrier, a transparent wall of invulnerability stood between Thema monster encountering an insurmountable obstacle, echoed the collective sentiment of the ruffians. The leader of the gang swiftly regained his clarity of thought, though a minor figure. He was no nameless entity after all. Within their pirate crew, he was a notable character, a second or third in command with a bounty of 600,000 berries. Upon realizing that the individual before him was beyond the reach of him and his subordinates, he promptly sheathed his blade and retreated a step, clearing the way. Hunched over, head bowed, beads of sweat adorning his brow, he resembled a servant awaiting his master. The previous defiance and bloodthirstiness completely vanished. Seeing their leader concede, the younger gang members followed suit. They were indeed brash, but only when confronting those weaker than themselves. They were not fools. Well aware that the figure before them was a formidable monster, charging recklessly would not be bravery, but folly. "Boss, you go ahead," they urged. The path was cleared, the alley opened, and the breeze that followed tousled the hair of the young man only. Then did they catch a glimpse of his appearance. He was strikingly handsome, sporting a faint stubble on his lips and chin. He appeared youthful, yet exuded a composure reminiscent of a middle-aged man. When his previously bewildered eyes regained clarity and fixed upon theirs, it was as if they were gazing into the eyes of a sage in the twilight of Lithia. Striking contradiction. Of course, the pirates could not perceive any of this. Their heads were bowed, too fearful to meet the young man's gaze. Had it not been for the narrowness of the alley, they would have fled in all directions. The atmosphere was stifling, compelling them to wish they could bury their heads in their laps like ostriches gently fanning himself. Shi Zhou contemplated, yet his clear gaze was once again clouded with confusion. He chose not to focus on the unfortunate pirates. Instead, lifting his foot and slowly stepping through the gap they had created, emerging from the darkness into the light, merging with the crowd and disappearing from sight. I thought I was going to die of fright. After a considerable time, the leader, Dideo, finally caught his breath. Though Shi Zhou had not once looked at him nor uttered a word, The invisible pressure he exuded was more formidable than anyone he had ever encountered. Exhaling deeply, he leaned on his blade, attempting to rise, only to find himself drenched in sweat, his body feeling as though it had endured a protracted battle, weakened and feeble. Shaking his head, he thought little of it and plopped down onto the ground. Gasping for air in that moment, he resembled a fish stranded on land, desperately inhaling to alleviate the heat in his lungs. "Hey, bring me the water jug. Where's the water jug? Are you all dead? I told you to bring me the water jug." After several calls with no response, Tadeo began to sense something amiss. The silence was unervingly profound. Let us not speak of his underlings, for even the streets flanking the alley were shrouded in an eerie silence. Fear, akin to a lingering wound, once again slowly enveloped his heart. He gradually turned his head, first to the left, directing his gaze towards his subordinates. As his head rotated, his vision shifted incrementally. The pupils, freshly restored, dilated rapidly, and his mouth, gasping for breath, opened wide in a moment of terror. In that fleeting moment of turning, his heartbeat ceased entirely in the alley. Sound was utterly extinguished, and at the instant when the heart of the blade stopped beating, his body deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into a lifeless husk, akin to all his subordinates. The wind continued to blow, unseen and intangible, yet this time, the wind resembled a diligent cleaner, swirling up a cloud of dust from the alley, leisurely drifting towards the setting sun, soaring into the sky until it vanished. Beyond the horizon, the streets remained lively. While the alley retained its stillness, the thugs had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. "Mr. Shi Zhou, are you heading home?" It seemed as if the inquiry had been anticipated as Shi Zhou arrived at the street corner. A bubble-wrapped flying fish vehicle hovered before him in the air. Without glancing at the driver, Shi Zhou continued his stride, effortlessly stepping onto the vehicle as if treading upon solid ground. The driver, evidently accustomed to Shi's remarkable ability, displayed no surprise and inquired once more, "Mr. Shi Zhou, shall we return home, or is there another destination in mind?" As he settled into his seat, Shi Zhou did not respond immediately. Instead, he set aside his fan and lifted his gaze to meet the driver's smiling countenance. Confusion swiftly gave way to clarity, akin to the transition from darkness to light. In that moment, Shi Zhou was no longer enveloped in gloom, but had regained the vitality befitting his youth. His eyes, still deep and enigmatic, now radiated an alluring depth rather than the consuming void of despair. "Cux, if my memory serves me right, today marks the birthday of your wife. Miss Dolina, why are you not at home, celebrating with her?" "Ha ha," Cux chuckled as if recalling a fond memory, his face illuminating with a blissful smile. "It has become my habit. Knowing Mr. Shi Zhou always awaits the vehicle here at the appointed time, I thought to stop by." "Indeed, Mr. Shi Zhou, you remain as punctual as ever at this juncture." He paused briefly, then raised the package in his right hand. "Here, this is a birthday gift for Dolina. We have planned a camel at dinner home tonight. By the way, Mr. Shi Zhou, I wish to ask a favor of you." "What is it?" Shi Zhou inquired, observing Cux as he placed the package down and focused intently on piloting the flying vehicle. "If I recall correctly, this was the first time in the years they had known each other that Kurz asked him for a favor." "Haha, it's really nothing of great significance." Kurz did not turn around. Instead, he controlled the steering wheel with his left hand while raising his right hand above his head to scratch his scalp. "It's just that Dorina is about to give birth. You know, both Dorina and I are orphans with little education. We thought to ask you to bestow a name upon the soon-to-arrive new life. Is Kurz clever?" "Certainly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead a relatively comfortable life in this predatory world. Nor would he have married the beautiful Dorina from the very first time he laid eyes on Shi Zhou. He sensed that Shi Zhou could not be an ordinary person. And through their subsequent interactions, his suspicions were further validated. A powerful being gone, exceptionally formidable, one in the span of his nearly 30 years of life. He had never encountered anyone who instilled in him the same sense of awe as Shi Zhou. In this world, for ordinary people to live safely, they must either hide far away on a remote island, living a life devoid of conflict, or they must rely on the strong. Unfortunately, both he and his wife Dorina were mere commoners, although they were associated with the Flying Fish Company. That entity itself was weak and had no standing to hope for a better life on this island dominated by the powerful. He harbored no extravagant thoughts. He merely wished for his unborn child to grow up in peace and safety. Accidents and disasters were not anomalies on this island. They were inevitable in his lifetime. Born and raised on this island, he had witnessed countless corpses and tragedies. In the past, he felt little about it, but upon learning of Dorina's pregnancy and realizing he was to become a father, his indifferent attitude vanished completely. Shi Zhou could sense curse anxiety, but he refrained from responding hastily. Having been in this world for over 20 years, he had traversed many places, enduring hardships that were too numerous to recount to outsiders. His understanding of this world transcended what Kurz could ever imagine thus. He would not easily promise Kurz anything, even though they could be considered friends. Yet, precisely because they were friends, he found himself at a loss as to how to accept Kurz's request. Naming might seem like a trivial matter, but its deeper significance lay in Kurz's desire for his Sun-Toba-born child to have an additional pillar of support. Shi Zhou remained silent, and Kurz did not inquire further. The journey was marked by a profound quietude. Only the occasional beams of orange light cascading from the towering trees and the countless colorful bubbles dancing beneath the orange sunset bore witness to the dreamlike scenery along the way. Just as Kurz's heart was about to plummet, the flying fish vehicle sped past the colossal tree marked with the number 13, revealing a bar on a distant hillside. At that moment, Shi Zhou spoke. Helianthus annuus L. What? Kurz's hand trembled slightly. Momentarily taken aback, though he did not turn around, the disappointment on his face swiftly dissipated. I spoke of Helianthus annuus L, which translates to sunflower fate. The sunflower. Since it is a new life, it should embrace the sunlight like the morning sun, striving upward, living joyfully and safely for a lifetime. Shi Zhou was averse to trouble, yet not daunted by it. He did not need to constantly tend to the sunflower, for he could extend a helping hand whenever it encountered difficulties. Perhaps this was the gift that Keisai prepared for the sunflower, the child he was soon to welcome, and the reason he requested it from Shi Zhou. After all, they were merely friends. Summer Cheese Bar, a modest yet extraordinary establishment situated on island number 13, and the destination of the flying fish was none other than here. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In truth, Shi Zhou's home was not here, but rather a small house adjacent to the bar. However, Keisai knew that every time Shi Zhou returned, he would visit this bar with frequent visits. A habit was formed each time Shi Zhou arrived. He would park the flying fish at the bar's entrance. As soon as the flying fish halted, Keisai eagerly leaped from the vehicle, incessantly expressing his gratitude towards Shi Zhou, who was alighting from the flying fish. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Keisai. It's merely a small matter. Observing the humble man before him, Shi Zhou felt no excessive emotion. He merely saw a weaker individual bowing to a stronger one for the sake of his child. Raising his fan, Shi Zhou glanced at the tavern sign and then began to ascend slowly. As he walked, he softly remarked, "Return home. Keisai Dorina is waiting for your candlelight dinner." At this point, Shi Zhou paused, turned around, and looked down at the man still bent over, gazing up at him, smiling as he said, "Be happy. I hope you remain as joyful as ever, for we are friends, are we not?" With that, Shi Zhou turned away and leisurely stepped into the bar, vanishing from Keisai's sight. Hope. As long as there is hope, even the most humble individual finds the motivation to persist. Keisai's face flushed, his body trembling slightly. This was a manifestation of excitement. For though the name was simple, the one who chose it was anything but Mr. Shi Zhou. "I will await you at the usual place tomorrow," calling out toward the bar's entrance. He waited until a voice from within replied, "Got it," before he turned and hopped back into the flying fish, steering swiftly towards home. The setting sun cast its rays upon his back, illuminating him as if he were aglow, filled with hope. Yet the direction in which he advanced was shrouded in darkness. Summer Cheese Bar Tavern was neither large nor small, featuring 4 or 5 tables, 2 sofas, and a bar counter, which comprised the entirety of the establishment's interior. Before Shi Zhou stepped into the tavern, the sounds of hearty laughter and spirited drinking contests echoed within. Yet, upon his entrance, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. "Mr. Shi Zhou, greetings," came the hesitant voices of the patrons. Upon beholding the familiar silhouette of Shi Zhou, the guests were instantly jolted awake from their alcohol-induced stupor, rising in unison to pay their respects. It was evident that all present were acquainted with Shi Zhou, and perhaps many had suffered misfortunes at his hands. No, not personally, but rather through those they knew. After all, no living soul had ever emerged unscathed from encounters with Shi Zhou. Disregarding the pirates flanking him, who stood as if welcoming a formidable leader, Shi Zhou proceeded directly to the bar. "She has returned." Behind the bar, a tall and slender woman with short black hair, adorned in a top featuring a spider motif, diverted her gaze from the newspaper on the table to Shi Zhou. "I visited the amusement park today and strolled through the bubble park. Just as I settled down, a blue bottle of liquor flew out from the bar and landed perfectly in Shi Zhou's right hand. He uncorked the bottle and took a hearty swig, then remarked, 'To be honest, no matter how many times I witness it, it remains astonishing.' 'Is it truly astonishing?' Summerchi inquired, retrieving a cigarette and placing it between her lips. With a gentle flick of her lighter, the warm orange flame illuminated her skin, smooth as that of a youthful maiden, despite the passage of time. Taking a deep inhalation, she gazed through the smoke at the young man outside the bar, smiling as she posed a question. What is it that is truly marvelous? The scenery or the people? Both are marvelous, Shi Zhou replied without a moment's hesitation, clearly not surprising Summer Qi. The scenery is wondrous, but the celestial dragons are even more so. How unfortunate. I completely lost track of time today. The pirates lamented, typically visiting to drink in the morning or afternoon, and even at sunset. They would ensure to depart before the arrival of the monster, Shi Zhou. Yet today, in their exuberance over a successful heist, they had forgotten the hour and encountered the demon instead. Indeed, he was a demon. On this enchanting island, Shi Zhou's name had long since permeated the consciousness of its inhabitants. Those who dared to cross him vanished without a trace, as if they had never set foot here. Among them were numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The unknown often breeds fear, and thus Shi Zhou earned the moniker of demon among the pirates. A pirate who clearly lacked the demeanor of a leader reluctantly stepped forward under the oppressive gaze of the pirate chief. The bill is settled. Let's go. Shi Zhou did not turn around. It was Summer Qi who spoke. She observed the pirates' reactions, accustomed to such scenarios, and offered no further commentary. When her gaze returned to Shi Zhou, it bore a hint of reproach. All right, all right. The pirates, as if granted a reprieve, quickly fished out their belly. Not bothering to inquire about the total, confident that they had sufficient funds, they left a table strewn with coins and hastily exited the tavern, departing with purpose. See, during these past few years, especially in the last two, my business has dwindled significantly since your arrival. It is well known that the bar thrives post-dusk. Yet since you came, I have practically ceased to conduct business during that time. In response to Xia Qi's incessant chatter, Shi Zhou typically allowed her words to pass through one ear and out the other, thus not taking them to heart. The fluctuations of business did not sway him. Naturally, such thoughts remained confined to the recesses of his mind, for he dared not voice them aloud. Despite her youthful appearance, suggesting a woman in her 30s or 40s, she was, in fact, over 60, though Shi Zhou was unaware of her precise age. After all, women, regardless of age, tend to be quite sensitive about such matters. What about uncle? He finally inquired once Xia Qi's tirade subsided and she lit another cigarette. Her right hand, fingers delicately pinching the cigarette, she exhaled a plume of smoke. Casting her gaze out the door as she replied calmly, "Oh, it's the same as ever. He insists I shouldn't support him. Yet he goes off to play the part of a slave, selling himself for a bit of drinking money. Still at the auction house." Shi Zhou was well acquainted with the old man's antics. Where else could it be? A flicker of anger crossed Xia Qi's face, though it was unclear whether her ignorance of the auction house was genuine or feigned. Each time the old man ventured out, he donned the same guise, and yet, astonishingly, he managed to sell himself every single time. Perhaps he knows, Shi Zhou mused as he raised the bottle, pouring the last remnants of liquor into his mouth. The blue bottle of liquor is said to be the most dominant drink in the West Sea. In reality, it is rather ordinary, with an alcohol content slightly higher than that of beer, yet still limited. With Shi Zhou's capacity for alcohol, he could effortlessly consume a dozen bottles without so much as a blush. Setting down the bottle, another one flew over from the bar, which he opened, tilting his head back and downing it in one continuous gulp. It is well known that this territory belongs to the turkey, given that fellow's power and intelligence. He must have long been aware of the old man's true identity. Turkey? Xia Qi paused, then bent over the bar, laughing heartily. Weren't you just calling that fellow a firebird? How did it change to turkey today? Ha. Shi Zhou smiled faintly. Whether it was a firebird or a turkey, that fellow's entire pink plumage was essentially the same. Indeed, Xia Qi nodded, evidently agreeing with Shi Zhou's assessment. Never mind the old man. Look at this. As she spoke, she pushed a newspaper in front of Shi Zhou, her face, shrouded in smoke, uncharacteristically displaying a hint of seriousness. Without needing to glance, Shi Zhou was already aware of the unfolding events. However, regarding the newspaper before him, he acknowledged its significance and set down the bottle to pick it up. The first thing that caught his eye was the report stating that the Navy would publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. In Marineford, the bold lettering, especially the red highlights, made it clear upon seeing the newspaper that it carried immense weight. When did this happen? Setting down the newspaper, Shi Zhou gazed at the woman behind the bar, momentarily lost in thought. While others were unaware of Ace's true identity, he was not. Should he inform Xia Qi? Should he tell the old man? This afternoon, Xia Qi said after taking a deep drag of her cigarette, her serious expression returning to calm. She then added with a smile, "Now that's a spectacle to behold. Given my understanding of that old coot Sengoku, This is a blatant scheme against the Whitebeard pirates. With Whitebeard's attitude towards family, even knowing it's a trap, he will undoubtedly go. Although Whitebeard is aging, his strength remains formidable. Xiachi paused for a moment to think, taking another puff of her cigarette before continuing. Knowing that Whitebeard will come, they still choose to execute him publicly, even broadcasting it live to the entire world. It seems the Navy is determined to disrupt the world order and completely bury the Whitebeard pirates. She did not assert that the Whitebeard pirates would emerge victorious. As a retired legendary pirate and an informant who survives on intelligence, she possesses a deeper understanding of the formidable strength of the Navy and the terrifying power of the world government than 90% of the populace. Although she is uncertain how many Navy personnel Sengoku intends to sacrifice in order to vanquish Whitebeard, one thing is clear, barring unforeseen circumstances. The Whitebeard pirates are unlikely to return if they choose to engage. Unforeseen circumstances. She contemplated Lin Lin and Kaido. Those two are improbable. She shook her head. If there were to be any unforeseen circumstances, it could only stem from Shanks. The little imp has been maintaining the balance of the new world. Yet I wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. What could he possibly be pondering? Xiachi, concluding her musings, lifted her gaze towards Shi Zhou. If we are to speak of monsters, the person before me is equally a creature of that ilk. Moreover, he is a being that, if unleashed, could utterly disrupt the entire world. As she regarded Shi Zhou, admiration gleamed unabashedly in Xiachi's eyes. I am contemplating whether to share a secret with you. Shi Zhou shook his head, raising the bottle to his lips for a hearty gulp. He cared little for Ace's fate, however. The old man held significant importance to him. Not only was he his mentor, but also his savior. A secret? Shi Zhou's words piqued Xiachi's intrigue instantly. Ever since that old coot brought you back, aside from the occasional brief outings, you have lived with us. How is it that you harbor secrets unknown to me? There is much you are oblivious to. Shi Zhou pouted slightly. What did you say? Noticing Xiachi's growing anger, Shi Zhou quickly added, a secret. A secret? Aren't you curious anymore? Despite Xiachi's usual composed demeanor, when angered, even the old man would retreat far away, let alone himself. Speak. After a deep, penetrating look at Shi Zhou, Xiachi raised a cigarette and took a gentle puff. Actually, it's nothing of great consequence, Shi Zhou mused, then slowly began. I know the true identity of Ace, Fire Fist Ace. True identity? Xiachi set her cigarette down, leaning forward, closer to Shi Zhou. His true identity is? She paused, contemplating, then inquired, is it related to the old coot? Indeed. Shi Zhou nodded. Fire Fist Ace, whose real name is Portgas D. Ace. Does that name sound familiar? But his other name, Gold. Ace, I trust you are even more familiar with. He emphasized the D distinctly. Gol is not special, but with it, it becomes extraordinary. Gol. Gold. Xiachi was left in a stupor. How could she not recognize it, especially with it attached? Wasn't that the surname of that rascal, Roger? As she murmured to herself, a revelation struck her, causing her to shiver suddenly. She then raised her head, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at Shi Zhou. Impossible. This cannot be. The old man stated that Roger had no descendants. Moreover, if even the old man is unaware, how could you possibly know? She was well aware that Shi Zhou could not be lying about this matter, nor did he have any reason to do so. She further comprehended the implications of Ace being Roger's offspring. Given Rayleigh's character, upon learning Ace's true identity, he might very well venture to Marineford, diving into that murky water. In a fleeting moment, this woman, who typically remained unperturbed by calamities, surprisingly exhibited a hint of panic. After all, she was well acquainted with Rayleigh and the Navy. Even with Rayleigh's presence, the Navy's formidable strength could not possibly allow Whitebeard to rescue Ace, unless that old rascal Garp were to betray them on the spot. Furthermore, there were the 7 warlords, Sengoku, Zifa, and the current 3 admirals, each of whom was a formidable entity, not to mention the looming presence of the world government. After the dissolution of the Roger pirates, Roger vanished for a year before surrendering, and it was during this very year that Ace came into existence. Shi Zhou, while sipping his drink, elucidated, Portgas de Rouge, Ace's mother, was a remarkable woman who endured the agonies of childbirth for 20 months to protect her child's life from the Navy's investigation of that scoundrel Roger. At this juncture, Shi Zhou paused. Indeed, Roger was a scoundrel. Knowing he was destined to perish, he still sought a woman to carry on his bloodline. With his intelligence, he could not have been oblivious to the fact that the world government would thoroughly scrutinize his whereabouts during that entire year after his demise. Had it not been for Garp and his deliberate concealment, Ace would not have been born. This was a meticulously crafted scheme by Roger, who, despite being an adversary, shared a bond of camaraderie with Garp, fully understanding his character. I recall, Shaki set down her cigarette, her gaze fixed on Shi Zhou. Over 2 decades ago, following Roger's execution, the Navy initiated a special encirclement operation at Batarilla Island, where Roger had spent his final days. While others were unaware of Roger's whereabouts during that year, Shaki, closely associated with Rayleigh and a proficient information broker, was acutely aware. I had always believed the Navy was pursuing Rayleigh and his companions, only to realize they were actually searching for that unborn child. In response to Shaki's words, Shi Zhou merely nodded and lowered his gaze. He not only knew that the Navy was seeking Ace, but also that countless expectant mothers perished amid this turmoil. Although Roger could not have desired such a fate, and he did not wield the blade himself, the chaos certainly stemmed from him, which is why Shi Zhou harbored a lingering disdain for Roger. It was not an act of moral superiority, rather, that old scoundrel should have accepted his fate. Yet, he never contemplates how many would accompany him in death. Of course, Shi Zhou himself is a cold-blooded and selfish individual. Thus, he can only silently scoff without passing judgment. After all, to many, Roger is a hero. Conversely, in the eyes of even more, he is nothing short of a scoundrel, a villain, a demon. Subsequently, Shi Zhou recounted all he knew concerning Roger and Garp and Ace, as well as Port St. Rouge. He then lifted a bottle, fanning himself with a palm leaf, and exited the bar. How to address the old man was a matter for Shaki, and how to choose was also her affair. Standing outside the bar, Shi Zhou gazed upward, his sight piercing through the vast canopy of trees toward the horizon where the sun was setting. In his pitch-black eyes, excitement flickered alongside a hint of bloodlust and exhilaration. "Old man, I hope you won't disappoint me." The old man had aged, a fact that required no elaboration. While he could still engage in a skirmish with Kizaru, sustained high-intensity combat was utterly out of the question. Even if his strength remained formidable enough to restrain Shi Zhou from recklessly venturing forth, he could not extricate Ace from the encirclement of the Navy. After all, a true life-and-death struggle with the old man was inconceivable. But the Navy was a different matter entirely. However, if he were to be involved, the scenario would transform. This possibility was known not only to him, but also to Shaki, and certainly to the old man. Retracting his gaze, Shi Zhou lowered his head, extending his tongue to moisten his lips as excitement spread from his eyes to his face and throughout his entire being. "I must return swiftly, otherwise I shall be unable to suppress my urge to laugh out loud. Old man, this time you cannot prevent me from venturing forth." Ha. With that thought, Shi Zhou turned and walked briskly to the right, heading toward his home on the left side of the bar. In the early morning, as the world awakens, the crisp sunlight filters through the treetops, casting patches of warm light. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of white, sporting a white beard and glasses, draped in a white cloak and clad in slippers, staggered while clutching a bottle of liquor. He pushed open the bar's heavy door. Creak. The aged wooden door emitted a sharp, low moan, as if protesting against the old man's roughness. In that tranquil morning, the sound shattered the stillness like a switch being flipped. Then came the chorus of birdsong, the chirping of insects, the calls of phoenixes, and the rustling of treetops. Everything was alive with a vibrant commotion. Of course, this bustle belonged solely to nature, entirely disconnected from the patrons within the bar. "Oh, is it so early?" Upon entering the bar, Rayleigh first waved his hand to disperse the thick haze that filled the room, making it nearly impossible to discern any figures. He then proceeded to the right and flung open a window. At that moment, the dense smoke rushed out like a torrent released from a dam, chaotic yet orderly in its exodus. After allowing the smoke to clear somewhat, Rayleigh made his way to the bar, seated himself, and, facing the weary-eyed Shaki, inquired, "How long has it been since you stayed up late? What has transpired? Is it about Amazon Lily?" The only significant matter he could associate with Shaki was indeed Amazon Lily. "It is not about Amazon Lily," Shaki replied, lifting her bloodshot eyes, clearly indicating that she had pondered over whether or not to share this information with Rayleigh throughout the night. Cursing the slumbering instigator in her mind, she contemplated the gravity of the situation. If it was tea about Amazon Lily, then what was it? "Here, take a look." Just as she had done with Shi Zhou the previous day, Shaki pushed a newspaper toward Rayleigh. While he perused its contents, she lit a cigarette. "Ah, public execution," Rayleigh remarked, only mildly surprised by the article. The inevitable clash between the Navy and the 4 emperors of the New World was, for a man of his retired status, Hardly a shocking revelation. Indeed, it was not significant enough for Shaki to have waited for him in the bar all night. Thus, setting the newspaper aside, Rayleigh remained silent, calmly gazing at Shaki, awaiting her elucidation. Without making him wait long, Shaki inhaled deeply, extinguished her cigarette in an already overflowing ashtray, and candidly recounted all that Shi Zhou had disclosed regarding Ace the previous day. Well, I've waited for you all night, and I've shared what I needed to share. If you seek further clarity, you may as well go find that rascal Shi Zhou. With that, Shaki yawned and turned towards the staircase. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes as she contemplated Shi Zhou's forthcoming fate. Having endured a sleepless night, she felt the need to rest. Had it not been for the connection this matter had with Rayleigh, she wouldn't have been so entangled. Now that she had spoken her piece, the choice of what to do next rested solely on Rayleigh's shoulders. After all, they were no longer children, and the power to choose lay within themselves. After Shaki ascended the stairs, Rayleigh remained seated at the bar, lost in thought. The revelation that Ace was Roger's son was significant to him, yet it did not hold the same weight as it might for others. After all, he shared an unbreakable bond with Roger, not with Ace. Nonetheless, this time, suddenly, the usually composed Rayleigh rose abruptly, raking his hand through his hair in agitation, cursing vehemently under his breath before striding out to the right. Although Ace was, in essence, of no direct concern to him, he was nonetheless the last scion of Roger. After all, that child bore the true name of Gold, Ace. It was imperative to go, but not to court death. Now he understands the reason why Xiaoqi was troubled for an entire night. It was not due to Roger's son Ace, but rather because of the impending war, because of Shi Zhou. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. In truth, regarding Ace's identity, he had harbored suspicions even before Shi Zhou's reminder, yet it was only today that they were confirmed. He recalls that day vividly. The weather was splendid, and during a serene twilight, he and Roger were engaged in conversation at the bow of the ship. Roger had once mentioned to him that if he were to have a son, he would name him Ace, and if a daughter, she would be called An. He even remembers teasing Roger, asserting that he would never have a son. Reflecting on it now, that scene feels as fresh as yesterday, standing outside Shi Zhou's modest abode. Rayleigh hesitated unusually. Should they truly allow Shi Zhou to proceed? As for Shi Zhou's capabilities, Rayleigh had long been uncertain of their limits, and the source of Shi Zhou's formidable powers remained a mystery to him, even after all these years. There was no doubt, however, that permitting Shi Zhou to unleash chaos would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Over the years, he had gradually come to understand the bloodthirsty nature and the chilling indifference towards the world and humanity that resided within the boy he had inadvertently brought back. Were it not for his deliberate suppression of Shi Zhou's darker inclinations, which lay concealed deep within, and the facade of cheerfulness that Shi Zhou maintained, Rayleigh himself could not ascertain what form Shi Zhou might take at this moment. Would he transform into a figure of dread, a tyrant feared by all, a harbinger of destruction for the world? All of this remained mere speculation, and there was no need for excessive concern, for at least in this moment. Shi Zhou had not departed the Sabaody archipelago on his own accord. Instead, he had remained faithful to the promise made between them when he had taken Rayleigh as his mentor. However, it was evident that Shi Zhou was eagerly anticipating the matter concerning Ace. Shaking his head, Rayleigh chose not to dwell further, and with a sudden decisive kick, he flung open the door. The future belongs to the next generation. These old-timers, having already retired, should gracefully exit the stage of history and pass the world on to the youth. Let them not rob the young of their joy. These were the last words Roger spoke to him while they shared a drink. Since it cannot be prevented, then let it go. After all, it is merely a matter of early versus late. The majestic eagle has grown too large to be caged. It would be unfortunate if kin were to become foes in the end. Moreover, Shi Zhou's past is evidently not without its troubles. He cannot, nor should he, impede Shi Zhou from seeking retribution for his history. The room was small, yet furnished with all essentials: a desk, a wardrobe, a bedside lamp, and a bed. However, the most striking feature was the imposing knife rack visible immediately upon entering. On the dark red wooden stand lay a long blade, as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring one's very soul. At the moment the door swung open, the surface of the blade reflected a blood-red gleam under the sunlight. Gazing at the knife, at the crimson light upon its surface, Rayleigh paused for a moment. It was remarkable how the young man had managed to achieve what could be deemed the most challenging endeavor in this world at such a tender age. After all, there were only two known black blades in existence, one in the possession of Mihawk and the other enshrined in a temple in Wano. Of course, this was merely what he knew. Whether there were other black blades in the world remained a mystery. Shaking his head, Rayleigh withdrew his gaze and directed it towards the bed behind the desk. With a swift motion, he pulled back the covers, revealing Shi Zhou sprawled in a starfish position. "Rise and shine, young man. We need to converse," Rayleigh stated calmly. At this moment, he had regained his composure. After speaking, he did not check whether Shi Zhou was awake. Instead, he turned and seated himself in the chair on the opposite side of the desk. The chair was quite comfortable. It was a recliner crafted by Shi Zhou himself. Positioned by the window and bathed in the morning light, Rayleigh couldn't help but exhale deeply, slowly narrowing his eyes as he began to sway gently. Creak, creak. The rocking chair creaked incessantly, akin to ants skittering across one's skin, particularly in the morning when one yearns for sleep and is most reluctant to rise. This sound compelled Shi Zhou to sit up. Then came the outburst. "Old man, you must be doing this on purpose. You know I despise waking up early. Yet here you are. Everyone has their own morning grumpiness." Clearly, Shi Zhou particularly loathed being disturbed at such an hour. Had it been anyone other than Rayleigh, he might have felt a murderous impulse. "Why don't you mention that Xia Qi has slept all night?" Rayleigh cast a sidelong glance at Shi Zhou, continuing to rock. All right, enough with the rocking. That creaking sound is irritating," Shi Zhou retorted, choosing not to engage Rayleigh in debate. Clearly aware that the old man was also holding back his own frustrations. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Shi Zhou descended from the bed. Ignoring Rayleigh, he slipped on his slippers, exited the room, and made his way to the right side of the house, standing at the edge of the cliff, facing the sun and releasing the treasures he had collected throughout the night. This scene, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly elicit a chorus of condemnation for its lack of decorum. Indeed, it is quite uncouth, however. Who could blame them when they are the only inhabitants of this vicinity? Even if someone were to glimpse this spectacle, they would likely refrain from reproach and instead offer loud praise. "Mr. Shi Zhou, you appear even more robust today. Look at that rainbow. It seems almost to span the hillside." "Ah, here comes an individual of discernment." Casting a glance at the pirate passing below the slope, Shi Zhou remained silent, unperturbed by the situation. After finishing his business, he casually shook himself and, with nonchalance, adjusted his shorts before strolling over to the wash basin to tend to his personal hygiene. The pirate, clearly accustomed to Shi Zhou's indifference, scratched his head and swiftly departed. His hasty retreat bore the semblance of someone fleeing from a pursuing demon, a comical sight tinged with distress. He had heard from a senior that once a notorious pirate captain passed this way and chanced upon Shi Zhou. The captain merely cast a glance and made no further move. At most, there was a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Yet, it was this very flicker that ensured the captain never returned. As for how the senior learned of this incident, it was because he had been following closely behind the captain, a mere underling. Had the distance been shorter, he too might have met an untimely end. This senior was the first to witness Shi Zhou's indiscretion and yet commend him, thus managing to escape unscathed. Shi Zhou paid no heed to the retreating pirate. He held no interest in these weaklings. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no objection to their departure. It was akin to stepping on an ant while passing by. One would not pause solely for the sake of an ant. As for the infamous pirate captain, he indeed existed, but it was not mere sight that drove him away. Rather, it was an incident when he, having had a poor night's sleep, could not contain his laughter at the sight of Shi Zhou relieving himself. Can one endure such a situation? Certainly not. What, then, is the remedy for such an affront? Naturally, it is to consign them to the depths of hell, where they may laugh to their heart's content. After completing his ablutions, Shi Zhou did not retire to the bedroom. Instead, he ventured into the kitchen. He ignited the stove, boiled water, and prepared flour, mixing it with water and a pinch of salt. Then, like a master of Tai Chi, he kneaded the dough until it was smooth yet firm. By this time, the water had reached a rolling boil. He placed the dough on the cutting board, angling one end against the pot and elevating the other at a 45-degree angle. With swift precision, he drew a knife and sliced through the dough, creating a cascade of white strands. After a few minutes, he ladled the freshly made, snow-white noodles into bowls, topped them with a rich tomato and beef stew, and garnished with chopped scallions. Thus, 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles were ready for serving. Removing his apron and unperturbed by the heat, he grasped the bowls and made his way to the main room. The old man had not returned all night. Surely, he must be ravenous by now. Well, whatever the matter, let us eat first. After all, one is but flesh and blood, no matter the gravity of the situation. One must first satiate hunger to muster the strength to face it. As Shi Zhou began to devour his meal, Rayleigh swallowed hard. Despite the simplicity of the dish, He found himself irresistibly drawn to the culinary creation. Sitting upright, he gazed at the aromatic and visually appealing knife-cut noodles, and his previously empty stomach began to churn, as if urging him to partake in the feast. The noodles, a perfect blend of smoothness on the outside and firmness within, were soft yet not sticky. Each bite brought forth an explosion of flavor, and as he consumed the noodles, a sense of bliss spread across the faces of the two diners. In a matter of moments, the large bowl was emptied, and both men savored the last remnants of the broth, exhaling deeply in unison as they set down their bowls. It was as if they had silently agreed to recline back in their chairs, sinking into the comfort of the armchairs. Casting a sidelong glance at the old man, who was engrossed in brewing tea, Shi Zhou lamented, "Old man, aren't you being a tad inconsiderate? I cook, and you wash the dishes. Has this not become our established routine?" The old man paid no heed to Shi Zhou's remark. He lifted the teacup, gently blowing across the amber liquid before savoring a sip. The sweet aroma of the tea enveloped his palate, causing him to involuntarily squint in delight. It was evident that the old man intended to remain obstinate, with no alternative. Shi Zhou resignedly rose, collected the empty bowls from the table, and trudged out of the room. With half-closed eyes, Lei placed his teacup down and adjusted his position in the chair for optimal comfort, thinking to himself, "Why should I wash the dishes when I never asked you to cook for me?" Certainly, such thoughts were ones that the old man dared only to entertain in silence, never to voice aloud. Should he ever summon the courage to utter them, Shi Zhou would surely refuse to prepare his meals henceforth. The mere recollection of Xia Qi's unwavering culinary dedication over the decades sent a shiver down Lei Li's spine, which elucidated his preference for dining away from the bar rather than returning to its confines. Of course, the old man harbored a sense of pride, unwilling to be labeled as one who relied on others for sustenance, which also contributed to his choice. In a brief moment, Shi Zhou had completed his tasks. Observing the dashing young man reclining once more, Lei composed himself and inquired, "Now, might you enlighten me on how you came to discover Ace's true identity?" His skepticism did not stem from disbelief in Shi Zhou. Rather, it was his profound trust that spurred his curiosity regarding Shi Zhou's source of knowledge. When he had rescued Shi Zhou, the boy had been merely 11, taciturn, his eyes brimming with animosity, and his body adorned with wounds, exuding the aura of a malevolent spirit freshly emerged from the depths of hell. Lei, respecting Shi Zhou's past, had refrained from probing into the circumstances that had shaped him into such a figure. However, silence did not equate to ignorance. 13 years prior, during the epic of an event that had sent shockwaves throughout the world, Shi Zhou had been discovered upon Lei Li's return from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Thus, it was not difficult to surmise that Shi Zhou was likely one of the individuals entwined in that incident, though no direct evidence existed. Nor had he encountered any markings indicative of celestial dragon lineage upon Shi Zhou. The transition from Shi Zhou's initial state, replete with injuries, to one where not a trace of them remained, suggested the means by which such marks had vanished. It was, in fact, quite simple. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Zhou retrieved a teacup, poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat, and said, "In truth, I hail from the island of Badarila." Badarila Island? Indeed. Turning to regard the now upright Lei, Shi Zhou narrowed his eyes and nodded. Despite his tender age at the time, the Navy's search operations were etched vividly in his memory. Although I was merely 4 years old then, the visage of that scoundrel Roger has remained indelibly imprinted in my mind. As he spoke, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth accompanied a gaze that bore not only disdain but also a flicker of hatred. "Do you harbor a grudge against Roger?" Previously, when Shi Zhou mentioned Roger, his tone had only ever hinted at distaste. However, recognizing that many others shared this sentiment, Lei had paid it little heed. Yet, hatred was an entirely different matter, a sentiment Shi Zhou had never revealed in Lei Li's presence before. "Indeed, I hold a grudge, without a doubt." Shi Zhou withdrew his gaze from Lei, tilting his head upward as his vacant eyes stared into the void above. His inky black pupils resembled black holes, while his thoughts transcended time and space, returning to over 20 years ago. Mother, 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 the inferno, the screams, the oppression, and the brutal slaughter. Had he not been a child at that time, and had the Navy not possessed a flicker of justice, sparing his life, he might have long since descended into the depths of hell. Lei observed Shi Zhou, who seemed to undergo a transformation in the very air surrounding him. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Could you share the nature of his hatred? From what I know of Roger, it seems unlikely he would commit any heinous acts, especially considering you were so young then. Though his demeanor may appear unreliable at times, he generally refrains from harming the weak." Lei's words interrupted Shi Zhou's reminiscence. restoring clarity to his eyes, which had nearly succumbed to darkness. Touching his nose, Shi Zhou exhaled deeply and replied calmly, "Roger and I hold no direct grudge against one another. However, the origins of all that transpired stem from him." Before Rayleigh could inquire further, Shi Zhou continued, "Do you recall the extensive search on Bartolomeo Island after Roger's demise?" "Indeed. Wasn't it aimed at locating us?" Rayleigh responded, "With us referring to the remnants of the Roger pirates." "Not at all." Shi Zhou shook his head. "Though you all vanished, many still lurked in the shadows. In truth, a significant number have remained under the constant surveillance of the world government, much like yourself." Rayleigh found himself at a loss for words, for Shi Zhou's assertions were largely accurate. The lower-ranking navy, including vice admirals, excluding Garp, and most members of the world government CP organizations, remained oblivious to his concealment within the Sabaody archipelago. However, the higher echelons of the navy and the elder entities within the world government undoubtedly knew. What could be the reason for this? Rayleigh inquired. If the world government is not searching for you, then what are they seeking? Glancing at Rayleigh, Shi Zhou lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. "You are suggesting?" A flicker of disbelief crossed Rayleigh's eyes. "Indeed, just as you deduced, they are hunting for Roger's bloodline. If they could find it, that would be one thing. But they are utterly unable to do so. Given the nature of the world government, what actions might they undertake?" As he spoke, an air of oppression once again enveloped Shi Zhou. Rayleigh opened his mouth, unsure of how to express himself. Despite his reluctance to believe, Shi Zhou was, at this moment, a first-hand witness to that event. Given his understanding of the world government, it was indeed plausible that they could commit such atrocities as killing a pregnant woman. Shi Zhou's hatred must stem from someone in his family who perished amidst this turmoil. Who could it be? Regardless, Rayleigh still yearned to seek clarity. "My mother," Shi Zhou replied calmly, with a voice so steady it bore no trace of emotion. "She is my only family in this world." Indeed, she was his sole kin. For that wretched man he referred to as father had set sail with a band of pirates when his mother was pregnant, and the eldest child was merely 4 or 5 years old. Even with the memories of his past life, the meticulous care of that woman and the enduring clarity of her maternal love had left an indelible mark on Shi Zhou's memory, which had always been remarkably sharp since childhood. Of course, Shi Zhou shook his head, turning to Rayleigh with a smile. "With you and Shucky, she is no longer my only family." Shi Zhou smiled. But Rayleigh did not share in the mirth. He gazed at Shi Zhou, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. It would be utterly implausible to assert that Roger bears no fault in this matter. However, to lay the blame squarely upon him would also be unjust. After all, none could have anticipated that the world government would descend to such brutal depths in pursuit of the illusory legacy of Roger's bloodline. Shaking his head, Rayleigh reclined back into his chair, his vacant eyes swirling with thoughts. Given this, what reason did he have to obstruct Shichibukai's departure? It is worth noting that Shichibukai's intent to set sail was to rescue Roger's son. While Shichibukai harbored considerable resentment, even a semblance of hatred towards Roger, it must be acknowledged that the root of the matter lies elsewhere. He is not entitled to Shichibukai's forgiveness. Nevertheless, it is important to delineate that Shichibukai is not a true native and holds a profound admiration for the will of that woman. Hence he bore no ill will towards Ace. After all, Roger is Roger, and Ace is Ace. Despite their blood connection, they are, in essence, strangers with no real relationship. With Shichibukai's rationality, he is capable of distinguishing this fact, and indeed, his true adversary remains the world government. He has made a pact with the old man, one he shall not willingly break. However, this does not preclude him from utilizing this situation to inform Rayleigh that the time has come for him to venture forth. This reflects the tacit understanding between him and the old gentleman. In truth, it has little to do with the mission to rescue Ace. Time, noon. Location, within a small room adjacent to the Shocky's bar. Listening to the distinct yet familiar cacophony from the bar next door, the young man reclining in a lounge chair with a book experiences a moment of disorientation. The protagonist has arrived. After discussions with Rayleigh, the decision to save Ace has been made, but not at this moment. It can only occur 1 week from now, at the time of execution. In reality, the simplest and safest method to rescue Ace would be to accompany Luffy to Amazon Lily, blend onto a warship, and head to Impel Down. However, this approach hinges on one condition: Bartholomew Kuma. Using conventional means, it would take approximately 4 days to travel from Sabaody Archipelago to Amazon Lily, which is far too late. Securing passage on a warship destined for Impel Down, amidst the vast ocean, is utterly implausible. Therefore, this method is fundamentally unfeasible. Even if it were possible, Shi Zhou would not employ it, for his primary objective in this venture is not the rescue of Ace, but rather the overarching war itself. Old man, someone is looking for you. Understood. Rayleigh slowly rises from his bed, dons his glasses, drapes on his cloak, and approaches the desk to sip from the teacup that Shi Zhou had just filled. After breakfast, he had taken a brief respite here. And little did he know that upon closing his eyes, time had swiftly advanced to noon. Why haven't you gone out today? Glancing at the serene youth, Rayleigh expresses mild surprise. Like him, Shi Zhou often drifts about the island like a restless spirit, indulging in life's pleasures while making a bit of money for drinks. As for Shi Zhou, when asked about his pursuits, the response was simply playing. Playing? I suspect it is merely a case of restless hands seeking prey. Let us not pretend I am unaware of that demon's infamous reputation. Of course, both of them, the elder brother and the younger brother, while Shi Zhou seeks prey, Rayleigh is also, in his own way, on the hunt for unsuspecting victims. Taking advantage of the recent free time, a moment of respite is in order. Shi Zhou sets down his book. Responding to Rayleigh as he strolls toward the wardrobe, he selects a floral-patterned shirt and leisurely puts it on. Despite the presence of a mermaid, it is still prudent to wear clothing. Creak. The jarring sound of the wooden door scraping against the frame causes the conversation in the bar to cease abruptly. The straw hat kid, who was just indulging in food and drink, suddenly becomes alert, as if surrounded by a multitude of steel needles, akin to a cat sensing danger. Luffy turns his head, furrowing his brow, his dark pupils locking onto a pair of even darker eyes. Danger. Even though the young man who entered from outside exuded no discernible aura, his unique intuition alerted him that this individual was perhaps the most perilous person he had encountered since embarking on his maritime journey. The likes of Kazan did not compare. What's wrong, Mr. Luffy? Brook was the first to notice Luffy's unusual demeanor as he stood directly before him. It's nothing, just Shi Zhou. Sachi, perceiving Luffy's tension, briefly flashed a look of surprise before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Truly, he was the grandson of that old rascal Garp. His instincts were remarkably accurate. Retracting his hand, Sachi turned to Shi Zhou and inquired, "Where's Rayleigh?" "He's just getting up. At the moment, he's in the restroom," Shi Zhou replied, his gaze shifting from Luffy as he smiled and nodded at Sachi. "Hey, Xiaoba, it's been a while." You are?" Xiaoba pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "You are Shi Zhou. Indeed. Who would have thought that after 10 years, you've grown so much?" Swiftly approaching Shi Zhou, Xiaoba circled around him, animatedly gesturing as he praised. "Wow, 8 arms are quite impressive. What's this? So you're friends?" Evidently. Sachi and Xiaoba's reactions eased Luffy's apprehensions entirely. "Hi, I'm Luffy. I know you, Straw Hat Kid." Taking a seat outside the bar, Shi Zhou smiled at Luffy. "I often read about your exploits, especially your declaration of war against the world government. I must say, your audacity is remarkable." Haha. Luffy chuckled heartily at Shi Zhou's words, clearly interpreting them as praise. "Mr. Shi Zhou, hello. I am Brook, the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates." Brook, sitting beside Shi Zhou, stood up as Luffy relaxed and performed a hat tip in Shi Zhou's direction. "Hello, Mr. Skeleton." "It's not Mr. Skeleton, it's Brook." Brook donned his hat and, upon meeting Shi Zhou's dark gaze, paused momentarily before spinning around dramatically. "Yo-ho-ho. Though I am indeed all skeleton. Yo-ho-ho. It's Brook." Shi Zhou nodded and erupted into laughter. Indeed. Whether in Luffy or Brook, there was an inexplicable aura that inspired trust and joy in others. Is this the main cast? I'm Tony Chopper. After witnessing Luffy and Brook introduce themselves, Chopper leapt onto the bar and greeted Shi Zhou. Upon encountering the suddenly appeared Chopper, Shi Zhou was momentarily taken aback, and then jested, "Hello, Mr. Raccoon." "No, I am not a raccoon. I am a reindeer." "You scoundrel," Chopper exclaimed. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling." Shi Zhou, stifling his laughter at the flustered Chopper, nodded repeatedly. Yes. You are not a raccoon, indeed." Haha. Unbeknownst to him, after meeting Luffy and the others, his laughter had increased significantly. Of course, just because he was oblivious did not mean that Shaki, who was very familiar with him, was unaware. Observing Shi Zhou, Shaki extinguished her cigarette and felt an unexpected sense of relaxation and joy. Just then, Rayleigh arrived fashionably late. "Oh, it's little Baji. Long time no see." Rayleigh greeted Baji first before plopping down beside Shi Zhou. "This is the coding craftsman you've been searching for." Although Rayleigh spent most of his time wandering the island, he held another identity as a coding craftsman. If he could not find a generous patron, he would head to the shipyard, and upon encountering a pirate he fancied, he would take on a job for a few days before indulging himself again. After hearing Luffy's request and the dimensions of the Thousand Sunny, Rayleigh pondered for a moment and offered a timeline of 3 days. This was the quickest time frame he could provide, considering his fondness for little Baji, as well as the familiar straw hat that adorned Luffy's neck. Although uncertain in the past, upon seeing Luffy for the first time, he was convinced that Luffy was indeed the successor chosen by Shanks for Roger, a protagonist who had to wait due to Roger's regrets. Many years ago, Shanks had visited Sabaody Archipelago and spoken with him about Luffy. "Go for it, Straw Hat Kid." What did you say, Uncle Rayleigh?" As if hearing his name called, Luffy raised his head from the food, looking at Rayleigh with confusion. "It's nothing." Observing Luffy's adorably naive expression, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. "He truly resembles you." Roger. Rayleigh equipped himself with the necessary tools and, following the address provided by Luffy, made his way to island number 41. The Thousand Sunny, while not excessively large, was sufficiently spacious and unmistakably distinctive. Furthermore, with Zoro and the others still aboard, Luffy and his companions chose not to follow. Instead, they joyously rode in a bubble car, led by Shaki and Cammy, to explore the islands that piqued their interest. Given Luffy's nature, this was hardly surprising. Standing outside the bar, gazing at the bubble car drifting into the distance, Shi Zhou fell into a deep contemplation. His presence yesterday had already altered the course of history, at least the history of the Sabaody Archipelago. He remained uncertain whether Cammy would be captured, but the celestial dragons should have arrived by now. Reflecting on the celestial dragons, Shi Zhou instinctively extended his right hand, his fingertips brushing against the thin fabric of his clothing, tracing along his back until they settled on his shirt. The pain was excruciating, as if etched into his very soul, lingering even now as though it were yesterday. With this thought, Shi Zhou clenched his left hand tightly, and a crimson haze clouded his previously obsidian eyes. Casting a sidelong glance at island number 1, he wrestled with his inner turmoil. Should he go or remain? He feared losing control. Confronting a celestial dragon would undoubtedly summon an admiral, and should he kill one, it would attract not only an admiral but also the world government CP0. At this moment, he could only match an admiral evenly, not yet capable of defeating one. Should I go? He pondered. Unbeknownst to him, Shaki had silently appeared at his side, smoking a cigarette and gazing skyward. The countless bubbles floating above reflected in her pupils, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that obscured her thoughts. For years, he had evaded confrontation, retreating at the mere sight of a celestial dragon descending from Holy Land Mary Geos. For an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly sensible, yet he was different. Even from a distance, he had to confront the truth. At that moment, Shaki reached out and lowered Shi Zhou's right hand from his back, stating that a true strongman is defined by the courage to face any challenge head-on. "I lack no courage," Shi Zhou replied, diverting his gaze to meet Shaki's eyes with a smile. "I simply fear I may lose control, that I might unleash a massacre upon witnessing those abhorrent beings." Shaki, locking her gaze onto Shi Zhou's, sensed the madness lurking behind the crimson mist enveloping his dark irises. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, "Whether you choose to unleash a massacre or remain calm like water, as long as you act in accordance with your beliefs, it is all well." She was not Rayleigh. While she could sense Shi Zhou's bloodlust, it did not penetrate her as deeply. She understood that, over the years, Shi Zhou's hands were stained with the blood of countless individuals. Yet she cared little, for she herself was no paragon of virtue, was she? Island number 2. Shi Zhou has indeed arrived. Though he did not hasten directly to the population auction house on island number 1. Instead, he ambled leisurely along the way. As he traversed, he encountered no celestial dragons. It appeared that the 2 swine were already seated within the auction house. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Cammy was still ensnared as in the original tale. Suddenly, the street ahead erupted into chaos for reasons unknown. What had been a bustling throng now dissipated as if confronted by some dreadful apparition. A man, clad in the garb of the Flying Fish Company, stumbled from the far end of the street, hastily approaching. Behind him, a cadre of tall, masked figures in black pursued him with a deliberate swiftness. At this moment, Kurz was engulfed in despair. He recognized that the abyss of death had already ensnared him the moment he beheld the celestial dragon in the lifeless form at its feet. Life was intolerably unjust. The world itself was cruelly inequitable. Despite his fervent efforts to survive, he was on the brink of a new chapter when this wretched fate played a cruel jest upon him, merely for purchasing items at a shop. And due to a fleeting turn of his back, He had unwittingly orchestrated the final farewell with his beloved wife. He loathed himself for departing from her side, and even more so despised the celestial dragons. It was their loathsome kind that had brutally slain his wife for kneeling a mere second too late. All because of her pregnant state. No, he could not succumb to death. To do so would mean losing everything. Even if it meant wagering the next life or the one beyond, he must flee. Only in flight could he avenge his wife. This conviction fueled his endurance, leading him to spot a familiar figure across the street. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Shi Zhou, and for a fleeting moment, Kurz hesitated, knowing that with Shi Zhou's assistance, these hounds would be powerless against him. Yet, in an instant, he resolved without further hesitation, pivoting swiftly towards the alley to the right. Indeed, Mr. Shi Zhou could save him, but it would inevitably attract the ire of the celestial dragons. He was uncertain of Shi Zhou's strength, yet he was certain it could not surpass that of the celestial dragons. This is universally acknowledged. This decision has utterly extinguished his final hope for survival. In the narrow alley, at the moment when Shi Zhou stood at the entrance, Kex's figure lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Despite his speed being sufficiently swift and his abilities remarkably formidable, this world is invariably fraught with regrets. At this very moment, he could not teleport, could not instantly appear beside Kex, nor could he compel the formidable CP0 member to halt, to cease the descent of that razor-sharp blade. Silently observing Kex sprawled in the crimson pool, a chilling aura of lethal intent surged from Shi Zhou, so potent that the air around him seemed to ripple as if it were boiling water. Extracting the blade from Kex's corpse, he allowed the droplets of blood to fall, one by one, onto the ground. The masked CP0 member's gaze shifted from Kex to the alley's entrance. Though his instincts warned him of the peril posed by the figure at the entrance, the habits ingrained from years of training, coupled with the formidable presence behind him, instilled a sense of indifference as he addressed Shi Zhou. The world government is conducting its business. Unauthorized individuals are to vacate the premises swiftly. Were it not for his instinct indicating that Shi Zhou was beyond the capability of these lower-tier CP0 members, they would have charged forward without hesitation to eliminate him. CP0, abbreviated as CP0CP, Aegis 0, operates directly under the celestial nobility of the celestial dragons. Heralded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons and recognized as the world's most formidable intelligence agency, their primary objective is the protection of the celestial dragons. Though they occasionally engage in nefarious undertakings, they represent the shadowy underbelly of the world government, the nightmare of the vast majority of kingdoms in this world. To be targeted by them is to be hounded by demons, with no respite until death. This narrative encompasses the nobility of these nations, even kings. The alley remains silent, the youth at a loss for words. The figures clad in black, standing beside the lifeless body, remain motionless, despite the backing of the world government. Faced with an inevitable demise, they grapple with the grim reality of their fate. Such is the moment, typically, when individuals utter the name of the world government. Even those harboring grievances would retreat into silence. However, the youth at the alley's entrance does not yield. The chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him does not dissipate. Instead, it seems to fixate upon them, rendering them paralyzed with fear. They harbor no doubt that a mere twitch would invoke the youth's merciless retribution. At last, the youth stirs, his right hand gradually grasping the hilt of the dagger at his side as he steps forward, pacing deliberately into the alley. His footsteps, though soft, resonate like the tolling of a bell, echoing in the hearts of the CP0 agents, synchronizing their pulses with his measured stride. They can no longer afford to wait. Exchanging glances, the CP0 agents silently resolve to strike first. With a determined thrust of their right legs, they propel themselves toward the youth, blades raised to cleave the center figure. Flight is not an option, especially when confronted by a beast. Escape only hastens death. Thus, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, they unanimously decide to initiate the assault. To them, death is not an insurmountable obstacle. After all, they are but human constructs, mere weapons forged by the world government from a young age. The sound of unsheathing blades rings out, accompanied by a fleeting flash of cold steel reverberating throughout the alley. When the blade's luminescence fades, the youth stands beside the corpse of Kex. Behind him, the CP0 agents appear as if ensnared by an unseen force, suspended in midair. Their movements, expressions, and even the very essence of life have been extinguished. With a resounding clang, Shi Zhou stands beside the body, not turning back. As he sheathes his blade, the sound reverberates through the air, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil waters of a lake. sending ripples that sweep across the lifeless form on the ground and the suspended CP0 agents alike, traversing the entire alley. In an instant, both the corpse and the agents behind him resemble statues weathered by the passage of time, swiftly disintegrating into sand, then fading into nothingness, leaving no trace of the slaughter behind. Only a pool of blood remains, as if no hunt had ever transpired, no lives extinguished. As the CP0 agents dissolve into the ether, an ethereal energy, imperceptible to all but Shi Zhou, swiftly emanates from their vanishing forms, coalescing and surging toward him in a chaotic swarm. The energy swirled around Shi Zhou, and upon sensing the impossibility of penetrating his being, they flowed along his right hand, cascading into the hilt of the blade he grasped. The sword remained the same, yet after the infusion of energy, it appeared as though it had undergone a rigorous forging, becoming darker in hue. However, the energy was insufficient, rendering the darkness subtle. Thus, only its master could discern the change. Sighing as he gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, Shi Zhou felt a heaviness in his heart. Life and death were familiar to him. Yet the thought of never again witnessing Keisai's radiant smile or the sight of the flying fish car waiting at the crossroads filled him with sorrow. In this world, the only beings capable of evoking such feelings were the old man Xiaoqi and, indeed, Jujiu. Though Keisai had always regarded him as a friend, upon their first meeting, he had chosen to turn away to avoid entangling Keisai in his troubles. Yet, they remained merely friends. Had Keisai not turned away so abruptly, Shi Zhou might not have felt such a pang of regret, nor would his spirits have sunk so low at this moment. That was simply his nature. One could deem him cold-blooded, but in comparison to the hell he had once endured, Keisai's demise was, at least, a dignified one. Turning, Shi Zhou walked calmly out of the alley. The CP0 had yet to return, and more would soon arrive. He harbored no fear of them, only a reluctance for ensuing complications. The individuals within this organization can no longer be regarded as human. They have become a collective of emotionless machines, mere instruments of warfare. Once ensnared, they swarm like ants. And unless eradicated at the source, they will proliferate in an endless tide, becoming an incessant nuisance. At this moment, he is ill-prepared to confront the world government, face those 5 abominable entities, or contend with them. He lacks sufficient strength. Standing at the alley's mouth, he raises his gaze through the branches, peering into the horizon, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment. Soon, as long as he acquires enough resources, he is certain he can break through once more. When that time comes, even if he cannot utterly vanquish those detestable monsters or defeat him, they will be left powerless against him. Only then can he truly experience freedom in this world. Lowering his head, Shi Zhou strides forward, blending into the bustling crowd, disappearing from sight. Island number 1. The population auction venue. 550,000 berries. 560,000 berries. 600,000. This gentleman bids 600,000. Is there a higher offer? For a mere 600,000, this gentle and beautiful human girl can accompany you home, at your beck and call. Shi Zhou, like a wraith, stealthily bypasses the guards and enters the auction hall unnoticed. The auction house is arranged in a fan shape, elevated at the periphery and descending inward. He casts a casual glance around. Law, kid, killer, familiar faces frequently seen in the newspapers, the latest generation of supernovas. Shi Zhou feels no interest in them. They are merely a group of immature youths, endowed only with brute strength. 600,000 for the first time, 600,000 for the second time, 600,000 for the third time. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, raises his gavel and strikes the small table twice. 600,000 berries sold. Below the platform, the man who bids 600,000 wears a broad smile, yet beads of sweat glisten on his plump cheeks, indicating that for him, this sum is no trifling expense. However, he soon dismisses such thoughts, his eyes gleaming as he fixates on the pitiful girl confined within the cage. One might believe that were it not for his dwindling noble decorum, he would have succumbed to his primal instincts and lunged at her. Perhaps the vastness of the auction house's back end instills fear in him, suppressing his overwhelming desire. Shi Zhou casts a sidelong glance at this beastly figure, calmly shifting his stance to sit beside Law. The man sat in the last row, and perhaps due to the dagger resting beside him, there was an empty seat adjacent to him. Trafalgar Law merely cast a fleeting glance at Shi Zhou before swiftly averting his gaze. An ordinary individual did not warrant his attention. Law, full name Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, captain of the Heart Pirates, wielder of the Op no Mi, known as the Surgeon of Death, with a bounty of 200 million berries. The moment Shi Zhou spoke, Law's right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, and he straightened his posture, distancing himself from Shi Zhou. When Shi Zhou uttered his full name, Law's typically cold and composed demeanor shifted drastically, revealing a rare glimpse of panic in his eyes. That in his name was a hidden mark, one that had never graced this world. Apart from himself, even Don Quixote Doflamingo was likely unaware. Now, to hear his full name from the lips of an unremarkable individual sitting casually beside him was utterly astonishing and nerve-wracking. Who are you? Law's gaze bore into Shi Zhou, his grip on the sword tightening, veins visibly protruding. In that moment, he resembled a startled hedgehog, brimming with defensiveness and aggression. Meanwhile, his companions, Bepo and the others, rose in unison, attuned to their captain's inquiry, prepared for any eventuality. A bounty hunter? No, that was impossible. Before Shi Zhou could respond, Law dismissed the notion. A bounty hunter could not possibly know my full name. Are you affiliated with Doflamingo or the world government? Among those who might know his true identity, Doflamingo was a possibility, while the world government, with even a modicum of diligence, would certainly be aware. After all, his hometown had long been under their control. Though it had been reduced to ruins, traces of its existence remained. Do not be alarmed, Shi Zhou reclined comfortably on the sofa, his gaze fixed ahead, disregarding Law entirely. I am neither affiliated with Doflamingo nor the world government, and certainly not a bounty hunter. At this point, he shifted his attention from the celestial dragon in the prime seat to Law, smiling as he added, I am merely an ordinary person. Ordinary? What nonsense. If you are an ordinary person, then what am I? As Shi Zhou's gaze fell upon him, Law realized he had misjudged the situation. This individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable force. His childhood was fraught with violence, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity, making him acutely aware of danger. The intensity of Shi Zhou's gaze felt akin to being targeted by an invincible beast, an utterly uncomfortable sensation. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. He had once experienced it through Doflamingo. It is not to say that the individual before him was akin to Doflamingo, but rather that the profound shadow left by Doflamingo had made him acutely aware that this person was immensely more formidable. After all, his previous encounter with Doflamingo was starkly different from the present moment. Back then, he was a frail, ailing child, whereas now he stood as a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, fearlessly traversing the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Ah, such keen perception. I wonder if this is a peculiar trait exclusive to those bearing the din their names, or perhaps it is a result of the numerous hardships you have endured. Shi Zhou observed the increasingly tense Law with a smile and shook his head. He had not anticipated that within a single day, two individuals would discern the formidable essence of his presence, both of whom bore the letter in their names. Of course, Luffy was somewhat more impressive, being the protagonist endowed with the remarkable ability to hear the voices of all things, a talent he himself was yet unaware of. Hence, he inclined to believe that Law's prowess was cultivated through experience. Just like himself, encountering a strong individual, even one who exuded no trace of their strength, would instinctively inform him that the person he faced was not ordinary. As if sensing Shi Zhou's genuine lack of malice, Law gradually relaxed, taking a deep breath before collapsing onto the sofa. Behind him, the carefree Bepo and the others, upon witnessing their captain's relaxations, also eased their bodies and returned to their seats. What brings you to me? After catching his breath and quickly regaining his composure, Law leaned closer to Shi Zhou and whispered, a person of your stature must have a reason for seeking out a relatively unknown pirate like myself. At this point, Law fixed his gaze on Shi Zhou with unwavering certainty. While he was confident in his own abilities, he also possessed a sense of self-awareness. Although he could not ascertain the full extent of Shi Zhou's power, it was evident that he was superior. Thus, it was clear that he did not seek him out for strength alone. After a brief pause, a look of realization dawned on Law's face. It must be my devil fruit that attracted your attention. Is someone in your family ill? Shi Zhou replied, casting a bewildered glance at Law. Once this fellow became aware that the danger had dissipated, how did he exhibit such a hint of playful absurdity? Wasn't he supposed to be the epitome of the aloof and formidable male deity? Observing that Shi Zhou remained silent, Luo grew increasingly certain of his conjecture. The corners of his mouth curved slightly upward as he chuckled. Speak, for although my medical skills may not be the pinnacle of the world, due to the nature of my fruit abilities, they are still quite commendable. As long as your loved one draws breath, I can surely elevate them from the depths of despair. Upon finishing his words, a trace of self-satisfaction appeared on Luo's face. This is a manifestation of confidence in his medical skills. It is not that he is eager to assist Shi Zhou, but rather that the inexplicably terrifying man beside him compels him to conclude matters swiftly and distance himself from this individual. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. If it were merely about healing, he would possess a modicum of confidence. However, this is not a matter of healing. Shi Zhou fixed his gaze on Luo for a considerable time before speaking. Not healing? Luo's smile froze upon his face. For him, treating ailments was the least of the costs. If it were not about healing, it would imply that Shi Zhou sought his assistance for matters that could surpass his expectations. Exceeding expectations often signifies danger. Before vanquishing Doflamingo, his greatest fear was finding himself ensnared in peril. Nodding thoughtfully, Shi Zhou chose to disregard Luo, who had grown increasingly tense, and turned his attention back to the rotund figure ahead, encased in a transparent glass helmet, resembling a space traveler. It is uncertain whether this family was accustomed to arrogance or if their proximity to the Marine headquarters and the holy land of Mariehua rendered them devoid of any sense of crisis. As they brought along not a single CP0 elite. The strongest among the CP0 subordinates accompanying this family were the very individuals he had previously dispatched. Fixating on the retreating figures of the Rosward family, countless images flickered in Shi Zhou's eyes. Kill him, kill him, kill him. A vast circular coliseum, teeming with onlookers resembling bloated pigs, their faces flushed with excitement as they fixated on the arena, akin to a pack of elegantly attired wolves eagerly observing their prey. Indifference and unabashed malice pervaded the atmosphere. Naturally, emotions are contagious. The malevolence emanating from above surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing both contenders in the duel. Do you wish to live, or do you wish to die? For two individuals, the desire to survive is paramount. Life, in its essence, demands an aspiration to ascend. Even amidst the depths of hell, only through unwavering perseverance and relentless striving can one hope to behold the light of day and the promise of hope. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The thunderous cries surged forth like tumultuous waves, not as encouragement but as an urgent summons for the combatants at the center of the arena to engage in battle. Blood erupted, flesh was torn asunder. And the more brutal the spectacle, the greater the exhilaration of the onlookers. The two fighters, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony surrounding them, fixated intently upon one another with bloodshot eyes. Their scarred bodies bore the marks of countless battles, sinews visible like serpents writhing beneath their skin. One was a child, the other a robust middle-aged man. Ironically, it was the stronger of the two who felt the weight of tension, for the youth, known as the Little Demon, had garnered a reputation for having remained undefeated in this arena for nearly a year. A year. No defeats. Here. To lose meant to become one with the vast grave beneath the arena, a fate no one wished to embrace, least of all him. Even in this inferno, where death was an inevitable specter, he was unwilling to meet his end so prematurely. Gripping the massive blade with fervor, the man, whose body glistened like a boiled lobster, charged towards the child as the whip of the arena's overseer cracked behind him. There was no alternative. The presence of the gladiatorial executioner, a towering beast clad in black, masked as a servant of the gods yet embodying the very essence of a demon, loomed ominously behind him. These individuals are devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct. Should they refrain from engaging in conflict at that moment, they would inevitably charge onto the scene, tearing apart the combatants before them. I apologize, but I wish to survive. Thus, it is you who must perish. A colossal blade, imbued with unparalleled force, descended with ferocity towards the child. The gust generated by the blade swept aside the child's disheveled, grimy hair, unveiling a youthful visage marred by dirt yet strikingly innocent. Gazing up at the impending descent of the blade, the child's ebony eyes revealed no trace of fear, as if the steel was but a mere autumn leaf fluttering towards him. In the very instant the blade threatened to cleave the child in two. As though blood were about to spill upon the ground, the child astonishingly stepped back. This precise movement deftly evaded the massive blade wielded by the middle-aged man. The clang of metal striking the ground resonated like the collision of iron. No, akin to the clash of steel, since the entire arena was constructed from iron for fortitude. Amidst the shower of sparks, the robust man's hands grew numb, momentarily immobilized by the recoil of the blade. It was within this fleeting moment of stiffness that the child seized his opportunity. He swiftly advanced, placing one foot upon the spine of the greatsword, then bending his knees to leap upwards, executing a perfect backflip that landed him squarely upon the back of the formidable man. With his feet braced against the back of this towering figure, the child extended his left hand towards the man's head, his fingers piercing like daggers into the man's eyes. Ignoring the man's agonized screams, the child wielded a sharp dagger in his right hand, skillfully maneuvering it beneath the man's chin before decisively slashing to the right. The screams abruptly ceased, and blood gushed forth like a ruptured pipe, cascading from the robust man's neck. In a brief moment, the man crumpled to his knees, collapsing with a thunderous crash, as if the foundation of a building had been undermined. Splendidly executed. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, the surrounding spectators, akin to swine, erupted in exhilaration. Yet, some among them slumped in their seats, drained of energy and filled with disappointment. For them, the arena served not merely as a source of entertainment and amusement, but also as a venue for gambling. In gambling, there are winners and, of course, losers. Per Pleminger, it seems fortune has not favored you today. In the front row, Lord Rodsword wore a smug expression as he gazed at the incapacitated Pleminger beside him. Do not revel too soon. The child is indeed formidable, but I shall procure an even more powerful slave. With that, Pleminger swiftly rose, striding towards the arena's exit. This marks the final duel of the day. Although it is regrettable to have lost money, he harbors no emotions beyond a hint of resentment. After all, to the celestial dragons, wealth is as abundant and trivial as the soil beneath their feet. They can acquire as much as they desire. Is he concerned about monetary loss? Certainly not. What truly matters to him is his reputation. That child slave, referred to as a boy, indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Were it not for the fact that fellow Roderick consistently selects the child, he too would have chosen the same. Alas, it is a matter of pride. The thought of Roderick's triumphant expression fills Perming with discontent. He gritted his teeth, silently vowing to venture to this Abaidi archipelago, determined to procure a powerful slave at any cost. Only when the celestial dragons in the stands had mostly departed did Roderick finally rise. He approached the edge of the platform, gazing greedily at the child still standing atop the lifeless body. This avarice is remarkably pure, akin to a child encountering a beloved toy or a lecherous man beholding a beautiful woman. Yet, alongside this greed, there exists an indifference. Although the child has won him money, it is of little consequence. A slave is merely a slave. Despite possessing qualities and strengths that surpass those of many, he remains but a tool, an object for use. To earn even a fleeting glance from him is a privilege for the child. Were it not for the fact that the gladiatorial slaves belong to the entire celestial dragon lineage, managed by the Izambelan family, he would unhesitatingly take the child home, indulging in his whims until all interest is utterly extinguished. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Alas, before the child could glance at him, Rosward turned away, his corpulent figure swaying unsteadily as he made his exit. At that moment, as if sensing the lingering trace of greed left by Rosward, the child raised his head, his emotionless, obsidian pupils fixating on the back of the saint with the intensity of a hawk's gaze. In this moment, it feels as though I have transcended time. The human auction house. The back that lingers in my memory aligns perfectly with the present, causing a crimson hue to wash over Shi Zhou's eyes. The dormant intent to kill, buried deep within his soul, ignites an overwhelming desire to obliterate everything surrounding that silhouette. Accompanying the transformation in Shi Zhou's gaze is an invisible force that swiftly envelopes the entire human auction hall. The bidding ceases, laughter fades, cries vanish, and mocking jeers dissolve. All sounds evaporate in an instant. The auction hall appears to be frozen in time, utterly isolated from the outside world, becoming a solitary island. At this moment, it seems as if a latent power within Luo and Kid has been stirred, gradually yet resolutely awakening. Their transformation brings Shi Zhou back to his senses. He glances at Kid and Luo, who remain rooted in place, a flicker of enigmatic emotion passing through his dark pupils. He then averts his gaze, leaning back and slowly closing his eyes. Laughter echoes. Whimpers arise. The bidding resumes. 800, 000. 800, 000. This gentleman bids 800, 000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, for 800, 000, this beautiful princess will accompany this gentleman home. 900, 000. I bid 900, 000. As if everything that transpired moments ago was merely an anomaly. The world revives the instant Shi Zhou shuts his eyes. Everything returns to normalcy. Hey, did something just happen? Luo feels an intense urge that something dreadful occurred, and his heart races as if it has just plummeted from the sky, leaving him with an inexplicable fear. I do not go by He. My name is Shi Zhou. If you must address me, you may call me Shi Zhou or Mr. Shi Zhou. Very well, Mr. Shi Zhou. I sense that something transpired, yet I have no recollection of it. Do you know what it was? Luo is filled with confusion at this moment. Nothing significant occurred. Shi Zhou keeps his eyes closed, as the murderous intent within has yet to dissipate. You might be hungry or perhaps just startled. Really? Luo tilts his head, a look of bewilderment in his partially squinted eyes. He then rubs his stomach and, strangely enough, finds himself feeling a bit hungry after Shi Zhou's remark. Could it truly have been just an illusion? After a moment of contemplation, he dismisses his concerns as overthinking. He leans closer to Shi Zhou once more and inquires, Mr. Shi Zhou, you haven't yet told me the reason for your summons. Actually, it's nothing too pressing. I merely wish to ask you, when chaos ensues here shortly, to take advantage of the turmoil and retrieve the hearts of those plump pigs wearing bubble helmets for me. Bubble-helmeted plump pigs? Roa turned to the Rosward family, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. No, he dared not dwell on why Shi Zhou sought the heart of a celestial dragon. Hastily, he waved his hands, pleading. Mr. Shi Zhou, I implore you, spare me. But that is a celestial dragon. Although they possess little strength, akin to ordinary individuals, perhaps even inferior to them, they nonetheless reside at the pinnacle of power in this world. Merely offending them could attract the ire of a marine admiral, let alone extracting their hearts. Are you not sending me to my doom? It was evident that Roa understood the formidable nature of the celestial dragons and had no intention of acquiescing to Shi Zhou's request. Doflamingo. Upon Roa's final utterance, Shi Zhou merely spoke this name, bringing an immediate calm to Roa. What are you implying? Roa's gaze fixed on Shi Zhou, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. He harbored a suspicion, and it was this very notion that steadied him, a voice within whispering that his long-cherished desire might soon come to fruition. I speak of Doflamingo. Shi Zhou replied, turning to meet Roa's gaze with unwavering clarity. Let us strike a bargain. I have already disclosed my demands, and I am aware of yours. If you procure for me the hearts of those 3 swine, I shall deliver Doflamingo to you. He paused, averting his gaze to the auctioneer, Disco, who was fervently performing on stage, and continued, as for whether he is to be alive or dead, that is entirely up to you. You cannot be serious. Roa's eyes locked onto Shi Zhou, and his previously hunched back straightened in disbelief. It is crucial to understand that Doflamingo is not merely an individual. He commands the vast and powerful Doflamingo pirates and the Doflamingo family. Are you certain you can capture him? Roa recognized Shi Zhou's strength, far surpassing his own experiences with Doflamingo in his youth, yet so many years had elapsed, who could ascertain Doflamingo's current might? Over the years, that individual's influence has expanded exponentially, and his strength must have undoubtedly progressed as well. Thus, he finds himself uncertain whether Shi Zhou can triumph over Doflamingo. Yet, you need not concern yourself with that. Simply answer me whether you will accept this transaction or not. Law pondered for an extensive period, long enough for Nami and the others to enter, and even for several items to be auctioned off, before he arrived at a decision. I apologize, Mr. Shi Zhou, but I cannot accept this transaction. As much as I yearn to fulfill my desires immediately, after all these years, I still wish to personally defeat Doflamingo. Even if it means merely participating in the endeavor, I do not wish to completely rely on others. Upon uttering these words, Law felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing entirely into his chair. His original plan was to await the Straw Hat Boy here, to join forces with him. After all, the risks of facing this alone were too great, although he harbored confidence. He had not yet become so arrogant as to believe he could genuinely stand against Doflamingo at this juncture. The reason for choosing the Straw Hat Boy lies in the fact that his name also bears the letter D. As a member of the D clan, he possesses some understanding of its significance, unlike Luffy. Should he engage in a transaction with Shi Zhou, he would find himself devoid of any sense of involvement. Even if Shi Zhou were to ultimately capture Doflamingo, what would that mean for him? What would be the worth of his years of hardship and perseverance? Thus, after much contemplation and suppressing his inner urgency, he chose to decline Shi Zhou's offer. Of course, another reason lingered in his mind. Despite Shi Zhou's formidable prowess, he had not yet reached a level of strength that instilled in him the courage to provoke the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons represent not only themselves, but also the most powerful and violent organization in this world. In response to Law's refusal, Shi Zhou said nothing. He merely nodded and turned his gaze toward the stage. There was no sense of disappointment. After all, everyone in this world possesses a distinct personality, especially the so-called great pirates who rapidly gained fame after setting sail. Law's desire for personal vengeance was understandable, and Shi Zhou could only respect that. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the story only grows more thrilling. If Ace were to survive, perhaps Luffy would not cease his pursuit. Yet, one wonders if Law still possesses the fortune to reclaim his life from Doflamingo's grasp 2 years hence. Shaking his head, Shi Zhou chose not to dwell further. The decisions one makes must be borne by oneself, such is the mindset of a pirate. Meanwhile, the skies over the Shambadi Islands were drenched in a torrential downpour. If, prior to this day, the impending public execution of Ace was a matter confined to a select few, then henceforth, in this very moment, it would be thrust into the global consciousness. The World News Agency, having prepared meticulously for an entire day, leveraged its extensive and far-reaching distribution network, bolstered by the generous remuneration from the Navy, to disseminate the news across the globe in an instant. At this moment, whether across the 4 seas, along the first half of the Grand Line, or in the New World, discussions abound regarding this matter. Those who comprehend the ramifications of this event are filled with a mix of exhilaration and gravity. Simultaneously, their gazes converge upon the direction of Marine headquarters at Marineford, where an event poised to astonish the entire world is about to unfold. One might even characterize it as a war. Yet, the deeper significance of this occurrence lies in the impending large-scale conflict between the Marines and the pirates, which is set to erupt following Roger's execution. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, this is an event that stirs excitement among the countless rascals of the vast ocean. This heralds a tumultuous world following the impending grand conflict, where myriad opportunities shall arise. Naturally, with joy comes sorrow. The most troubled among them are the pirates who linger near the Sabaody archipelago, yearning for the new world yet lacking the prowess to venture forth. Regardless of whether the Navy triumphs or falters, these pirates will undoubtedly become the initial targets of their wrath. In victory, they will surge with fervor. In defeat, they will seek a scapegoat. Consequently, upon the first sighting of the newspaper, the Sabaody archipelago was plunged into a peculiar chaos. A grand scheme must be executed, and then they shall depart from this place. This reflects the intentions of the seasoned pirates, who are not inclined to linger here, waiting for the outcome before rushing into the new world to pursue some fanciful dream. Regardless of the tumult outside, the auction house remains unaffected. Mermaid, mermaid. I desire a mermaid. At that moment, the sniveling St. Charlos, appearing quite foolish, suddenly rose to his feet, interrupting the auction with a loud outburst. Did you not mention there would be a mermaid? Why is it not brought forth yet? An eerie silence descended as St. Charlos spoke. The previously vibrant auction hall fell into an instantaneous hush. Faced with the piercing gaze of St. Charlos, the once confident auctioneer, Disco, who was also the proprietor of the auction house, immediately bowed his head. Understanding the merciless nature of the celestial dragons, he dared not retort or argue. Esteemed St. Charlos, it will be brought forth at once. The next item for auction is indeed a mermaid. With that, he turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Hurry and bring out the mermaid." After issuing his command, he refrained from continuing the auction, remaining on stage, bending slightly in a gesture of respect as he awaited the arrival of the mermaid. The patrons within the auction house bore no dissent regarding the celestial dragon's interruption, save for Nami and her companions. They were eager to see Cammy, but if it meant encountering her prematurely due to the celestial dragons, it was an entirely different matter. Who could rival the celestial dragons in wealth? Thus, Nami and her group, standing at the back of the auction house without having found a seat, fixated on the stage, akin to ants on a hot pan, filled with restless anxiety. "Fear not. We possess approximately 200 million berries," Sanji proclaimed, noticing the distress of Chopper and the others. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and with a smirk remarked, "Though the celestial dragons are wealthy, I doubt they would pay several times the price for a mermaid." He himself does not believe these words, yet he feels compelled to utter them. After all, they are already standing here, and they must continue to proceed according to the plan. However, it is prudent to prepare in advance, considering that if, in the end, money cannot resolve the issue, alternative solutions may be necessary. Contemplating this, Sanji's eyes, shrouded in smoke, revealed a glimpse of a ferocious expression. "You all stay here. I shall venture out to investigate." With those words, Sanji turned to the right. "Wait, I will accompany you," Frankie declared solemnly, hastening to follow Sanji, his iron-like fists colliding in front of him, his gaze resolute. Meanwhile, Nami and Chopper watched the retreating figures of Sanji and Frankie, their eyes tinged with concern. Yet they could only choose to trust them, for they were comrades, each other's most trusted allies. Rest assured, Cammy is certainly safe. Thank you, thank you." What could Shoku and Papagu express? Endless gratitude was all they could muster, a reflection of their heartfelt appreciation towards Nami and the others. After all, This was a competition against the celestial dragons. They were not naive. They clearly understood that Sanji and Frankie, opting not to exit through the front door but instead towards the backstage of the auction house, had their own intentions. At the rear of the stage, Shi Zhou glanced at Sanji and Frankie, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Clever. He then shifted his gaze to Carlos, recalling that this individual, if memory served, made his entrance much later in the original narrative. Yet here he was, inexplicably present at the auction house early on. Reflecting on the nurse snatched away by this man on island number 2, along with the nurse's fiancé who was shot, Shi Zhou couldn't help but think of Cuss. It appeared that Cuss and his spouse were substituting for those two characters from the original tale. Alas, Shi Zhou sighed inwardly. His arrival had already altered many events, and thus, the occurrences on this island, along with its denizens, could not possibly mirror the original narrative. For instance, today's auction not only featured different items but also a completely distinct process. This is indeed the butterfly effect. While the minor details may vary, the overarching direction remains largely unchanged. If there is any transformation, it lies in the absence of the old man today. To unlock the slave collar around Camille's neck, it will be up to the Straw Hat crew. Of course, if Sanji and Frankie fail to locate the key, he will still be here, will he not? His visit today is twofold. On one hand, he wishes to reconnect with his old friends, the Rosward family, and on the other, it is a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances. Contemplating this, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. It has been a long time since he last saw Shirahoshi. He wonders how that ever-crying, seemingly perpetual child is faring these days. Amused, he shakes his head and directs his gaze back to the stage. Suddenly, the lights dim, and the sound of chains scraping against each other emanates from the left side of the stage. Two burly men, one pushing and the other pulling, emerge from that side, unveiling a massive spherical object draped in white cloth. Surely, many are eager to possess her, and today as protagonist is indeed her. Discus straightens his back, microphone in hand, as he circles the stage and points emphatically at the cart, exclaiming loudly for all to behold. At that moment, the lights in the auction hall extinguish, leaving only a beam shining down upon the cart. Within that light, a phantasm entangled in great iron chains, a figure with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, materializes before the eyes of all present in the auction hall. Well, could it be that today's highly sought-after auction item is indeed real? How splendid! The once quiet hall erupts into a cacophony of excitement. However, Nami and her companions at the back of the stage find themselves in stark contrast to the jubilation resonating within the hall. They are tense, anxious, their jaws clenched, faces etched with sorrow. After all, to witness a friend being treated like an object, dragged onto the stage and displayed for all to scrutinize, would be discomforting for anyone. Without further ado, I urge you all to open your eyes wide and enjoy the spectacle. With this, Disca waves his hand. Standing beside the cart, his subordinates, who have long awaited this moment, seize the curtain and pull it down vigorously. As the white cloth billows away, a vast spherical fish tank is revealed to the gazes of the assembly. Wow! At the sight of Camille, the auction hall is entirely engulfed in cheers. Their greed, their wickedness, their laughter. Oh, how they revel. Some rise in excitement, as if this were not an auction house but a grand ballroom, their bodies swaying in this moment. They fixate on the mermaid, shimmering pitifully under the water's light, unabashedly revealing their truest, most sinister desires. Truly, a congregation of demons in a frenzied dance. It is akin to an elevated arena known as the Holy Land, where the participants may change, yet the disdainful gaze directed towards those beneath remains unchanged and equally malevolent. If a distinction were to be made, it lies in the fact that the celestial dragons regard all with such contempt, while those within the hall reserve their scorn solely for those they perceive as weaker than themselves. In that moment, Shi Zhou's gaze gradually grew cold, though one could not discern when this transformation occurred. He turned his head, his eyes sweeping across each cheering silhouette, as if marking them for some unfathomable purpose. The auction house was enveloped in a tense silence. The instant the mermaid made her appearance, Luo instinctively sensed that, despite Shi Zhou's continued lack of any palpable presence, he resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. As Shi Zhou turned his head, directing his gaze towards the jubilant throngs, Luo felt a shiver of foreboding, as if something dreadfully ominous were about to unfold. After a prolonged wait, during which nothing transpired, Luo finally exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, he instinctively shifted his position, seeking to distance himself from Shi Zhou. This unconscious action spoke volumes. revealing that the pressure Shi Zhou exerted upon him had reached a level where he felt compelled to vacate the premises. As the audience continued their exuberant cheers, the host, Disco, approached the auction platform and struck the table with a firm rap, signaling the commencement of the auction. Given the prolonged absence of mermaids for sale, I surmised that everyone must be exceedingly excited. Indeed, I shared in their exhilaration. Pausing for effect, he surveyed the crowd, breaking into a wide grin as he exclaimed, "So, what shall the opening bid be?" After tantalizing the audience, he spun in place, raised the microphone, and tilted his head back. 500 million. Just as the crowd awaited Disco's announcement of the starting price, the thunderous shout from the celestial dragon, Charlos, forced Disco to swallow the figure that had hovered on his lips. This interruption rendered the entire auction house silent, transforming the once vibrant hall into a realm of utter stillness. The rotund figure exhibited a complete disregard for money the moment he laid eyes on Kimmy. He was resolute in his belief that she would undoubtedly belong to him. Had he not been aware of certain conventions, he would have ascended the stage the instant Kimmy arrived to savor her beauty. He had no desire to engage in tedious discourse with the lowly individuals in the auction hall. It sufficed to present a bid that they could never hope to match, even if many among them were nobles or even kings of minor realms. Yet, he remained indifferent. To him, lowly individuals were simply that. And even the kings of small nations were no exception. With a smirk, Charles slowly reclined back onto the sofa, indulging in reckless expenditure. His father, Rodsword, cast a disapproving glance at his son. "Aren't there piranhas in your aquarium?" It was that he forbade Charles from acquiring a mermaid. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to squander such an exorbitant sum. "Chasing them is the real fun," Charles remarked nonchalantly, to which Rodsword shook his head in resignation, realizing he was powerless to change his son's mind. After all, to him, 500 million was but a trifling amount. Within the confines of her glass enclosure, Kimmy observed the once raucous audience, now rendered silent as if a pause button had been pressed. Sensing the ominous atmosphere outside, she pressed her hands against the glass, repeatedly striking the transparent barrier, her gaze fixed on Nami and the others standing at the back of the stage, eyes brimming with longing and desperation. In response to Kimmy's imploring look, both Chopper and Papagoo gritted their teeth, tears streaming down their cheeks in helplessness. "We must think of something quickly. If we don't act soon, Kimmy will be purchased by a celestial dragon," Chopper gasped anxiously, turning to Nami. Nami remained silent, equally distressed, but aware that urgency alone would not suffice. They possessed only 200 million berries. Competing against the celestial dragons was a daunting task, and as Sanji had previously mentioned, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, none anticipated that Charles would eschew conventionality, making an outrageous bid that extinguished all their hopes. Clenching her fists tightly, Nami tore her gaze away from Kimmy and directed it toward the stage, obscured by a massive curtain. "Please, Sanji, Frankie," she silently pleaded, her hope now resting solely on the two of them who were enacting an alternative plan. In the midst of the silence enveloping the crowd, Disco on stage sprang into action, exuberantly bellowing, "Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" After a brief pause with no response, he turned in a circle, striding toward the glass tank, pointing at Kimmy. "If no other guests wish to bid, we shall finalize the buyer." Upon hearing Disco's words, Chopper's body instantly enlarged as he leaned against the back of the sofa in the last row, anxiously gazing at the stage. "Nami, are we truly going to stand by and watch as our friend is bought by another?" he exclaimed. Hachi glared fiercely, his hands gripping the concealed hilt of a knife hidden beneath his cloak. There was no choice. They had to do everything in their power to rescue Cammy and ensure her escape to the sea. "Don't be foolish. Can't you see the slave collar around Cammy's neck? She'll be blown to bits." Though Papa was weeping profusely, he remained notably composed. "What can we do?" Hachi muttered in frustration, releasing the knife hilt and raking his fingers through his hair in dismay. As Hachi and Chopper appeared on the brink of revolt, Nami intervened calmly, reminding them not to forget about Sanji and Frankie. Sanji, Frankie, it seemed a realization struck as Chopper, Hachi, and Papa simultaneously leaned forward, their gazes drawn to the back of the stage, a flicker of hope igniting within their eyes. If only they could find the key, they could surely rescue Cammy. After a prolonged silence with no new bids, Disco, though already aware of the outcome, felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. However, that disappointment quickly faded as he recalled the astonishing fact that this mermaid had fetched a staggering price of 500 million. This was indeed the highest bid in the history of the auction house. Even the so-called treasures of the sea, the devil fruits, had never reached such a price. As time elapsed, Disco raised his small hammer, and struck the auction block with vigor. We congratulate Prince Charlos for acquiring this rare gem for 500 million berries. Congratulations, Prince Charlos. The exquisite mermaid Cammy is now yours. Hee, it's finally mine, Charlos declared, his gaze fixed on Cammy, a smug expression plastered across his face. Thank you all for attending. Today's auction concludes here. With Cammy being the last item, many attendees began to rise and prepare to depart. Naturally, Law was also ready to leave. However, upon standing, he noticed Shichibukai remained unmoved and could not help but inquire, Mr. Shichibukai, the auction has ended. Are you not leaving? It's here, Shichibukai replied, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling, uttering words that Law could not comprehend. What do you mean it's here? Of course, our protagonist has arrived. This performance, mind you, is only just beginning. What are you talking about? I can't understand you. Law looked down at Shichibukai, feeling utterly bewildered, sensing a strange excitement emanating from him. Just then, a resounding shout echoed from afar, growing louder as it approached the auction hall, followed by a violent crash. Boom. Amidst the rising clouds of smoke, those who had already reached the threshold were violently tossed about, sprawling in every direction. Luffy and his companions, acutely attuned to the unmistakable voice cutting through the haze, began to shout loudly even before the smoke had cleared. What are you doing? Can't you land a little more gracefully? This is a flying fish. It seemed as though Luffy was oblivious to his surroundings, indifferent to the people he had knocked down. His foremost thought was to confront the pilot of the flying fish. Straw Hat Kid? Upon the dispersal of the smoke, Lo recognized the newcomer. He then turned his astonished gaze back to Shichibukai. Mr. Shichibukai, you knew the Straw Hat Kid would come? Indeed. Shichibukai nodded without rising, fixated on the retreating figure of Charlos, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The show was about to begin, although Law had not consented to his plan. Witnessing the celestial dragon being struck was a thrill in itself. Naturally, if he were the one delivering the blows, the delight would be even greater. The vivid imagery of the celestial dragon's blood spilling forth caused him to involuntarily lick his lips, an expression of madness glinting in his eyes. Kimmy. The purpose of Luffy's presence here suddenly crystallized in his mind. He stood still, scanning the area until his gaze landed on the stage. Upon finally spotting Kimmy, he wasted no time, shouting as he charged toward the platform. In that instant, Shachi followed suit, but his intent was not to assist in rescuing Kimmy. Rather, it was to impede Luffy. Though equally anxious, he understood the gravity of the situation far better than Luffy. Kimmy bore a slave collar around her neck, and they were amidst the world nobles, the celestial dragons. A reckless confrontation with the celestial dragon would spell doom not just for Kimmy, but for them as well. Yet, regardless of Shachi's admonitions, the single-minded Luffy remained resolute, unable to stand idly by while his friend was trapped within a glass enclosure. Thus, despite Shachi's attempts to dissuade him, they edged ever closer to the stage. In a moment of desperation, Shachi had no choice but to reveal his hand, grasping Luffy to halt his advance. However, this exposure only signaled greater trouble. As onlookers caught sight of Shachi, their faces contorted in disgust, akin to humans encountering a cockroach in the kitchen. They hurled objects at him, shouting vehemently, "Monster! You fishman abomination, get out! Go back to the water!" If their attitude toward mermaids was one of greed, their disdain for fishmen was starkly evident. Therefore, Shachi could only relinquish his grip on Luffy, raising his hands to shield himself from the barrage of projectiles. "We need to leave this place at once. Otherwise, you'll be in grave danger." As Papagoo leapt from the staircase and landed upon Xiaoba's shoulder, he anxiously urged him to depart. I remained indifferent, yet I pondered the fate of Kimmy. Xiaoba's words left Papagoo with no recourse but to direct his gaze towards the ever-forward-moving Luffy. At that moment, Charles stepped forth, raising his firearm and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger aimed at the back of Xiaoba. The resounding crack echoed. At the instant the bullet left the barrel, Time Helmsman subtly shifted his fingers, an invisible energy altering the trajectory of the bullet, sparing Xiaoba's vital points and instead embedding itself in his left shoulder. Despite their lack of direct intervention to shield him from the bullet, they shared a long-standing acquaintance. Thus, mitigating the injury and suffering was a worthy endeavor. This wound, though not insignificant, was ultimately trivial for the robust Xiaoba. Although the bullet did not strike a critical area, the searing pain rendered him incapacitated, causing him to collapse to the ground and roll down the stairs, coming to rest at Luffy's feet, who had halted upon hearing the gunfire. Turning around, Luffy gazed down at Xiaoba, observing the blood cascading from his form, and his brow furrowed in concern. On the staircase, the oblivious Charles, Witnessing his successful shot at Xiaoba, reveled in his triumph without regard for the gravity of the situation, dancing about in exuberance, proclaiming, "What a fortune! A free slave!" His antics, filled with delight, exhibited a complete lack of compassion for those below. As everyone else was captivated by Charles's antics, Luffy, however, was already forging his way upstream on Xiaoba's right side. Just as he was about to step over Xiaoba, the latter regained consciousness, raising his right arm. Xiaoba grasped Luffy firmly, enduring the pain, and implored, "Do not act rashly, Straw Hat. This predicament is of my own making. You promised me that even in the face of death, you would not lay a hand on the celestial dragons." This was the agreement made upon their arrival on the island. However, it was evident that Xiaoba's concerns held no sway over Luffy. His journey thus far has been guided by his steadfast principles. Regardless of Xiaoba's words, they could not deter Luffy from pursuing what he had firmly resolved to do. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue experiencing the thrilling narrative. At this very moment, he was resolute in delivering a punch to that fellow who was still hopping about. Thus, while Xiaoba spoke, Luffy remained silent, merely listening. "You wretched fishman. After I shot you, you continue to prattle on endlessly. It seems you still possess strength, which is quite troublesome." Clearly, Xiaoba's incessant chatter irked Charleras, causing his mood to sour once more. There was no room for hesitation. One must act on their intentions. Consequently, he raised his gun once more, aiming at Xiaoba. At that instant, Luffy abruptly turned his head, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Charleras. "What is that look in your eyes?" Charleras, having never encountered such a menacing stare, was now thoroughly incensed. Veins bulged at his temples as he glared at Luffy, who was steadily advancing towards him, intent on freeing Xiaoba. "What do you intend to do?" He could hardly fathom that even in this situation, Luffy dared to approach him. "What are you planning? Do you mean to strike me?" At that moment, every individual in the hall held their breath, fixated on the upward-bound figure of the Straw Hat Boy, their hearts racing in tandem with Luffy's strides. The intention to assault a celestial dragon constituted a grave offense, and this fellow's demeanor clearly indicated that he was not engaging in mere jest. He genuinely sought to confront the celestial dragon. "Can you not see me?" The contemptible commoner, as Luffy drew nearer, saw Charlot's fury reach its zenith. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots directly at Luffy. Yet, in that instant, Luffy seemed to be graced by the goddess of fortune. Despite the proximity, he merely swayed from side to side, effortlessly evading the bullets aimed at him. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward and delivered a resounding punch squarely to Charlot's face. Crack! The glass enclosure shattered instantly. Unrelenting, Luffy's fist plunged into Charlot's visage. The sheer force propelled Charlot into the air, and with a thunderous crash, he was sent crashing into a nearby seat, as if struck by a train. In that moment, the collective audience was rendered deaf, their minds echoing a singular thought. How dare he? Is this the inertia of history? Shi Zhou is uncertain. He only knows that the history altered by him has, at this moment, inexplicably returned to its original trajectory. How intriguing. Concerning the tumultuous auction hall, thrown into disarray by Charles's defeat, Shi Zhou remains utterly unmoved, as if the chaos within the auction house is nothing more than a farcical spectacle unrelated to him. Seeing Luffy, Law chooses not to hastily depart, instead settling once more beside Shi Zhou. Curiously, he gazes at Shi Zhou and remarks, "Mr. Shi, I have an intuition that you seem to know everything that transpires here in advance." To be honest, at this moment, he finds himself more intrigued by Shi Zhou than by Luffy. Were it not for his desire to exact personal revenge, he might have readily accepted Shi Zhou's earlier proposition. Regretful, are we? Shi Zhou tilts his head slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if he can see through Law's innermost thoughts. No. Law shakes his head and responds earnestly, "I have long resolved to take matters into my own hands, thus I shall not regret it." There is merely a tinge of regret. What do you lament? Shi Zhou inquires. I lament that there was indeed a shortcut, yet I opted for the arduous path instead. As he articulates this, Law gazes at Shi Zhou and casually asks, "Am I being foolish?" "No, not foolish, merely a touch naïve," Shi Zhou replies after a moment's contemplation, calmly expressing his perspective. "Naïve, you say?" Law averts his gaze, once again focusing on the steps of the auction hall, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps you are right." Unlike the throngs of people desperately seeking an escape, Nami and her companions found a newfound sense of purpose after Luffy struck Charlos. Their earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a rapid calmness. However, Luffy's actions had enraged Roseward, who was now brandishing a firearm and relentlessly firing at him. Yet, His marksmanship was utterly lacking. Despite numerous attempts, Luffy remained stationary, evading all bullets without even a flinch. Amidst the chaos of the auction hall, an unusual aura had silently enveloped the entire venue. Unnoticed by the crowd, outside, Kid's group, initially the first to depart, halted upon witnessing Luffy's dramatic descent. After observing Luffy's confrontation with the celestial dragons, they decided to join the throng exiting the auction house. While they admired Luffy's audacity, their priority was to flee. Wise individuals recognized the importance of assessing their capabilities. At that moment, the Marine headquarters had mobilized a significant portion of its forces, and with the Sabaody archipelago being so close to Marineford, the presence of the Marines following the assault on the celestial dragons was unpredictable. Regardless of the number, at least one admiral was certain to be involved. Although Kid felt confident in his strength, he was not foolish enough to disregard the Marines or their admirals. Thus, the only thought occupying Kid's group was to vacate the area swiftly, avoiding entanglement with the Straw Hats in the ensuing pointless conflict. Initially, Kid intended to observe the events until the end, but an inexplicable impulse drove him to leave the auction house sooner than anticipated. Suddenly, as they walked, Kid's expression shifted dramatically, halting his steps abruptly. His pause puzzled Killer. "What's wrong, Kid?" "I have a strange feeling," Kid replied. "What kind of feeling?" "I sense that if we proceed any further, something very unfortunate will occur. I believe I felt this sensation earlier in the auction hall, but I dismissed it as mere illusion." As he spoke, Kid's brow furrowed involuntarily. Killer's calm demeanor transformed into one of seriousness upon hearing Kid's words. They stood still. Yet the crowd surged forth from the auction hall like rivers flowing into the sea, swiftly dispersing in all directions. Once everyone had descended the steps and vacated the auction hall, Kid and his companions, who had once been at the forefront, found themselves among the last to leave. Still devoid of the danger Kid had sensed, this inevitably caused a trace of confusion to flicker across the faces of Kid and Kira. Just then, standing at the foot of the stairs and gazing ahead, Kid and the others found themselves frozen in place, as if confronted by something utterly terrifying. Previously, their sensation was akin to basking in the sunlight. Though the breeze was somewhat chilly, it was a refreshing kind of cold. However, now it felt as if one had been abruptly cast from the warmth of the tropics into an icy abyss. That chilling sensation surged forth, akin to a breath from hell, coursing up from their feet to the crown of their heads. What did they witness? They beheld that every individual within their line of sight had, in an instant, become motionless. They witnessed all around them disintegrating into ash, which then transformed into mist, morphed into a mosaic, and subsequently wafted away with the wind, vanishing from existence. This eerie scene transcended all that they had ever known. Even Kid, who was typically fearless, felt his heart race in response to this bizarre spectacle. His instincts were not mistaken. The front before him felt like hell itself. Yet, recalling the eerie sensations he had experienced in the auction house, he was struck by a different intuition. Retreat was merely a dead end. What should he do, Kid? As he gazed at Kid, the lips beneath Kira's mask quivered uncontrollably, and his eyes narrowed to mere points. To be candid, Kira's heart was being rapidly consumed by fear at that moment. After years at sea, he had encountered the bizarre before, but never to such an extraordinary degree. It is essential to note that this was not a mere gathering of a few individuals or even dozens, but rather hundreds, nearing 1,000. Although the majority were common folk, the presence of nobility meant that many were accompanied by their guards. The guards varied in strength, but overall, they were far from insignificant. With so many individuals, the act of taking their lives would require an extensive duration, especially when it is executed in such an inexplicable manner, akin to ruthlessly erasing water stains from a glass surface, thus eliminating them from this world. The bizarre method of murder nearly caused Kira's heart to leap from his throat. He rushed out, while Kid clenched his teeth and firmly patted Kira's shoulder with a reassuring hand. He could sense the palpable fear emanating from Kira. In truth, even he himself was not immune to the creeping dread that lurked within. The unknown holds the greatest power to evoke fear in a person's heart. Much like the current moment, had Kid been aware of the forces at play and the nature of the disturbance, he would have felt no fear whatsoever. Shaking his head, disregarding his other subordinates, Kid propelled himself forward with great force, resembling a cannonball. Kira followed closely behind. He always placed unwavering trust in Kid. Outside, everyone was succumbing to the enigmatic force. Meanwhile, as Kid and his companions engaged in a battle of wits against this unknown entity, the auction hall was nearing a decisive conclusion. Don Quixote da Flamingo displayed little concern for the proceedings, resulting in a lack of his family's guards. The security summoned solely by Disco was no match for the likes of Luffy and his allies. Thus, despite the fact that Doflamingo was the true owner of the auction hall, it amounted to little in terms of outcome. As for Rosewood, he resembled a useless, bloated pig. And the armored knights and the CP members clad in black and wearing sunglasses he brought with him were merely ordinary combatants. These individuals were far from capable of contending with the likes of Zoro. In mere moments, they were all dispatched by Luffy and his crew, standing his ground. Encircled by his own family as knights, Rosewood observed Luffy and his companions wreaking havoc without an ounce of fear. He bellowed at his butler. Quickly informed the Navy to dispatch an admiral. I must make these ruffians aware of my power. His thunderous shout caught Rose's attention, prompting him to ponder before turning to Shi Zhou and stating, Mr. Shi Zhou, I must take my leave. Very well, Shi Zhou nodded, until we meet again. With that, Rose rose, leading Babua and the others without hesitation toward the exit. He needed to devise several escape routes, for an admiral was on the way. As for the Straw Hat Kid, though reckless, he was quite to Rose's liking and a chosen ally. Thus, he wished to observe Luffy's limits. Should the Straw Hat Kid manage to escape this time, he would unhesitatingly extend an invitation to the Straw Hat crew, beckoning them to become his allies in the struggle against Doflamingo. As for Luffy's willingness, that was a matter to be considered post-invitation. From his observations, even if they were reluctant, given the crew's disposition, once they ventured into the New World, conflict with Doflamingo would be inevitable. At that juncture, regardless of Luffy's consent, they would inevitably become allies in fact. Upon exiting the auction house, Law immediately sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet, too quiet, in fact. Previously, thousands had surged out from the auction hall, and considering the importance placed on the celestial dragons, the patrolling navy should have received word and arrived by now. Yet outside, apart from a few familiar faces, seemingly members of Kid's crew, there was no one else in sight. As for Kid, Law lifted his gaze towards the distance and noticed, far from the entrance, two figures sprawled on the ground. By their attire, they appeared to be Kid and Killer. However, the rhythmic rise and fall of their chests indicated that they were not in good condition. Had they just endured a fierce battle? Or could it be that the Admiral had arrived so swiftly? As this thought crossed his mind, Law swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. After a thorough search revealed nothing, he gradually descended the steps. It seemed he had noticed something. Tilting his head to the right, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he took a step in that direction. What is your name? Me? I. Strongbarrow hesitated, his voice raspy as if parched by the desert's relentless thirst. Raising his head to meet the gaze of the young man before him, the vacant expression in Strongbarrow's eyes began to clear. Yes, I believe I have seen you. Law mused, uncertainly continuing in the newspaper. Strongbarrow. Oh. Law nodded in recognition. What brings you here? Strongbarrow fixed his gaze on Law, a bitter smile escaping his lips. You see, I was once a captain, but now I am merely a slave to the celestial dragons. If you seek me, I fear you have made a grave error. It seems you remain unaware of the events that transpired within the auction house. I am aware. The celestial dragon was struck down. At this, a glimmer of delight shone in Strongbarrow's eyes, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Given your awareness, you must comprehend the fate that awaits you now. Ah, it is simply death, is it not? Long had he contemplated, as though a sudden realization had struck him. At this juncture, Kiangbaloo abruptly halted, straightening his back and lowering his head to scrutinize the figure before him. The more he observed, the more labored his breathing became. His previously vacant gaze suddenly sparkled with clarity. You should not have come to seek me out, especially not me, a mere slave. You can save me. You can truly save me. His excitement grew with each utterance. If you can rescue me, my life henceforth shall belong to you. Calm yourself, Luo replied, locking eyes with Kiangbaloo's gaze brimming with longing. Let us first discuss the outcome. I can indeed save you, but there is one matter I do not comprehend. What matter? You have been here all along. Can you tell me what transpired here? What transpired? Kiangbaloo gasped, tilting his head as he pondered for a moment before finally speaking. You wish to know where those who emerged earlier have gone, do you not? Indeed, Luo nodded. To be honest, I am not certain. Kiangbaloo continued without waiting for Luo to inquire further. According to him, among those who fled, upon learning that the celestial dragons had been struck down, they could only lower their heads and secretly rejoice. After being a slave to the celestial dragons for so long, even feelings of excitement or happiness had become a habit, one they dared not display. Thus, he remained oblivious to the true state of affairs outside. He only knew that in a fleeting moment, the world had fallen eerily silent, and all voices vanished in an instant. When he lifted his head once more to survey his surroundings, only Kid and his crew remained. As for why Kid's group had split into two factions, one standing dumbfounded and the other collapsed far away, Qiangbalu explained that the two had charged outward at great speed. But as they ventured further, their pace slowed inexplicably. After covering a certain distance, it seemed as if they had suddenly lost all strength and fell to the ground. Very well, Luo sighed in resignation after hearing Qiangbalu's account. Without further hesitation, he approached the slave collar, though it was a formidable task for others to unfasten it. For him, who had consumed the surgery fruit, it was a trivial matter. Despite Qiangbalu's collar being infused with sea prism stone, its removal posed little challenge for Luo. With a flick of his power, he severed Qiangbalu's head, allowing him to remove the collar before reattaching it with ease and delight. From now on, you shall accompany us. Thank you, Captain. Qiangbalu stifled his exhilaration and bowed deeply to Luo. Let us proceed. Luo sheathed his sword and took the lead outwards. Captain, there seems to be danger ahead, Qiangbalu warned, glancing at Kid and his companion sprawled on the ground. One must face danger to truly discern its nature, Luo replied resolutely. Ro waved his hand dismissively, continuing his stride. As he passed by Kid's several subordinates, he merely paused for a brief moment before pressing onward. The evident shock that had rendered Kid's underlings speechless elicited only a flicker of surprise from him, gradually regaining their composure while gazing at Ro's receding figure. A glimmer of hope began to flicker in their eyes. Step by step, at a measured pace, devoid of any disturbances, Ro ventured far away. The eerie force dissipated, and hope emerged. Observing Ro and Beibua's silhouettes shrinking into the distance, Kid's subordinates felt as if they were parched souls in a desert, suddenly beholding an oasis. That profound yearning for life invigorated their rigid bodies with newfound strength. They moved their feet, silently gritting their teeth. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, gaining momentum and hastening their escape. At this moment, a singular thought consumed them: to flee this hellish place. Yet, while aspirations are beautiful, reality proves to be cruel. Kid and Kira managed to escape because Kid awakened the latent power within him at a critical juncture, bolstered by his inherent conqueror's haki. However, even in evading disaster, he paid a considerable price. Otherwise, he and Kira would not lie on the ground like wild dogs, unable to rise for an extended period. Ro's perception remained astutely sharp. Upon sensing the absence of movement behind him, he halted and turned to look back. What is the matter, Ro? Beibua and the others paused, following his gaze. The same scene unfolded, albeit lacking the earlier shock of witnessing thousands vanish in an instant. Yet, watching a living person in front of them crumble to dust in what felt like an eternity was enough to leave them in awe. Is it you, Mr. Shi Zhou? Ro's gaze fixed upon the auction venue, recalling Shi Zhou's earlier sweeping glance that felt like a mark, causing his heart to race suddenly. It is not that the Navy is unaware, but rather that all those who emerged from the auction house have met their demise. Luo was taken aback by his own conjecture. Are you a demon? Although he hesitated to definitively attribute the act to Shi Zhou, the suspicion fell solely upon him. Gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, Luo remained silent and swiftly turned to exit. Since Shi Zhou had spared them, it would be prudent for them to refrain from meddling further. This unknown force was imperceptible even to him. Recalling the grim fate of Kid's subordinates he had just witnessed, he turned to Bepo and the others, who were frozen in place, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow." At the sound of their captain's voice, Bepo and the others snapped back to attention, their footsteps quickening noticeably as they hastened to catch up. Upon reaching Kid and his companion, Law came to a halt. Are you all right? Although Law's demeanor was cold, he was fundamentally a good person, refraining from unnecessary violence. As a doctor, he would extend a helping hand to anyone in need, regardless of who they were. Cough, cough, cough. At the sound, Kid opened his eyes, which appeared to have aged at least a decade. He stared intently at Law and the figures behind him, astonished. Are you all unharmed? Do you know what is happening here? Tell me who did this. Despite his frail state, Kid was eager to uncover the identity of his assailant. Though he felt incapable of seeking revenge at that moment, he did not dismiss the possibility for the future. In response to Kid's inquiries, Law merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance. You all look quite weak. Do you need my assistance? Law inquired, acknowledging that the decision to accept help ultimately lay with them. No need. Just tell me who it was, Kid replied curtly, clearly unappreciative of Law's offer. As I said, I don't know, Law reiterated, and seeing that Kid had regained some strength, he decided to refrain from further interference, though he did impart one last piece of advice as he prepared to leave. You should leave quickly. The Navy is on their way. Though everyone had vanished from the auction house, the presence of the transponder snail meant that the Admiral would inevitably arrive, unless Shichibukai managed to eliminate the celestial dragons during their communication. However, Law considered this scenario highly improbable. After all, if Shichibukai truly intended to kill the celestial dragons, he would not have sought a transaction with them in the first place. Did Shichibukai wish to eliminate the celestial dragons? Certainly. Yet, if he were to do so here, it would likely expose him prematurely. Given the scars he had left on the world government, revealing himself would invite those old geezers to come seeking him in person. After all these years, it was impossible for them not to realize that he was no longer the same person, and his strength had likely changed dramatically. Upon learning of his presence in the Sabaody archipelago, even if they did not come in person, they would dispatch formidable allies to confront him. In his presence, the weak hold no value and may even become his prey, serving to strengthen him. With the war yet to commence, Shi Zhou is reluctant to roam the world aimlessly at this moment. It is crucial to understand that he has awaited this battle, this grand feast, for many years. Within the auction house, Shi Zhou remains rooted in place, gazing upwards, disappointment flickering in his obsidian eyes. If only ordinary individuals could provide energy for themselves. Alas, shaking his head, he discards this long-known impossibility and turns his attention to the battlefield, now concluded. On the stage, Kimmy had already been freed from the shattered fish tank by Zoro's blade. Yet, they now await the arrival of Sanji and Frankie. Meanwhile, Rosward, as in the original tale, has been knocked unconscious by Usopp, who descended from above. As for the inconspicuous Shallua, she did not attempt to shoot Kimmy as depicted in the narrative, nor was she subdued by Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki. Instead, encircled by the remaining knights, she incessantly contacted the Navy. With crimson light shimmering in his eyes, Shi Zhou sensed the positions of Sanji and Frankie, standing up and murmuring about the protagonist's uncanny ability to vanish unnoticed. Indeed, the crew of Luffy embodies the essence of protagonists. The key was discovered by Frankie in the original storyline, although it remains uncertain if it can unlock the collar around Kimmy's neck. Shi Zhou is aware that the key Sanji possesses is indeed authentic, having been seated here throughout, fully cognizant of the actual key's location. After releasing Kimmy from her slave collar, Luffy's crew discarded the surplus keys to the slaves still awaiting delivery beside the stage. Aware of the urgency, they lingered not, disregarding Shallua and others, and swiftly exited the auction house, heading towards Island 41. Their only hope now lies with Rayleigh. They had only just learned from Little 8 of Rayleigh's true identity. To their surprise, the seemingly amiable, handsome old man is none other than the legendary figure known as Rayleigh, the Dark King, the first mate of the Pirate King, appearing in various tomes of lore. With the coding process taking at least 3 days, setting sail now seems implausible. Thus, they must confront the impending admiral, gambling on their fortune. Throughout their journey, Luffy, unusually pensive, furrows his brow, deep in contemplation. He recalls the overwhelming sense of helplessness imparted by Aokiji, a memory that lingers vividly in his mind. He himself is certainly unafraid, not to mention formidable adversaries. Even in the face of the world government or the 4 emperors, he remains untouched by fear. Of course, this excludes the formidable fists of Carp, for after all, he is his grandfather, not merely a stranger. Although he does not fear for himself, he harbors a profound dread of losing his companions, which renders him unusually silent at this moment. Yet, the path to greatness is seldom smooth and untroubled. Despite the Straw Hat crew seemingly having traversed numerous hardships to arrive at Sabaody archipelago, these trials, when compared to those faced by many pirates, are rather trivial. Their crew has encountered peril only once in Alabasta, where they narrowly escaped annihilation. Otherwise, fortune has smiled upon them. The most treacherous of encounters, Angel Island, was effortlessly mitigated by Luffy's rubber fruit powers. Similarly, the perilous incident at Eni's lobby was averted due to his unique background and the intervention of Aokiji. It is crucial to understand that had the criminals involved not been Luffy and Robin, any other pirate crew, even if every other supernova aside from Luffy joined forces, would have merely offered their heads on a platter. Do they truly believe the Navy's extermination orders are mere child's play? This involves 5 elite vice-admirals, all proficient in haki and countless cannons. It is a force capable of razing cities and obliterating nations. Moreover, there looms a marine admiral in the background. Had it not been for the knowledge that it was Luffy's crew, would Aokiji have approached so leisurely? Such thoughts are Navi. On the 12th island, will they truly pass through here? The lush greenery is adorned with immense trunks resembling land, where a man of considerable girth, akin to a wrestler, dons a child's apron and carries a gigantic axe, idly surveying his surroundings. Behind him stands an even larger figure, wearing a hat adorned with a chaotic pattern of brown spots resembling a bear's ears. This man's name is Bartholomew Kuma, the captain of the Navy's scientific division, the bodyguard of Dr. Vegapunk, and a subordinate of Admiral Borsellino, also known as Kizaru. He has come to test the capabilities of the machine known as the Pacifista, which stands behind him. Forgetting that you are not Kuma and cannot speak, Bartholomew Kuma chuckled softly, rising to his feet, gazing into the distance. In his calm eyes, a spark of excitement began to kindle, as if a stone had been cast into still water. Finally, they have arrived. Within his line of sight, the Straw Hat crew had just burst onto island number 12, coinciding with PX-4. As for PX-2 and PX-3, he had dispatched them to other islands, effectively separating them. His swift arrival had left him without the latest intelligence on the criminals' whereabouts, compelling him to search for them on his own. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps mere fortune. Astonishingly, he was indeed able to await their arrival. With a powerful push of his legs against the tree trunk, he launched himself like a cannonball, leaping from the tree and crashing down, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Ignoring the dust that erupted around him, his gaze remained fixed on Luffy and the others, his right hand tightly gripping the axe handle. He charged forward like a raging bull released from its confines. At the bar of Shaki's, the atmosphere was casual. "Aren't you going to help?" one inquired. "Help?" Shi Zhou, leaning against the sofa with a straw in his mouth, looked up in confusion at Rayleigh, who was seated on a spinning chair at the bar. A series of question marks seemed to hover above his head. "Those fellows have nothing to do with me. Why should I assist? If anyone should help, it ought to be you. After all, that Straw Hat Kid is the inheritor of Roger. Even if you refuse to acknowledge Shank's endorsement, there's still little Ocho, who once saved you." Rayleigh turned to gaze at Shi Zhou, sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish. "You always have so many excuses. Can't you let this old man rest in peace? At my age, with my old bones, if any mishap were to occur, who would take care of me afterward? I take care of you?" Shi Zhou glanced up at Rayleigh, pouting. "Have you ever given me a single cent since we met?" He then rubbed his eyes, feigning the shedding of a tear. In reality, it was merely eye gunk. And with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "You truly have a heart of stone. I was just a child, barely 12 or 13, and you left me all alone at home, disappearing for days on end. If it weren't for Shaki, I would have starved to death." All right, if you don't want to go, then don't," Rayleigh replied, casting a disapproving glance at Shaki, who was laughing heartily at the bar. He then ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. "You, my friend, always dodge responsibilities with a myriad of excuses. This time, you even attempted to play the victim." Sipping his watermelon juice, a fleeting glint of red flickered in Shi Zhou's eyes as he leaned his head against the armrest of the sofa, sinking deeper into its embrace. His gaze wandered outside through the wide-open window. "If you don't go, remember, there are not only the bear replicas created by Vegapunk but also the real thing. Moreover," he suddenly tilted his head upwards, catching sight of a yellow light flashing across the sky, and added with a grin, "The yellow monkey seems to have headed that way as well. He certainly does not wish to engage in combat with that fellow, Kizaru. That man is as elusive as an eel, completely unaware of the limits of his own power. To contend with him and aspire to victory, one must possess an all-encompassing strength that surpasses his. Otherwise, if he chooses to retreat, there would be nothing one could do to stop him. Battling such an individual would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment." As for Bartholomew Kuma, Shi Zhou found a flicker of interest, yet upon further contemplation, he decided against it. Let this unfortunate fellow find solace in quietly completing the final leg of his journey through life. After all, from this moment forth, the world shall only know the robotic Bartholomew Kuma, and the legendary 7 warlords shall no longer include him. Speaking of which, the genius Vegapunk has truly outdone himself, extracting and preserving an individual's memories for future generations to behold. At this moment, Shi Zhou found himself contemplating many things. Although he has inhabited this world for 25 years, and many memories from his past have grown dim and unclear, the images of this realm remain vividly intact within him. It is not merely due to his remarkable memory, but rather because he is immersed in this world, compelling him to remember deeply. Ultimately, the old man has departed. After all, Luffy is the chosen heir of Shanks, and out of respect for Roger's hat and Shanks's left arm, He could not stand idly by. Moreover, he has been following Luffy's exploits over the past few months. And to be frank, Luffy and his crew resonate with him immensely. Of course, even without mentioning Luffy, there is still the matter of Sabo. It remains uncertain whether Kizaru is privy to the truth, or if he is indeed the undercover operative many suspect him to be, just as in the original narrative. Even while fully aware of Kuma's abilities, he allows Kuma to send the Straw Hat crew flying without a hint of intervention. This suggests that if he isn't harboring ulterior motives, he possesses a remarkable emotional intelligence, genuinely reluctant to apprehend someone with such a significant background as Luffy. Otherwise, he would not act in this manner. Furthermore, Kizaru could have directly approached Luffy, yet he chose to first capture a few supernovas, albeit effortlessly, which only delayed matters and granted Luffy and his companions the opportunity to flee to Island 12, perilously close to Shaki's bar. As a Marine Admiral, he cannot feign ignorance of Rayleigh's presence on Island 13. Given that he is aware yet proceeds in this manner, it is highly probable that it is indeed intentional. Nevertheless, Kizaru's techniques are undeniably stylish. After all, speed is tantamount to strength, a fundamental truth. While he may appear nonchalant, the aura of pressure he exudes remains unaffected by his demeanor. However, when it comes to sheer intimidation, Kuma reigns supreme. His imposing stature alone commands an overwhelming presence. Even a mere clone, PX-4, nearly led to the annihilation of Luffy's crew. It is this very struggle that has illuminated to Luffy and his companions the true nature of despair and cruelty. Even the protagonist, in the face of absolute power, can only descend into hell. Just as Zoro seemed destined to be crushed under Kizaru's luminous leg. A foot clad in flip-flops intervened at the opportune moment, deftly pushing Kizaru's leg aside. Boom. At that precise moment, after an agonizing delay, Kizaru's laser, released only after Rayleigh's arrival, thwarted him, shot forth, striking a tree root in the distance and creating a gaping hole. Has he finally mustered the courage to unleash his power? Kizaru lifted the leg resting on Zoro's back and took a step back, gazing at the old man. A hint of seriousness finally graced his otherwise nonchalant expression. Silver's Rayleigh. Their era has just begun. And it cannot be allowed for you to stifle these young souls in their infancy. Raising his head, Rayleigh fixed his intense gaze upon Kizaru. The weight of his concern distinctly evident behind the lenses of his glasses. This is indeed a true monster, and he himself has aged, though his strength remains. He can no longer endure prolonged battles. Upon witnessing Zoro's rescue, Luffy and the others appeared as if they had been drained of energy, weeping and collapsing to the ground. They had not anticipated that Rayleigh, who was not found on Island 41, would appear at their most desperate moment and timely save Zoro. You should head to Shaki's place. Once you arrive, you will be safe, Rayleigh instructed Luffy and the others before turning his gaze back to Kizaru. As for this place, leave it to me. Do you truly believe they can escape today? Kizaru observed the regrouped Luffy and his companions with keen interest, refraining from making a move. As did the pacifista PX-1 and the formidable Bartolomeo Kuma standing behind him. Whether they escape or not is not for you to decide. With that, Rayleigh turned his head to the side and called out loudly, "Come forth, Bartolomeo Kuma." I never imagined that for a mere call from a celestial dragon, you would send not only an admiral but also a warlord. Are you that concerned for these young ones? Do you genuinely wish to see them perish here? Of course. Kizaru smirked. These young ones have truly provoked the wrath of the celestial dragons this time. By the way, he scratched his forehead and continued. Shillulia has made a dozen calls to the Navy regarding this matter, causing quite the headache for Admiral Sengoku. Letting these children go is simply out of the question. We would lose all face before the celestial dragons in Mariehua. After uttering these words, he glanced back at Rayleigh. Since you have already retired, why meddle in this affair? Would you kindly refrain from being a hindrance? Rayleigh remained non-committal, steadfast in his position. Another one? Luffy and the others gasped in astonishment as they beheld Kuma stepping out from behind the tree trunk. No, it was not the modified being from earlier, but a conscious Zoro, leaning against Sanji, gazing at the approaching Kuma with a grave expression. This was the real deal. We should heed the elder's advice and leave this place at once, Robin suggested, taking the lead. For remaining here served no purpose and could render them burdensome to the elder. Yes, let us depart. Elder, please take care. Luffy gasped, shouting to Rayleigh, now acting sensibly as he turned with his companions toward their original destination, Island 13. Today's youth are indeed monstrous. It is quite terrifying, Kizaru remarked, shifting his gaze from Luffy's retreating figure back to Rayleigh. I know you are here, and that they initially came to the island seeking your hideout. Since I am aware, how could I possibly come alone? Rayleigh disregarded Kizaru and shifted his gaze towards Bartholomew Kuma, just as Kuma attempted to pass by him. His motion to obstruct was abruptly halted. "Do not hinder me. I am here to save them." "Trust me," Kuma's voice was so soft that only Rayleigh, who brushed past him, could hear it. Yet, the unwavering conviction and gentleness in his tone compelled Rayleigh to cease his interference, allowing Kuma to proceed unimpeded. "Why did you stop?" Kizaru inquired, stroking his chin as his eyes flickered between Kuma and Rayleigh, a peculiar glint dancing in his gaze. He then lowered his hands, raising them in front of him, and with a deft motion, withdrew a resplendent golden sword from his left hand. "The Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. I have heard tales of your formidable swordsmanship. Today, I shall seek your esteemed guidance, legendary one." At the entrance of the Shuki's bar, 2 lounge chairs flanked a small table adorned with nuts, juice, and, of course, an ashtray. Shuki, cigarette poised between her fingers, leaned back and observed the approaching figures of Luffy and his companions in the distance, softly speaking. "Aren't you going to intervene?" "No," Shi Zhou replied, holding a banana, peeling it with ease, and taking a bite as he spoke. "Bartholomew Kuma is here to rescue Luffy and the others, so there is no cause for concern." "Rescue?" Shuki tilted her head in surprise, gazing at Shi Zhou. "Indeed." Shi Zhou nodded, swallowing a mouthful of banana before taking another bite. "Kuma's true identity is that of a cadre within the Revolutionary Army. I am aware of that," Shuki responded, clutching her cigarette and inhaling deeply. "Do not forget what I do for a living." While only a select few know that Kuma was once one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, I am among them. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Shuki curiously inquired, "What connection does Kuma's affiliation with the Revolutionary Army have to his rescue of the Straw Hat Boy?" "You know the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, right?" "Of course. You know him as Dragon, but you likely do not know his full name." "Full name?" Shi Zhou swallowed the last of his banana and looked at Luffy, grinning. "Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey?" Shuki was genuinely astonished. She set her cigarette down, incredulity flooding her expression as she glanced at Luffy, who had now been caught up with. "Surely, that Straw Hat Boy cannot be Dragon's son. Let us not forget another individual named Monkey, who once might have pursued you within the Navy." "Ah, Garp, Dragon, Luffy." With this revelation, Shuki comprehended fully, realizing why the Straw Hat crew managed to escape from Eni's lobby unscathed. Previously, she found it perplexing that the Navy, under the directive of the Buster Call, could allow Luffy and his companions to flee. Now, everything was clear to her. This is intentionally letting things slide. "Oh, by the way," Xiachi shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Shi Zhou. "I have noticed that you have become increasingly peculiar lately. Even I am oblivious to these matters. So from where did you acquire this knowledge?" Naturally, Shi Zhou paused deliberately, meeting Xiachi's bright eyes with a grin. "I won't tell you, you little rascal. You must be asking for a beating." Shi Zhou's teasing provoked Xiachi's anger, which surged like boiling water. She stood up, clenched her left fist, and struck down towards Shi Zhou's head with force. Yet, how could her sluggish punch ever reach him? By the time her fist descended, Shi Zhou had already risen and sidestepped. Casually discarding the banana peel in a rather rude manner, Shi Zhou turned and ambled toward the kitchen. "I'll go prepare dinner." The old man is quite advanced in age, yet still chooses to engage in combat with peak warriors. He will surely be very hungry later. When at home, he mostly takes on the responsibility of cooking. As for Rayleigh and Xiachi, one is a drunkard and the other a chain smoker, neither of whom can cook. When he first arrived, he had a meal prepared by Xiachi, but he never partook of it again. It wasn't due to poor taste, but rather because no one would eat it, even if Xiachi made it. After watching Shi Zhou's retreating figure for a while, until he vanished into the kitchen, Xiachi finally retracted her playful fist, moved to the edge of the stairs, and began smoking while observing the distant battle. It cannot truly be called a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. No matter how Luffy and the others resisted, they could not escape the fate of being swatted away by the imposing Bartholomew Kuma. As for Chopper, Kami, and Papagoo, they were utterly disregarded. They wished to assist, but found themselves powerless, ultimately left to watch Kuma, desperate to join the fray, only to be sent flying by a single blow, not skyward, but directly towards Xiachi. Boom. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and as the dust settled, a massive bare paw landed in the clearing outside the bar's stairs. At the center of that paw lay Chopper and the others, completely unscathed. Upon realizing their predicament, Chopper and the others looked at Xiachi and burst into tears. Luffy and the others, Luffy and the others, Luffy and the others. Boo-hoo. In their perspective, Luffy and his companions were, in fact, dead. The disparity in strength was exceedingly vast, and Kuma's blow was delivered with tremendous force. Xiaoqi paid no heed to Chopper and the others. Instead, she directed her gaze toward the distant clash between Rayleigh and Kizaru. Though both sides exhibited restraint and the engagement was brief, the destructive power was anything but negligible. In just a few short minutes, the 12th island was left devoid of intact structures, reduced to rubble by slashes and explosive laser blasts. The landscape was riddled with craters, as if it had been subjected to a missile bombardment. Shall we continue fighting? In the heart of the battlefield, Rayleigh extended his left hand, using the back of it to push up his spectacles along the bridge of his nose. No more fighting, the yellow monkey said, dispersing the Amatsukami sword from his grasp. He was indeed a man of formidable prowess, known as the right hand of the Pirate King and bearing the title of Dark King. Even at this age, his strength remained formidable. As his words fell, the yellow monkey transformed into light, instantly traversing 1,000 meters to appear beside Bartholomew Kuma and Bartolomeo. Old man. Kuma, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Bartolomeo's gaze shifted away from Kuma, eager to convey something to the yellow monkey, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best to leave this matter for the world government and Mr. Sengoku to ponder. The yellow monkey shrugged indifferently, then lifted his leg to head towards the seaside. The upcoming execution in a few days was the significant event. Today merely served as a warm-up, and it was time to return. Oh, Bartolomeo exclaimed as he observed the immobile figure of Kuma, a flicker of sorrow passing through his dark pupils. He understood why Kuma remained still. After all, being in Dr. Vegapunk's presence, he was not an outsider. Aside from numerous essential secrets that Vegapunk wished to keep from him, the general circumstances were not concealed. He was one of the few who knew about Kuma's relinquishment of all thought and self. However, he had not anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly. Just days ago, Kuma had still exhibited emotions. Though often stern, he had been a person, yet now, after repelling Luffy and the others, he had entirely lost his humanity. If memory served correctly, the actual erasure of memories should occur the day before the execution. Why? Bartolomeo ran a hand through his hair, feeling helpless. Sigh. Kuma, take care. Although aware that Kuma would no longer respond, Bartolomeo still bid him farewell, then hurried after the yellow monkey with the remaining PX-1. As for Kuma, his presence here was purposeful, beyond his control. After all, the command over Kuma's original self did not reside with him. Egghead. Known as Egghead Island due to its resemblance to an eggshell. Indeed, it was Egghead Island, not Eggshell Island. Why, one might wonder. No one knew. Why? Why erase Kuma's memories now? Hadn't it been agreed that the execution would take place in a few days? Inside the laboratory, Dr. Vegapunk clutched a transponder snail, vociferously questioning the voice emanating from it. There is no reason. Just execute, came the curt response from the other end. Clearly, the individual on the other side refused to provide any explanation to Vegapunk. Hurry, I know you have implanted a reserve program within Kuma's mind. With just a switch, you can remotely erase Kuma's memories. Reluctantly, Vegapunk reached for a special button on the laboratory machine. I'm truly sorry, Kuma. I did not anticipate that the unexpected would arrive so swiftly, leaving me with insufficient time to bid you a proper farewell. As he silently recited these thoughts, Vegapunk pressed the button under the watchful gaze of the phone bug nearby. Meanwhile, on the Sabaody archipelago, Bartholomew Kuma had just swatted away the trio of Sabo, Jinbe, and Luffy. Perhaps it was fate. Although the world government and the five elders reacted promptly, they were still a few minutes too late. Kuma stood by the shores of Island 12 throughout the night, departing the following day, his destination remaining a mystery, vanishing without a trace. Sabo and Kami, after tending to their wounds at Shaki's, left that very day, expressing their desire not to burden Shaki and Rayleigh. Indeed, this fellow was quite considerate. Noticing that Sabo's injuries were not severe, Shaki allowed them to depart, albeit with the assistance of the ship. After all, their identities were perilously dangerous on the island. It would be unfortunate if they were captured immediately upon leaving. In the ensuing days, an eerie tranquility enveloped the Sabaody archipelago. Knowing that the celestial dragons who had been attacked were silently eliminated by the ship, the shocking news of the incident did not reach the world. However, the bounties on Luffy, Kid, and Law were unexpectedly raised in the subsequent bounty poster releases. Law's bounty increased by 100 million, Kid's by 90 million, while Luffy soared to 450 million. Clearly, the world government suppressed any news regarding the assault on the celestial dragons. After all, during the auction, The only living beings left were Disgod and his subordinates, along with the representatives of the world government. To suppress information, these individuals find it exceedingly simple. As for those who have vanished, Mary Geos, within the vast Whitehall, there stood merely a solitary set of sofas and a coffee table, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Could it be him? Shepherd X, furrowing his brow, gazed intently at the bounty notice laid upon the table. There, the visage depicted was that of a child, no more than 10 years of age. The child's face was marred with wounds, and even the hair atop his head appeared as though it had been gnawed upon by a dog, ragged and uneven. Most striking were those eyes, pupils as dark as ink, faintly rippling, resembling a black hole devoid of any gleam, seemingly capable of devouring the very soul, with light unable to escape their depths. The madness and indifference emanating from them suggested a creature that had just crawled forth from the abyss of hell. As he glanced downward, the bounty inscribed on the notice was nothing short of astonishing and immense sum of 1 billion. It was unfathomable what heinous act this individual could have committed to warrant such a staggering reward from the world government at such a tender age. It resembled him. Yet it might not be him. Izambaron v. Nejiru examined his glasses thoughtfully, remarking, considering the child's capabilities, it would be trivial over the years to make thousands of ordinary people disappear. Yet, given his character, he would never let the Roseward family off the hook. Indeed. Shepherd X nodded in agreement, withdrawing his gaze from the bounty notice. Leaning back, he spoke languidly. Even the slightest possibility necessitates a swift search for him. That fellow's abilities are exceedingly perilous. At this juncture, he turned his gaze to the elderly man with a white beard and wig, leaning on a cane, seated across the sofa. We must urge Vegapunk to accelerate. Now that the pacifists have made their move, the Seraphim should likewise hasten their efforts. No need to mention it. I have been monitoring him closely. Jagarushia's Satan raised his scepter and lightly tapped it against the ground. Let us discuss the impending conflict between the Navy and Whitebeard in a few days. What is there to discuss? Marcus Maz elegantly set down his coffee. Casting a glance at Jagarushia's Satan, the Navy has mobilized 100,000 elite troops, forcibly conscripting the 7 warlords, along with the pacifists. If this cannot decisively subdue Whitebeard, I suggest Sengoku should consider resigning. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Should we send more personnel to the Sabaody archipelago? By all means. Izambaron v. Nejiru stroked the sword he had cradled in his arms. Send Sherman. If it truly is the child, given his displayed talents in the gladiatorial arena all those years ago, any ordinary CP0 agent dispatched would be courting death. Indeed, came the consensus. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. After deliberating on all matters, the 5 elders dispersed, each attending to their respective responsibilities. Despite their advanced age, the immense Holy Land and the multitude of celestial dragons' affairs demanded their management. Given their elevated status, they occasionally found themselves mediating relations among various nations. Thus, while they sat atop the pinnacle of power, it was far from a leisurely existence. In truth, they were exceedingly busy, a busyness that had endured for centuries. By now, even they had lost count of the years spent in their positions. In the same Holy Land of Mariewa, within another vast office, Sengoku, upon receiving the complete intelligence regarding the Sabaody archipelago, crushed the teacup before him in a fit of rage. He then seized the water jug from his desk and hurled it to the floor with a resounding crash. The sound of the shattering jug was unmistakable, even reaching the ears of CP0, who lurked in the shadows outside the office. The Navy personnel stationed at the door, hearing the commotion, instantly straightened up, standing rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe. Sengoku slumped into the chair behind his desk, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware of Ace's true identity and recognized that Ace was the grandson of Garp. Though Ace was merely an adopted grandson, he was still family. Had he also captured Garp's other grandson, he could not fathom the extent of Garp's fury. As it stood, while it might have been somewhat embarrassing for the Navy, avoiding Garp's wrath was a significant relief. Sometimes, personal convictions pale in comparison to familial bonds. Sengoku could trust Garp regarding Ace, but the situation would be different with Luffy. Moreover, he was privy to Luffy's other identity, which the world government was also aware of. Should Luffy be apprehended at this juncture, given the government's nature, it was conceivable that he would face execution alongside Ace, a scenario fraught with peril. He had no desire to see Garp commit actions that would lead to regret for himself, for Sengoku, or for the Navy. On July 12th, year 1520 of the Sea Circle, the Sabaody archipelago basked in pleasant weather and radiant sunshine. For ordinary individuals, life unfolded as it always had, monotonous yet ever repeating. However, for those with ulterior motives, this day was far from ordinary. It was eagerly anticipated. For today, the Navy was set to publicly execute Port-Gasti, Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as Fire Fist, at the Navy headquarters. Early in the morning, throngs of people gathered outside the tavern. Drawn by one of the few transponder snails available on the Sabaody archipelago, capable of receiving the live broadcast signal from the Navy to witness this historic moment. Despite the noise outside, few entered the tavern. Those who did merely purchased a drink, leaving their payment hurriedly before departing. It seems as though something terrifying lurks here, prompting an immediate desire to depart. Today, many familiar faces are conspicuously absent, likely having been apprehended by the Navy in recent days. After all, rather than labeling these individuals as bounty hunters, it would be more accurate to describe them as pirates disguised in the garb of bounty hunters. On land, they are bounty hunters. At sea, they transform into pirates, two professions reaping dual rewards. Perfection. Why are you still here? Shaki leaned against the bar, smoking. Her gaze filled with astonishment as she observed the two seated on the sofa. One was drinking alcohol since morning yet remained impervious to inebriation, while the other was preening before the mirror, as though preparing for someone else's wedding. Rayleigh did not raise his head. Instead, he turned to Shi Zhou. "Don't look at me," Shi Zhou replied, raising his hand to point at the clock hanging on the wall. The execution was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon, and we had at most half an hour to spare. It was barely past 10. Why rush over now? Were we to seek lunch from the Navy? Shaki was rendered speechless by Shi Zhou's remarks. She was not oblivious to the impossibility of arriving at this moment, but a tinge of anxiety accompanied her concern. The old man and Shi Zhou were, aside from Amazon Lily, her only 2 family members. One had been a steadfast companion for many years, akin to family, while the other was a son she had nurtured for over a decade. Today, both were about to plunge into the maelstrom of the greatest war to ensue since Gold. Roger's execution. How could she not be worried? Even though she was aware of their formidable capabilities, unforeseen circumstances could arise. What if something unexpected occurred? After taking a final drag from her cigarette, Shaki stubbed it into the ashtray and straightened up, stepping out from behind the bar. She first glanced outside, then approached the sofa and kicked Shi Zhou, prompting him to make room. She traversed the path he cleared and plopped down on the other side of the sofa, retrieving a cigarette from her pack. She placed it between her lips and leaned back, reaching for a lighter from the bar behind her. A spark ignited as the wheel and flint struck together, instantly setting ablaze the oil-soaked cotton. The flame flickered to life. Setting down the cigarette pack and lighter, Shaki gazed at Shi Zhou, her eyes brimming with sentiment. It was astonishing how swiftly time had flown. It had been 13 years in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Shi Zhou replied, putting down his razor, nodding in agreement as he caressed his chin, feeling the texture under his thumb. It truly had passed quickly, as if it were merely a fleeting moment. Yes, a fleeting moment. Xiaoqi languidly reclined upon the sofa, sunlight streaming through the window and enveloping her in a warm embrace, bestowing upon her an extraordinary aura of intellectual beauty. She tilted her head, her gaze illuminated against the light, her dark pupils reflecting a glimmer that seemed to transcend time, as though images resided within. She recalled the time you first arrived, your body marred by wounds. If one did not observe closely, one might mistake you for a creature shaped like a human rather than a person. For reasons unknown, Xiaoqi found herself unusually loquacious today, even daring to mention past memories of Shi Zhou, something she had never done before. It was as though, in this moment, their parting was to be an eternal farewell. She could not discern the origin of this sentiment, yet it lingered palpably. Although Shi Zhou displayed no outward reaction to her reminiscences, beneath his half-closed eyelids, his ink-black pupils revealed a rare glimmer of tenderness. He lifted his gaze to Xiaoqi, then leisurely picked up a red string from the table, clenching it between his teeth. With his hands, he gathered his hair, pulling it back into a ponytail at the crown of his head. Holding the hair with his left hand, he casually secured the red string with his right, crafting a rather effortless ponytail. His hair had grown long, and while he initially contemplated returning to a buzz cut, he ultimately decided against it. A simple adjustment, tying it back into a ponytail, complemented his handsome visage, exuding youth and charm. After all, as he was soon to depart, he wished to present his finest self to Xiaoqi. As he departed, he was uncertain when he would return once more. The morning light was exceptionally warm, casting its glow upon individuals, evoking a desire to bask in its radiance and become as carefree as the sun itself. Yet time, amidst the gentle warmth and summer cheese incessant chatter, flowed languidly. Concurrently, Within the Marine headquarters at Marineford, only two individuals occupied the office of the Fleet Admiral. One was the Fleet Admiral himself, known as the Buddha of the Warring States, revered for his strategic acumen. The other, of course, was the legendary hero, Garp. Today, Garp was unusually quiet, reclining silently on the sofa, neglecting to indulge in his favorite snacks, even though the rice crackers lay temptingly on the coffee table beside him. His gaze, usually sharp and penetrating, now appeared dulled, as if shrouded in a veil of gray, rendering him akin to an ordinary old man, devoid of the former vigor and nonchalance characteristic of the Marine hero. Sengoku and Garp had enlisted in the Marines together, and after decades of camaraderie, they had become comrades who could entrust their lives to one another, brothers, and even family. Sengoku was acutely aware of Garp's temperament and could empathize with his current sentiments. However, the position he occupied forbade any personal bias. In truth, he had extended an opportunity to Ace. When Ace first set sail and embarked on his journey through the Grand Line, Sengoku had offered him a gesture of goodwill, the invitation to join the Seven Warlords of the Sea. It is essential to recognize that the original intent behind establishing the Seven Warlords was to balance the increasingly chaotic era of piracy that the seas had succumbed to. The chosen individuals were long-established and renowned pirates, or those who commanded substantial power in their domains. For a newcomer like Ace, who had merely traversed the first half of the Grand Line, to receive such an invitation was inconceivable. Even if this newcomer possessed formidable strength and had bested an established warlord, he had yet to make a name for himself. And thus Ace was not qualified for the invitation at that time. If there were to be any blame, it should rest upon the true identity that led him to this fate. The gaze of the Warring States returned from his old friend, and he silently sighed within. If Ace were merely the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and just the grandson of Garp, the Navy would not have instigated this war. He would have, like many other captured pirates, been confined permanently in the 6th level of Impel Down. After all, that old man Whitebeard is truly not to be trifled with. War, especially of such magnitude, inevitably entails loss of life, and a significant number at that. Ace's true identity was divulged to the Navy by Blackbeard. Once Ace genuinely joined and fully integrated into the Whitebeard Pirates, he did not conceal any information about himself, even revealing his true identity. Consequently, while not every member of the Whitebeard Pirates may know, at least 9 out of 10 are aware of Ace's true identity. Blackbeard intentionally placed Ace's real identity into the negotiations, both to augment his leverage with the Navy and to anticipate that upon discovering Ace's true identity, the Navy would not easily forego this opportunity. It is crucial to recognize that ever since Roger's words echoed across the world during his execution, the equilibrium between pirates and the Navy has been irrevocably shattered. Otherwise, the Navy would not have hastily established the Shichibukai system shortly after Roger's execution, a move that clearly undermines the Navy's prestige. Of course, this was a system specifically authorized by the world government for the Navy headquarters to implement the Shichibukai organization. After all, such a system is tantamount to slapping the Navy in the face. They would never propose it themselves. In this era of the Navy's waning influence, what would the Navy do with Ace, who bears the bloodline of Roger? It is needless to say, they would orchestrate a grand public execution, severing the lineage of Roger before the eyes of the world, striking a blow to the now burgeoning pirate situation, while also providing a stirring motivation for the Navy. This is Sengoku. Even if it were not Sengoku seated in this position, any admiral would have to act accordingly. For if one does not take action, the world government shall intervene on your behalf. Hence, Garp, who is privy to the origins of all events, bears no animosity towards Sengoku. He firmly believes that if only Sengoku were aware of Ace's true identity, regardless of friendship or the principles of the Navy, Sengoku would undoubtedly refrain from instigating this war. Alas, the dark figure of Blackbeard chose to negotiate not with Sengoku, but with the entirety of the Navy. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The passage of time remains ever constant. When the clock on the wall aligned all its hands in unison, the moment arrived. Sengoku straightened his attire, rose, and proceeded outward. As he passed by Garp, he paused momentarily, stating, "You need not venture out today. I shall handle matters outside." Garp remained silent, shrouded in contemplation. Sengoku placed a reassuring hand on his old friend's shoulder, refraining from further interruption, and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Turning to face the waiting vice admirals and generals of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku stood tall, adjusting his spectacles, and said nothing, leading the way towards the port. Everything that needed to be prepared was already in place. Over 100,000 naval forces had been deployed at dawn, awaiting the Whitebeard pirates to unwittingly walk into their trap. Behind Sengoku stood the three admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. Akiji fixed his gaze upon the door of the Marshal's office, a slight frown etched on his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Karp's absence signified that the man within was no longer the Navy's hero, but merely an ordinary grandfather bidding farewell to his soon-to-be lost grandson. Shaking his head, Akiji redirected his focus and hastened forward with resolute steps. Today marks a significant occasion for the Navy, and there must be no room for error. Just then, the march abruptly halted. A panting naval officer, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, stood before them. An urgent matter? Sengoku inquired, observing the information officer through the reflective lenses of his glasses, which sparkled with intensity. The officer nodded, refraining from unnecessary words. Fully aware of the pressing nature of the moment, news from Sabaody Archipelago indicated that Rayleigh and the young boy, Shi Zhou, who had been following him, had vanished. And it was precisely at this crucial juncture that such news arrived. Admiral Sengoku pressed his hand against his forehead, experiencing a considerable headache. Ever since the conflict with Rayleigh arose a few days prior due to the incident involving the celestial dragons, the Navy has intensified its surveillance of Rayleigh. The primary purpose is to caution the old fellow against creating disturbances during this critical juncture, while the secondary aim is, of course, to assist the world government in locating individuals of interest. As the fleet admiral, he is well aware of the bounty placed on the child. However, to this day, the world government has not provided a definitive explanation for the extraordinarily high reward offered for a mere child. Consequently, despite his esteemed position within the Navy and the mid-level echelons of the world government, he is left with only conjectures swirling in his mind. The slave escape incident 13 years ago at Mariewa sent shockwaves through the world. At that time, as a general, Sengoku possessed only vague knowledge of the events. He knew that a significant number of slaves had escaped from Mariewa, and it appeared that many celestial dragons had perished in the chaos. As for the veracity of these events, he has only gleaned a few whispers of information from the rumor mill. After all these years, the child has yet to make an appearance. Were it not for the world government's clandestine search for the child, he would have believed that the child was merely a figment of imagination. It was only a few days ago, following the incident involving the celestial dragons and the subsequent mysterious disappearance of thousands, that the world government's frantic response truly illuminated the child's significance in their eyes. This incident also indirectly confirmed that many celestial dragons indeed perished 13 years ago. Should I make a trip there? The chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The yellow ape stepped forward, volunteering for the task. After all, he possessed the swiftest speed among them, and a round trip would not consume much time. If circumstances permitted, he might even return just in time for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. No. The three of you are the main force today, and none of you can leave. After all, Kaido and Shanks have also vanished. To be honest, upon receiving the news of Shanks and Kaido's disappearance, Sengoku briefly contemplated the possibility of abruptly ending the war. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. The Navy had prepared for this battle for many days, mobilizing a significant force and even issuing newspapers to inform the world. Under such circumstances, even if all four emperors were to unite, they could not prematurely conclude the conflict. Although it was understood that Shanks and Kaido's personalities would likely prevent them from causing chaos at Navy headquarters alongside Whitebeard, one could not dismiss the potential for unforeseen events. Let me go. At that moment, a robust elder with a head of purple hair emerged slowly from the crowd. He need not have participated in this war. As a member of the Navy, albeit in logistics, he felt compelled to be present for such a momentous occasion. After all, everyone here, except for Sengoku, could be considered his students. Sengoku turned to regard the approaching elder, his expression contemplative, refraining from immediate agreement. Since Zephyr had received a mechanical arm infused with sea prism stone from scientists 2 years prior, he seemed to have gradually recovered from the blow he suffered 7 years ago. Witnessing his old friend's revival brought Sengoku joy, yet Zephyr had become increasingly extreme over the past 2 years. Previously, he refrained from killing pirates. Now, he would slay them upon sight. His personality seemingly reversed, as if he had transformed into a different person entirely. Ultimately, Sengoku nodded, permitting Zephyr to proceed. Firstly, despite his retirement for several decades, Zephyr had continued to serve as a naval instructor, thus retaining his formidable prowess. Secondly, he possessed sufficient knowledge of Rayleigh and ample combat experience. Alongside his 2 students, he could likely hold Rayleigh at bay without much difficulty. Given that the 3 admirals could not leave, Zephyr was evidently the most suitable candidate. After all, considering Rayleigh's strength, a typical elite rear admiral would hardly be able to endure for long against him. Ideally, however, Rayleigh would merely be out for leisure rather than causing chaos here. Thus, Zephyr would not have to confront Rayleigh, alleviating his burden significantly. Sighing, Sengoku, after Zephyr's departure, once again led the team forward. Off the coast of the Sabaody archipelago, a small boat, towed by a manatee, navigated the tumultuous sea with relentless determination. Shi Zhou and the old man had departed from the Shuki's bar around 1150. Aware of the impending battle, Shi Zhou had prepared an extravagant feast, featuring delicacies that both Rayleigh and Shuki had longed for but were never made by him. The 2 men, upon leaving the bar, deftly evaded the watchful eyes of the Navy and the world government, secretly making their way to Rayleigh's private dock, where they boarded a small vessel and set sail into the open ocean. The boat bore no sails, and as they ventured into the sea, Rayleigh let out a resounding bellow. Shortly thereafter, a small sea king emerged from the depths. Without needing Rayleigh's direction, it skillfully donned the harness and began to pull the boat swiftly onward. "Old man, I believe you're off course," Shi Zhou remarked. As he and Rayleigh remained firmly planted on the deck, their bodies steadfast against the undulating motions of the vessel. Forgot, Rayleigh muttered, slapping his forehead before turning to the manatee, shouting, 15 degrees to the left. With a mighty bellow, the manatee halted, glancing at Rayleigh, then following the direction of his finger into the distance. Whatever it perceived caused it to shudder, shaking its head vigorously in refusal. Moo moo moo, it seemed to protest, indicating that the direction was perilous. Most sea kings possessed remarkable intelligence, discerning safe from treacherous waters. It was aware that not far ahead lay a formidable island, one feared even by the largest of sea kings. Tell me, old man, are you capable or not? With a thud, Shi Zhou playfully struck Rayleigh on the head, prompting Rayleigh to glare fiercely at the manatee. Proceed or perish. The manatee, feeling the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them under Rayleigh's icy gaze, reluctantly turned its head, hesitatingly steering towards the direction Rayleigh had indicated. At that moment, the small vessel had lost its initial vigor, now resembling a leisurely cruise ship, gliding along in a relaxed manner, mirroring the manatee's mood. As the manatee finally began to move, Rayleigh paid no mind to its pace, knowing there was ample time. Suddenly, the sea erupted in fury, as if a colossal giant had awakened, with waves crashing in relentless succession, each more tumultuous than the last, until it culminated in a tsunami. Thus, the tumult began. Raleigh leaned against the ship's railing, his left arm resting on the edge, as he reached out to feel the tumultuous waves crashing beside him. His expression gradually grew solemn. That man was still as formidable as ever. When he unleashed his fury, even the sea trembled in response. Having faced the Whitebeard pirates on numerous occasions, he never doubted Whitebeard's prowess. Truly impressive. Shi Zhou gazed at the sea, now completely boiling, his face reflecting awe. This marks the first time he has truly felt the formidable power of Whitebeard. In the original text, although the sense of oppression and strength emanating from Whitebeard was palpable, it remained confined to the realm of anime and manga, unable to transcend the pages. However, the situation is vastly different now. Positioned on the sea not far from Marineford, Shi Zhou can distinctly perceive the sheer terror of this force. To speak without exaggeration, with the magnitude of the current tsunami, obliterating a nation or an island would be a mere trifle. Moreover, their trajectory is not even directed toward the primary target. That lies on the opposite side, the other flank of Marineford. One can only imagine how spectacular and immense the tsunami will be on that side. Teacher, will Rayleigh truly come? In the small harbor facing the Sabaody archipelago, Zephyr's dedicated warship is anchored. Zephyr has not set sail, for Marineford is right here. As long as the vessels from the Sabaody archipelago do not take a detour, they will fall within his watchful gaze. I do not know. Zephyr sits cross-legged on the deck, gently polishing his right arm, the mechanical one, with a cloth. It appears that the battle has commenced. With one hand grasping the rope dangling from the mast, and the other shielding her forehead, a beautiful woman with long hair, swaying in rhythm with the undulating azure waves, gazes at the tumultuous sea with a look of awe. Her name is Ain, tall and statuesque, currently clad not in naval attire, but in a purple tank top and black shorts. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. On her right leg, there lay a prominent X-shaped scar, from which a handgun was secured. Adorning her elongated feet were black stiletto heels, and draped across her shoulders was a blue cloak. She was one of Zephyr's most trusted and significant students. Indeed, beside Ain, there was a flamboyantly dressed man, his back sheathed with a green-bladed longsword, his head wrapped in a turban, nodding as he leaned against the ship's railing. Truly, he was a man renowned as the world's foremost. His fury was indeed formidable. Teacher, a tsunami is imminent. I suggest we assist at the front. Binns turned to Zephyr with a proposal. No, Zephyr replied, setting down the cloth in his hand. With a slight exertion of his right arm, he lifted his mechanical limb, his fingers tightening and relaxing in a rhythmic cycle. His intact left hand reached for a nearby blue bottle, tilting it back to take a hearty swig. Perhaps out of nostalgia for his homeland, or perhaps simply because it pleased his palate, Zephyr was particularly fond of this wine from the West Sea. After relinquishing the bottle, he gazed at his two students by the ship's railing, shaking his head. The military order I received is to intercept Rayleigh, thus, whether he comes or not. The orders remain. We must stay here until the war concludes. Very well. A hint of reluctance flashed in Binns' eyes. To be honest, as a naval officer, it was profoundly disappointing to be unable to participate in such a grand battle simply because of the potential arrival of Rayleigh. Yet, whether disappointment or reluctance, since his teacher had articulated the situation so clearly, he could only comply. After all, Zephyr was the mentor he revered most. Then I shall take my post at the watchtower. With renewed vigor, Binns sprang into action, bending his legs slightly on the deck like a coiled spring before leaping upward to grasp the rope that fluttered above, then swinging with the wind toward the ship's tallest mast. Old man, it seems the Navy has long been prepared for you, Shi Zhou remarked, brushing aside his hair, damp from the sea breeze, as he gazed at the imposing figure aboard the battleship in the harbor. He licked his lips, contemplating whether to eliminate him. The old fellow, over 70, should have enjoyed his retirement instead of playing gatekeeper. Wasn't that courting death? The closer they approached Marineford, the more exhilarated Shi Zhou became. As they sailed to this location, he could easily sense the familiar scent of human blood wafting in from the battlefield on the sea breeze. Narrowing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, a perverse ecstasy revealing itself on his face. Yes, this was the scent he had experienced in the holy land of Mariehua, that hellish atmosphere where countless had perished in the Colosseum. You may go, the old man said calmly. What did you say? Shi Zhou widened his eyes, turning to Rayleigh, his face reflecting surprise. I said you may go? Is this not what you have always desired? Will you not accompany me? In Shi Zhou's contemplation, the old man would never permit him to venture alone onto the battlefield. After all, he knew well the essence of his character, for many years. Without the tether of the old man, Shi Zhou could not guarantee what he might have become. Now, with the old man finally relinquishing his hold, Shi Zhou found it hard to believe. Noticing the old man's prolonged silence, he queried once more, Are you truly allowing me to go alone? Go ahead. Rayleigh nodded, his gaze fixed on the approaching port. Since Zephyr awaited him here, he would acquiesce to the old man's wishes. Indeed, at this juncture, Rayleigh stroked his chin and added with a smile, Let us regard this as the final battle for us relics of the old era. Furthermore, Rayleigh averted his gaze, turning towards Shi Zhou with a serious demeanor. Over the years, I have observed your transformation from the unfeeling indifference of your initial demeanor to the gradual emergence of human emotions, and now to a state of relative normalcy. I have witnessed it all. To be candid, your ability to change brings me immense comfort. For no one wishes for their kin to embody the traits of a true cold-blooded fiend. I understand that you are indifferent to the lives of others, yet. Here, Rayleigh paused, pondering for a moment before continuing, I still hope you might spare a few lives. After all, the act of killing holds little enjoyment. Rayleigh spoke at length, yet Shi Zhou merely pursed his lips, dismissing the sentiment. Cold-heartedness and apathy were merely the products of a world that had molded him thus. From the moment he was brought into this world, apart from the woman who bore him, in Rayleigh and Shachi, he had never felt a shred of warmth or tenderness. Given the world's nature, why should he treat it with gentleness? Moreover, in his eyes, this world was hardly real. Thus, he could approach it as he pleased. To indulge his whims was the greatest delight. Of course, he did not share these reflections with Rayleigh. There was no need, was there? Acknowledging the old man's words, Shi Zhou nodded, indicating his comprehension. Rayleigh fixed a penetrating gaze upon him before withdrawing his eyes and gesturing. Then you may depart. Remember, your primary objective this time is to ensure your own safety. As for Ace, if you can save him, do so. If not, so be it. In his heart, Shi Zhou clearly held greater significance than Ace. Understood, Shi Zhou replied, turning to formally bow to Rayleigh. Then, lifting his head, he stepped forward and embraced the old man. Take care. Without hesitation, Shi Zhou released his arms, turned around, and leaped into the surging sea. His feet touched the water as if it were solid ground. And then he began to stride forward, his body slicing through the waves like a drawn sword, rushing toward the harbor. Rayleigh gazed at Shi Zhou's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. If memory serves him right, this was the first time in many years that Shi Zhou had so openly expressed his gratitude and concern for him. That rascal! A faint smile crept across Rayleigh's face as he then looked down at the increasingly sluggish manatee. This is where you part ways. You may go now. The manatee paused, momentarily stunned, turning its head to Rayleigh and emitting several low moos, as if questioning the validity of his words. Upon seeing Rayleigh nod, the manatee reassured itself that it had not misheard. It turned back, skillfully shook off the shackles from its shoulders, then raised its head to let out a resounding roar before plunging into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. In truth, the manatee had already prepared itself for death at this juncture. The oppressive sensation emanating from ahead had rendered it seemingly large, yet fundamentally limited, mind entirely incapacitated. It felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Hearing Rayleigh's command to leave instilled within it a feeling akin to ascending from hell to heaven. Rayleigh's once devilish voice now resonated in its ears as a celestial blessing. There was no notion of loyalty or betrayal. After all, it was merely a small, pitiable marine creature. Thus, it departed without a moment's hesitation, without a trace of reluctance. Master, should we intervene? Aine fixed her gaze on the figure of the young man in black, who was swiftly approaching the harbor. Her right hand unfastening the gun holster strapped to her thigh and grasping the pistol firmly. Meanwhile, her left hand drew a dagger from behind her cloak, positioning it before her. Beside her, Benz crouched slightly, gripping the hilt of the long sword resting on his back, likewise on guard. No need, Zephyr replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed Shi Zhou. Although he was taken aback by the skill displayed by this young man who had been shadowing Rayleigh, it was merely a fleeting surprise. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this Shi Zhou was quite notorious among bounty hunters and rogue gangs in the Sabaody archipelago. However, due to his lack of genuine criminal activity, he had never truly captured the attention of the Navy. Such individuals, were it not for Rayleigh, would scarcely warrant the Navy's attention. After all, Shi Zhou's notoriety is confined merely to the underbelly of society, among those of little consequence. As for the present moment, Zephyr diverted his gaze from Shi Zhou, redirecting his focus to Rayleigh, disregarding the figure dashing past him from the ship. Our sole mission is to keep a vigilant watch over Rayleigh. All else is beyond our concern, for this old fellow is undeniably formidable. While he may not possess the flamboyance of Whitebeard, he is nonetheless a legendary pirate, renowned throughout the world and chronicled in various tomes. His presence serves as a remnant of the bygone era, a deterrent to the Navy's recklessness in the vicinity of Sabaody archipelago. Though Zephyr retired early and has never truly engaged Rayleigh in combat, it does not imply ignorance of his prowess. Indeed, Carp and Sengoku frequently regaled him with tales of Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and even the Golden Line. Zephyr swung his arms, loosening his shoulders, before raising his mechanical arm, aiming it at the small boat that had entered range, a hint of manic glee crossing his face. The mechanical arm activated swiftly, fingers retracting to instantaneously transform from hand to cannon. Fixating on Rayleigh, who stood aboard the small vessel, gradually approaching with the rolling waves, Zephyr unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Crushing blaster. A tremendous yellow beam erupted unexpectedly from the cannon's mouth, hurtling toward the small boat with astonishing velocity. Boom. The explosive sound, accompanied by a shockwave, swept across the entire port, stifling both the wind and the sea's roar. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of the naval headquarters, the tremors instigated by Whitebeard's initial strike were vividly manifested at that very moment. From the direction of the ocean beyond the battlefield, colossal tsunamis surged forward, towering over the naval headquarters. The thunderous roar of the advancing waves caused the entire marine fort to tremble in resonance with the rhythm of the ocean. In an instant, the Whitebeard pirates, ensnared within the encirclement, found themselves infused with newfound confidence, as if the battlefield were their own. Conversely, the lower-ranking Navy soldiers encircling the Whitebeard pirates gazed upon the towering waves with trepidation. However, the naval commanders remained resolute, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the Whitebeard pirates. Indifferent to the impending deluge, atop the highest point of the naval headquarters, Shi Zhou grasped the flagpole on the rooftop with one hand. shielding his forehead with the other as he surveyed the vast battleground, exhaling deeply. Perfect, just right, having just murmured to himself. Shi Zhou seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze skyward. There, amidst the towering waves, a naval warship was perched at the crest of the tumultuous sea. Truly, a protagonist indeed. Having undergone such transformations, he emerged from impelled down, fortuitously riding the tsunami conjured by Whitebeard, arriving at the battleground. In that moment, the unfolding events on the battlefield captured Shi Zhou's attention, as the towering waves threatened to inundate the Marine headquarters. The admiral seated at the forefront of the encirclement could no longer remain still. Today, Akiji's demeanor was devoid of languor. Instead, it bore a weight of seriousness. Rising from his seat, he propelled himself from the ground, his body soaring into the air like a cannonball. With arms outstretched, 2 ice pillars erupted from his palms, piercing the raging waves on either side. Crack, crack. In an instant, the sound of the sea freezing resonated through the heavens. The Ice Age. The freezing process was remarkably swift, instantaneously solidifying the impending tsunami. Yet, merely freezing the waves was insufficient. They extended outward, swiftly encasing the waters surrounding Marineford in ice, transforming the world from its previous azure hue to a stark white. While it is true that Whitebeard is a monster, one must also recognize that these marine admirals are no less monstrous. Akiji, the young devil. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gazed at Akiji above, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. The tsunami was merely a catalyst. It was Akiji's intervention that bore fruit. To rescue Ace, they must confront the Marines head-on. As the attacking force, they found themselves amidst the sea and apart from a select few. It was nearly impossible to breach the encirclement and enter the plaza. Now, with the ocean frozen, the Marines lost their advantage of land, for everyone could abandon their ships and engage in battle at will. Yet, this was still insufficient. Whitebeard, eyeing Akiji, clenched his right fist, sensing Whitebeard's intent to strike. Akiji chose to act first, summoning 4 ice spears with a downward motion of his right hand. Ice javelins. Though Akiji's speed was formidable, it ultimately depended on whom he faced. Whitebeard slightly turned his body to the left, aligning his right fist accordingly. When his side faced Akiji, he unleashed a powerful punch into the void before him. The fist and the void were akin to man and air, ungraspable. Yet in that moment, it was as if a bullet had struck glass, rendering the previously empty void tangible and imparting a sense of fracture, accompanied by the distortion and tremor of the void. Cracks rapidly spread across the expanse. Following this, an overwhelming shockwave surged upward, akin to an unstoppable cleaving force. As the ice spear completed its acceleration and plunged downward, it was abruptly severed, continuing its ascent and swiftly gliding past Akiji's form. In fact, Akiji had already fully elementalized prior to Whitebeard's impending strike. Consequently, after being shattered by Whitebeard's fist, he did not disperse but rather lost his leverage, plummeting directly towards the surface of the ocean below. Just as Akiji had previously frozen the ocean waves, the colossal ice fragment, upon striking the sea, instantly froze the surrounding waters, with the cold radiating outward, swiftly encasing the entire harbor's surface in ice. Now, the situation has escalated. Initially, the Navy held a distinct advantage, being the defending party while the enemy approached from the sea, rendering close combat nearly impossible. However, as the once promising naval battle transformed into a land confrontation due to the tsunami, the expressions of the naval commanders grew grave. Fire. Target the Moby Dick. Without hesitation, the naval leaders encircling the area swiftly issued the most prudent command. In an instant, the harbor erupted with cannon fire, countless projectiles surging forth from the cannons, cascading towards the Moby Dick amidst smoke and sparks. In this world, artillery possesses a peculiar nature. At times, it can effortlessly vanquish a formidable pirate as powerful as any naval commander, while at other times, it inflicts no damage whatsoever. Thus, as they beheld the sky thickening with cannonballs, Whitebeard's faction exhibited no signs of fear. Their eyes gleamed with fierce determination as they fixated on the towering encirclement, opting not for morale-boosting words but rather, in unison, leapt from their vessels to break through the encirclement. Naturally, the Navy could not permit the pirates to approach the walls unimpeded. Under the leadership of their commanders, they too descended from the encirclement to confront the pirates. The chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. The two forces collided instantaneously, akin to the clash of water and fire, plunging into brutal combat. At this moment, the colossal war truly commenced. Beyond the encirclement, in the open sea, The 43 allied pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates drew closer to the ice, resolutely landing and charging towards the harbor. In truth, the Whitebeard pirates were not few in number. Their primary members exceeded 1,600, led by 16 captains. Moreover, the 43 pirate crews outside boasted a membership of over 50,000. Thus, although the Navy had deployed 100,000 personnel, this number merely represented double that of the Whitebeard pirates. As they gazed upon the overwhelming tide of approaching pirates, the admirals of the naval headquarters, momentarily frozen in place, were compelled to disembark and position themselves between the pirates and the harbor. At that moment, a singular action on the battlefield captured the attention of all discerning eyes present. The man merely took a step forward, and the generals were taken aback, astonished that he would dare to enter the fray himself. The other 7 warlords standing beside him were equally struck with disbelief. Is he truly going to take action? The yellow-haired individual crouching on the ground, clad entirely in pink and perpetually wearing sunglasses, stared in astonishment at the man's silhouette. The man did not turn back, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, narrowed slightly, fixating intently on the imposing figure standing at the bow of the Moby Dick. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of the disparity between myself and the man before me. Dracul Mihawk, at this moment, the world's foremost swordsman. Renowned for his piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, he is also known as Hawkeye Mihawk. This individual arrived on the battlefield, remaining stationary like a vessel adrift. Seated at the pinnacle of Malinvondo, keenly observing the entire expanse of the battlefield in search of an opportune moment to make his entrance. After all, once he made his move, he would likely attract the attention of the Navy swiftly, thus he needed to identify a moment that would maximize his advantage. His primary objective for this visit is the Navy, as well as the pirates. After all, food is a necessity, and the more, the merrier. Of course, if those few warlords of the sea fail to recognize the situation, he would not hesitate to include them as well. Excitedly licking his lips, which had become slightly dry due to the heat, Shi Zhou's gaze fell upon Whitebeard. Since your death is inevitable, it would be better for you to wholeheartedly facilitate my ambitions. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard seemed to sense something. He abruptly lifted his head, his fierce eyes locking onto Shi Zhou's dark, inky pupils. This fellow. Whitebeard furrowed his brow slightly. He was certain he had never encountered the young man at the highest point behind the Navy headquarters, nor had he seen him in any newspaper. This little imp evoked a most peculiar sensation within him, distinct from the usual exhilaration, trepidation, or dread that those seeking to challenge him might typically feel. The little imp conveyed a peculiar sensation to him. After some contemplation, he arrived at a rather inexplicable conclusion regarding this feeling. Food. Yes, it was food. The way the little imp gazed at him mirrored the way he himself looked upon delicacies. While not identical, the resemblance was strikingly close. With a bemused grin, Whitebeard did not take it to heart. He had experienced enough in his lifetime to not be unnerved by being scrutinized as if he were a meal. However, the passage of time had been lengthy enough that he needed to delve deeply into his memories to unearth that recollection. Shaking his head, Whitebeard diverted his gaze from Shi Zhou to another little imp. If Shi Zhou's presence felt eerie, then Mihawk's presence was akin to a prickling sensation along his spine. Indeed, it bore a similarity to the feeling he had when encountering that rascal Shanks. Although youthful, Mihawk's prowess was undeniably formidable. Clang! The black blade was unsheathed. The crisp and melodious sound of the sword echoed across the battlefield, reminiscent of cicadas in June. Enough of this. Shi Zhou withdrew his gaze from Whitebeard and focused intently on Mihawk, observing the black sword in his hand. The very same blade that boasted the title of the world's strongest black blade Yoro, gently pressing down on the quivering straight sword that hung at his right waist. Shi Zhou spoke softly, "If you wish, I shall seek that fellow shortly." As if it had truly comprehended Shi Zhou's words, the blade instantly fell silent. Shi Zhou's sword was a straight blade, featuring a single-edged design akin to a Tang saber, albeit longer, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in total length, including the hilt. Its sheath was black, the hilt was also black, and even the gemstone set at the end of the hilt was black. He was clad entirely in black as well. Just then, the black blade Yoro, which had previously ceased its trembling, inexplicably quivered slightly once more. The subtle fluctuations, imperceptible to outsiders, were unmistakably felt by Mihawk, who gripped the hilt of the black blade. Yoro, a master, a true swordsman. For the first time, Mihawk's gaze shifted from Whitebeard, his hawk-like pupils subtly adjusting. It was Bista, the flower sword. Yet, he was not the one. Mihawk's eyes lingered on Bista for but a fleeting moment before swiftly departing. Although he had never engaged Bista in combat, he was certain that Bista could not be the source of the Black Blade's reaction. Scanning the battlefield with rapidity, Mihawk found no revelations, prompting him to raise his head. His gaze traversed the generals, the execution platform, and finally paused upon Sengoku. What lurked behind? On the high platform, Sengoku scrutinized Mihawk, his brow furrowing slightly, before a flicker of crimson ignited within his eyes. His perception pierced through countless Navy personnel, ultimately resting atop the highest rooftop of Marine headquarters. The unfamiliar presence indicated it was not a Navy member, leading him to a singular conclusion. Sengoku extended his right hand, adjusting his glasses, as a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Was it that peculiar boy, Shi Zhou, who vanished alongside Rayleigh? How extraordinary to garner the attention of both Whitebeard and Hawkeye. Sengoku turned his gaze to the general's seats, momentarily pausing on Akainu before gliding past, landing on Kizaru. Understanding Sengoku's intent, Kizaru sighed inwardly, standing up as golden light shimmered in his embrace, forming a mirror. Subsequently, his form swiftly transformed into photons, refracting through the mirror as he ascended, making a sharp 90-degree turn and shot backward. For heaven's sake, why are you all staring at me while engaged in battle? Is it because of my striking appearance? The moment Mihawk turned his eyes toward him, Shi Zhou sensed impending misfortune. While Whitebeard's gaze could be deemed incidental, Mihawk's scrutiny was anything but accidental. With Sengoku's cunning and the general's sagacity, they would undoubtedly surmise that someone lurked behind them, someone not of the Navy. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Gazing at the rapidly approaching golden light, Shi Zhou appeared utterly speechless. I merely wished to observe the spectacle. I wonder if you believe me? Kizaru arrived with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously upon spotting the golden light, he stood on the opposite edge of the rooftop. Is this not the young man who has been trailing the old man Rayleigh? Emerging from his elemental form, Kizaru first glanced at the rear of Marineford. Aware of another smaller battlefield beyond, though obscured by the treetops atop the hill, rendering any figures invisible. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his focus to Shi Zhou. Sigh. With a sigh, Shi Zhou lifted his head, gently patting his face with both hands. Feigning an innocent look, he spoke again. To be honest, I merely came to observe the spectacle. After all, even Admiral Zfa did not impede my arrival here. If you truly wish to engage in a confrontation, I would recommend you pursue that old scoundrel Rayleigh at the back. Capturing a mere innocent bystander like myself would surely tarnish your esteemed reputation as an admiral, wouldn't it? Let us not jest, my friend. Kizaru, intrigued, casually dug at his ear while fixing his gaze on Shi Zhou. If my memory serves me correctly, your name is Shi Zhou, is it not? Now, could you enlighten me on how you garnered the attention of Whitebeard and Mihawk? Curious, are we? Shi Zhou replied with a slight smirk. Kizaru nodded, aware that those two formidable figures would not pay heed to someone so insignificant without cause, particularly Mihawk. Taking a deep breath, Shi Zhou straightened his posture, the innocent facade gradually fading away, transforming him into an aura of danger. His obsidian eyes began to swirl, the last vestiges of light within them seemingly devoured by the darkness. You, my friend, Kizaru remarked, sensing the palpable shift in Shi Zhou. His previous nonchalance now replaced by a grave seriousness. If Shi Zhou had earlier resembled a playful kitten, he now bore the ferocity of a tiger. Though Kizaru himself was an elephant, this did not diminish his wariness. Do you wish to know why I am here? Shi Zhou grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. You wish to know? Very well. It is, of course, my immense strength that has drawn their attention. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura surged from him, a force that seemed to pierce the heavens. The sound of a blade unsheathing resonated, a stark contrast to the melodic notes of the black blade, night, as it emerged from its sheath. Shi Zhou's sword emitted a harsh, jarring sound, akin to the whistle of boiling water, laden with imminent danger. In an instant, Shi Zhou executed a swift upward slash, a colossal silver arc of blade light cleaving through the air towards Kizaru with remarkable velocity. With a sharp sound, the blade effortlessly sliced through Kizaru's form, continuing unabated to sever the building beneath him, vanishing like a cake being cut, leaving behind an endless trail of darkness. The black blade? Despite being cleaved in two, Kizaru's expression remained unperturbed. Instead, he shifted his gaze from Shi Zhou's face to the blade that dangled by his side, held firmly in his grasp. Without any delay, a tremendous roar suddenly resonated across the battlefield, capturing the attention of the two individuals. It was a shallow green slash, far larger than the one previously executed by Shi Zhou. The slash barreled forward with the velocity of a speeding train, effortlessly shattering the ice-locked surface of the harbor, heading straight for the Moby Dick and its captain, Whitebeard. In an instant, chaos ensued. Pirates and Navy alike scrambled to escape. However, the speed of the slash was so immense that those fortunate enough were merely swept away by the resulting gusts, while the unfortunate faced a grim fate, reduced to mere fragments under the overwhelming force. As the colossal slash approached, Whitebeard stood unwavering, his expression unchanged, not a flicker of concern in his eyes. Behind him, the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates remained equally composed, as if they possessed some hidden assurance. Indeed, there was a source of confidence. Just as the slash was about to reach the bow of the Moby Dick, a figure emerged from directly beneath the ship's prow. The man was robustly built, yet dwarfed by the enormity of the slash. Nevertheless, this seemingly insignificant figure managed to halt the oncoming attack before him. With a mighty heave, he lifted the slash as if it were a mere cannonball, redirecting it skyward with a thunderous shout. Boom! The shallow green slash spiraled upward, shattering the air's resistance, vanishing into the heavens. At this moment, both sides of the battlefield instinctively paused, their gazes fixed upon the bow of the Moby Dick, eager to discern who had managed to deflect the world's foremost slash. As the mist cleared at the end of the fissure created by the slash, a man adorned in a pattern of diamond shapes glimmering in radiant silver under the sun emerged before all eyes. He was Shi Zhou, the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Surprisingly, only the lower-ranking Navy and pirates expressed astonishment. Those aware of Shi Zhou's devil fruit abilities were not particularly surprised by his capacity to withstand Mihawk's slash, including Whitebeard's commanders and the Navy's high-ranking officers, as well as Mihawk himself. Thus, upon seeing Shi Zhou standing before the Moby Dick, Mihawk sheathed his sword without hesitation and redirected his gaze towards Shi Zhou's position. Well, let me see who precisely warrants such attention from you, Doflamingo remarked, striding with an exaggerated gait to join Mihawk, lifting his gaze to follow the swordsman's line of sight toward Shi Zhou. The Black Blade? Evidently, much like Kizaru's focus, his primary attention was not on Shi Zhou, but rather on the straight sword position to his right. It was a blade that had never graced this world before, yet without a doubt, it was a black sword. Even from such a considerable distance, one could distinctly sense the sharpness and chill emanating from that obsidian blade, reminiscent of Mihawk's black sword, Yuru. Once it entered one's line of sight, it was nearly impossible to overlook. Hee. Moria chuckled heartily and took a few steps forward, glancing up at Shi Zhou. Upon realizing he did not recognize the individual, he couldn't help but exclaim with laughter. Do you all know who this little brat is? To stand against Kizaru. Today, among the 7 warlords present here, only 4 have arrived, unlike the 5 from the original narrative. In the source material, Kuma had his memories erased just a day prior to the Summit War. Thus, like other pacifists, he remained in Mariewa. However, in this timeline, due to the influence of the time traveler, the world government preemptively erased Kuma's memories. Consequently, at this moment, he is either at Vegapunk's location or has already honored his agreement with Vegapunk, standing guard beside the Sunny on Island 41 of the Sabaody archipelago. As for the matter concerning Moria, none here possess the answers, for they truly know nothing about the time traveler, save for one individual. That individual is Hancock. Boa Hancock, known as the Pirate Empress, is the reigning sovereign of the island of Amazon Lily, a pirate nation within the Calm Belt, and also the captain of the Kuja Pirates. Her unparalleled beauty is universally acclaimed as the most exquisite in the world. Gazing at the profile of the time traveler, even after 13 years, despite the child from that time being entirely different from the present figure, the familiar aura that once haunted her dreams instantly revealed the time traveler's identity to Hancock. Touching the right side of her waist, Hancock's eyes, aside from a flicker of fear lurking within, sparkled with a hint of excitement. On her right waist lies a scar known only to her and her 2 sisters. Though small, it is profound, having once nearly claimed her life. The architect of this wound was none other than that child. At that time, in the Holy Land, within the arena, amidst the slaves, the child was a legend. That individual was as cold as if they had emerged from the depths of hell. Regardless of who faced them, they would unhesitatingly wield the dagger they perpetually gripped. Despite their body being marred and devoid of unblemished skin, it did not diminish the truth of their monstrosity, no matter the severity of their injuries. Even when on the brink of death and tossed into a mass grave, they could rise again the following day and continue to fight. Hancock encountered this child one fateful day after ingesting a devil fruit and being cast into the arena by the celestial dragons. The battlefield never halts, nor can it. After a brief pause, chaos erupted once more. After all, the strong have their ways of dealing with challenges, and the goals of the lower-tier pirates are crystal clear: to block the equally low-tier navy and provide opportunities for their captains to forge a path to the execution platform. It seems the navy is on the verge of collapse. The time traveler glanced down at the battlefield and then turned to Kizaru, smiling. Aren't you going to lend a hand? It is not that the navy is weaker than the pirate faction, but rather that the vice admirals of the navy headquarters are stationed outside the harbor, intercepting the subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates themselves are no less formidable than the navy's vice admirals. Some of the earlier captains, including Marco, are even capable of engaging in combat with admirals. Alongside them, the warlords of the sea merely observe the unfolding drama, creating the illusion that the navy is at a disadvantage within the encircled battlefield. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are as powerful as monstrous beings. Kizaru surveyed the battlefield below and uttered a classic remark. Shaking his head, he turned to Shi Zhou. You too are a monster. You nearly inflicted harm upon me. In an instant, as if teleporting, he appeared directly to Shi Zhou's right. Speed is power. Have you ever been struck by light speed? He spoke with an unusual swiftness, devoid of his usual languid tone. In a flash, Shi Zhou barely managed to pivot his blade, positioning it vertically to his right, while slightly turning his body and crouching down. His left hand pressed firmly against the back of the blade as he faced the rapidly approaching golden foot, glowing like molten gold. The clash of heel and blade produced the sound of metal colliding. It was insurmountable. Veins bulged in Shi Zhou's arms, despite exerting all his strength. The unfavorable angle of his position on the slope forced him to yield momentarily to Kizaru's overwhelming kick, causing him to slide back incrementally. Just then, he pondered how to enter the fray. Lifting his gaze to meet Kizaru's calm eyes, a sly smirk crept onto Shi Zhou's face. Since you so desire my involvement, I shall oblige. However, I hope you won't regret it later. He resolutely abandoned his defense. In an instant, propelled by the immense force, his body soared into the air, and with a resounding thud, he shot downwards towards the battlefield like a bouncing ball beneath Kizaru's foot. This fellow Kizaru watched Shi Zhou accelerate downward and scratched his head. Was he aiming to join the battle and unite with the Whitebeard pirates? To Kizaru, Shi Zhou's presence here could only mean one thing. He was intent on rescuing Ace. If he sought to save Ace, he was naturally aligned with the Whitebeard pirates. Shaking his head, Kizaru transformed into photons, swiftly pursuing Shi Zhou. I cannot allow you to have your way so easily. Even though Shi Zhou's figure was swift enough, he was still caught up by Kizaru the moment he entered the encirclement. The languid Kizaru is truly formidable, for he fears no one. Yet, when he becomes serious, he is even more terrifying as he loses the inclination to toy with his opponents. Consequently, Shi Zhou was deprived of the treatment bestowed upon Zaro. Without the slightest hesitation, the instant Kizaru appeared above Shi Zhou, he executed a graceful spinning kick, a golden flash of light, directly striking Shi Zhou's blade as he hurriedly raised it in defense. Clang! The force this time was immensely powerful, and with Shi Zhou suspended in the air, resistance was utterly futile. Beneath the feet of the yellow ape, his body transformed into a veritable projectile, plunging downwards like a shooting star towards the ice below. With a resounding crash, shards of ice erupted in every direction. The immense power instantly propelled Shi Zhou through the thick ice layer, causing the entire icy expanse within the surrounding circle to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Ha 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 ha! The formidable admiral, Don Quixote da Flamingo, laughed heartily, peering down into the deep pit where Shi Zhou had fallen. Surely, this isn't the end. However, as the silence lingered within the chasm, Da Flamingo's brow furrowed, and a flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes. It was unclear what he sensed, but a hint of disappointment crossed his visage. He had expected that the individuals of interest to Whitebeard and the man beside him would prove formidable. Yet, he had not anticipated that Shi Zhou would succumb so easily to the yellow ape, enduring only a couple of blows before being gravely injured. It seemed he was merely a fortunate youth who had stumbled upon a black blade by chance. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. The sudden appearance of the yellow ape on the battlefield instantly heightened the vigilance of the Whitebeard pirates. This individual is not merely one of the lower-ranking Navy personnel encircled, but rather one of the three formidable admirals. Do you not wish to emerge? Kizaru will not be disheartened like Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is well aware of Shi Zhou's intentions, having engaged him directly, even if he sustained injuries during their previous encounter. He does not believe this young adversary has lost his combat capability. However, upon sensing the malevolence emanating from the countless pirates surrounding him and the vanishing presence of the navy, Kizaru reluctantly raises his gaze towards Whitebeard. Initially, the plan entailed that these captains, along with Whitebeard, would be dealt with by the three admirals in the observing Shichibukai. Yet now, due to the unexpected arrival of Shi Zhou, there has been a slight delay, but fortuitously so. Casting his eyes upon Whitebeard, Kizaru's form once again transforms into light, shooting towards the sky above the center of the battlefield. To mitigate the Navy's losses, the simplest strategy is to capture the leader first. Since he has descended, it is indeed opportune. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru halts in the sky before Whitebeard. Without hesitation, he crosses his arms, his fingers forming a delicate gesture, aligned with his shoulders, as his thumb and index finger come together, creating a hollow from which golden light radiates. The dazzling golden glow swiftly envelopes the entire battlefield, resembling two small suns, compelling all who gaze upon Kizaru to instinctively shield their eyes to avoid blindness. Ah, the Yasakani no Magatama. No, at this moment, the serious Kizaru is unleashing the true Yasakani no Magatama. Countless spheres of light instantly manifest from the hollow between his fingers, rapidly shooting towards Whitebeard. Hey, why is it so blinding? Observing Kizaru, Whitebeard can only lament the brilliance of the golden light, seemingly unaffected by the countless laser spheres hurtling towards him, his expression remaining unchanged. Kizaru's intention to capture the leader first is indeed astute. However, to approach Whitebeard, one must first traverse the barrier of his suns. Just as Kizaru's laser spheres are about to reach Whitebeard, a winged, pineapple-headed man suddenly swoops in from behind Whitebeard. The man flaps his wings and positions himself directly between the spheres and Whitebeard, bravely absorbing Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama with his body and wings. For a moment, the sky is obscured by golden and blue light. When the explosion dissipates, revealing the pineapple-headed figure, he appears as though he has been riddled with bullets, nearly disassembled. Yet, amidst a surge of blue flames, his body miraculously regenerates, akin to a phoenix reborn. Gazing at the rejuvenated pineapple-headed man amidst the azure flames, the Navy is taken aback, while the pirates' morale soars. Marco. Kizaru fixates on Marco, who stands defiantly before him, displaying no surprise, yet his tone resumes its usual sardonic quality. How terrifying indeed. The Whitebeard pirates. In truth, Marco possesses abilities that somewhat counteract Kizaru. While Kizaru's lasers are formidable, they strike Marco as gently as raindrops upon water, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Consequently, to engage Marco in combat, one must resort to close-quarters fighting, ideally akin to the prowess exhibited by Garp. However, just as Kizaru finished his contemplative sigh, Marco soared above him and delivered a powerful kick, sending Kizaru crashing down into the surrounding wall with a resounding thud. Amidst the billowing dust, the unscathed Kizaru gazed up at Marco, feeling a twinge of frustration. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet and cautioned the towering marine generals encircling them to prevent Marco from breaking free from the skies. At that moment, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division suddenly hoisted a massive ice chunk, resembling a small mountain, from the icy ground and hurled it towards the execution platform. Beneath the looming shadow cast over the platform, Akainu, the most dedicated participant in the battle atop the rooftop, could no longer tolerate the pirates' audacity. Muttering about Kizaru and Akiji's dereliction of duty, he slowly rose from his chair. This individual is indeed formidable, effortlessly obliterating the iceberg hurled by Jaws with a single punch. Furthermore, the molten fist he unleashed conjured a myriad of fiery magma orbs that cascaded down upon the battlefield from the heavens, instilling an apocalyptic ambience throughout the arena. As the conflict raged on, the addition of the giant vice admirals appeared to tilt the scales in favor of the Navy. However, at that moment, a colossal figure emerged from the vast expanse of the sea beyond the harbor, towering above all. The figure was immensely imposing. Merely standing there sent shivers down one's spine. With a single stroke, he effortlessly severed the colossal naval warship that obstructed his path. His arrival ignited a wave of exhilaration among the pirates, yet it was Moria, standing on the platform of the 7 warlords, who was even more electrified by the moment. After this individual was crushed in spirit by Kaido, he foolishly imagined he could no longer rely on his companions, but rather on emotionless corpses. Among the collection of corpses he possessed was the ancestor of the colossal figure that now emerged, Ors. The appearance of Little Ors provided the pirates with a glimmer of hope for escape, and under Whitebeard's command, all pirates focused their efforts on shielding Little Oars. True to their expectations, Little Oars transformed the scene. The ordinarily massive giants, who seemed formidable compared to mere mortals, were rendered as children before him, each sent flying with a single punch. In a short span, Oars breached the perimeter, standing at the edge where, with one more step, he could easily reach Ace on the execution platform. However, this step proved insurmountable in the face of Little Oars. For blocking his path were the 7 warlords of the sea. Although Bartholomew Kuma was absent, the remaining warlords were not to be underestimated. They were not the sluggish giants Little Oars could easily conquer. Thus, even with Mihawk and Hancock remaining stationary, failing to intervene, Little Oars, much like his counterpart in the original narrative, fell just a step away from the execution platform. The demise of Little Oars plunged the pirates into deep sorrow and escalated the battlefield into a fervent chaos. Simultaneously, a change occurred within the pit created by Little Oars' enormous form. Drip, drip, drip. Blood cascaded rapidly down the edges of the deep cavity, filling it in no time due to Oars' vast size. Within the crimson pool, Shi Zhou huddled with his blade, his entire body curled into a ball, surrounded by a transparent energy barrier that separated him from the blood, rendering him akin to an infant still nestled in the womb. If it resembled a maternal entity, it naturally bore corresponding energy. A unique force, perceptible solely to Shi Zhou, coursed through the blood enveloping him, transmitting from above his head. As this energy entered Shi Zhou's being, it was as if he experienced a revival. The wounds inflicted by Kazara's kicks vanished in an instant. At that moment, Shi Zhou opened his eyes. Despite the seeming passage of time since he was thrust into the battlefield, it had merely been a few fleeting minutes, overshadowed by the relentless fluctuations of the conflict. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Shi Zhou hesitated to venture out initially, as the time was not yet ripe. If he were to step out then, he could only assist one side, unable to reap the benefits from both, for he risked being simultaneously attacked from both fronts. It was only amidst the greatest chaos that one could maximize their profits. Now, Shi Zhou lifted his gaze, as if peering beyond the bloodshed, piercing through the lifeless form of Little Oz, and resting upon the colossal wave that had initially been frozen by that fellow, Akiji. The grand performance was about to commence, and the protagonist was soon to make an entrance. Let us flee, Kobe. In a corner of the battlefield, Belyamed looked upon the chaos, his legs trembling incessantly. To escape. Are we truly going to flee? Witnessing the fallen figure before him, the once formidable Major General Mullah, Kobe's face was etched with terror. Paralyzed by fear, he stood rooted, uncertain of what to do next. Ah, is that not the cowardly King Kobe? At that moment, a tall figure approached from behind him. Shi Zhou observed Kobe's back with keen interest, his words laced with mockery, yet his gaze remained as frigid as ever. The mere presence of Shi Zhou acted as a catalyst, prompting Kobe, who had been indecisive, to instinctively resolve to flee. Without even glancing back to identify the newcomer, Kobe shouted and dashed toward the edge of the battlefield. Even someone usually so formidable had fallen easily on this battlefield. What purpose could a mere soldier like him serve here? No, I cannot perish here. I still have to fulfill my promise to Captain Luffy and become an admiral. Fleeing was indeed an act of escape, yet one must still find a rationale to justify it, wouldn't you agree? He truly has fled. Kobe's retreat caught Shi Zhou by surprise. In truth, his earlier remark was merely a jest. As an ordinary individual, it is only natural to feel a sense of dread when faced with the vastness of the battlefield for the very first time. In the original narrative, the pivotal moment where this character implores both the Navy and pirates to cease their conflict arises from his awakening of observation haki, allowing him to perceive the anguished cries of countless soldiers. Influenced by this profound awareness and driven by an instinctual pity, he delivers what he believes to be a righteous shout. Shaking his head, Shi Zhou chose to disregard the fleeing Kabi and Belumeb, instead directing his gaze towards the fallen Ijimura. His decision to refrain from immediate engagement was indeed wise, for on this battlefield, each individual was preoccupied with their own adversary, including the formidable Kizaru. Thus, as long as he did not overstep, he could act without reservation. Licking his lips, Shi Zhou dragged his blade toward Ijimura's side, and without a moment's hesitation, he drove the tip of his sword downward into Ujimura's back. The blade effortlessly pierced through Ujimura's heart, momentarily awakening his fading consciousness and prompting an instinctive resistance. However, this flicker of life was but a fleeting moment. His body succumbed entirely, the blood rushing back obstructing his throat and rendering him incapable of even a scream. A familiar energy surged through the blade, instantly transferring from Ijimura into Shi Zhou. This energy coursed throughout his being, from his hands to his feet, before vanishing into the void through his pores. At that instant, Ujimura seemed to have experienced the entirety of his life in mere seconds, aging from middle age to senescence. No one noticed Ujimura's transformation, for he lay prostrate on the ground, his form concealed beneath the navy uniform. However, a notable change was evident. His once raven-black hair had transformed entirely to a shade of gray. How could you strike down someone who is already defeated and devoid of combat ability? A short distance away, Fasa, after dispatching 2 Navy soldiers charging at him, turned just in time to witness Shi Zhou's act of murder. Although a pirate, Fasa adhered to a code of ethics. He himself would not slay someone who had lost all will to fight. So why would this sudden youth dare to do so? Fasa, the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was a tall and robust figure. Despite his youth, he bore an appearance that belied his age. Sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and a diagonal scar across his face, clutching a long blade that had just extinguished its flames, he inquired, "What? Are you instructing me on how to act?" In that moment, as Shi Zhou lifted his gaze, Fasa felt an instinctual shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end. This sensation is remarkably peculiar, as if the gaze directed towards him were not merely eyes, but rather a sharp blade. The indifference reflected in those dark orbs instilled within him an overwhelming feeling of being ensnared by the frigid ice beneath him. The imminent peril compelled him to instinctively tighten his grip on the knife, his body instinctively adopting a combative stance, poised for defense. A sudden figure emerged, swiftly dispatching the naval soldier who had just been defeated. Unfamiliar with this individual, it was evident that he was not affiliated with their pirate crew. Yet, the audacity to slay a member of the Navy suggested he could not possibly belong to them either. What, then, was he? Shi Zhou regarded the imposing figure before him, a smile spreading across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He offered no response to Fasa, instead taking a single step forward, causing his form to vanish into thin air. At that moment, it felt as if the world had pressed the pause button, not the world itself, but the space between Shi Zhou and Fasa. In an instant, Shi Zhou reappeared before Fasa, as if traversing the fabric of time and space. Gazing at the peculiar apparition, Fasa's mind momentarily stalled. However, the encroaching danger triggered an instinctive response from his battle-hardened body. Yet, it was too late. With his head bowed, Shi Zhou did not even glance at Fasa, his icy gaze fixated on Fasa's chest, as though his eyes could pierce through flesh to behold the rhythm of the heart within. With his right hand gripping the blade, its edge pointed upwards and the spine resting in the palm of his left hand, Shi Zhou thrust the knife upwards without hesitation. Why had Shi Zhou forged a straight blade instead of the commonly seen, curved ones in this realm? One reason was nostalgia for a past life, while the other was practicality for piercing. The blade effortlessly penetrated Fasa's abdomen, even as his body reacted with remarkable speed, enveloping his chest in a layer of haki. Yet, it was evident that his defenses, bolstered by haki, were as futile as paper against the already razor-sharp blade empowered by Shi Zhou's own haki. As the tip of the knife plunged into his belly, it continued its upward trajectory, swiftly transfixing Fasa's heart and emerging through his back. Captain, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates 15th Division, witnessing their leader's grievous injury, were thrown into a state of panic. Their cries drew the attention of those observing the battlefield, as they beheld the blade protruding from Fasa's back and the young man in black before him. The expressions of both Navy and pirates were steeped in ambiguity. The pirates were engulfed in fury, while the Navy was shrouded in confusion. Isn't this fellow one of Whitebeard's crew? How is it that he has now slain the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? How audacious! To dare to lose focus while battling me is truly terrifying. At the nearest battlefield, Marco gazed at Fasa, momentarily dazed. Yet, it was this very moment of distraction that allowed Kizaru to seize the opportunity. He raised his right foot, executed a graceful spin, and with his heel shimmering with golden light, delivered a direct kick to Marco's chest. Thud, like a mere ball. Marco's body bent into a shrimp-like form, hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall encircling the battleground. Although Kizaru found Shichibukai's actions perplexing, he remained unfazed. As the fallen were not Marines. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. At the opposite end of the battlefield, Doflamingo tilted his head to observe Shichibukai, initially taken aback, before spreading his arms wide and laughing heartily. In this historic battleground, the violent instincts within Doflamingo surged with fervor. Witnessing such an amusing spectacle, how could he refrain from feeling exhilarated? You are truly a chaotic individual. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard furrowed his brow. fixing a steely gaze upon Shichibukai, veins bulging on his forehead. He had consistently identified himself as a father and played that role earnestly. The previous slaughter of his son Ors had already ignited his fury, and now witnessing another son pierced by a blade was enough to enrage him further. Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, a shout rang out from above, interrupting him. The battlefield remained tumultuous. Those drawn to the sky were either confident in their abilities, engaged in an effortless fight, or merely spectators on the sidelines. In a corner of the battlefield, upon hearing the shout, Shichibukai's lips curled into a wicked smile. In truth, he and Luffy had arrived at the battlefield nearly simultaneously. Instead of seeking Luffy, Shichibukai lifted his gaze to meet Foss's bloodshot eyes and asked with a grin, "Are you ready? Ready? Ready for what?" Fossa was not dead, yet he dared not move. For any slight motion would result in his heart being instantly shredded by the blade. As if aware of his impending fate, he glared at Shichibukai, devoid of any fear of death. "You this fellow, my father will surely not let you escape." Although he uttered these words, a hint of concern lurked deep within his eyes. The sudden appearance of this individual instilled a sense of danger that surpassed even that of a general. The speed at which he approached was so swift that, despite his heightened vigilance, he remained completely unaware. His instincts informed him that this was not mere teleportation, but rather genuine velocity, yet he could not fathom the reason behind this extraordinary speed. Was it over? Shi Zhou fixed his gaze on Fossa, displaying no reaction to the imminent threat, seemingly concluding that it was indeed finished. Thus, he resolved to proceed directly to the destined end of time. As his words fell, Shi Zhou did not afford Fossa another opportunity to speak. He swiftly drew the blade of Tang, a name known only to him. There was no loud scream, no spurt of blood, even the blade bore no trace of crimson. It was as though he had pierced not the heart of a man, but rather a mere ordinary tree stump. The sole transformation occurred in Fossa's body, which, as the blade withdrew, appeared to have traversed the entirety of his remaining life in an instant. His muscles withered, his form hunched. At the very moment the blade departed, he transitioned from middle age to the brink of death, entering the realm of the departed, becoming a statue, a weathered corpse. Simultaneously, as the blade released its grip on Fossa's being, Shi Zhou's hair, which had inexplicably turned gray, miraculously restored its former hue. The world possesses countless capabilities to transform an individual into a mere lifeless husk. However, erasing someone entirely from existence is a rare feat. Shi Zhou did not treat Fossa and the naval officer like the ruffians from the Shambadi archipelago. He still sought to remain inconspicuous. For if he approached them as he did the thugs on the islands, he could not guarantee that Sengoku would fail to recognize him. Furthermore, there were undoubtedly agents of the world government present. Even if Sengoku did not immediately identify him, the CP0, who had been diligently searching for his whereabouts, would surely make the connection. At that point, the time available to him would diminish significantly. Standing still, Shi Zhou waited for a moment until the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground broke the silence. He then turned his body, seeking his next prey. "How dare you?" Behind the lifeless form of Fossa, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates' 15th Division stared at their captain's withered silhouette, acutely aware that he no longer radiated even the faintest breath of life. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and charged toward Shi Zhou. The world of pirates is indeed peculiar. One might say they are fearless, for they exhibit true courage, unafraid of tempests or crises. Even those newly entering the New World dare to trespass into the territories of the Four Emperors, provoking and challenging them without hesitation. Yet, to declare them brave is not entirely accurate. The majority lack the courage to venture into the New World, or even the Grand Line. They confine themselves to the four seas, bullying coastal villages and reigning supreme in remote, impoverished locales. Alternatively, they linger around Sabaody Archipelago, indulging in self-deception. Do the pirates charging towards the time ship comprehend their impending doom? They undoubtedly do, for they are not fools. The crew members of the Four Emperors pirate crews are the Sea Army de la Sea Army, seasoned veterans of the New World, having navigated its treacherous waters for an extended period. However, certain matters cannot be resolved merely by weighing the pros and cons before making a decision. Observing the pirates seeking vengeance for their captain, Shi Zhou can only silently commend their bravery. Nevertheless, his gaze remains icy and his blade sharp. In a flash, the gleam of the sword cuts through the air, and without a cry, the bodies of the pirates freeze in place. The classification of power in this world is rather vague, yet the disparities within it are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Some pirates are merely robust, capable of overpowering a few common folk, while others possess the cataclysmic strength akin to that of deities. Do not be deceived by the members of the Whitebeard Pirates 15th Division. They are indeed elites among pirates, with some even harboring a faint aura within them, yet they remain merely elites. Those pirates, who do not even rise to the level of minor leaders, truly bear no distinction from ordinary people in the presence of Shi Zhou. This is reminiscent of his encounters in Sabaody Archipelago, where he dispatched several CP0 agents. They too were elites, having been honed since childhood, yet when faced with Shi Zhou, they were rendered no different. Silently advancing, Shi Zhou paid no heed to the pirates behind him. They were already dead, irrevocably so. If a person could continue to live after having their throats severed, Shi Zhou could only marvel at their fortune. Meanwhile, at another corner of the battlefield, Doflamingo observed the formidable Adomos, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 13th Division, who was known as the Buffalo due to his fierce appearance and a gray helmet adorned with horns, his physique resembling a massive sphere. As Adomos relentlessly struck down his comrades, Doflamingo turned his gaze towards Shi Zhou. To be candid, he acknowledged that he had previously underestimated Shi Zhou. Not only had this individual withstood 2 kicks from Kizaru, appearing as vigorous as ever, but his nonchalant swordsmanship while dispatching pirates had also astonished Doflamingo. No wonder that fellow was so intrigued. With a grin, Doflamingo shifted his attention elsewhere. From his vantage point, he noticed Mihawk, who had remained stationary in the encirclement after delivering a blow to Whitebeard, finally making a move. How increasingly fascinating this was. Gahaha. It was uncertain what thoughts crossed his mind, but suddenly he threw his head back and laughed heartily, arms wide open. Let chaos reign. Let madness ensue. The world is thus, and he believes without hesitation that justice will ultimately prevail, for in his heart, only the victors embody righteousness. Countless histories have taught him that all narratives are inscribed and passed down by those who triumph. Step aside. Upon encountering the tall woman who suddenly appeared before him, Shi Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. It's you. I remember correctly, it is indeed you. Your unique aura and presence. Even after all these years and despite your completely altered appearance, those eyes remain etched in my memory. Hancock's gaze was fixed intently on Shi Zhou, as if, in that moment, they existed in a world where only the two of them mattered, detached from the battlefield. Initially, upon seeing Shi Zhou, she merely suspected that he might be the person she once knew. However, after Shi Zhou withstood the blows from Kizaru and re-emerged on the battlefield unscathed, she became almost certain that he truly was the child she remembered, especially when Shi Zhou, in a peculiar manner, dispatched Fasa, while others might have overlooked it. She had been keenly observing Shi Zhou's every move. The graying of his hair was inconsequential, but his ability to kill and return to form afterward certainly warranted attention. Although she was unaware of the specifics, the prowess Shi Zhou exhibited was something she had witnessed in the arena and had not only seen but also experienced firsthand. Shi Zhou had entered Mariewa at a notably young age. Despite his impressive strength and capabilities, it was implausible for him to emerge victorious in every battle without difficulty. In fact, most of the confrontations he faced were remarkably arduous. While the outcome of each conflict concluded with his triumph, the wounds sustained thereafter were not easily dispelled. Each time Shi Zhou suffered grave injuries or approached death, he would take on the appearance of a frail, old man. Though he often sported a bald head during those times, it was unreasonable to assume he could remain bald indefinitely, was it not? This peculiar incident is one of the legends surrounding Shi Zhou in the arena, well known among the elder gladiators. Step aside. Shi Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, his tone growing more intense. Step aside. How could I possibly do that? Hancock glared at Shi Zhou, her captivating eyes wide with excitement. She touched her right hip, recalling the lingering pain from the wound he had inflicted upon her all those years ago. As her words fell, the proud Hancock, who had always regarded others as mere insects, broke into a wild smile, revealing an alluring yet sinister charm. Ah, how beautiful! At that moment, both the Navy and the pirates around them were transfixed by Hancock, their eyes transformed into hearts. They even clasped their hands in front of them, swaying like willow branches. Disgusting men. Although Hancock did not turn around, her powers had already quietly activated. Her devil fruit ability, known as the sweet fruit, bore no relation to sweetness. Rather, it resembled the mythical Medusa. She could remotely petrify those infatuated with her and could also directly petrify anyone or anything she touched. Once petrified, even if their bodies were shattered, they could not be restored. Shi Zhou glanced around at the petrified Navy and pirates, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Hancock's devil fruit ability was indeed formidable, verging on the overpowered, especially when combined with her own beauty. Moreover, her powers were not merely effective against weaklings. They had the same impact even against formidable opponents, unless one utilized a significant amount of hockey for defense. Merely coming into contact with her would essentially seal their fate in battle. The outcome would be the same, whether one were a Yonko or an admiral. Naturally, beings of such unparalleled strength would never allow Hancock to come into contact with them, as they would dispatch her long before her powers could take effect. Fragrant feet. The wind from her foot swept towards him, but Shi Zhou was quicker. He raised his right hand and blocked Hancock's slender, fair leg with the blade of his weapon. He had no desire to admire the view beneath her skirt. In truth, he could not even if he wished to. For beneath it lay not a lack of attire nor delicate lingerie, but a pair of asymmetrical safety shorts, devoid of anything beyond ordinary white. I shall say this one last time. Shi Zhou lifted his head, leaning slightly forward to meet Hancock's gaze, utterly unfazed by her beauty. Step aside. This marks the third time he has insisted she step aside today. Were it any ordinary individual, Shi Zhou would never have engaged in such pointless dialogue. In truth, he shares little camaraderie with Hancock. In the arena, he had nearly taken her life. Had it not been for the familiar images that flashed through his mind upon encountering Hancock, he would have undoubtedly dealt the fatal blow. And she would have become yet another lifeless body amidst the vast heap of bones beneath the arena. Hancock, clearly unfazed by Shi Zhou's rebuke, maintained her peculiar, sinister smile. With a swift motion, she raised her leg and pivoted, aiming a kick at Shi Zhou from the opposite side. Shi Zhou shook his head slightly, a crimson glow igniting in his eyes as he swung his blade to intercept Hancock's descending leg once more. Observing Hancock, who had inexplicably engaged in battle with Shi Zhou, Mihawk could only shake his head in disbelief. Never mind, he thought, there was no rush. With a slight shake of his head, he withdrew his gaze from Shi Zhou and reached behind him to grasp the hilt of the black blade. Knight. Having entered the battlefield, it was time to warm up. The melodious clang of steel resonated once more across the arena. Uncertain of what had compelled him, he drew his sword at that very moment. Just as he unsheathed it, a towering man suddenly appeared before him, raising his blade to strike. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. It was as if a meticulously rehearsed stage play was unfolding, as Mihawk deftly unsheathed his sword, precisely parrying the twin blades that approached him. Raising his gaze to the man before him, Mihawk's tranquil eyes revealed a flicker of intrigue. Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, renowned for his flamboyant swordsmanship resembling petals dancing in the wind, earned the moniker Flower Sword. He was a swordsman of considerable repute, having long since made a name for himself in the New World and across the globe. Just as Mihawk was about to engage Bista earnestly, a familiar shout seized his attention. Ace! Luffy had finally emerged from the disorienting depths of the sea, climbing to the highest point of the warship. He could hardly contain his excitement and shouted aloud, oblivious to his surroundings. Kapu, you bastard, another family member. On the execution platform, Sengoku gazed at Luffy, veins pulsing ominously on his forehead, an alarming sight. Although initially taken aback by Carp's unexpected presence, he still clung to the belief that Carp, for the sake of his unwavering sense of justice, would not act recklessly for Ace. Yet now, another complication had arisen with Luffy. Not only that, upon encountering familiar yet strange figures emerging one after another from behind Luffy, Sengoku realized that the situation at Impel Down had spiraled out of control. It is crucial to note that this is the largest prison in the world, housing the most notorious and malevolent pirates. Particularly alarming was the sight of Crocodile, who was imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. If the fugitives from the 6th level have managed to escape, the implications are staggering. Sengoku felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Were it not for his position as the commander of this war, and the fact that a global broadcast was underway, he would have undoubtedly rushed forward to reprimand Garp with unrestrained fury. Luffy. In the face of Sengoku's wrath, Garp found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was evident to any discerning observer that this group of unexpected arrivals was clearly led by Luffy, as indicated by their formation. Truly, what a man of endless intrigue this Straw Hat Kid is. Deflecting Bista's sword with a swift motion, Mihawk leaped backward, landing gracefully, and then turned his gaze toward Luffy. His eyes filled with admiration. After embarking on his voyage, this individual has been involved in nothing short of headline-grabbing events. And now he finds himself entangled in this colossal conflict. The arrival of Luffy has elicited a spectrum of reactions. Some are filled with admiration, others with astonishment, and still others with indignation. Moria, who had just allied with Doflamingo to eliminate the formidable Ors, was reveling in the enormity of Or's body while contemplating how to reshape it. But now he is consumed by fury towards Luffy. On the ship, Hancock, upon encountering Luffy, underwent a remarkable transformation. Her haughtiness evaporated, her aloofness vanished, replaced instead by a delicate shyness characteristic of a woman in love. She even chose to abandon her assault on the ship, retreating a few steps, cupping her face in her hands, her eyes fixated on Luffy, lost in adoration. Witnessing Hancock's sudden change, Shichibukai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Not out of jealousy, but rather in disbelief. The woman, much like in the original narrative, has succumbed to the whirlpool of love. One cannot help but wonder what enchantment Luffy possesses that has transformed Hancock in such a manner, especially considering their interaction lasted merely a few days. Shaking his head, Shi Zhou turned around, his gaze similarly fixed on Luffy. In the brief time apart, this fellow has visibly deteriorated, although he smiles at Ace on the execution platform. Shi Zhou can still perceive the dire state of his health. However, this matter does not concern Shi Zhou. With another shake of his head, he pivoted, stepping past Hancock, whose eyes were solely on Luffy, and proceeded towards his predetermined objective. The battlefield did not pause for Luffy's unexpected intrusion. Rather, after a brief lull, it erupted into even greater chaos. Upon confronting Crocodile and encountering Whitebeard, Luffy, in a display of audacity, relayed the intelligence he had overheard on the warship regarding the Navy's intention to execute Ace ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this news, Whitebeard resolved to assist Luffy. Consequently, Luffy, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, pressed forward toward the execution platform, with the aid of the officers of the Whitebeard pirates, steadfastly pursuing his intent. This fellow is perpetually brimming with fervor, as if wherever he wanders, he becomes the very epicenter of the world, effortlessly capturing the attention of the majority present, including the formidable captains. In response to Luffy's impassioned charge, Shichibukai chose to disregard it, and before he realized it, he had slipped out of the encirclement, vanishing from the battlefield. The encirclement bore two colossal gaps, courtesy of the imposing oars and the ice-breaking vessel commanded by the Ice Witch, wide-eyed, crossing through the openings. The sight that greeted him was that of naval warships. Though numerous, they were all confined to this location due to the presence of Akiji. Aside from the gunners who remained aboard the ships, all other Navy personnel had disembarked, led by a naval vice-admiral, to impede the advance of the allied pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Though this is not the main battlefield, the vastness of the area is considerably larger due to the sheer number of participants. The hunt has commenced. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he strode eagerly onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, in another corner of the field, the shadow of a naval vessel cast a conversation between two individuals. The outcome of this war had already been agreed upon by the superiors of both sides. Akaina spoke calmly, provoking visible rage in the man opposite him, who had pink hair adorned with a spider tattoo on his forehead. "You're talking nonsense. Do you really think I would believe your lies?" "Oh, is that so?" A hint of mockery glimmered in Akainu's eyes beneath his cap. "No matter how you struggle, the truth remains unchanged. If you choose to perish without a fight," before Akaina could finish his sentence, Squard raised his knife and charged at him. "Shut up. Do you think I would fall for your tricks?" He acted with decisiveness and courage, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable by mere bravado. Thus, when Squard attacked, Akaina effortlessly felled him with a single punch. Stepping forward, Akaina loomed over Squard and declared, "You may not believe my words, but soon you will witness the truth for yourself. If you think I am deceiving you, then let us wait and see." The Navy is about to concentrate their assault, targeting only those affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. As if to validate Akainu's assertion, a cacophony of explosions and screams suddenly erupted from outside the encirclement. "How can this be? How can this be?" Squard gazed in disbelief at the fiery chaos. Could it be that this man was right? Had the Navy truly reached an agreement with Father? Would Father really abandon us? In that moment, Squard was thrown into disarray. "Consider my proposal carefully, life or death. The choice is yours to make." Sensing the hatred welling up within Squard, Akainu's serious demeanor finally cracked into a faint smile. With the desired effect achieved, he turned away, leaving the despairing Squard behind as he made his way back towards the harbor. This individual is someone he has deliberately chosen. He harbors an irreparable enmity with Roger, and despite joining the Whitebeard pirates, he remains a solitary figure. Although he has companions, he is indeed a profoundly lonely soul. Such individuals are most susceptible to persuasion. For once their inner convictions begin to waver, they have no one to consult. After walking just a few steps, Akainu abruptly halted. "Oh, Is that not the Red Dog? At the bow of the warship stood a man with profound features and a prominent nose, a visage seemingly sculpted by the most masterful artisan. He descended from the railing, casting a glance at Squard, a smirk curling at his lips, before raising his gaze towards Akainu. His eyes, dark as ink and as deep as a tranquil lake, appeared untouched by the slightest ripple. Even in the presence of a vice admiral, the most dedicated commander of this conflict. What a splendid spectacle it has been! Shi Zhou had fought his way from one side of the wall to the other. Had Akainu utilized his observation haki to survey the battlefield, he would have noticed the absence of numerous presences. Among these scents, there are pirates, and of course, there are also naval forces. Unfortunately, the few vice admirals he had set his sights on had already fled as soon as he broke free from the encirclement. As he emerged, he was met with the unexpected presence of someone he recognized. A hint of surprise flickered across Akainu's stern face. What purpose do you serve here on this battlefield? At this moment, Rayleigh found himself shielded behind Zifa, unable to join the fray directly. Logically, this young lad, due to his connection with Rayleigh, should have come to rescue Ace. This also explains why, after the discovery of Shi Zhou, the warring states allowed the Yellow Ape to proceed. However, the subsequent actions of this young rascal left the Navy in a state of confusion. He was not only killing Navy personnel but also pirates, and notably, he had slain the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It is crucial to note that despite the prolonged conflict, while the Whitebeard pirates had sustained losses, none of their captains had perished. What is the meaning of this? Upon hearing Akainu's inquiry, a malevolent smile crept across Shi Zhou's face. Guess, he retorted. Akainu was at a loss for words. How old are you? Do you think I'm a child? Clenching his fists, Akainu's temper flared as he raised his hand, resolutely preparing to strike Shi Zhou. Since you refuse to speak, then you shall face your demise. His arm, transformed into molten lava, was enormous and propelled forward with incredible speed, reaching Shi Zhou in an instant. The sheer danger of this assault was palpable, as its might distorted the air surrounding Shi Zhou before it even made contact. With a resounding clang, Shi Zhou did not attempt to evade. Instead, he drew his sword, raising it above his head and positioning it defensively before him. The impact was tremendous, reverberating across the battlefield. Truly, the strength of a Marine admiral was formidable. The flames illuminated Shi Zhou's face in a crimson glow as he gazed up at the colossal fireball before him, slicing downward with intense force. With a sound akin to slicing through jelly, he effortlessly cleaved through the magma fist. Are you jesting? Is this not a mere scratch? Unbeknownst to him, Akainu had already positioned himself to Shi Zhou's right. His stature was significantly greater, towering over Shi Zhou, who was merely an ordinary person standing at a height of approximately 1.9 meters. In contrast, Akainu loomed over 3 meters high, creating a striking visual disparity. Raising his right fist high, Akainu looked down at the diminutive figure of Shi Zhou, his eyes icy as he unleashed his massive molten fist, descending without hesitation towards Shi Zhou's head. With a mission at hand, he could not afford to waste time on this boy. Thus he unleashed his full power from the onset. Are you in such a hurry to dispose of me? A glint of crimson flickered in Shi Zhou's eyes as he raised his sword to block. The immense force bent his body slightly, and before he could retaliate, he felt the ground beneath his feet give way with a crack, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. While he had successfully defended against Akainu's assault, the ice layer beneath him was far from solid. He had initially intended to continue fighting, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. This is insufficient. The carnage is not enough. Engaging with this individual now serves no purpose. Thus, Akainu's fist merely hesitated momentarily before resuming its descent, relentlessly driving Shi Zhou into the ice layer. With a thunderous crash, the impact reverberated. A tremendous force caused the entire expanse of ice to tremble, and at the center of this upheaval, the ice shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. However, they did not travel far. Akainu was akin to a volcano, and before the ice debris could truly escape the battlefield, the surrounding intense heat vaporized it instantly. As the white mist ascended, Akainu rapidly propelled himself through the air with a series of swift steps, ultimately landing with ease on the edge of the massive crater he had created with his punch. The steam-generated fog was thick, obscuring his view of the depths below, yet he was certain that Shi Zhou, the young lad, was unharmed. Should he continue? To be candid, Shi Zhou instilled a peculiar sensation within him, as if this individual could inflict significant damage upon the Navy. Clenching his fist, Akainu cast a glance at the vacant ship's edge, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He then turned away, resolutely departing towards the harbor. Engaging in further combat with Shi Zhou was not out of the question. Yet the constraints of time dictated otherwise. Were the circumstances different, he would undoubtedly pursue the confrontation to the bitter end. Intent on vanquishing this individual who perpetually evoked a sense of discomfort within him, the plan had commenced. The foremost objective was Whitebeard. Any other considerations would be addressed after his defeat. As for Shi Zhou, having slain the son of Whitebeard, he had already garnered enmity with the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, entangling himself with this adversary at present was not advantageous. Akainu, despite his frequent volatility, was far from foolish. Rather, he was arguably the most capable leader among the three admirals. After all, the other two admirals were either feigning laziness for decades or genuinely idle. As the mist dissipated, a colossal pit, more than 10 meters in diameter, came into view. At the very center of the crater, Shi Zhou slowly straightened his posture. First, he used his left thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then exerted force to extract his feet from the ice, ascending along the crater's wall. What a monster! Shi Zhou mused as he walked. The full-force strike of an admiral was akin to a natural disaster, even without the enhancement of their devil fruit abilities. Their inherent strength and haki were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. However, upon reflection, it is indeed true that in a world teeming with people, there are but a few admirals. Among such a vast population, the selection of these three individuals implies that they must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable. Shi Zhou's physical prowess is, in fact, already quite formidable. Over the years, through countless rigorous exercises, his physique has indeed reached the limits of an ordinary human. Yet, it remains insufficient. Whether facing Rayleigh, Kizaru, or Akainu, he can distinctly perceive the existing gaps in his abilities. Alas, there is still a deficiency. By the pit, Shi Zhou lowered his head and sighed. Wasn't it said that everyone in the New World is a master of haki? However, during his wanderings, he encountered only a little over a dozen pirates possessing this power. As for the Navy, only a handful of individuals possessed haki. The majority were ordinary sailors who had honed their skills through rigorous training in the 6 forms of the Navy. To be frank, Shi Zhou felt somewhat disheartened. Before arriving at the Marineford War, he had anticipated this moment for quite some time. In his imagination, among the pirates, at the very least, the captains affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates should all possess haki. After all, to navigate the New World without haki is simply implausible. With a mere addition, there are at least 43, and within the Navy, excluding the vice admirals, the brigadier generals and rear admirals, the numerical base certainly surpasses that of the pirates. However, reality tells a different tale. The affiliated pirate crews present here amount to merely over 20, while the rest rely on their fruit abilities or the innate talents of their unique races. The Navy, if anything, is only about twice the number of pirates. In total, there are merely 60 or so, a stark contrast to the hundreds he had envisioned, a discrepancy far too great. Furthermore, he cannot eliminate them all. Should he do so, both the Navy and the pirates would descend into madness. Sighing deeply, Shi Zhou looked up at the sky, feeling despondent. His initial plan was to leverage the hundreds of formidable pirate and Navy haki users he had imagined to fortify himself, before subsequently entering the main battlefield to seek out the more powerful vice admirals and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, ultimately aiming to confront Whitebeard himself. In the wake of recent events, his physical prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the commanders. However, at this moment, a voice calls out, "Hey, who are you? What are you still doing here? The doppelgangers of Bartholomew Kuma are fast approaching. We must flee and regroup with the captain." The affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard pirates are currently in a state of frantic escape. Their capable captains have succumbed to Shichibukai's blade, with none able to withstand a single strike, making Shichibukai an exceptionally swift executioner. With the most formidable captains eliminated, only the ordinary crew and a handful of officers remain to confront the monstrous pacifists. Their sole option is to retreat. If they can break through the encirclement and reach the safety of their captain and father, they will no longer fear the beast pursuing them. Whitebeard's strategy was astute, initially using a tsunami to compel Akiji into action, thus creating a foothold for the pirates to land. Yet, his plan pales in comparison to the sagacity of Sengoku. Sengoku's objective is clear: to eliminate the greatest number of pirates. Merely targeting the Whitebeard pirates would not suffice. Therefore, he has orchestrated a 2-layered blockade beyond the encirclement. The first layer comprises the fleet of marine vice admirals, positioned to intercept the pirates as they attempt to enter the encirclement, while the second layer is set behind the pirates. Once all pirates have disembarked and the Marines are adequately prepared, the Central Marine forces can retreat back to the square, allowing the pacifists to drive the pirates into the encirclement, a veritable fish in a barrel. Sengoku is acutely aware of the pacifists' formidable power. Among ordinary folk, they are virtually invincible. Utilizing them as herders is indeed a fitting strategy. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Sengoku is stomping his feet in frustration. The meticulously laid plans have once again unraveled. A transmission snail has been lost, and to make matters worse, it has fallen into the hands of that buffoon, Buggy. Glaring at the comical visage of Buggy on the screen, Sengoku clenches his right fist and turns sharply, bellowing at the Marines gathered below the platform. What is this? I commanded you to sever the transmission snails. How is it that such absurd footage is still being broadcast? If this continues, how can we proceed with the operation? The Marines, initially saluting Sengoku, hurriedly stammer their explanation. Well, one of the transmission snails was seized by a prisoner who escaped from impel down. What did you say? Sengoku's anger intensifies. Taking a deep breath to quell his fury, he bellows once more at the Marines below. What are you still doing here? Get moving and stop them at once. Understood. The Marines, in a flurry, turn and rush to the nearby artillery positions. Almost immediately, all cannons are simultaneously adjusted, aimed squarely at the quirky Buggy and his crew. As Sengoku took a few deep breaths and straightened his posture, he raised a hand to his forehead. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, a more troubling piece of news reached him. Mr. Sengoku, the generals have reported that although the pirates are about to be encircled, the losses on our side are quite concerning. What do you mean by concerning? Sengoku lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the messenger. It appeared that a man clad in black had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, wreaking havoc like a demon, mercilessly slaughtering both pirates and Navy personnel alike. Is it Shi Zhou? Without needing to ponder further, Sengoku already knew the answer. What on earth does that man intend to accomplish? He tilted his head back, exasperated, and shouted. Then, Mr. Sengoku, what shall we do next? The messenger remained undeterred by Sengoku's frustration, standing tall and gazing directly at him, awaiting his command. Inform Fire Mountain and the others that everything proceeds as planned. Understood. The messenger saluted and turned to leave. At that moment, a voice came from beside him. It was Garp. What is the matter? My head is pounding. Do not bring me more trouble. If I wanted trouble, I would have found it long ago. Not wait until now. Garp glanced at Sengoku before shifting his gaze toward the open sea. Doesn't that Shi Zhou remind you of someone? Remind me of someone? Sengoku, having regained some composure, pondered, yet could not recall anyone Shi Zhou resembled. Do you remember the slave escape incident at Merciless 13 years ago? Of course. But that has nothing to do with Shi Zhou, does it? It seems unrelated. Yet considering the world government's reaction a few days ago, doesn't it seem quite connected? Sengoku's expression shifted as he appeared to grasp something, his face showing surprise. Yes, Garp nodded, turning to Sengoku with earnestness. Just as you surmised, it's the child. The child? No, that's impossible. Shi Zhou and the child are entirely different, and their methods of killing are dissimilar as well. The child's killings are remarkably clean, leaving no trace of a body. And, at this point, Sengoku faltered in his speech. And Shi Zhou merely drains a person dry, does he not? But Sengoku, do not forget the thousands who vanished a few days ago at Sabaody Archipelago. As of now, those thousands have left not a single trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. While there is no direct evidence linking Shi Zhou to their disappearance, nor any proof that Shi Zhou is indeed the child, the implications linger ominously. However, as he spoke, Garp pointed to his own eyes. Yet I still discerned within Shi Zhou's gaze the essence of a child. For it was I who had been dispatched by the Navy to conclude matters concerning the celestial dragons. Perhaps it is fate. Upon my arrival at the Holy Land, Merciless, I fortuitously witnessed the child leap from the edge of a cliff. The eyes I beheld then bore a striking resemblance to those of Shi Zhou, while not identical. They were remarkably similar. Could it truly be him? Uncertain, Garp shook his head, acknowledging that this was merely conjecture, yet his intuition insisted otherwise. Sengoku lowered his head, growing increasingly agitated. Deep down, he harbored faith in Garp's judgment, despite Garp's frequent unreliability and his propensity to infuriate him. He had never been ambiguous in matters of great consequence. Nevertheless, the thought that Shi Zhou might be the child the world government had pursued for 13 years sent a chill down his spine. This individual is far from an ordinary child, although the specifics of his abilities remain unknown. One can glean insights from the level of attention bestowed upon him by the world government and the incident involving the disappearance of thousands in the Sabaody archipelago. Furthermore, this individual is nothing short of a lunatic, a rational lunatic, driven by whims to kill indiscriminately, oblivious to notions of good and evil. Having such an unpredictable element on the battlefield is certainly not advantageous for him. Regardless, now that the war has reached this juncture, there is no surplus energy to concern oneself with Shichibukai. Despite a twinge of unease within Sengoku, he prioritizes the immediate matter at hand, dealing with the Whitebeard pirates. With this thought, he disregards whether the live broadcast continues and directly issues a battle plan to the nearby communication officer. At that moment, Akainu reappeared beneath the execution platform, standing directly in front of the Navy. Simultaneously, aboard the Moby Dick, a shocking event unfolded. A blade, one that Whitebeard could never have anticipated, pierced through his chest, instantly impaling his body. The battlefield fell into a hush at the sight of Whitebeard's betrayal, and even the world seemed to quiet at that moment. No one could have foreseen that one day, Whitebeard would be stabbed by his most trusted family member, the son he cherished above all. Not only did Whitebeard himself fail to imagine such a scenario, but the members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him were equally astonished, as were many naval commanders. However, Akainu had foreseen it all, for this was precisely his design. Though Akainu is fierce, he is no fool devoid of adaptability when cunning is required. He will act without hesitation. After all, this is war, not a mere game. To triumph over the enemy, one must employ every means necessary to prevent unforeseen circumstances that could lead to excessive casualties on one's side. On the execution platform, Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances. Before simultaneously directing their gaze downward to Akainu, they uttered not a word. Although they held disdain for Akainu's actions, this was war, a life-or-death battlefield, where any advantage for their side was undoubtedly a boon. Meanwhile, the pirates, pursued by the pacifists behind them, gradually found themselves encircled. Suddenly, upon hearing Squard's loud accusation directed at Whitebeard, disbelief washed over them. They shouted for their old man, hoping fervently that Squard's claims were mere fabrications. Amidst the chorus of old man cries, Whitebeard fixed his gaze upon the son he had taken in, who had been by his side for decades. A fire igniting in his eyes, an uncontrollable blaze. He feared no battle with anyone. But to exploit his son and Roger's enmity, to orchestrate such a scene of familial betrayal was beyond his tolerance. Simultaneously, on the execution platform, Sengoku seized the moment and shouted loudly, "Kazan!" Akiji understood why Sengoku had summoned him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground, instantaneously appearing above the location where Buggy and the others stood. In the brief moment before they could react, he encased them all in blocks of ice. Along with them, the final image-transmitting snail, which had been a source of great vexation for Sengoku, was also frozen. Thus, the live broadcast intended for the execution, which was aimed at the entire world, came to a definitive close. What followed was an all-out clash between the Marines and the pirates. As the gears of fate turned, Sengoku issued the encirclement plan. Simultaneously, not far from the bow of the Moby Dick, Crocodile, with a face twisted in rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Whitebeard and bellowed, "What a disgrace, Whitebeard, allowing a mere underling from your crew to stab you. I refuse to be defeated by a coward such as you." This individual, known for his typically composed demeanor, was inexplicably more enraged at Whitebeard's injury than he would have been had he himself been stabbed. His furious outburst seemed to awaken something in Marco, who, upon gazing at Whitebeard, was overtaken by a profound concern. A man of Whitebeard's caliber would never allow himself to be ambushed, even by his most trusted allies. For the instinct to sense danger was ingrained in every fiber of his being. Yet now, he had not evaded an attack he could have easily avoided, which led Marco, who was acutely aware of Whitebeard's declining health, to realize that the old man's condition had worsened once more. While the aggravation of his ailment was daunting, the true terror lay in the fact that this was the pivotal moment for the Whitebeard pirate's survival. Whitebeard turned his head and shook it gently at Marco, whose expression had transformed in alarm, understanding the unspoken truth about his own body. Shifting his gaze, Whitebeard focused on Squardo, and to the astonishment of all present, he embraced the eyes-closed Squardo, who had resigned himself to death. Such a poignant display of paternal affection was truly moving. On the edge of the battlefield, Shichibukai leaned against the encirclement, gazing at Whitebeard's magnanimity with admiration. Whitebeard indeed possessed a magnetic charisma, had it been Shichibukai. He would never have shown such leniency towards someone who had betrayed him. Was he about to unleash his wrath? Just then, Whitebeard released Squirto, grasped the hilt of his sword, and drew it from his chest, casting it aside. At that moment, Whitebeard's expression darkened ominously, resembling a lion thoroughly provoked. He stepped forward, fist clenched, and struck the void on either side with tremendous force. A tremendous force instantaneously warped the void, shattering it like a fractured mirror, now adorned with countless fissures. As these cracks persisted, the colossal icebergs flanking the harbor appeared to be struck by this very power, collapsing with a thunderous roar. In that moment, the entirety of Marineford trembled in unison with the downfall of the icebergs. Gazing at the imposing figure of Whitebeard, a flicker of excitement ignited within Shi Zhou's eyes. It seemed that Akainu's scheme had not been entirely fulfilled. Despite Whitebeard sustaining a wound, this incident had ignited the fury of the pirates to its zenith. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Gazing at the exuberant pirates, Shi Zhou cast a glance down at the solid ice beneath his feet. Were they obstructed by the ice? Truly. It seemed like lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot. Mr. Kazan, shaking his head. Shi Zhou lifted his gaze to the Navy personnel who had completely extricated themselves from the encirclement and entered the plaza above, offering a faint smile before gracefully leaping onto the barrier. Upon encountering the suddenly appearing Shi Zhou, the Navy instinctively raised their weapons. Do not fire. Pulling the trigger will lead to your demise. Shi Zhou's eyes, dark as ink, resembled a still pond, devoid of any ripples. The Navy, momentarily captivated by Shi Zhou's presence, hesitated to shoot, as if they could sense the dire consequences that would follow their actions. Do not heed his words. For the sake of justice, fire, commanded a Navy officer clad in the garb of a brigadier, undeterred by Shi Zhou's threat. Bang, bang, bang. At the officer's command, the Navy men found their resolve, their underlying fear quelled by the cry of justice, and with a determined flick of their index fingers, they unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. As if oblivious to the barrage of bullets hurtling toward him, a smirk played on Shi Zhou's lips, his gaze still unwavering. Just as the bullets were about to close in on him, it felt as though the world had suddenly fallen silent. Within a radius of several dozen meters centered around Shi Zhou, everything appeared to freeze in that moment, as if transported to another realm. Honestly, I warned you not to shoot. You simply refused to listen. Now, here we are. I had promised Rayleigh that I would refrain from unnecessary bloodshed, yet you. Why must you court your own demise? Extending his right hand, Shi Zhou deftly swayed the incoming bullets aside as if parting a curtain of beads. He then took deliberate steps toward the officer who had issued the command. What is this? The naval brigadier, named Slokes, was on the verge of being promoted to rear admiral. His commanding presence was palpable. In a moment when the world around him seemed to freeze, his body instinctively responded, enveloped in an aura of authority that kept him alert. At that moment, Shi Zhou appeared remarkably peculiar. With each step forward, strands of gray began to mingle with his hair, and his aura exhibited signs of decline. Yet, with another step, his hair reverted to its original ebony hue, and his presence revived. Slokes' gaze and perception remained fixed upon Shi Zhou. Had he glanced around, he would have noticed that as Shi Zhou advanced, the surrounding Navy personnel aged as if time itself had elongated in their midst. Although Shi Zhou's pace appeared languid, it was, in fact, exceedingly swift. Only under Slokes' acute awareness during his final moments did Shi Zhou's movements seem to drag. Before Slokes could fully comprehend the situation, a dagger, a black blade, materialized as if it had always been poised at his chest, the tip glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen as it pierced through his heart. When had this transpired? A searing pain jolted Slokes back to reality. He lowered his gaze to meet Shi Zhou's cold, indifferent eyes, filled with confusion. From his perspective, had Shi Zhou not been quite distant? His mastery of armament hockey was commendable, while his observation hockey seemed only slightly superior to that of an average person. Shi Zhou offered no response to Slokes' unspoken query. Instead, he merely shook his head and withdrew the blade. As the blade retracted incrementally, Slokes' body began to wither, akin to a desiccated husk, reminiscent of the many pirates Shi Zhou had dispatched. By the time the blade fully exited Slokes' form, he had succumbed completely, reduced to a lifeless shell. Casting a glance at his surroundings, Shi Zhou stepped forward and vanished from that realm. In the instant of his disappearance, the world sprang back to life. Bullets continued along their original trajectories, while those altered by Shi Zhou's presence collided and erupted in chaotic explosions. Upon awakening, the Navy personnel were utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. However, upon discovering the transformation within themselves and the sight of their commander's lifeless body, panic ensued. An incursion, pirates had invaded. The navy, numerous in number, soon realized the gravity of the situation as Shi Zhou departed. After grasping the unfolding events, the onlookers, gazing at Sloke's corpse, were engulfed by an icy dread rising from deep within. What on earth is happening? A brigadier has been silently eliminated, transforming so many naval officers into middle-aged men and elderly gentlemen. There is no recourse for such a situation that can only escalate the matter through the ranks, ultimately reaching Sengoku. What did you say? Sengoku, who had just erupted in anger due to the delayed activation of the encirclement wall, felt his eyelids twitch upon receiving the news from the communications officer. This confirmed it. It was indeed that fellow. Sengoku waved for the communications officer to depart and then rubbed his temples. The headache was of little consequence now, for Whitebeard had truly lost his temper. Before him, Whitebeard, having deflected a mighty blow from the giant admiral, Zhou Chint, discarded his own weapon. Knowing Whitebeard's immense strength all too well, Sengoku shouted for the Navy soldiers to grasp anything nearby. At that moment, Whitebeard unleashed his power. With both hands, he grasped the void before him and tore downwards with force from left to right. Suddenly, the entire island, indeed the whole world, appeared to be on the verge of being inverted, transforming into a grid-like pattern. Rows shifted left, rows shifted right. It was no longer a flat plane but inclined, stretching to the horizon. How utterly extravagant! Unbeknownst to anyone, Shi Zhou had positioned himself among the 7 warlords. He had heeded Rayleigh's advice, wishing to avoid needless bloodshed. He chose to stand in a less populated area. If one were to speak of sparsely populated regions within the encirclement, it could only be the segment of high wall occupied by the 7 warlords. In this place stood only Moria, Mihawk, and Hancock. As for Doflamingo, he was a man of utter madness, relishing chaos. At this moment, he was in the midst of the encirclement, laughing heartily. Those unaware might think he was responsible for the devastation of Marineford. What is your name? Mihawk withdrew his gaze from Whitebeard and turned to Shi Zhou, his right hand gripping the hilt of his black sword. Yuru. Shi Zhou, I will remember it. Let us have a match. Under Mihawk's hawk-like stare, Shi Zhou felt an uncomfortable pressure. However, he appeared unfazed, lifting his head to meet Mihawk's dark, piercing eyes. Is the situation inappropriate? Mihawk furrowed his brow, then relaxed as he removed his hand from the sword's hilt. Indeed, it was not the right time. He nodded slightly, then spoke. Shall we wait? Agreed. Shi Zhou's response was straightforward. At that moment, the battlefield was reaching its zenith. Engaging Mihawk now could potentially disrupt his plans. Yet, he did not decline. This man was a sword enthusiast, and he had no doubt that if he refused, Mihawk would promptly take action. Hee. Are you two going to fight? If so, might I request a life and death duel? I hold great expectations for your physique. Dear Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue your reading, for the ensuing content is even more captivating. Moria's words did not garner much attention from Shi Zhou and Mihawk. Had it been the former Moria, Shi Zhou might have harbored a modicum of interest. However, the current Moria has utterly declined. His once formidable abilities now overshadowed by a feeble and bloated physique, having entirely succumbed to reliance on his fruit powers. Such pirates fail to pique Shi Zhou's interest, provided they do not provoke him. Yet this individual, lacking in discernment, remained oblivious to the disparity in their strengths. Noticing that Shi Zhou paid him no heed, he exhibited a reckless audacity, subtly shifting his body to draw his shadow closer to Shi Zhou's own. Was he courting death? Just as Moria's shadow approached Shi Zhou, he turned his gaze. His pitch-black pupils revealed no flicker of emotion, yet they struck like a piercing arrow, halting Moria's advance. Even you, a mere nameless wretch, dare to look down upon me? Perhaps it was the icy indifference in Shi Zhou's eyes that pricked at Moria's sensitivities, igniting a tempest within him. His eyes widened, gradually filling with bloodshot veins, as a ferocious aura emanated from him. Shadowblade, he bellowed, his shadow not retreating, but rather transforming into a spear that lunged swiftly toward Shi Zhou. Seeking death, indeed. Within Shi Zhou's dark pupils, a ripple emerged, dispelling the stillness. Morphing into a chilling intent to kill, he deftly swayed to the left, evading the shadowy spear with ease, as he gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing it from its sheath with unwavering resolve. The sound of the blade unsheathing resonated, accompanied by a crescent-shaped silver gleam. The blade's brilliance surged forth, swiftly closing the distance between Moria and Shi Zhou, and struck him directly. Hee, little brat, do not be so arrogant. Although Moria had been rendered utterly powerless, he was once a man who battled against Kaido. A frail camel is still larger than a horse, His physical capabilities may have waned, yet his combat experience remained substantial. Utilizing the power of his fruit, he instantaneously exchanged places with his shadow. Fixating on the small figure now completely enveloped by his body, Moriya's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to him, a massive pair of scissors had appeared in his hand, as his shadow was already positioned to the right of Shi Zhou. His own emergence was likewise on that side. Thus, with a mere extension of his arm, the colossal scissors were poised menacingly beside Shi Zhou's head. However, despite the brilliance of his strategy, the opponent he faced was formidable. Shi Zhou's reaction was far beyond Moriya's imagination. Even before the crimson light in his eyes faded, he seemed to possess a prescient awareness. The moment Moriya's body manifested to his right, Shi Zhou, with his sword held inverted, swiftly retracted it to the left and then, in an instant, thrust it horizontally to the right. He offered Moriya no opportunity to close the scissors. The gleaming black blade effortlessly pierced Moriya's corpulent form. The icy blade cleaved through flesh, penetrating his heart, and emerged from his vast back, shooting towards the heavens. The silver glimmer of the blade resembled a powerful flashlight, unmistakably visible even in daylight. Indeed, it was an impressive display. With his heart pierced, Moriya found himself devoid of the strength to close the scissors. For he was no monster like Whitebeard. Diverting his gaze from Shi Zhou, he glanced down at the location of his heart, then staggered back 2 steps in an attempt to regain his footing. However, his body betrayed him, forcing him to lean on the scissors for support, preventing him from collapsing entirely. Though he possessed a devilish physique, he was no different from an ordinary man, with only one heart. A pierced heart rendered him as powerless as a malfunctioning car engine, yearning to move yet lacking the means to do so. Moriya, having previously been defeated by the Straw Hat Brat, was granted a second chance at life, yet here he was, faltering again, as the iron walls around him activated. Doflamingo was compelled to retreat from the encirclement. To his surprise, he was met with such an intriguing scene and an equally fascinating individual. While he knew little of Shi Zhou, he could discern through a few encounters that this was not a man to be trifled with. He sensed a lurking madness within Shi Zhou, one that surpassed his own. At that moment, Moriya could no longer hear Doflamingo's voice. His mouth, nose, ears, and eyes were entirely filled with the reverse flow of blood. As Shi Zhou's blade withdrew from his body, he felt as though he had lost something vital. In that instant, he was drained of all strength. What had he lost? Moriya was all too familiar with the answer. Because of that power, he had once possessed it, only to relinquish his physical form after being defeated by Kaido, fully reliant on the abilities of the devil fruit. Consequently, this power seemed to vanish entirely. However, it now appears not to have disappeared, but rather to be concealed deep within his being, unbeknownst to him. Can one absorb another's haki? Is it human or sword? Alas, he has lost all strength, even the capacity to lift his head, leaving him without answers. Darkness, suffocation, and dizziness swiftly engulf him, plunging him into a ceaselessly swirling black vortex. In that fleeting moment, he beheld the past, catching sight of former companions, while also recognizing the present with its current allies. Yet, just as swiftly, the scene vanished, taking with it the last remnants of his breath. On the platform of the 7 warlords, only 4 individuals remained, enveloped in silence. Even Hancock, upon witnessing Shi Zhou's unhesitant dispatch of Moriya, refrained from recklessly confronting him as she had when they first met. She was not a fool. Over the course of a decade, she had evolved into a formidable force, and how could Shi Zhou remain stagnant? Mihawk, as ever, exuded an air of cold detachment. However, when Shi Zhou effortlessly vanquished Moriya, a flicker of excitement ignited within him, though his expression revealed nothing. Observation haki, armament haki, and swordsmanship, all at the pinnacle of excellence. Isn't this the top swordsman he has been seeking all along? Were it not for the critical moment of war, he would undoubtedly draw his sword and engage in a long-awaited duel with Shi Zhou, a contest unique to masters of the sword. After mocking Moriya, Doflamingo fell silent. Yet the uncontainable smile on his face and the excitement gleaming in his eyes betrayed him. It is only natural to feel exhilarated. For to partake in such a historically significant event is indeed a source of immense joy for someone of his ilk. Now, a figure devoid of justice or stance, seemingly more deranged than ever, has entered the fray. Moreover, this individual possesses formidable strength, which only serves to intensify the chaos, a delightful addition for someone who revels in turmoil. The 4 individuals experienced a myriad of emotions, yet the war showed no signs of cessation. As the Navy finally encircled them amidst a barrage of cannon fire, it appeared that the pirates had declared utter defeat. However, fate seemed reluctant to let this battle conclude so abruptly. providing the pirates with a sliver of hope, an avenue embodied in the immense form of little oars and his own blood. His colossal body, sprawled across the path to the execution platform, became a staircase, a passageway. Even in death, he continued to fight. Gazing upon this singular route, the pirates found renewed confidence, shouting as they pressed onward, "Sakazuki, it's your turn." At that moment, the voice of Sengoku resonated from the execution platform. Upon hearing this, Akainu strode forward. Standing atop the iron wall, his gaze fixed coldly upon the advancing pirates. Without hesitation, he raised both hands, transforming his arms entirely into magma, and then, like a cannon firing projectiles, he relentlessly propelled molten fists skyward. This action instantly captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield, even causing the raucous pirates to halt their advance, lifting their heads to observe Akainu's intentions. They did not have to wait long. Suddenly, from the clouds emerged a multitude of fireballs. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere fireballs, but colossal fists. The fists broke through the clouds, trailing smoke and flames like meteors, and hurtled toward the encirclement. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, echoing throughout the encirclement, akin to the onset of an apocalypse. The power of Akainu's flaming fists was not overwhelming, for the pirates were no ordinary beings. Most could evade them. However, the subsequent steam generated by the melting ice, due to the intense heat, left them with no means of escape. Moreover, the melting ice signified the loss of their footing, which was tantamount to a catastrophe for the pirates. Will there be no obstruction? On the platform, Shi Zhou's gaze never wavered from Whitebeard. Such a large-scale assault was beyond the capability of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates to thwart. However, Whitebeard himself possessed the strength to intervene. Yet, as he gazed helplessly at the pirates being overwhelmed, he remained unmoved. It appeared that he had truly reached the end of his road. It was not that Whitebeard lacked the desire to intervene, but rather that he had exhausted his strength and energy for further resistance. He needed to preserve his remaining life to provide cover for the impending escape. If Shichibukai could conceive this, then certainly the admirals on the execution platform could as well. Thus, it was both a tactic and a test. The admirals refrained from launching a full frontal assault on Whitebeard immediately, as they sought to eliminate him and all the pirates with minimal effort. Now that the probing had reached this juncture, the ensuing battle would witness the full force of the admirals unleashed, particularly Akainu, as countless cannonades rained down, accompanied by fiery fists descending from above. And with the unrelenting laser beams of the pacifists cutting through the chaos, the cacophony of anguished cries echoed around him. Whitebeard was compelled to strike once more, unleashing a powerful punch towards the right front. The unparalleled force, combined with the tremor-inducing powers of the Gura no Mi and Whitebeard Haki, generated a shockwave so formidable that it sent the Navy soldiers atop the iron walls reeling as if caught in a tempest. However, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Whitebeard's punch did not produce the anticipated effect. This was not an ordinary iron wall, but rather a fortified barrier infused with sea prism stone, specifically designed to withstand such attacks. Consequently, Whitebeard's blow merely left an enormous imprint upon the wall. At that moment, more fists descended, crashing down upon the Moby Dick behind Whitebeard, as flames soared skyward. The pirates' furious attempts to extinguish the inferno proved futile. This fire was not ordinary. It was molten lava that spread indiscriminately. When the great ship, emblematic of the Whitebeard pirates, was entirely consumed by the flames, it felt as though the era of the Whitebeard pirates was drawing to a close. The epic that belonged to Whitebeard would find its conclusion on this day. Then, the attack ceased, replaced by the reverberating voice of Sengoku, declaring the immediate execution of Ace. The surviving pirates, upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, sank deeper into despair. Before them lay a path, a route deliberately left open by the Navy, leading straight to the execution platform. Although this pathway culminated in Ace's fate, all the pirates hesitated at that moment, for they understood that while this route was indeed a passage, it was also a corridor prepared by the Navy for their execution. Ace. At that instant, Luffy stepped forward, undeterred by the potential traps that lay ahead. His singular aim was clear: to rush to the execution platform and rescue Ace. This individual appears to possess an innate charisma of leadership, capable of inspiring those around him. Prior to his emergence, the pirates were steeped in despair, yet now, gazing at the silhouette of the Straw Hat Youth, a renewed sense of hope and courage seems to blossom within them. They muster their weapons and rally behind Luffy, resolutely advancing towards the gallows, undeterred by the specter of death. However, many challenges cannot be surmounted by mere bravery alone. This path has been meticulously crafted by the Navy as a road of execution for pirates, fraught with perilous challenges akin to mountains of blades and seas of fire. With every step a pirate takes, they must pay an exorbitant price. For this route is besieged not only by countless cannonades but also by the merciless magma fist of Akainu. Ha ha ha, what a veritable massacre it is. The greater the death toll, the more exhilarated Doflamingo becomes. Gazing down upon the carnage, he extends his arms wide and erupts into maniacal laughter, his very body trembling with excitement. Luffy. In the stands, Hancock clenches her fists, her eyes brimming with concern. Yet, she refrains from acting rashly, despite the overwhelming urge to plunge into the fray and assist Luffy. However, she is not foolish. She understands the implications of stepping onto the battlefield at this moment. And charging in would not necessarily aid Luffy, would it? Meanwhile, Shichibukai casts a sidelong glance at Hancock, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. The woman appears impulsive. Yet she is remarkably astute. Although her intellect may falter when it comes to matters concerning Luffy, she is not one to act recklessly in critical moments. After all, having painstakingly clawed her way out of hell, no one wishes to descend back into its depths. There are myriad ways to assist Luffy. It is not imperative to choose this path, which is evidently foolish. Retracting her gaze, Shi Zhou's eyes fell upon the execution platform. Will events unfold as they did in the original narrative? We shall observe. Indeed, mirroring the original tale, even the protagonist must bow before the harsh realities. After leaving a trail of corpses, the pirates are compelled to halt their advance. For this is not bravery, it is a death wish. As these cannonballs are not instruments of mercy, but rather lethal projectiles that bring about immediate demise. Amidst the relentless bombardment, Luffy finds himself unable to press forward any longer. Ultimately, succumbing to the impact of a cannonball, he loses consciousness and plunges into the chasm created by Akainu's fist melting the ice. Is it still not possible? Gazing at the abyss where Luffy vanished, Shi Zhou's right hand gradually ascended towards the hilt of his blade. If he cannot follow the original narrative, he must take action. Are you here to rescue Ace? Mihawk observed Shi Zhou closely, noting his subtle movement. I advise you to refrain from hasty actions. There are not only the three admirals but also Sengoku and Carp present. Even Whitebeard did not recklessly charge in. How could you possibly succeed? Mihawk was indifferent to Shi Zhou's fate, yet he was keenly interested in their sparring. To save Ace? Doflamingo exclaimed in astonishment. If this individual came to rescue Ace, why did he not join forces with Whitebeard, but instead slay numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates? In response to Mihawk's words, Shi Zhou remained silent. His right hand still gripping the hilt of his sword, yet his gaze was fixated on Luffy, who had been saved by Jinbei. Mihawk was not mistaken. He truly could not save Ace. Not him, nor anyone else in this world could achieve such a feat, except for Luffy. Luffy, the chosen one in the world of pirates. Endowed with a profound lineage and extraordinary bloodline, was the only one capable of charging up to the execution platform beneath Garp's formidable fists. It was only after Whitebeard learned of Luffy's true identity that he permitted the members of the Whitebeard pirates to assist him, as Garp's longtime rival. He was acutely aware of Garp's immense strength, as well as that of Sengoku. With the two of them present, anyone approaching the execution platform was courting death. Little Oars did not rise again as he did in the original narrative. This time, he was truly deceased. A significant portion of the energy within his body had already been transformed into nourishment for Shi Zhou's recovery. Thus, the urgency for the pirates intensified. In this critical moment, Jinbei took action. With a technique known as the ocean current overhead throw, he enveloped Luffy in seawater, propelling him into the air, across the massive form of Little Oars. Landing on the plaza behind the iron wall, before the three admirals. It must be said, his descent from the heavens amidst the crowd's attention was indeed striking. Especially in the face of the three admirals, his fearless demeanor was undeniably impressive. However, despite his coolness, the vast disparity in strength was insurmountable. The instant Luffy launched his attack against the admiral, Whitebeard, seeing a glimmer of hope, commanded a breakout towards the plaza. Yet, the situation was far from simple. As soon as the pirates made their move, Luffy was swiftly defeated before Kizara. Luffy's retreat did not hinder the pirates' escape, prompting Sengoku to realize that waiting any longer was futile. He issued a direct order for the executioner, who had long been on standby, to commence the execution. Without hesitation, the executioner, devoid of any emotion, raised his long blade, crossing it as he brought it down upon Ace's head. At this moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill. All gazes were fixated on the descending blade. Yet, regardless of the pirates' despair, the blade remained indifferent to their plight. continuing its descent. Just as the execution captured everyone's attention, an unexpected figure emerged beneath the gallows. Time halted. The realm surrounding the execution platform felt as though it had transitioned into another dimension, with the executioners and the surrounding navy seemingly ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Frozen in place. Suddenly, two flashes of light sliced through the darkness, akin to lights appearing in the night, piercing through the execution platform and traversing the bodies of the two executioners. This monumental twist drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield to the man clad in black, standing resolutely beneath the gallows. As time resumed, the executioners' bodies remained rigid, before disintegrating into a mosaic of countless points, which, swept away by a gust of wind, transformed into dust, ultimately vanishing from existence. The clang of the executioner's blade striking the ground shattered the tranquility of the world, plunging it back into chaos. This fellow. Doflamingo's gaze was fixed on Shi Zhou, encircled by the navy, his smile erased from his face. In that moment, he seemed to have recalled something. As the glimmer of randomness and madness faded from the pupils behind his sunglasses, Mr. Shi Zhou, lying amidst the ruins. Luffy propped himself up with great effort and looked down towards the gallows. Upon recognizing Shi Zhou, whom he had previously encountered in Shaki's bar, he felt a twinge of surprise. You are fixated on Shi Zhou. Sengoku's pupils narrowed slightly. The unforeseen event he dreaded had indeed transpired. This fellow truly intends to rescue Ace. Shi Zhou, are you certain you wish to reveal your identity here? Reveal? Shi Zhou lifted his gaze and smiled at Sengoku, saying, It seems you have already deduced who I am. Since you have guessed, could you enlighten me as to whether the world government is also aware of this, and if CP0 is nearing? In truth, Shi Zhou had no intention of revealing himself at this moment, for Sengoku's intellect is indeed remarkable. His original plan was to follow the storyline, intervening to thwart Akainu only after Luffy had successfully rescued Ace. Not only is this endeavor effortless, but the later the exposure, the greater his advantage. One must acknowledge that he is yet to break through. However, as the blade looms ominously over Ace's neck, Crocodile has yet to make his appearance. Reluctantly, Shi Zhou steps forward. After all, the primary purpose of his visit is to rescue Ace. Should Ace perish, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the old man. Would it not? I have not yet informed the government. Do not jest. Shi Zhou's face reveals a hint of scorn. Given your intellect, knowing that I arrived alongside Rayleigh and deducing my true identity, it would indeed be peculiar not to report to the world government. Child, must you oppose the Navy and the world government here? This time, the warring states directly invoke the name once held by Shi Zhou. Child, it is you. The expression on Doflamingo's face shifted to one of sudden realization. The term child, once spoken, stirred not the slightest ripple among the pirates, however. Amongst the Marines, those who were aware of the events from 13 years prior, it ignited a considerable uproar. Little child. The expressions of the elite vice-admirals instantly turned grave, while the three admirals, though their faces revealed little emotion, betrayed their true feelings through their gradual turning of bodies, indicating that they were not as unperturbed as they appeared. I advise you not to act rashly. While I have promised Rayleigh to reduce the number of casualties, it does not imply that I am incapable of taking lives. The chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Shi Zhou cast a glance at the three great generals, then turned his gaze towards Sengoku. A grin spreading across his face as he laughed heartily. So, Mr. Sengoku, since I have made my appearance, might I implore you to spare Ace for my sake? The corners of Sengoku's eyes twitched incessantly. Your face? What does it matter? Do you think you possess the stature of that red-haired fellow? Absolutely not. Before Sengoku could respond, Akainu bellowed vehemently. Justice cannot bow to pirates. In that moment, Akainu resembled an impending volcanic eruption, his entire being radiating heat. Old man, to be honest. The pirates are indeed somewhat bewildered by the situation at hand. The young man known as Shi Zhou had been seen by many members of the Whitebeard pirates, particularly because he had slain numerous captains and countless individuals. At this moment, however, he had miraculously saved Ace in a seemingly critical situation, leaving them momentarily dazed and perplexed. They could not ascertain whether he was a foe or an ally. Not only were they confused, but even Whitebeard was struggling to comprehend the situation. Nonetheless, despite his lack of understanding regarding the Navy's apparent apprehension towards Shi Zhou, one thing was clear to him. This was fortuitous for them. With a glance towards Marco, Whitebeard bellowed. What a splendid opportunity. Forward, everyone. Charge into the square. Indeed, this was a chance. His commanding voice instantly roused the pirates from their stupor. They hesitated not. Advancing swiftly, Those with paths took them, while others leapt directly into the sea, propelling themselves towards oars. Meanwhile, Sengoku fixed his gaze on Shi Zhou. His ears filled with the renewed cries of the pirates, veins throbbing on his forehead. All ordinary Navy personnel hastily retreated from the scene, moving backward into the sides. Despite his anger, Sengoku issued the most prudent command. The battlefield had become ill-suited for ordinary naval forces. For a demon had emerged, one capable of effortlessly slaying all the common sailors present. Although the ordinary Navy was taken aback, they had no choice but to hastily retreat upon Sengoku's repeated orders. They departed, yet the vice-admirals and several rear-admirals remained steadfast. As more and more pirates surged through the breach into the square, they resolutely positioned themselves to shield the retreating Navy, charging towards the oncoming pirates. The three admirals remained motionless, their gazes fixed intently on Shichibukai, while Akainu's eyes burned with a crimson intensity, filled with murderous intent. Were it not for this individual, the Navy's situation would have been remarkably favorable, although not entirely dire. The introduction of this variable had turned what should have been a guaranteed annihilation into a desperate defensive struggle. Even one as composed as he felt a surge of frustration at that moment. Had he not been aware of this individual's capabilities, he would have rushed forward without hesitation, eager to rend him apart. Meanwhile, within Marineford, a cadre of individuals clad in black and adorned with white masks hastened towards the battlefield. The leader, unmasked, bore a resolute expression devoid of emotion, yet his wolf-like eyes glimmered with the duality of warmth and chill, as if a bonfire flickered in the depths of the night. As they advanced, Sherman extended his left hand, lightly tracing his index finger over a scar on his left temple, small yet profoundly deep. Despite the passage of years, the memory of that fateful day brought a faint pain to his temple. Time rewound to that day, etched indelibly in his mind. Mariewa, within the arena. The heavy doors creaked open, and the sound of measured footsteps resonated throughout the corridor. You were still here guarding? A bloody child emerged, clutching a dripping dagger. He raised his gaze, his face a tapestry of scars, fixating on the man who stood like an iron tower at the end of the passage. Has everyone perished? Behind Sherman lay the flames and chaos of Mariewa, while before him loomed the eerie stillness of the arena, reminiscent of hell itself. What do you think? The child lifted his chin, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. I have never understood why, after extracting your blood, the five elders chose not to eliminate you. Sherman regarded the child intently, slowly drawing a massive spear from behind him. You have always posed a peril, even if you concealed it well. Is it because I have clawed my way up from hell time and again that you perceive me as a threat? No, Sherman shook his head. I have encountered many who dwell in hell, yet I have never seen anyone who perceives their torment as amusement, devoid of suffering or numbness, but instead derives immense pleasure from it. Do I find joy in this? The child raised his left hand, scratching his head. At least from my perspective, it seems so. Sherman leaned forward, stepping back with his right foot, his body arched like a bow, and the spear in his hand resembled an arrow. He lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing into slits filled with lethal intent. When you take a life, you appear as a mere piece of wood, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. As if you were extinguishing not a human, but crushing an insignificant ant. While all others perceive your cold-bloodedness, I sense a certain delight within you. You, a creature who finds pleasure in killing, could easily be described as a demon cloaked in human guise. Pleasure? The child lowered his hand, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a silent grin, laughter bubbling forth. He. Pleasure, indeed a delightful notion. As he spoke, his shoulders suddenly ceased their trembling, and he raised his head sharply. His pitch-black eyes fixated intently on Sherman. Do you not comprehend the nature of this place? If I am a demon, then what of those gluttonous spectators surrounding the arena? Their faces alight with excitement as they gaze upon the spectacle? Surely, they are another breed of demon. Sherman remained silent, gazing at the child, contemplating in the recesses of his mind, yet refraining from voicing his thoughts. For he himself was, in essence, one of those gluttons, albeit not in physique. In truth, the celestial dragons are not merely the pampered swine they are often portrayed as. Among them exist many who hold various roles within the world government. This particular breed of celestial dragon is largely composed of individuals who aspire to progress and refuse to succumb to complacency. Among them stands Sherman, Izambaron v. Sherman, a member of one of the illustrious families of the Five Elders, distinguished as one of the rare celestial dragons who yearns for advancement. The arena, though appearing as a brutal locale, is fundamentally a realm of amusement for the celestial dragons. Entertainment, undoubtedly, comes at a cost, as the celestial dragons are divided into various families. The arena's true ownership belongs to his lineage, the Izambaron family. He serves as the overseer of this arena. Thus, in a strict sense, the child represents a treasure exclusive to him and his family. By divulging this information, is he merely attempting to buy time while awaiting reinforcements? The child remains oblivious to Sherman's true identity, hence delaying his offensive. Alas, the child shakes his head, his tongue swirling within his mouth before he turns his head and expels a mouthful of blood. You are stalling, as am I. Let us see whose fate prevails. As the words leave his lips, his figure transforms into a blur, his path tracing an irregular S-shape as he swiftly charges towards Sherman. Left, right. Sherman's body tenses, his hands gripping the spear firmly, a crimson light igniting in his eyes. To the left, Sherman pivots his hands and body, his previously arched form suddenly straightening, the spearhead glinting with lethal brilliance as it thrusts into the void to his left. Swift, precise, and ruthless, devoid of hesitation. It was as if he had foreseen the child's appearance to his left. The child's form materializes before the spear's tip, intercepting it directly. With a piercing sound, the sharp spearhead effortlessly rends through the child's flesh, penetrating his abdomen. Yet, before Sherman can revel in his triumph, the child's body slides down the spear's shaft, seemingly indifferent to the agony of being impaled and the blood that splatters forth. Gazing into the child's pitch-black pupils, which exude an icy demeanor, Sherman attempts to retract his spear, only to discover that his body has become immobile. Time itself has come to a standstill. Sherman's eyes widen as his mind races. He comprehends that this is the child's unique ability. Were it not for this enigmatic power, this wretch would have perished long ago, having only observed from a distance before. He now experiences the terror of this ability firsthand. The overwhelming force, which seems capable of freezing even thought, engulfs Sherman with a sensation akin to being submerged in the deepest ocean. With no time to ponder further, Sherman hastily channels the scant reserves of his haki, enveloping his head entirely. The child's frame appears diminutive before him. To strike him, the only vulnerable point lies in his head, specifically the temple. Clang. As he prepared himself, the child seized his head directly, and the dagger, severely corroded yet unwaveringly resilient, was mercilessly thrust into his temple. A tremendous force, accompanied by the resonant clash reminiscent of tempered iron, did not dissipate outward. Instead, it penetrated his mind and soul, leaving Sherman momentarily dazed. Observation haki and armament haki were evident. It seemed that this fellow possessed commendable aptitude, truly deserving of being the mightiest guardian of the arena. The child's left hand pressed against the back of Sherman's head, while his feet braced against Sherman's chest, disregarding the gaping wound that incessantly oozed blood. His once smooth right hand, now crumpled and weary, still clutched the dagger tightly. At that moment, the most prudent choice would have been to flee, for the individual before him was no ordinary foe, a master whose dual haki had already awakened. Yet, gazing into Sherman's bewildered eyes, the child gritted his teeth, determined to test his resolve. His abilities were formidable, but not invincible, in this realm. As long as one awakened their haki, they could easily defend against assaults, provided they did not allow the dagger to pierce their flesh. With little time for contemplation, the child raised his right hand and struck forcefully, aiming with greater speed towards Sherman's temple. Haki is not omnipotent. Though its defensive capabilities are impressive, there are limits. And Sherman's haki, having only recently awakened, was indeed potent, yet insufficient in quantity. Although there were obstacles this time, the child could distinctly sense that the formidable defense of Sherman had begun to wane. This was advantageous. The child's eyes sparkled with determination. He raised his hand once more and struck again. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few fleeting seconds, the child executed dozens of thrusts. Then, at a pivotal moment, the once imposing barrier finally reached its breaking point, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass that resonated loudly within the tranquil corridor. To the child, this sound was akin to celestial music, for if he did not pierce through this fellow's imposing aura, he would be unable to exert control over him. Yet, what was harmonious to the child was, for Sherman, a cacophony from the depths of hell. He found himself utterly incapable of countering it. Sherman could only summon all his strength to channel his own aura in hopes of obstructing the child's dagger's advance. However, at the very moment the child's dagger broke through the aura and penetrated his body, he became paralyzed. This time, not only his body, but even his thoughts were momentarily suspended. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the arena. The child turned his head to the right and beheld a group of shadows, undeterred by the flames, swiftly advancing towards him. Lowering his gaze once more at Sherman, He felt the resistance emanating from the dagger and the energy that his body craved. A flicker of disappointment crossed the child's eyes. The dagger had penetrated, yet the overwhelming force had not ceased its blockade. If given a few more seconds, he was certain that the figure before him would meet his demise. But alas, the moment had passed. Sighing heavily, the child released his grip on Sherman's nape, propelled himself with his feet against Sherman's chest, and slid backward, detaching from the spear. He left a trail of blood in his wake as he gracefully descended like an agile monkey, hunching his back. Clutching the dagger in one hand and cradling his protruding innards in the other, he dashed swiftly to the left. If memory served him correctly, that direction led to a stronghold of the celestial dragons. At this moment, his life flickered like a candle on the verge of extinguishing, necessitating immediate sustenance. The feeble, pampered individuals before him would serve as optimal fuel for his survival. Most of the CP0 agents were preoccupied with quelling the rebellion of the slaves, rendering the defenses of the celestial dragons alarmingly weak. It was unlikely that many could fathom his audacious plunge into their stronghold at such a critical juncture. The following day, as Sherman arose from his opulent bed, the chaotic holy land of Mary Geos had returned to its former state. However, unbeknownst to many, this restoration was overshadowed by the wrath of the 5 elders and numerous celestial dragon families. Many celestial dragons had perished, and according to the steward, had he not been a member of the Izambaron family, he would have been thoroughly torn apart by the enraged patriarchs of the celestial dragon clans and the 5 elders. Was it the child? Sherman shifted his position to sit upright, leaning against the cushion brought by the steward, his hands incessantly massaging his forehead. His head was swathed in bandages. Though the wound at his temple was minor, it had come perilously close to penetrating his brain. Reflecting on the child's ferocity, willing to confront him even at the cost of their mutual destruction, Sherman felt a surge of trepidation. Had he not initially stalled for time with his words, he would not have survived long enough to await rescue. That individual's abilities were profoundly terrifying. It was him. The steward, hunched over, nodded in affirmation. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the ensuing tale is even more thrilling. Had he escaped? Indeed. He had leapt directly from the edge of the Red Earth continent. Unbeknownst to him, the butler's body began to tremble gradually. As the steward of a family of celestial dragons, he could not be an ordinary individual. At the very least, he must possess a formidable mental fortitude. Yet, for reasons unknown, he displayed a countenance of fear at this moment. Sherman glanced at the butler and then raised his hands above his head, placing the backs of his hands against the nape of his neck, and calmly remarked, "I have killed many." The butler nodded, seemingly perplexed by the nature of this creature. It was impervious to death. Whenever it aged or sustained an injury, inexplicable deaths occurred around it. These were not ordinary deaths. Rather, they entailed a rapid aging process, followed by complete desiccation, culminating in a transformation into dust, as if it had experienced millennia in an instant. Sherman articulated the subsequent thoughts of the butler. Indeed, precisely so. The butler nodded repeatedly, then looked at Sherman with concern. Master Sherman, the clan leader has issued a directive. He paused momentarily before continuing. He stated that the origin of this matter lies in the gladiatorial arena, for which you, as the overseer, bear primary responsibility regarding the child. Although the offense does not warrant death, given your status as a core member of the Izambaron family, it cannot simply be overlooked. I understand, Sherman replied, tilting his head to gaze out the window. Inform the clan leader that I shall not return to the Holy Land until the child is captured. Indeed, Sherman had not set foot in the Holy Land since 13 years ago. He had been traversing the world, returning only when absolutely necessary. Master Sherman, we have arrived. After disembarking, Sherman disregarded the naval officers surrounding him and ascended the steps with determination, moving swiftly upward as though this were his domain rather than that of the Navy. At the execution platform, Sengoku was currently troubled by the large-scale incursion of the Whitebeard pirates into the plaza. He had not anticipated that the pirates had concealed a ship, which emerged at a critical moment, allowing members of the Whitebeard pirates to breach the naval bombardment and flood into the square. The towering iron wall has now become a hindrance to the Navy, obstructing their ability to form a favorable encirclement. As Whitebeard strides into the square, Sengoku clenches his fists, casting a fierce glance at Shi Zhou beneath the execution platform. It is this man, this sudden appearance, that has rendered the current situation so precarious. Where are the executioners? Sengoku barks irritably at the nearby communications officer, but before a response can be given, he witnesses the ascent of Chairman. Upon taking the stage, Chairman does not even spare Sengoku a glance. Instead, he merely casts a detached glance around before stepping forward to identify his target below the platform. Yes, it is those eyes, that aura. Even after such a transformation, Chairman recognizes Shi Zhou immediately. After all, as the actual administrator of the gladiatorial arena, he is all too familiar with the boy. The inability to recognize Shi Zhou in photographs stemmed from a lack of the immersive aura, but now, in person, if he were to fail to identify him, it would be an egregious display of incompetence. CP0, Chairman and his companions, dressed in stark white, stand out conspicuously, instantly capturing numerous gazes upon their arrival. Whitebeard's attention flits between Chairman and Shi Zhou, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, lost in contemplation. He. Meanwhile, Doflamingo shakes his shoulders incessantly, akin to a man possessed, his earlier maniacal laughter replaced by a subtle, sinister smile, rendering him all the more unhinged. A prime opportunity. Luffy, undeterred by the chaos, regains a semblance of strength and swiftly rises to his feet, shouting as he charges once more towards the execution platform. His cry disrupts the delicate balance on the battlefield, plunging it back into turmoil. Little ones, rescue Ace and annihilate the Navy. Whitebeard casts a glance at Luffy, admiration shining unabashedly in his eyes, before raising his right hand and bellowing fiercely. Here, he sees a glimmer of hope for Ace's rescue. Amidst Whitebeard's thunderous roar, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates charge unhesitatingly towards the execution platform. In response to the oncoming pirates, the Navy's vice admirals stand resolutely in between. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Sengoku rolls up his sleeves, his gaze fixed sternly on Whitebeard as he speaks gravely. Garp. Garp replies softly, aware that Sengoku is about to get serious. Sengoku, though a fleet admiral, was once a vice admiral, a true powerhouse capable of chasing pirates across the globe. Just like him, this summons is merely to ensure he upholds his sense of justice. He understands. However, this young rascal behind him is his grandson, and the one shouting beneath the execution platform is his very own grandson. Garp, do not forget your position. Gazing at Luffy, who had been felled by a single strike from Kizaru, and hearing Sengoku's warning echo in his ears, Garp clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly at that moment. Kizaru, indeed, was a man of exceptional emotional intelligence. One could only speculate the motive behind his actions, as he had carelessly kicked Luffy right before Whitebeard. Shi Zhou shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from the actors and focusing on the towering figure standing before him. Hey, sassy disregard for Dala, he greeted, completely ignoring the CP0 agents surrounding him, his eyes landing on the left temple of Chairman. In retrospect, you truly have a charmed life. You were the first person to escape from my grasp when I had murder in my heart. The first? Chairman remarked, touching his left temple again. I don't wish to be the first. He shook his head, revealing the first smile he had worn since that incident 13 years ago. Upon truly encountering Shi Zhou, he no longer felt such urgency. Finding you over these years has been quite the challenge. What do you want with me? Shi Zhou asked, gazing at Chairman in surprise, as if conversing with an old friend. You're not a masochist, are you? Seeking me out for some form of torment? Not quite, Chairman replied. I sought you out, partly to dispel the fear within me, and partly. He paused for a moment, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty grin. Partly, of course, to continue our unfinished battle. This time, I intend to kill you. Oh, Shi Zhou nodded, and you claim not to be a masochist. At that moment, Shi Zhou appeared to recall something. If memory serves, I believe I first encountered you upon entering the arena, did I not? Rubbing his chin, Shi Zhou looked up and inquired. Having known each other for so long, I trust you know my name. Might I ask what yours is? After all, you wouldn't want to leave this world without having left a name in my heart, would you? Chairman regarded Shi Zhou intently, pondering for a moment before responding. Chairman. Izambaron v. Chairman. Izambaron, Shi Zhou remarked, lowering his hand, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. If I recall correctly, that surname belongs to the bald elder among those 5 old men. Indeed, Chairman acknowledged without hesitation. There is nothing to hide. Having revealed my full name, I admit it. So, you are a celestial dragon, Shi Zhou concluded. Yes, Chairman nodded again. Thanks to you, I have only returned to the Holy Land once in all these years. Your choice not to return is hardly my fault. Shi Zhou shrugged indifferently, his face a mask of apathy. Since you are a celestial dragon, you deserve your fate even more. Initially, I thought you were merely a guard of the arena, contemplating sparing your life, but it seems unnecessary now. It would be far better to let you evaporate from this world. After all, nothing disgusts me more than the existence of beings like the celestial dragons. In response to Shi Zhou's words, Shareman exhibited no change in expression, as if the celestial dragon mentioned was not he himself. Are you finished? Yes, Shi Zhou nodded. Then, as if sharing an unspoken connection, their gazes collided instantaneously. The meeting of dark eyes sparked an eruption of crimson and violet arcs. Crack! The lightning surged forth, resembling a multitude of erratic red serpents, instantly enveloping the entire void beneath the execution platform, accompanied by a formidable wave of energy that swept outward. Conqueror's Haki? The sudden clash of auras rendered the battlefield silent. Even Whitebeard had to halt his assault, redirecting his gaze once more towards Shi Zhou, as did Shareman, who stood face to face with him. Shareman stared at Shi Zhou, astonishment etched upon his features. He possessed the Conqueror's Haki, an innate gift. So why did this individual have it? Yet, Shi Zhou remained unfazed by Chairman's surprise. In essence, Conqueror's Haki is merely the manifestation of an individual's spirit. When a person's aura and will are sufficiently robust, they generate a presence that can intimidate others. Of course, discussing such matters is abstract. The true essence of Conqueror's Haki arises from confidence, an unparalleled self-assurance, an unwavering belief that one is the singular standout among millions, the sole strongest, the one true king. And Shi Zhou embodies such a person. He hails from another realm, where it should be impossible for him to possess the potential for Conqueror's Haki. However, after enduring countless tribulations and hellish ordeals, coupled with the awakening of his abilities as a traveler, he attained the audacity to fear neither heaven nor earth. His strength, combined with a perspective that transcends anyone in this world, fostered an innate contempt for the indigenous inhabitants. A myriad of factors culminated in the natural awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. Yet, this is merely his own belief. As for the truth, he is uncertain. For his father in this world has long since vanished, and regarding his mother, to Shi Zhou's knowledge, no matter how far back he traces his lineage, they have always been commoners. Block. In the fleeting moment when the collision of Conqueror's Haki dissipated, CP0 surrounded Shi Zhou with unwavering determination. The influence of Conqueror's Haki on ordinary individuals is profound. However, it holds little sway over formidable warriors, unless one possesses the caliber of red-haired Shanks. Having just parried a blade that came from the right, a crimson glimmer ignited in Shi Zhou's eyes as he swiftly clenched his left fist and struck to the left. The resounding impact of their ebony fists revealed to Shi Zhou that all the members of CP0 present were indeed masters of their craft. Meanwhile, behind him, the captain of CP0, Makuma, let out a thunderous roar, his form transforming instantaneously into a beast resembling a bull with dark, twisted horns. The forelimbs of this monstrous creature scraped the ground twice before it lowered its head, aiming its formidable black horns directly at Shi Zhou's back, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, he is a train racing forward at an astonishing speed, a train adorned with horns. And he cannot fathom that time could survive beneath his formidable presence. Meanwhile, in front of Shi Zhou, Shareman remains undeterred. To truly vanquish Shi Zhou, Shareman understands that from the very outset, he must exert his utmost strength, leaving this adversary no opportunity to catch his breath until he is utterly obliterated. Cattle, monkeys, bears. Shi Zhou raises his gaze towards Shareman, a hint of intrigue shimmering in his eyes. What will you be? In this world, there exists but one place abundant with devil fruits. And that is the Holy Land, Mariehua. As the overseers of the world for over 800 years, they have amassed an unfathomable number of these fruits. Among them, powerful devil fruits are undoubtedly plentiful. After all, they casually bestow the sweet fruit, an almost overpowered fruit, upon their slaves. For mere amusement, they utilize the mythical Zoan fish fruit, the hormone fruit, and the meatball fruit as rewards for the victors of their enslaved contests. Thus, it stands to reason that they possess even mightier fruits. As a celestial dragon, Shareman could not possibly indulge in the ordinary devil fruits like those of CP0. What then could he have consumed? Without keeping Shi Zhou in suspense, Shareman completed his preparations. The spear he wielded was identical in design to the one that pierced Shi Zhou 13 years prior, yet the wielder had grown immensely stronger since then. Shareman had undergone a complete transformation. While his lower body remained the same, his upper body had expanded significantly. His torn garments revealed mysterious patterns adorned with black spirals, and his head had morphed into that of a tiger, with a royal emblem blazing in black flames upon his forehead. The flames ignited and swiftly spread, forming a billowing cloud behind him. At that moment, the spear in his grasp was enveloped in black fire, transforming it into a flaming weapon. Indeed, Shareman had not consumed an ordinary fruit. As a celestial dragon, he regarded devil fruits as inferior sustenance. Had he not faced humiliation at Shi Zhou's hands, he would not have resorted to consuming a devil fruit, just as his fellow celestial dragons would refrain. However, in his quest to reclaim his honor and attain strength, he had chosen to partake. With a firm grip on the spear, Shareman's body coiled like a drawn bow before he propelled himself off the ground, darting towards Shi Zhou with the swiftness of an arrow released from its string. All of this may appear prolonged, yet in reality, the passage of time culminated in an instant when the clash of the conqueror's haki dissipated. Thus, the horns of the bull and the lance of the chairman ought to have been thrust simultaneously, in the strictest sense. In the fleeting moment when the monkey's blade met the bear's fist under the shield of Time Boat, he seemed perilously trapped, as if ensnared in a dead end, with two adversaries firmly restraining him on either side, while formidable horns and a razor-sharp lance loomed threateningly before and behind him. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. How shall you respond? All eyes are presently fixated on Shi Zhou. The situation is indeed perilous, yet Shi Zhou appears unfazed, with excitement rather than trepidation gleaming in his dark pupils. Gripping his knife in his right hand, he swiftly retracts it for a moment, then thrusts it upward with fervor, deflecting the monkey's blade. Advancing forward, he rotates his wrist and thrusts his knife fiercely ahead. Leaning forward, he balances on his right leg, raising his left leg to deliver a backward kick. The empowered foot, imbued with the color of haki, collides with the horn, while the knife tip clashes with the gun's muzzle. The tremendous forces converge, leaving Shi Zhou with a sensation akin to being wedged between two mountains. A sweetness fills his throat as the metallic taste of blood floods his mouth, and without pretense, he expels a mouthful of blood. He is injured. In an instant, the state of Shi Zhou is seized by the four observers. The monkey, having been deflected, flips midair and propels himself back towards Shi Zhou with swift precision. Raising his knife, he aims a quick strike at Shi Zhou's neck. This time, how will you evade? The monkey's eyes are filled with a feral glint, his obsidian pupils marred with bloodshot veins, the blade glistening with a sanguine glimmer in the sunlight, foreseeing the moment when Shi Zhou's head separates from his body. Yet many outcomes cannot be realized merely through imagination. As the blade is raised above his head, the monkey fails to notice the hint of mockery in Shi Zhou's averted gaze. Why does Shi Zhou not evade? Certainly, it is because the four possess vulnerabilities, and the vulnerability lies within the monkey himself. Though the monkey's swordsmanship is formidable, his strength is insufficient. Thus, at the moment of contact, Shi Zhou perceives that this adversary, who presents an insurmountable challenge to others, is, for him, merely an opening. With a slight smile directed at Qiumen, Shi Zhou abruptly retracts his blade, disregarding Qiumen's astonished expression, and rotates the blade from a standard grip to an inverted one, suddenly thrusting to the right. Accustomed to daggers, Shi Zhou often employs dagger-like tactics, even when wielding a longer blade. Of course, after years of tutelage under Rayleigh, his swordsmanship is commendable. However, the instincts honed in the depths of hell cannot be altered in just 13 brief years. After all, during those hellish years, the dagger was the only source of safety he could grasp. If you seek death, then I shall oblige you. Shareman's astonishment was fleeting. He cared little for the life of a subordinate, but was solely concerned with Shi Zhou. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the spear, entwined with black flames, swiftly approached Shi Zhou's chest, targeting the left side. 13 years prior, the thrust had been a defensive reaction, a consequence of Shi Zhou's initiative, resulting in a wound to the abdomen. Now, however, with Shi Zhou taking the offensive, the aim was undoubtedly the heart. Block. The clash resounded. The spear and the blade met simultaneously, yet the outcomes diverged. The spear was halted by the thick armor of domineering will that enveloped Shi Zhou's chest, while the blade effortlessly pierced through the monkey's defenses, delivering a grievous blow. Such strength! Shareman felt the recoil from the spear, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. What manner of creature is this individual? In a mere 13 years, he has honed his armament haki to such an extraordinary degree. You are formidable, and so am I. If this cannot pierce you, then all my years of effort would be rendered a complete farce. The veins on Sherman's forehead throbbed violently. He had initially wielded his weapon with one hand, but now it had transformed into a two-handed grip. As he stepped forward, the immense power caused the long spear, forged through countless trials, to bend instantaneously. However, with the bending of the spear, the force multiplied exponentially. Crack! Like the sound of shattering glass, it resonated through the void, echoing deep within Sherman's very soul. The sound was familiar to him. 13 years ago, before his soul was utterly frozen, the last sound he heard was just like this. It is worth noting that this was his inner demon, the voice that often haunted his nightmares. Yet now, it was not a nightmare, but a divine melody. Shi Zhou lowered his head, casting a glance at his left chest, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Still not strong enough. The powerful figure he envisioned in his heart was Carp. Only by reaching his level could he claim the pinnacle of the world. Only then could he disregard the majority of attacks in this realm. Under his gaze, the spear breached the defense of his armed color, piercing through his body with a soft thud, emerging from his back. Flames followed the shaft, spreading instantaneously, enveloping Shi Zhou completely in an instant. Was he dead? At this moment, whether it was the Admiral, Sengoku, or Carp, all of them sighed in relief. The audacity of this man is truly remarkable. Aware that Sherman and the CP0 are there to take his life, he nonetheless allows them to encircle him. Now, he finds himself in a dire predicament. Having sacrificed another to shield himself, while he is ensnared in a deadly trap. They have witnessed Sherman's lance pierce the heart of Shi Zhou. While one might survive a piercing elsewhere, the heart is an entirely different matter. They, being formidable warriors, naturally comprehend the catastrophic consequences of having one's heart pierced by an adversary's domineering will. Thus, shaking their heads, they diverted their gaze back to Whitebeard. With uncertainty now resolved, it was time to address the primary target, Whitebeard. Nodding at the three admirals, Sengoku issued the command to act. What is destined to occur must inevitably unfold. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze and turned his head slightly to glance at Luffy, then gripped his blade with both hands, raising it above his head to the right. Those unafraid of death, step forward. He bellowed at the Navy, his unique power from the tremor fruit enveloping the sword's blade, before he swung it fiercely forward. Here it comes again. The Navy, witnessing the imminent descent of Whitebeard's blade, crouched down to brace for the impending impact. At that moment, a fiery crimson figure interposed itself directly in front of the Navy. With a resounding clang, a violent shockwave, laced with intense heat, radiated outward. As everyone opened their eyes, they realized that Whitebeard's blade had been halted beneath the foot of Akainu. It was Admiral Sakazuki. Gazing at Akainu's imposing red silhouette, the morale of the Navy surged. Amidst the heat, Akainu's serious gaze was fixed on Whitebeard, warning him that if this turmoil continued, the island would not endure. Brahaha. Whitebeard chuckled lowly. Then you'd best hold your ground. As his words fell, his right hand released the hilt, retracting momentarily before launching forward like a spring, aiming a powerful blow at Akainu. Unyielding, Akainu's fully molten fist appeared even larger than Whitebeard's as he retaliated in kind. Bang! A fierce collision ensued, generating an overwhelming shockwave accompanied by an even more searing heat, instantly clearing the area around the two combatants. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. The battlefield is vast, and while the clash between Whitebeard and Akainu spans a considerable area, it does not encompass the entirety of the battleground. Consequently, the fierce combat between the Navy and the pirates continues unabated. After all, this is a battlefield, not a mere game, and it will not cease for any individual. As more pirates flood into the square, the 7 warlords, the admirals, and the pacifists led by Trafalgar Law have all joined the fray. At that moment, Marco suddenly transformed into a colossal bird engulfed in blue flames, soaring swiftly over the Navy's defenses directly towards the execution platform. Up, Captain Marco. As Marco approached the execution platform, the pirates were infused with renewed hope, their morale soaring. However, Whitebeard held a different perspective. He understood that Marco's actions were merely a test to ascertain whether Garp would truly intervene. Ace, with his Na'vi disposition, casually revealed that Gold, Roger was his father, displaying an equally unguarded attitude towards his relationship with Garp. In this battle, the naval side holds few individuals of significance to him. The 3 admirals, along with their sons, are capable of holding the line. While victory may not be assured, they can certainly delay the inevitable. However, what truly weighs on his mind are the 2 old men stationed at the execution platform, Carp and Sengoku. These 2 old fellows are the true masters standing in the way of their rescue mission for Ace. To save Ace without overcoming them is but a fanciful dream. Just as Sengoku clenched his fists, ready to take action, a figure leaped from the execution platform, positioning itself before Marco. The old man's physique was remarkably robust. Even with his head crowned in white hair, his mere presence was enough to instill immense pressure upon Marco. Yet, before Marco could even recalibrate his direction, Garp's colossal fist struck directly against his head. Pain. This is Marco's sole impression of Karp's fist. The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered him utterly defenseless. Without the slightest pause, his body was propelled downward like a projectile, crashing onto the battlefield below. With a resounding thud, he struck the ground heavily, the sheer force coursing through his form, creating a substantial crater beneath him. As the dust and azure flames dissipated, Marco shook his head, disoriented, and staggered to his feet. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the towering figure of Karp standing before the seats of the three admirals. The hero, Monkey D. Karp, the legendary Marine, had finally made his move. With Karp's appearance, he instantly became the focal point of the arena. Confronted by this legendary Marine who had pursued the Pirate King, Roger, across the globe decades ago, the morale of the pirates plummeted. Sengoku, somewhat taken aback by Karp's intervention, lowered his hands and cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering, "I didn't intend for you to intervene." Karp, however, did not respond. Instead, he surveyed the battlefield as if inspecting his territory. He paused momentarily at the sight of the clash between Shi Zhou and Chairman, then withdrew his gaze. Crossing his arms before him and seated himself in the central chair among the three admirals. Subsequently, he bellowed, "To pass through here, you must first step over my body." He then muttered softly, "You little brats." If the former statement was directed at both the Marines and the pirates, this latter whisper was intended solely for Luffy and Ace. Regrettably, Ace was on the execution platform, and Luffy, due to his physical condition, had already collapsed. Thus, neither could hear him. At the age of 17 or 18, or even 20, Luffy and Ace could hardly grasp the torment Karp endured, caught between familial bonds and his convictions. Ace, situated on the execution platform, might have understood somewhat, but Luffy, undoubtedly, would not comprehend. In the depths of his heart, this individual recognizes only two types of people: friends and family, or enemies. Friends and family deserve unwavering sacrifice to save, while enemies must be confronted with all one's might, devoid of moral distinctions or discernment of right and wrong. Relying solely on instinct and self-belief, the process itself holds little significance. Perhaps it is this simplicity and steadfast refusal to relinquish anything that has led this individual to be chosen by the Nika fruit, thus becoming the protagonist of this world. Yet, it is also possible that there is more to it, for within the Whitebeard pirates, many, in a strict sense, resemble Luffy's foolishness. For instance, at this very moment, they are advancing towards the execution platform, leaving a trail of blood with each step, even at the cost of their lives. Just then, as Luffy implores Ivankov for a shot, and the battlefield reaches a boiling point, Whitebeard encounters a crisis. The situation that has long caused Marco concern manifests just as it does in the original narrative. Withstanding several of Akainu's full-force attacks, Whitebeard succumbs to the resurgence of his old ailments at this critical juncture. Everything, while seemingly coincidental, is also inevitable. Whitebeard's fate is intertwined with the Tremor fruit. It is both his triumph and his downfall. In truth, given his physical resilience, it is improbable that he would encounter cardiac issues at such an age. After all, he is not the only elder in this war. Both Garp and Sengoku, as well as Rayleigh, who battles on another front, are his seniors. Even Zephyr shares his age. None of them suffer from heart ailments, so why should Whitebeard? The Tremor fruit bestowed upon him unparalleled destructive power, but it also subjected his body to relentless vibrations, a burden he bore continuously. In his youth, such tremors were of little consequence. However, as his body aged, these vibrations became potentially fatal. Ironically, prior to this, he had been dealt a blow by one of his own subordinates, further exacerbating the impending collapse of his already fragile form. Gazing at the suddenly kneeling figure of Whitebeard, Akainu's eyes ignited with a fierce intensity. His right fist dripped with molten magma as he advanced step by step towards Whitebeard, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. "Father!" Marco exclaimed, his face etched with urgency as he swiftly turned and dashed towards Whitebeard. Sometimes, victory or defeat hinges on a mere moment. He yearned to reach him. Yet how could he possibly do so? Two beams of laser-like energy erupted instantaneously from Kizuru's fingertips, effortlessly piercing through Marco's back, halting his forward momentum. Meanwhile, as Jozu became momentarily distracted by the unexpected occurrences involving Whitebeard and Marco, Akiji seized the opportunity, instantaneously encasing half of Jozu's body in ice. Akainu paid no heed to the anxious cries of the pirates, for his gaze was solely fixed on Whitebeard. "It appears that your era, Whitebeard, is destined to conclude today. Alas, one must ultimately succumb to the passage of time. Allow me to guide you to the realm of the dead." With these words, he propelled himself off the ground. His right fist clenched and aimed directly at Whitebeard's heart. The searing magma surged skyward, unleashing a powerful shockwave that compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, followed by a cacophony of chaos. The pirates found it hard to believe, utterly incredulous that their father had been struck with such ease. As the smoke dissipated, the sight that confronted them was Whitebeard's chest, smoking ominously, revealing a gaping, pitch-black wound. Regrettably, Akina stepped back a few paces, casting a glance at Whitebeard and exhaling a sigh. His attack had been directed at Whitebeard's heart. However, in that critical moment, Whitebeard had shifted slightly, causing the impact to land squarely on his chest. Though still lethal, it did not render Whitebeard incapable of fighting immediately. "Seize the moment, everyone," Sengoku commanded, his eyes flashing with determination. The naval officers could not afford to miss this golden opportunity. As Akina retreated, they leapt over his form, charging directly at Whitebeard. Their target was, once again, his chest. With a series of piercing sounds, several blades found their mark in Whitebeard's chest, accompanied by the presence of additional assailants. "Father!" As Whitebeard found himself ensnared in despair, the pirates descended into chaos, promptly abandoning their respective adversaries to rush toward him. Leading the charge was Marco. His movement, however, provided an opening for Kizaru, who unleashed a beam of laser light toward him. Fortunately, Marco was prepared. Although struck by the laser, he sustained minimal injury, owing to his consumption of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit, which allowed his wounds to heal with azure flames. Just as Marco was determinedly advancing towards Whitebeard, he failed to notice the sudden approach of the ghost spider from his flank. The ghost spider moved with remarkable speed, leaping into the air, his hair solidifying into claw-like appendages reminiscent of a spider's limbs, descending directly upon Marco's shoulder. In restraining Marco, the ghost spider discreetly produced handcuffs from his hair, silently binding them to Marco's hands. It was these very handcuffs that extinguished the blue flames enveloping Marco, just as Kizaru's laser struck, piercing through Marco's body once more. This time, Marco was unable to rise. After collapsing, he had utterly lost his combat prowess. The handcuffs binding his wrist were made of sea stone, and with his devil fruit abilities rendered ineffective, how could he possibly stand against Kizaru's lasers? After all, he was not Luffy, was he? Marco fell. Yet an increasing number of pirates continued to rally around Whitebeard. Amidst the anguished cries echoing around him, Whitebeard fought against the dizziness and once again straightened his posture. He let out a thunderous roar, shaking off the marines clinging to his chest, and grasped his immense bicinto with force, slashing downwards from above, then sweeping from left to right with a fierce stroke. Even without his devil fruit powers and despite his grievous injuries, Whitebeard remained formidable. The wind generated by his strike swept through the surroundings, creating a vortex that lifted the nearby marines into the air, resulting in a breathtaking scene of chaos. However, it was merely a spectacle. Despite clearing the area, he did not claim a single marine's life. After all, those remaining were all high-ranking officers, not mere foot soldiers. Yet, it was this very strike that allowed the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates to break through the encirclement and position themselves behind him. On the execution platform, Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He issued an immediate order to the executioners standing beside Ace to proceed with the execution. Whitebeard was already at his last gasp, yet even a dying camel is larger than a horse. He was at his most vulnerable, yet also at his most perilous moment. Thus, he needed to execute Ace swiftly to shatter the pirates' morale, paving the way for a decisive victory for the Navy. As the executioner raised his blade once more, and Ace found himself once again in a life-or-death situation, every pirate present felt their eyes widen in horror. Whitebeard longed to intervene, but as he moved, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The impact of Akainu's punch had inflicted too grave an injury, no matter how resolute his spirit. He could not resist the rebellion of his own body. Lacking strength, what could he employ to exert his power? Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the blade was about to descend. Is the inertia of history truly this formidable? On the other side of the battlefield, time advanced several seconds. As Carp's gaze shifted away from Shi Zhou, the latter, engulfed in black flames, finally stirred. Ignoring the ominous fire, he retracted his left hand and seized the long spear from Sherman. He aimed to advance towards Sherman, reminiscent of his actions 13 years prior. Alas, Sherman did not afford him that opportunity. The moment he pierced Shi Zhou, he attempted to retract the spear, but upon encountering resistance, he decisively abandoned it and stepped back. Meanwhile, Both the bull and horse behind Shi Zhou and the brown bear to his left had retreated as the black flames began to engulf Shi Zhou, threatening to consume them as well. Others might be unaware of the terror posed by Sherman's black flames, but they certainly were not. This black fire, although its temperature is comparable to that of ordinary flames, clings to one like the venom of a viper. Once it adheres, it will not extinguish even if one plunges into the depths of the ocean, continuing to burn until the afflicted is reduced to mere ashes. Having learned his lesson, Shi Zhou halted his advance. He remained rooted in place, a flicker of enigmatic amusement flashing within his obsidian eyes. At that moment, he was entirely enveloped in the black flames, rendering him invisible to onlookers. However, although obscured, Sherman's keen observation could distinctly sense that Shi Zhou's aura had not diminished significantly. Was this fellow a monster? His heart had been pierced, yet he remained unscathed. The oxen and brown bears gathered around Sherman, their eyes wide with disbelief, as their instincts affirmed that Shi Zhou was indeed unharmed. Was Shi Zhou truly unharmed? No. There was a matter at hand. In the face of the earlier lethal ambush, any ordinary individual would have perished, but Shi Zhou was different. Sherman had indeed pierced his left chest, yet he had not penetrated his heart, for it resided not on the left, but rather on the right. This was during his time in the hellish realm of St. Mary Joa, a moment when he was on the brink of death. And he took it upon himself to transform his fate. Had Sherman struck his right side instead of the left, Shi Zhou might have found himself in grave peril. However, he only sustained significant injuries. Grasping Sherman's spear with his left hand, Shi Zhou exerted force to pull it outward, completely disregarding the pain emanating from his body. He carelessly discarded the spear, allowing his right hand to retract. As the blade gradually withdrew from the monkey's body, the creature began to disintegrate, while Shi Zhou's form rapidly restored itself. This was not a restoration akin to Marco's. It was as if time itself were reversing. By the moment the blade fully retracted and the monkey's body vanished, his left chest had returned to its original state. Even the fabric pierced by the spear mended under the power of time. At that moment, Shi Zhou rotated the blade in his right hand, firmly grasped the hilt, raised it above his head, and gently sliced through the air, cleaving the black flames in twain. Taking a step beyond the flames, Shi Zhou expanded his observation to its fullest extent, sensing his surroundings before his gaze swept over the vigilant bull, horse, and brown bear, finally resting upon Sherman. It seemed that after all these years, you are not as formidable as I had imagined. Perhaps. Sherman's eyes were fixated on the unscathed Shi Zhou, lingering on his left chest, absorbing others to restore oneself, freezing time, and accelerating one's own being. What other abilities do you possess? Moreover, Shi Zhou pondered, stroking his chin, and mused, I shan't divulge that. He jested, albeit with a humor that left much to be desired. Subsequently, Shi Zhou shifted his gaze from Sherman to the execution platform. He nodded at Sengoku, who had also turned his attention, and flashed a grin, his eyes landing on Ace. Some occurrences are singular and irreplaceable. Having intervened once, if Ace were to perish on the execution platform due to his arrival rather than the original narrative, it would be his fate. Furthermore, 3 formidable adversaries still stood before him, even if he were to act. It was uncertain whether he could save Ace once more in the presence of Sherman and his companions. It's up to you now, Straw Hat Boy. If you truly are the protagonist, then go forth and alter your destiny. Silently praying for Ace, Shi Zhou's gaze veered away from the execution platform and fell upon Luffy. Ace did not disappoint Shi Zhou. A true protagonist can conjure miracles even in desperate circumstances. Sengoku remained vigilant against Whitebeard and Shi Zhou, utterly oblivious to the emergence of Luffy at that moment. As for Garp, he might either be unaware of Luffy's awakening of Conqueror's Haki or might intentionally allow it. Regardless of his awareness, he did not intervene at that instant. Thus, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki swept across the battlefield unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. The prowess of this individual's Conqueror's Haki is undeniably formidable. Even the executioner, not an ordinary person by any means, succumbed to the overwhelming aura, instantly rendered incapacitated. Countless pirates and navy personnel, despite their own strengths, also fell victim to Luffy's extraordinary presence, collapsing under its weight. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent, with Luffy once again becoming the focal point for all those who remained conscious. The sheer intensity of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki left even Sengoku momentarily speechless, while Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji shared in the astonishment. As top-tier forces of the Navy, they had encountered individuals wielding Conqueror's Haki before, yet few exhibited the extraordinary magnitude that Luffy displayed. Those rare individuals who did were unequivocally at the pinnacle of the world. How could Luffy, a newcomer who had just set sail, possibly be compared to such formidable beings? Thus, even the typically aloof Kizaru found himself incredulously pouting. While they paused, Luffy did not. After incapacitating the navy surrounding him, he continued to shout as he charged toward the execution platform. His relentless attitude drew Whitebeard's attention, prompting thoughts of Shanks and even Roger. Gazing at Luffy's retreating figure, Whitebeard made a surprising decision that astonished all present. He commanded the pirate crew to assist Luffy, while he himself would act as bait, drawing most of the navy, including the admirals, away. Though there was some hesitation regarding Whitebeard's command, the officers and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates complied and set off to support Luffy. Many were puzzled by Whitebeard's reasoning, but the three admirals understood enough to act decisively, ordering an immediate assault on Luffy to prevent him from reaching the execution platform. In a moment, the pirates and navy, after a brief pause, clashed once more. Now is not the time for distractions. Observing the elite combatants on the field, Shi Zhou licked his lips, resolutely turning to charge into the fray. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of his arrival. The Shareman trio were not ordinary foes. Entangling with them would be unwise. Instead, he aimed to eliminate as many second-tier adversaries as possible, advance his objectives, and then confront Blackbeard to eliminate Whitebeard. That was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. What shall we do, Lord Shareman? Watching the dark-clad youth rush into battle, indiscriminately slaying both pirates and navy alike, Muma swallowed hard and glanced at Shareman. A surge of black flames enveloped Shareman, drawing a circle in the air before morphing into a colossal hand that retrieved the spear discarded by Shi Zhou. Pursue. There are no superfluous words. Even aware that being amidst the crowd renders him invincible, Sherman remains undaunted. For, similarly, within the throng, he too is invincible, unless struck down in an instant. Grasping his spear, Sherman takes the lead and charges directly into the battlefield. What on earth does this fellow intend to accomplish? The Warring States observes the young man in black, relentlessly wielding his blade amidst the crowd, his head throbbing with frustration. This individual is truly a monster. Having been pierced through the chest by a shot from the formidable Sherman's flame spear, he remains utterly unharmed. In fact, at this moment, there is not a single mark on his left chest, and his clothing remains intact. Were it not for having witnessed Sherman's spear actually penetrate Shi Zhou's left chest, one might easily suspect it to be an illusion or a mere performance staged by Shi Zhou and Sherman. On the other side, Luffy, under the full protection of the pirates, is drawing ever closer to the execution platform, his head throbbing with pain. Even the admirals can surmise why Whitebeard has entrusted the pirates with Luffy's protection. He is undoubtedly aware of the reasons. However, understanding does not compel him to pressure Carp. The fact that Carp can emerge and occupy a seat beneath the execution platform is sufficient to honor the justice he represents. As for the execution platform, that is a matter he must handle himself. Contemplating this, Sengoku cannot help but clench his fist once more. Is this truly the case? Before long, with the aid of the Revolutionary Army's Lightning and Ivankov, Luffy has fully embarked on the path to the execution platform. In the upper portion of this path, Carp has cleared the way and stands resolutely. Gazing at Carp's silhouette, Sengoku furrows his brow deeply. Yet upon witnessing the exchange of blows between Carp and Luffy, his tense expression relaxes. It appears you have made your choice, Carp. After all, they are your kin. This marked the first instance that Sengoku observed Luffy from such close proximity. Surprisingly, he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe for a moment until Luffy produced a key, at which point he finally decided to intervene. Sengoku, the astute strategist, after ascending to the rank of admiral, had his wisdom etched into the memories of all, yet it seemed that his formidable prowess had been forgotten. In truth, his strength was also of the highest caliber. It was merely that, since becoming admiral, he had not been afforded the opportunity to demonstrate it. In an instant, his form swelled, radiating a brilliant golden light. The golden glow undulated in waves, rapidly expanding outward in concentric circles, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. Accompanied by the resonant chimes of temple bells, which could be perceived even from the distant sea. This is the radiance of the Buddha, emanating from the fruit of abilities cultivated during the Warring States period. When the golden light dissipates, what unfolds before the eyes of all is an immensely grand golden Buddha. At this moment, everyone recalled another title of the Warring States period, the Warring States of Buddha. While all eyes were astonishingly fixed on the Warring States, however, Kizaru's gaze was directed at Luffy. To his surprise, "You possess such an item, Straw Hat Luffy." Kizaru wore a disgruntled expression, as if someone owed him money. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, and a beam of laser shot forth in response. At long last, this fellow has ceased to go easy. From such a considerable distance between the battlefield and the execution platform, a mere beam of laser effortlessly severed the key to Ace's handcuffs that Luffy held in his grasp. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, black flames encircled a small area like a formidable wall. Within this confined area, there exist pirates, the Navy, and, of course, CP0. At this moment, none of them can escape, for stepping into this fiery barrier would result in immediate incineration. This time, I have rendered you completely trapped. The gleam of malice illuminated Sherman's eyes as he discarded the charred remains of what was once a recognizable human form, now nothing more than a blackened husk. He licked his lips, filled with malevolence, as he turned his gaze towards Shi Zhou. Shi Zhou paid little heed to the execution platform, for he understood that once Luffy set foot on the path leading to that platform, the ensuing narrative would likely unfold in a manner strikingly similar to the original storyline. This individual possesses the fortuitous alignment of timing, location, and circumstance. It would indeed be remarkable if Ace were not rescued. Shi Zhou turned his neck slightly, his gaze fixating on the chest of Sherman, where a wound he had previously inflicted had now remarkably healed. No wonder you dared to present yourself before me once more. It seems you have indeed consumed a divine fruit. This fellow's fruit must be of the mythical beast variety. However, Shi Zhou is unaware of its name. As the battle has unfolded, Sherman has exhibited not only flames but also a comprehensive enhancement of his strength, speed, and physique. Moreover, the black fire is no ordinary flame. Without Haki defense, one is guaranteed death upon contact. Even with Haki, if its quantity is insufficient to envelop the entire body, death is inevitable. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to devour the life force of others to replenish itself. After several encounters, this individual shows no signs of fatigue, remaining at his peak. It is evident that the black fire not only heals wounds, but also restores stamina. Is he attempting to compete with me? Unfortunately, while he devours life, I consume time. We are fundamentally on different planes. Raising his head and gazing at Sherman, a flicker of derision flashed in Shi Zhou's eyes. It is time to confront these two demons. In the fiery circle, the pirates and the Navy seemed to reach an unspoken agreement. At this moment, they ceased their mutual attacks and all aimed their weapons at the center of the inferno, where Sherman and Shi Zhou stood. To the pirates, both Shi Zhou and Sherman are foes. The Navy, having witnessed Sherman mercilessly slay his own men, now comprehends the gravity of the situation. The CP0 and Shi Zhou are akin to one another, both ruthless demons who slay indiscriminately. At that moment, Shi Zhou's body abruptly tilted backward, a glimmer of a blade slicing down before him. Before the wielder of the blade could react, Shi Zhou's right hand lunged to the left. With a soft squelch, the keen edge of the blade penetrated the body of the naval officer to his right without hindrance. Without even a glance in the officer's direction, Shi Zhou swiftly withdrew his knife, reversing his grip and slashing upward to the left, seizing the opportunity before blood could spurt from the neck of the pirate on his left. He stepped forward, evading the encirclement of the two foes. For those unwilling to serve as mere supply packs, Shi Zhou could readily fulfill their demise. His method of killing is an art. Oftentimes, the blade itself remains unseen, with only the glimmer of the knife visible. Yet, more often than not, by the time one perceives the blade's light, the enemy has already met their end. The arena was divided in two, when Shi Zhou once more stood before Chelman. Not a single soul remained alive behind him. His blade bore no traces of blood, as if he had not taken any life moments before. Behind him, all those who had been struck by his blade's light stood frozen, devoid of any breath. Shi Zhou did not regard Chelman. Instead, he joyfully tilted his head back and inhaled deeply. As he drew in this breath, the immobile naval officers and pirates behind him seemed as though their very life force had been instantaneously siphoned away, their bodies collapsing rapidly. Then, under the influence of some unknown power, those who had already become mere husks swiftly crumbled to sand, ultimately ascending with the currents of heated air swirling around the fire circle. Yet, this was not the end. Even as they transformed into ash, they gradually disintegrated further while rising with the airflow, ultimately vanishing from this realm entirely. In that moment, Shi Zhou's display, devoid of any desire for concealment, appeared terrifying, particularly to those who witnessed his murderous act firsthand. The sheer visual shock of disappearing from existence upon receiving a single wound evoked a tangible sense of dread, as if confronting a demon. Despite having seen and understood various facets of Shi Zhou's capabilities, The overwhelming visual impact of his unmasked power cast a profound shadow in the minds of Chelman and the two CP0 agents behind him. Within the fire circle, a peculiar tranquility prevailed, markedly contrasting the clamor beyond. It was so silent that one could only hear Shi Zhou's faint, pleasurable murmurs, accompanied by the unsettling cracking sounds produced by the tension in his muscles. This individual had grown stronger. If only by a fraction, Chelman could sense it with utmost clarity. At this moment, he comprehended that this individual did not kill for the sake of vitality nor out of madness, but rather to augment his own strength through murder. Is this also the reason you ventured here despite the risk of exposure? Although he was uncertain of the motives, he understood that he could no longer allow this person to continue his killing spree. It is important to note that this place is a battlefield, rife with adversaries of lesser strength. Even with their formidable capabilities, they would struggle against a typical vice admiral of the Navy. Not to mention the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of their affiliated fleets, many of whom would not be easily defeated in a single confrontation. In such circumstances, he could scarcely fathom what exaggerated monstrosity this fellow would ultimately become if Shi Zhou were to continue his relentless slaughter. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. What relieved him was that he had arrived early. Furthermore, this individual could not strengthen himself by killing ordinary people. From his observations, Shi Zhou's killings were not chaotic, but rather targeted. He only acted after identifying his objectives. His targets were easily discernible, those who had awakened the armament haki. He needed to inform Sengoku, conveying that this matter had escalated beyond the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Whitebeard were to be released today, it would not permit this individual to escape. Sherman's mind raced as he remained vigilant against Shi Zhou. Issuing instructions to the CP0 behind him without turning back, inform him that this is an order from the world government. If the child is released today, then he need not continue his role as fleet admiral. Understood. Muma remained still. He was the captain of CP0 and also Sherman's bodyguard. The strongest among CP0 must remain to support Sherman. Thus, the task of conveying information and issuing commands fell solely to Bartholomew Kuma. Without hesitation, Kuma glanced at Shi Zhou before swiftly turning to leave. Beneath his lowered eyelids lay profound apprehension, tinged with a hint of fear. As Sherman had stated, on this battlefield, anyone could be spared, except for Shi Zhou. This individual's abilities posed an extraordinary threat to the world and the world government. Desiring to depart, Shi Zhou lowered his head, and the sounds within his body ceased. His gaze transcended Sherman, fixating on Kuma's retreating figure, his pitch-black pupils remaining icy. Licking his lips, a sinister smile crept across his face as he regarded Kuma, not as one would a person, but rather like one gazing at a delicacy. Haki is an inherent power within the bodies of all individuals in this world. When a person's physical condition reaches a certain critical point, this power gradually manifests. The extent of one's haki is entirely contingent upon the potential strength of their body. If one were to liken Shi Zhou's physique to a barrel, then the haki he generates is akin to the water filling that barrel. Thus, any external haki, regardless of its abundance, upon entering his body, the barrel would overflow like water breaching its confines. So why would he seek to absorb the haki of others? One cannot help but mention another characteristic of dominance, its quality. A seasoned master of dominance, having endured countless battles, stands in stark contrast to an inexperienced novice who has yet to face the crucible of combat. In a confrontation, even a mere exchange of blows, the novice, despite possessing superior physical attributes, would undoubtedly find themselves outmatched by the battle-hardened expert in the art of dominance. Here, one can liken dominance to iron ore. It is only through relentless forging that it transforms into a more malleable steel. Although the quantity may appear equivalent, it is undeniable that steel possesses greater strength. Thus, Shi Zhou's defeat of formidable practitioners of dominance is not merely to absorb their prowess, but rather to utilize their power as a means to refine his own. In this context, he regards the strengths of others as both fire and hammer, substituting them for countless battles, employing an abundance of experience to expedite his own growth. Simultaneously, this process of employing another's power to hone his own also benefits his physique, rendering him increasingly robust and capable of withstanding greater dominance. Furthermore, this cycle can perpetuate infinitely, until his body ultimately surpasses the limits of humanity. Just a fraction remains. How could he allow his prey to slip away? Shi Zhou swiftly darted to the right, then propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push, hurtling towards the brown bear with a resounding thud. At this moment, he was not yet in a position to easily slay Sherman, but the two predetermined meals were ripe for the taking. Sherman, sensing Shi Zhou's movement. Instantly evaded to the right, as if he possessed foreknowledge of Shi Zhou's trajectory. The sharp tip of his gun, enveloped in dark flames and cloaked in dominance, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, suddenly appearing at Shi Zhou's left flank. Should Shi Zhou fail to halt his advance, Sherman was confident that the shot would severely injure him, although this individual had grown somewhat stronger since their last encounter. He had yet to reach a threshold capable of withstanding Sherman's full-force strike with his body. Is he not turning back? Sherman pondered. Yet his body did not cease its motion. No, just as the gun's tip was about to make contact with Shi Zhou's right side, Sherman suddenly perceived that the flow of time within the surrounding space seemed awry. In that moment, he, along with the cattle behind him, seemed to have suddenly plunged from solid ground into water. Though his body continued to advance, it was no longer as swift as it had been at the outset. Often, the outcome of a battle hinges on a fleeting instant. While Shi Zhou's abilities do not sway those who have awakened their domineering will, they can influence the very fabric of this void. Although he cannot truly halt the enemy's advance, he can momentarily obstruct their movement. What he seeks is precisely that pivotal moment. Ignoring Sherman, he darted forward, narrowly brushing past the spear, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself behind the grizzly bear. "Be careful, bear," Sherman shouted, sensing the impending danger. Yet, before his warning fully reached the grizzly's ears, it was already too late. The blade descending from above brought an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow. Even as the bear reacted to the sensation of peril, it proved futile. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the hastily conjured armor of domineering will, plunging downward to breach muscle, organs, and ultimately, the heart. Emerging from its left flank. At this moment, the brown bear finally comprehended the sensation of those pierced by the blade of time. It was a profound feeling of being utterly severed from the world. It felt as though he had fallen into a vortex of time and space, on the brink of being drawn into another realm. Motionless, voiceless, even thought itself was frozen at the instant the blade penetrated his flesh. "You rascal." Gazing at the figure crouched upon the brown bear's back, gripping a knife, both Sherman and Yuma were left in a state of disbelief. Though Shi Zhou's back was turned to them, presenting an excellent opportunity for an assault, Sherman refrained from action. "Forget him. You must exit from the other side and inform Wayno of this fellow's true nature." Initially, Sherman had discerned that Shi Zhou's strength was inferior to his own. At that time, he believed he could avenge the betrayal from 13 years prior. However, after a relentless spree of violence, Shi Zhou's power had remarkably leveled with his own. If he did not act swiftly, Sherman feared that Shi Zhou might spiral out of control. Presently, it was no longer a matter of vengeance. His sole desire was to ensure that this individual remained trapped here, even if it meant the Marines would abandon Whitebeard. Yuma averted his gaze from Shi Zhou, a fierce unwillingness flickering in his eyes beneath the mask. He understood that remaining would serve no purpose and might even bolster the enemy's strength. This man was a true monstrosity. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted to the right, seeking to circumvent and escape from another direction. "This has become rather dull," Shi Zhou remarked, rising leisurely from the brown bear's back. As he ascended, the blade moved with him. During this upward motion, his graying hair swiftly darkened, and even his aura intensified. When Shi Zhou fully straightened, the knife entirely disengaged from the brown bear, his presence peaked, and the surrounding void rippled as if a stone had been cast into a lake, emanating concentric waves from his form. These ripples generated shock waves that instantaneously radiated outward, carrying with them faint arcs of crimson electricity. With a sense of relief, Shi Zhou exhaled deeply. At this moment, he finally shattered the confines of his physical limitations. The profound elevation of his entire being, from the outermost layer to the innermost essence, even touching the realm of his soul, evoked a sense of comfort so exquisite that he could not help but emit a soft moan. Despite having traversed this transformative experience numerous times throughout his life, in this world, only this battlefield has allowed him to encounter so many formidable masters. Although the journey was not as smooth as he had envisioned, he is nonetheless relieved that his primary objective has been achieved. Through this elevation, he can finally proclaim that he truly stands at the pinnacle of the world. In this world, there are countless individuals, yet only a select few ascend to the pinnacle. Regardless of the nature of their renowned abilities, one immutable truth prevails. Their physiques are, without exception, of the highest caliber. Only through possessing a world-class physical constitution can one cultivate unparalleled dominance and truly stand atop the world. In the beginning, Shi Zhou's body was utterly ordinary, devoid of any conditions conducive to becoming a formidable force. At that juncture, he resembled the majority of people in this world. No matter how rigorous the training or how deep the descent into adversity, the limits of his physical potential were all too apparent. Fortunately, while his body was unremarkable, his spirit was anything but. It was during a fateful confrontation in the holy land of Mary Geos, teetering on the brink of death, that he passively awakened a power that not only saved him, but also forged his destiny. As he harnessed this newfound strength to triumph over his adversaries, he inadvertently absorbed their time, rejuvenating himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that this ability could propel him beyond the innate limitations of humanity. Thus commenced his journey. A child transformed through relentless battles, each encounter leaving him scarred yet resilient, each victory a step toward transcending his limits, ultimately culminating in his legendary status within the arena. Regrettably, such glory was fleeting. Upon ascending to the title of the arena's strongest, he realized that this power, too, was not omnipotent and had its own constraints. Following the final elevation of his physique, he found that slaying those enslaved and siphoning their energies bore no benefit to his body. It was as if he had reached the zenith of his physical prowess. The energies of these ordinary souls, no matter how potent, could no longer refine him. Just as he resigned himself to the belief that he had reached his ultimate limit, a newly arrived slave ignited a flicker of hope within him, presenting an opportunity to ascend to the apex of this world. Shi Zhou would forever remember him, Doug Bialystog, a true pirate of the New World. Upon their initial clash, Shi Zhou sensed something was amiss, for this individual was wholly unaffected by his abilities, unlike the other slaves he had faced. That battle proved to be the most arduous of his career, surpassing even the trials of his inaugural foray into the arena. Fortunately, although Doug was a pirate from the New World and had awakened his haki, he was not exceptionally powerful. Through countless self-destructive assaults, Shi Zhou gradually wore him down, ultimately succeeding in a mutual destruction where he plunged his dagger into Doug's flesh. At that moment, his body had aged significantly, resembling that of a frail old man. Even his heart was pierced by Doug's hand during that final offensive. Despite being utterly spent, he emerged as the victor. The power of time is indeed formidable. Even as he approached the threshold of death, with but a single breath remaining, this very force lifted him from the depths of despair. Alongside him ascended Doug Bialystog's haki. From that moment onward, Shi Zhou grasped the true significance of haki in relation to his own being. He yearned to encounter a powerhouse like Doug Bialystog once more. Yet he also prayed that such an encounter would not come too swiftly. That battle not only enlightened him to haki's capacity to fortify his body, but also illuminated the inadequacies of the power he had awakened. This force he refers to as the power of time is derived from extracting one's own temporal essence to influence the external flow of time. Thus, it can only affect oneself. Previously, it affected ordinary individuals because he could manipulate the time within the void surrounding him. Given the physical capabilities of an ordinary person, they are utterly defenseless against this force, which is why he could dominate the arena. However, the masters of dominance are different. These formidable beings inherently possess a time field. Much like the relationship between the sun and the earth, despite the vast differences in individual strength, they can withstand the temporal forces he exerts on their surrounding space, preventing them from being truly ensnared in his gravitational pull and falling prey to their fated demise. Of course, this is merely Shi Zhou's interpretation. When pressed to articulate a coherent explanation, even he finds himself at a loss, as he concurrently yearns for the emergence of new world dominators akin to Doug Bialystog, while grappling with the anxiety of possibly encountering them. Time advances to 3 years after Fisher Tiger's escape from the Holy Land Mariewa. Although both are slaves of the celestial dragons, Shi Zhou has never crossed paths with Tiger. It is likely due to the world government's awareness of Tiger's immense strength, compelling them to keep him shackled and collared for the amusement of the celestial dragons, daring not to cast him into the arena. Frankly, Shi Zhou is genuinely grateful to Tiger, were it not for that individual. Even if he were to spend an eternity in the arena, he would remain unable to escape. For without the continuous emergence of powerful dominators, his physical prowess would never reach the level necessary to break free from the Holy Land. This also explains his fondness for Fishman Island. But I digress. Let us return to the battlefield. Shi Zhou lowered his head and glanced at Muma, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his dark pupils. Crack! Just as he raised his blade, poised to charge at Muma, a deafening sound of shattering erupted, accompanied by tremors that shook the very earth, interrupting his advance. With a gentle step on the back of a brown bear, Shi Zhou swiftly appeared before the fiery barrier. He had long understood the principles behind techniques like moonwalk and shave, having intentionally honed them since his time at Mariewa, thus employing them with remarkable proficiency in this moment. In truth, Once one's physical capabilities reach a certain level, these techniques can be executed with relative ease. While moonwalk may pose some challenges, shave is decidedly simple. Consequently, many pirates in the New World are not inferior to naval officers in terms of speed, although their mastery of shave may not rival that of the Navy. Utilizing it in combat is still quite feasible. Ignoring the quaking ground beneath him, Shi Zhou fixed his gaze upon the black wall of flames before him, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike. The silvery blade light, akin to a brush, traced a crescent shape in front of him, which then surged forward, swelling in the wind. With a swift sound, it effortlessly cleaved through the fire barrier, opening a direct passage to the outside world. Ah, do you wish to flee, child? Unbeknownst to him, Sherman had already positioned himself behind Shi Zhou, his hands gripping a pistol, the muzzle aimed squarely at Shi Zhou's back. A sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. I cannot allow you to continue your slaughter. His gaze was fixed on Shi Zhou's back, eyes filled with the same lethal intent as the long gun he wielded. Although he himself required the death of others to restore his strength, he understood that restraining Shi Zhou was far more crucial than his own injuries. Shi Zhou paid no heed to Sherman. Following this recent elevation of his abilities, he had completely surpassed Sherman, not merely in physical prowess, but in overall strength. Even if the difference was slight, he knew that if he wished to depart, Sherman would be incapable of stopping him. It was precisely this understanding that deterred Sherman from immediately engaging in a life-or-death struggle as they had upon first meeting. Sherman's objective was to delay Shi Zhou, preventing further bloodshed. He could not believe that this individual could survive the onslaught of both the general and himself. Neither made a move, as if genuinely affected by the sudden earthquake. I am a remnant of the past. In this new era, there is no ship to carry me. The massive voice of Whitebeard resonated across the battlefield, echoing amid the tremors. Whitebeard, though he could not see him, Shi Zhou understood from the sound alone that Whitebeard had completely abandoned any thoughts of escape. Shall we move forward now? Shi Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes revealing a flicker of restlessness. Judging by the aura, it could be said that the old man with the white beard was on the brink of exhaustion. Nevertheless, even in this state, his casual strikes could unleash considerable devastation. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Zhou ultimately decided against approaching the old man, instead turning his gaze towards the direction behind him, where the wall of encirclement lay. He had to get through. Should the events unfold as they did in the original narrative, he would find himself in a precarious position with the elder to explain. After such a long time, you must have completed your farewells. With a powerful thrust of his right foot against the ground, Shi Zhou's body surged forth like a piercing sword. As he propelled himself forward, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and his right hand rose to the side. Block. As he raised his weapon, a long spear emerged from the flames, piercing through the fire and striking against his blade. Where do you think you are going? Chairman's figure materialized amidst the flames. His gaze fixed upon Shi Zhou from his elevated position, his tone grave as he declared, I do not wish for you to leave this place before the warring states can respond. Shi Zhou tilted his head, his dark eyes gazing upward at Chairman. A smirk spreading across his lips as he taunted, Can you truly stop me? Whether or not he could be stopped would only be revealed through an attempt. As his words fell, Chairman withdrew his left hand from the gun barrel, raising it with fingers pointed skyward before clenching it firmly. It was as if he had activated some hidden mechanism. The flames surrounding them surged towards him like birds returning to their nest. Amidst the swirling inferno, black flame spears rapidly coalesced. With a swift motion of Chairman's left hand, they lunged towards Shi Zhou. Crash! A colossal sound erupted, akin to the tolling of a bell, resonating from within the depths of the flames. Beneath the sea of black fire, Shi Zhou felt as though he had truly descended into hell. Although the black flames were indeed fire, they consumed the light. Thus, even as he was enveloped in flames, darkness prevailed around him, rendering visibility utterly impossible. Is this how you intend to trap me? In the darkness, Shi Zhou's eyes glimmered with arcs of electricity, illuminating the void around him. I know you cannot be confined, but my aim is merely to hold you for a brief moment. Chairman's eyes also danced with crimson arcs. Crash! The clash of overpowering wills erupted between them once more. As the lightning surged, shockwaves rippled outward. To the external observer, the black flames had now coalesced into an enormous sphere of darkness. The dark orb pulsated as if it were breathing, expanding and contracting until it reached a critical point. In a final contraction, it erupted with a resounding boom, unleashing an immense shockwave intertwined with endless, worm-like crimson arcs of electricity, forming a colossal tempest reminiscent of a typhoon. This tempest surged outward from the epicenter of the battle between the two combatants, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. The deafening explosion and shockwave, imbued with the oppressive aura of Conqueror's haki, rendered the battlefield momentarily silent. Beneath the shattered execution platform, Sengoku and Garp shifted their gaze from Whitebeard, exchanging a brief glance before their brows furrowed in unison, directing their attention toward the clash between Shi Zhou and Shareman. They had grown stronger. Their hearts simultaneously skipped a beat. Conqueror's haki is a distinctly personal ability, making it relatively easy to discern the source of each power from their confrontation. A heightened perception could even reveal which of the two was superior, although Shi Zhou and Shareman had previously been unfamiliar with one another. Their earlier skirmish paled in comparison to the current intensity. Sherman's aura, while still formidable, remained unchanged, whereas Shi Zhou's presence had grown significantly more powerful. What could account for this? Had he not exerted his full strength before? Or had some unforeseen event transpired? As the two pondered these questions, Mokuma made his entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued orders to Sengoku, bypassing any pleasantries. Sengoku, from this moment forth, you and your crew will accompany me to eliminate the child with all your might. What did you say? Sengoku was taken aback. You may be CP0 and hold a high position within the world government, but I am still the fleet admiral. This is the command of Lord Shareman. Mokuma disregarded Sengoku's wide-eyed astonishment and continued, hurry, if necessary, bring along the 3 admirals as well. Wait. Sengoku raised his hand to interrupt Shareman, who was about to continue speaking. Did you say Lord Shareman? Yes, Lord Shareman. The celestial dragon? Sengoku furrowed his brow as Shareman gazed deeply at him before responding. Lord Sherman's full name is Izambaron V. Shareman. Surely, you recognize that surname? Upon hearing Sherman's full name, even Sengoku displayed a look of evident surprise. The names of the Gorosei are secrets to most, but for him, the fleet admiral, they were less shrouded in mystery. Izambaron, the financial warlord among the Gorosei, bore the surname of Izambaron V. Nashori. With a sigh, Sengoku rubbed his forehead in frustration. Is that little brat truly that powerful? Looking up at Muma, Sengoku inquired with a trace of confusion. Impressive? Upon mentioning Shi Zhou, Muma's expression instantly shifted to one of grave seriousness. Impressive? He echoed. That is no ordinary individual. He is a true monstrosity. He then succinctly conveyed the veracity of Shi Zhou's circumstances. As Muma recounted the tale, the countenances of Sengoku and Garp, who had unbeknownst to them approached from behind, were already shrouded in ominous clouds. Indeed, he is a monster. Even though they were aware that a person capable of evading the relentless pursuit of the world government for a decade could not be trivial. Hearing the truth from Yuma's lips still left Sengoku and Garp astounded. No wonder that fellow indiscriminately slaughters upon entering the battlefield. It appears his aim encompasses the entirety of the conflict. Sengoku, you must issue orders swiftly, Yuma urged, glancing at Whitebeard, who was now at his last throes. Leave him to the vice-admirals. Our primary focus must be on the child. With that, he paused, retracting his gaze, and once again fixed his eyes on Sengoku. You wouldn't wish for that individual to plunge into the throng once more, would you? Sengoku lowered his head, deep in contemplation. Having grasped the full extent of Shi Zhou's situation, he certainly wished to prevent Shi Zhou from diving into the crowd, yet at this critical juncture, ordering the admiral to withdraw left him apprehensive about Whitebeard's potential last-ditch retaliation, which could result in catastrophic losses for the Navy, perhaps even leading to the complete submersion of Marineford. Meanwhile, behind Whitebeard, provoked by Akainu's taunts, Ace, who had just been rescued, unexpectedly halted in his flight. Whether driven by fervor or a lapse in judgment, this individual, heedless of the cautions voiced by those around him, recklessly charged towards Akainu amidst the latter's disparaging remarks about Whitebeard. To be candid, many might struggle to comprehend why Ace would act in such a manner. Had his mind truly faltered? Or was he genuinely willing to risk his life for the honor of Whitebeard? With that turn, he certainly felt a sense of relief within. Yet he never considered the countless sacrifices made by the Whitebeard pirates, nor that even Whitebeard himself had fallen into peril to rescue him. By turning back, he unwittingly deemed the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates as fools. Regardless of the reasoning, at least his actions preserved Whitebeard's final dignity. Truly, he was a fool. Akainu, observing Ace's fiery fist approaching, was momentarily illuminated by a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his own fist to meet Ace's charge. Whether it was Whitebeard or those who regarded him as a father, in the end, they were all destined to be failures. As their fists collided, his mouth did not cease its belittling of the Whitebeard pirates. I shall not permit anyone to demean my father. Through the flames, Ace's gaze remained fixed on Akainu, though commendable was his courage. The chasm of absolute power could not be bridged by mere audacity. As the words echoed, Akainu intensified his strength. The tremendous force immediately hurled Ace away. And even as a Logia user embodying fire, he found his arm twisted and injured by that singular blow. In this world, the magma fruit supersedes the flame fruit. While other elemental users may pose little threat to Ace, Akainu was his natural counter. At that moment, witnessing Ace's injury, Luffy yearned to assist. Yet, having exhausted his strength, he succumbed once more after the effects of Ivankov's hormone fruit waned. Just taking a step forward caused his legs to buckle, and he knelt upon the ground. Akainu quickly sensed Luffy's condition. Turning his gaze towards him, he tightened his fist, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The son of Roger and the son of Dragon. Brothers no less. How surprising this revelation is to me. Your very existence constitutes a crime, and today, regardless of who else may be spared, I shall not allow you two to escape. With that declaration, he leapt over Ace, landing directly before Luffy, and unleashed a colossal magma fist aimed squarely at him. If this punch were to land, given Luffy's current state, he would undoubtedly be sent straight to hell. However, at that moment, Ace, who had long been vigilant to Akainu's movements, resolutely made the most prudent choice. He positioned himself in front of Luffy. Many occurrences can be deemed fate or inevitability. Otherwise, how could this world harbor so many life and death situations and countless regrets? But to block, the sound of iron clashing echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by a shockwave. What a foolish boy. Hey, do you seek death? Could you refrain from doing so here? Go back to your new world. If you wish to seek it, do so as you please, and no one will say a word. To seek death here. Are you not rendering Whitebeard's sacrifice in vain and treating everyone who came to rescue you as fools? The anticipated excruciating pain did not manifest, prompting Ace to glance back. The first thing that caught his eye was a towering figure, gazing upward, with the person's right hand raised high, wielding a sword. The blade positioned directly beneath Akainu's colossal magma fist. As he turned left, he beheld a stern visage, strikingly clean against the backdrop of crimson magma, radiating a red glow. Most striking were the pair of black eyes. Even amidst the surrounding inferno, those eyes remained as dark as ink, devoid of any reflection. Although it was their first meeting, Ace was quite familiar with that face. Kneeling on the execution platform, which afforded a clear view of the entire battlefield, he certainly remembered Shi Zhou, especially since this individual had, under his watch, slain numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates. He never imagined that, at this most critical juncture, it would be this person who would come to his rescue. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Child. You are referred to as a child, are you not? I have heard the warriors of the warring states mention it. Child, what child? At that moment, Luffy emerged, utterly exhausted, resting his weight on Ace's shoulder. Upon realizing the situation behind Ace, he let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with trepidation. Then, upon recognizing Shi Zhou's appearance, he joyfully greeted, Mr. Shi Zhou, greetings. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing us. At this moment, he had indeed come to understand the complexities of human relationships. With a nod to Luffy, Shi Zhou withdrew his gaze and turned to face Akainu. You may leave. The ensuing battle is mine. Leave? None of you shall depart today. Akainu retracted his fist, gradually revealing his towering figure from the thick smoke. He first cast a glance at Ace and Luffy behind Shi Zhou before fixing his gaze upon Shi Zhou himself. Child, your bounty stands at 1 billion berries. 1 billion berries? Ace and Luffy, witnessing the apparent safety of their companions, swiftly approached to assist Jinbe in lifting Luffy. They stared at Shi Zhou's back, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Child, Shi Zhou remarked, brushing aside a few strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead due to the battle. That is a thing of the past. I am now called Shi Zhou. If you are uncertain how to address me, you may refer to me as Mr. Shi Zhou. Do not jest, you criminal. With a thunderous roar, Akainu clenched his fist and advanced step by step towards Shi Zhou. You, time and again, have obstructed my path. It is only fitting that we execute you together, for you two are a most heinous criminal. However, at that moment, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the right, halting Akainu in his tracks. It was a sea of black flames, surging forth like a gelatinous wave, consuming all in its path as it approached rapidly. As it drew nearer, one could hear the thunderous breaths echoing from within. With a ferocious roar, a colossal black tiger, enveloped in flames, burst forth from the inferno. The towering black tiger, standing at over 10 meters high, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its form was enveloped not in fur, but in swirling black flames that evoked a profound discomfort, as if in the next moment, these infernal flames might transform into the embodiment of a hellish sovereign, lunging forth to consume them. With a breath that resonated like the clash of wind and thunder, the black tiger gradually diminished, reverting to the original visage of Chelman. His essence remained unchanged. Even after having been struck by Shi Zhou's blade upon his right flank, no trace of injury was visible, save for the tattered remnants of his clothing, hinting at where the wound had once been. As he regained his stance, he raised his spear, its tip directed menacingly at Shi Zhou. In his eyes, the earlier arrogance and confidence had dissipated, replaced by an excessive vigilance. The reason for his transformation remained a mystery to all, yet Chelman understood the truth all too well. His wounds could indeed be mended by absorbing the life force of others, but such healing was contingent upon the nature of the assailant. The cut inflicted by Shi Zhou had taken not merely his blood, but also his time. Though his physique still radiated strength, he was acutely aware of what he had truly lost. While he could not quantify the exact measure of time he had forfeited, his intuition, coupled with the emergence of fine lines at the corners of his eyes, whispered to him that the loss was indeed significant. This is precisely why, when he once again confronted Shi Zhou, he no longer exuded the same confidence as he did at the outset. At this moment, although Shi Zhou's formidable presence was comparable to his own, the addition of that inherently sharp black blade enabled him to inflict injuries with alarming ease during their encounters, particularly when he was caught off guard. The mere act of being grazed by this individual would result in a fleeting moment of rigidity, though this stiffness was ephemeral, quickly dispelled by his own overwhelming aura. Over time, he was certain that he would eventually reveal a flaw during one of their skirmishes, ultimately becoming sustenance for this adversary. Even in the absence of a discernible weakness, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his demise at the hands of this relentless foe. This is precisely what makes this individual most terrifying. Surround him and instruct the naval forces to retreat from this place, preferably leaving the island entirely. Upon arrival, he issued commands to Akainu. "What did you say?" Akainu tilted his head, molten magma dripping from his eyes. "Who do you think I am?" While CP0 maintains a close relationship with the world government, it is, in a strict sense, merely on par with the Navy. Given that they are equals, what right does this man have to command the Navy? Moreover, the orders he has given are utterly absurd, to evacuate the Navy from here. If they were to withdraw, what would become of the pirates? It is crucial to recognize that this moment represents the Navy's final chance for a decisive victory. They cannot simply allow the pirates to escape. Hurry. Taking advantage of Akainu's attention being diverted to Sherman, Shi Zhou turned to Ace and said, "You must leave this place. I trust you understand Whitebeard's will and resolve. If you remain, you will truly betray his expectations and plunge yourselves into peril once more." At this juncture, he glanced at Luffy, who was resting on Jinbe's shoulder. "Surely, you do not wish for Luffy to be ensnared in a similar despair again?" Although Ace was impulsive, he was not devoid of sense. To be truthful, the moment Luffy became the target of Akainu's gaze, he felt a pang of regret. Indeed, as Shi Zhou stated, he was foolish enough to let Akainu's words ignite his fury. Ace was acutely aware of the kind of person Whitebeard was, the world knew as well. And it was not merely Akainu's isolated opinion that could draw conclusions. With a deep gaze directed at Shi Zhou, Ace's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. By all accounts, he ought to resent Shi Zhou. Yet, this individual had, in strict terms, saved him twice, both times at critical junctures. He felt genuine gratitude towards his savior. However, this same person had also taken the life of his family right before his eyes, which left him in a state of profound conflict. Should he feel hatred or gratitude? "Let us go." This time, he did not hesitate. He turned and ran without looking back. However, the tightly clenched fists he bore while running betrayed the turmoil within him, revealing that his heart was far from the calm faade he presented. Undoubtedly, he was filled with a profound sense of resentment. After all, the one who had humiliated his father and slain his family was just behind him, and yet he had to flee like a stray dog. But what could he do about this bitterness? Having only exchanged blows with Akainu once, he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. It was clear that a mere few exchanges were enough for that formidable opponent to end his life. As Ace fled, Akainu pursued him without a moment's hesitation. Was he not going to obstruct him? As he passed by Zhou, he noted that Zhou made no move whatsoever, a flicker of surprise flashing in Akainu's eyes. Yet at that very moment, as if sensing something, his forward momentum abruptly halted. Simultaneously, a shadow enveloped him completely. He swallowed hard. Akainu was well aware of who stood behind him, and it was precisely this knowledge that compelled him to stop. Yet, it was evidently too late. As he turned to react, Whitebeard's already raised fist, surrounded by a distortion of transparent air, descended upon him with great force. You truly act as though I do not exist. With a thunderous crash, Whitebeard's fist drove Akainu into the ground. The unique power of the tremor fruit, intertwined with an unparalleled shockwave, radiated outward in an extraordinary display. But that was not enough. Whitebeard retracted his fist, propelled himself off the ground with his legs, and leaped upward. Upon reaching the apex of his ascent, he lifted his right foot, enveloped in a sphere of white light, and descended upon Akainu with a speed surpassing his ascent. The forceful kick, if truly executed with precision, would render Akainu incapacitated, even as an admiral. After all, the final breath of Whitebeard showcased a power that transcended the very realm of admirals. Though the surpassing may have been slight and fleeting, seizing the opportunity to momentarily incapacitate an admiral remained feasible. Akainu, true to his rank, had merely underestimated the situation, allowing Whitebeard to land a blow. Now, having regained his composure, he cast aside any concern for pride and rolled away, evading Whitebeard's lethal kick. Not hesitating upon missing his target, Whitebeard raised his sword and lunged at Akainu. Fully aware of his own physical state, he was determined to fight, and Akainu, as a naval admiral, would not back down. As he faced the oncoming blade, Akainu rolled once more, narrowly avoiding Whitebeard's attack. Quickly rising to a half-kneeling position amidst the smoke, he raised his hands, fists of magma forming like cannonballs, and charged fiercely at Whitebeard. Meanwhile, unexpected yet anticipated figures arrived at Shi Zhou's location. Greetings, Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp. On behalf of the old man, I extend my regards. Shi Zhou politely bowed to Sengoku and Garp. A glimmer of bewilderment flickered in Sengoku and Garp's eyes as they regarded Shi Zhou. They knew precisely who the old man he referred to was. Lord Chelman, fulfilling his mission, had the first order of business to report to Chelman upon arrival. The moment he saw Sengoku, the tension within Chelman eased. Nodding at Shi Zhou, he lifted his gaze once more, retaining vigilance, yet confidence began to resurface. After all, they were not ordinary individuals. He was one of the rare powers in this world capable of standing alongside an admiral. His true identity was far more noble than that of an admiral. There was no cause for alarm. He merely wished to deter Shi Zhou from rejoining the fray, which prompted him to command a navy to retreat. Now that Sengoku and Garp had arrived, a fleet admiral and a naval hero, Chelman understood their prowess had not diminished significantly with age, particularly Garp, who appeared virtually unchanged in strength. At that moment, the attention of the group shifted simultaneously towards the battleground between Akainu and Whitebeard. Through the smoke, they beheld Whitebeard, who had inexplicably knelt on one knee, even his once proud head bowing low. On his chest, an orange flame burned silently. Had he been struck again? In the tumultuous era of the warring states, hearts raced in unison. Although a look of astonishment graced Shi Zhou's face, it was overshadowed by a sense of inevitability. His presence, while transformative in many aspects, had left the essence of Whitebeard unchanged. As for Akainu, he remained strikingly akin to his portrayal in the original narrative. To him, the battle between the two, despite any subtle variations, seemed insignificant. However, it became evident that the differences were not merely slight, they were virtually non-existent. Indeed, it was as if the scene had been scripted. Perhaps Whitebeard, aware of his own condition, acted with intention. In a fleeting moment of relaxation after Akainu landed a punch, Whitebeard suddenly lifted his gaze, extending his hand to seize Akainu. Clearly, even Akainu was taken aback by Whitebeard's swift reaction, having never anticipated being captured so effortlessly. The implications of being ensnared by such a formidable master of hockey were not lost on Akainu, who, despite his usual confidence, found beads of sweat forming on his brow under Whitebeard's formidable grip. Whitebeard understood the sacrifices he had made for this very moment and offered Akainu no opportunity to respond. He hoisted Akainu into the air and flung him skyward. Seizing the moment of Akainu's ascent, Whitebeard rose to his feet, twisting his upper body to the right, his veins pulsating with power as a white aura materialized around his left fist. This was the final, all-out punch of his last breath, a culmination of his gathered strength. As Akainu descended, his fist unhesitatingly swung to the left, striking fiercely against Akainu's left flank. Crack! The immense force, combined with the powers of the tremor fruit, caused Akainu's eyes to widen in shock, and he coughed up a spray of blood, his body contorting in the surrounding void. Before his blood could touch the ground, The air around was rent asunder, centering on Whitebeard's fist, creating a visual of shattered glass. Following this, an unparalleled earthquake ensued. The intensity of the tremor tore through the ground, rapidly spreading behind the execution platform, fracturing the colossal wall that symbolized the Navy's justice, extending to the horizon. When the vibration subsided, what lay before everyone was an unfathomable chasm. This fissure cleaved the square, and even the entire island, into two. It was as if it had been orchestrated, completely separating the pirates from the Navy. Despite having his abdomen burned through, he still possessed such strength. Sengoku gazed solemnly at Whitebeard, questioning whether this was his choice, to confront the Navy alone, granting the pirates a chance for survival. No one answered his inquiry. All eyes were fixed on Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the pirates on the other side of the chasm, witnessing their father's relentless fight against the Navy, wept openly at the sight of his towering figure. No one wished to remain behind, yet what could they accomplish by staying? This is the choice of the old man. And despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to run towards the sea, tears streaming down their faces. Everyone understood that this farewell was final. Yet there was no alternative. As all eyes were drawn to Whitebeard, a colossal head emerged from the smoke behind the shattered naval structure, nearly as imposing as the Navy's grand edifice. However, the true focus was not on him, but rather on the figures standing atop the broken execution platform. Their appearance not only captured the attention of the Navy, but also caused the fleeing officers of the Whitebeard pirates to clench their fists and halt in resolute frustration. Of course, the most profound reaction came from Ace. It was he who had instigated all of this. Standing still, Ace's gaze traversed the battlefield, landing on the execution platform. His eyes ablaze with fury. "Go, Ace," Ivankov urged, halting his steps to pat Ace on the shoulder. "No one wishes for your return. Only by your departure can this war cease. Only with your survival does the Whitebeard pirates have a future, a glimmer of hope." Having resolved to flee, Ace had accepted his fate and was no longer as stubborn as before. He averted his gaze, lifted his head, and offered a faint smile to Ivankov. "Thank you, Ivankov." With those words, he resumed his stride, pursuing Jinbe and the main force. "Hey, this is serious." Unbeknownst to them, Akiji had joined the fray surrounding the beleaguered ship. Just as he was about to act, he spotted the figures of Blackbeard and his crew. The massive warship, San Juan Wolf. The hunter of the Crescent Moon, Katarina Devon. The tyrant, Avaro Pizarro. The great drunkard, Bast Choate. Finally, Akiji's gaze settled upon a burly man clad in military attire, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Shiryu. Reign of Shiryu. Had he defected? No one could answer, for even Sengoku was unaware of the specifics regarding Impel Down. He had initially believed it was merely the faction following Buggy, but now it appeared the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. It must be noted that those accompanying Blackbeard were notorious world-class criminals, all stripped of their titles and permanently imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. These adversaries are formidable, especially now that they have united as one. With this thought, a dull ache began to throb in Sengoku's head once more. This is a meticulously planned war, yet unforeseen events have unfolded in rapid succession, leaving Sengoku with an ominous feeling, as if he had neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out that morning. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, ever since the emergence of Blackbeard's crew, hostilities have come to an abrupt halt. Whitebeard stands resolutely before the fissure, rendering it impossible for ordinary naval commanders to breach his defenses and pursue the pirates behind him. The vice-admirals are poised to organize their forces, yet with Blackbeard's arrival, even they have ceased their movements, awaiting directives from Sengoku and the admirals. As for the admirals, Akainu has been momentarily incapacitated by Whitebeard's ultimate punch, sliding into the crack and disappearing from view. Kizaru remains stationed at the rear of the Navy, prepared to bolster their ranks against any desperate last stand from Whitebeard that could lead to significant casualties for the Navy. Meanwhile, Akiji is currently at a different location. Thus, in this peculiar scenario, an unusual equilibrium has surprisingly emerged amidst the chaos of war. "Shiryu, you scoundrel, what brings you here?" Sengoku inquired without hesitation upon spotting Shiryu. "What has become of Magellan? And Impel Down?" He paused, shifting his gaze toward Blackbeard. "And how did you arrive here?" Blackbeard looked down at Sengoku, grinning as he retorted. "Our presence here serves as an implicit answer to your inquiries, does it not? Sengoku, Fleet Admiral." With that, he erupted into laughter, adding, "As for Impel Down, if you wish to know more, perhaps you should investigate for yourself later." As Blackbeard concluded, Shiryu chimed in with a response. Just as Sengoku had suspected, Shiryu had indeed defected, aligning himself with Blackbeard and officially joining his pirate crew. At that moment, a panting Marine rushed over, appearing to have urgent news to relay. Shichibukai cast a glance at the marine. Fully aware that the ensuing dialogue would revolve around Blackbeard's boastful claims of how he opened the gates of justice and his reasons for aspiring to become a warlord of the sea. The perplexities that plagued Sengoku and the Navy held no significance for Shi Zhou. Thus, he turned away directly, seizing the moment when Sengoku and the others were captivated by Blackbeard. Stepping out of the encirclement. Those surrounding Shi Zhou were the pinnacle of strength in this world. Consequently, his movement instantly drew the attention of Akiji and Shareman. Sengoku understood the situation, yet his primary focus remained on the Navy and Blackbeard. As for Carp, he was utterly oblivious. In truth, Ace's escape had both relieved him and added an inexplicable weight that outsiders could not comprehend. He could no longer bear the mantle of a hero, nor the heavy burden of justice that accompanied it. Had he not allowed things to unfold as they did, Luffy would never have reached the execution platform, and Ace would have remained trapped. Although this was a sight he longed for, it completely disrupted the ultimate trajectory of this war. Hence, since Ace's flight from the execution platform, Carp had remained profoundly silent, so silent that he seemed almost dazed. It was this very daze that prevented him from directing his full attention to Shi Zhou, compounded by Blackbeard's emergence, which further distracted him from noticing Shi Zhou's movements. Shi Zhou acted swiftly. A silent temporal force enveloped the surroundings, instantaneously thwarting Akiji and Sherman's attempts at interception. With a single step, he had already emerged beyond the encirclement. It was merely a moment of distraction, and all that could be seen was Shi Zhou's retreating figure. In a state of urgency, Sherman shouted, urging others not to let him approach Whitebeard or the crowd. Understanding Shi Zhou's intent, he hastily drew his weapon and pursued him. Akiji, too, hesitated only briefly before following closely behind Sherman. Despite his recent arrival and lack of understanding regarding the gravity of Shi Zhou's significance to Sengoku and Sherman, he recognized that anyone capable of instilling simultaneous vigilance in both Sengoku and Carp could not possibly be a mere common criminal. Furthermore, from Sengoku's reference to Sherman, he learned that Sherman was a celestial dragon, further underscoring Shi Zhou's perilous nature. It was exceedingly rare for an elite from the celestial dragons to lead a pursuit against an ordinary criminal. Shi Zhou disregarded Sherman and Akiji's chase. Instead, fixing his gaze upon Whitebeard, he stepped forward, his movements reminiscent of a stuttering image, flickering as he swiftly appeared before Whitebeard. Sherman and Akiji, though not far behind, lagged just a few seconds behind Shi Zhou. Yet, those fleeting seconds proved sufficient for Shi Zhou to fulfill his purpose. Standing before Whitebeard, he lifted his head, his obsidian eyes locking onto Whitebeard's gaze, and calmly declared, "Old man, let me escort you on your final journey, shall I? You little brat. Do you wish to claim my head as well?" Whitebeard's gaze shifted from Blackbeard to Shi Zhou. Furrowing his brow, he was momentarily taken aback after comprehending Shi Zhou's words, before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "If you seek my head, then come and take it." As his voice echoed, he raised his weapon, the Tsong Yunxie. Shi Zhou had saved Ace twice at critical junctures, and honestly, Whitebeard felt a deep sense of gratitude. However, the bloodshed he had wrought upon his sons was undeniable. It was better if Shi Zhou had not appeared before him, but since he had come, and given the tone of his voice, it was evident he sought revenge. Thus, there was nothing to discuss. Grievances would be settled, and enmities avenged. As Whitebeard's blade descended, Shi Zhou's demeanor remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He merely stepped lightly to the right, effortlessly evading the strike, before the explosive force of Whitebeard's ability could manifest upon the ground. He utilized his time stance to freeze the surrounding space and time, then stepped forward, his figure materializing directly beneath Whitebeard. Boom. It was only at that moment that a tremendous roar erupted. "You brat, what is your ability?" Whitebeard looked down at Shi Zhou, who was now within arm's reach, his pupils narrowing in confusion. Shi Zhou did not respond to Whitebeard. Instead, he continued to speak about something else. "After you landed that punch on Akainu, your body has veritably entered a state of depletion. I know it, the Navy knows it, and I believe even your sons behind you are aware of it. Kazari did not personally come to execute you, partly due to his laziness, and partly because he wished to afford you some dignity. Stop with the trivialities. You have yet to reveal your true purpose for being here," Whitebeard interjected, panting heavily. "Don't say something foolish like wanting to make a name for yourself off my head. With your strength, you need not do so." "Indeed," Shi Zhou nodded, raising his blade. "It is unnecessary. But why is that?" "Why?" He placed the back of the blade against his left palm, its tip pointed toward the gaping wound in Whitebeard's chest, his right hand drawing back as if to draw a bowstring. "Why? After completing this, he finally raised his head, his inky black eyes locking onto Whitebeard's. A grin spreading across his face as he declared, "It is, of course, for the hockey you have honed over decades." Hockey? Whitebeard remained perplexed. However, at this moment, Shi Zhou could no longer explain, for Sherman and Akiji had arrived. Even Kizaru, who had been lurking behind the navy, transformed into laser light, positioning himself at the forefront of their ranks. Yet, they were not alone. Among those who were most concerned about Whitebeard on this battlefield, apart from the officers of the Whitebeard pirates on the other side of the fissure, was Blackbeard. Thus, upon seeing Shi Zhou approach Whitebeard, he became frantic. "Van Augur, stop him. The rest of you, hold off the pirates. We will advance directly." As his words fell, he took the lead, leaping from the execution platform and charging towards the white-bearded man. Van Oka first adjusted the glasses perched upon his right eye, then raised the long rifle in his hand, aiming directly at Shi Zhou's occiput before pulling the trigger without hesitation. With a thunderous crack, amidst the sparks and smoke, a slender bullet pierced the sound barrier, appearing as if by teleportation right behind Shi Zhou's head. This was no ordinary firearm. It was a sniper rifle he had meticulously crafted himself, tailored to his exceptional marksmanship. At a distance approaching a kilometer, it took less than a second to demonstrate the power of his weapon. Yet, all of this proved futile. Although his homemade sniper rifle possessed immense power, it lacked any overwhelming aura, rendering it no different from the stones beneath. Consequently, as the bullet entered the space behind him, it seemed to be enveloped in a transparent medium as dense as iron, coming to an abrupt halt in midair. To be frank, to an outsider, Shi Zhou's current state appeared far from favorable. His once lustrous black hair was now interspersed with strands of gray, and his temples had turned entirely white, as if he had aged countless years within those fleeting moments. The white-bearded man felt this transformation most acutely, since the moment this individual had stood before him. He sensed his own body as though submerged in the depths of a 1,000-meter abyss, rendered immobile by the oppressive void surrounding him. The duration felt inconsequential, perhaps mere milliseconds, or possibly a second, yet to the white-bearded man, this bizarre sensation unfolded in slow motion, stretching into an eternity. As he beheld Shi Zhou's blade inching ever closer to his heart, he instinctively prepared to resist, yet the fabric of time and space around him suddenly reverted to its original state. In that instant, the white-bearded man heard a voice. "Out of respect for you, as long as you do not resist, I can promise that the Blackbeard who has brought you to this plight will accompany you in due time." In that fleeting moment, thoughts surged within him, leading to a final resolution. Well, how should one put it? He had resisted, yet he had not, for his remaining strength was insufficient to summon the aura within his body. In the face of Shi Zhou's blade, he found himself willing yet utterly incapable of opposing it. With a soft thud, the sound of the blade penetrating flesh was subtle, yet to all present, it resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. "You fiend, you wretch." Sherman seethed, witnessing the blade truly enter the white-bearded man's body, his fury reaching a boiling point. At this moment, those unaware of the circumstances would undoubtedly mistake this individual not for a celestial dragon or the chief of CP0, but rather for a pirate belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Perhaps even the son of Whitebeard himself. However, for those who are cognizant of the situation, within Chelman's fury lies a subtle undertone of fear. This is something that many fail to comprehend. No one acted rashly. Even the most determined to thwart Shi Zhou, chairman, found himself calming down after an initial outburst of rage. The event had transpired. The moment Shi Zhou's blade penetrated Whitebeard's flesh, the deed had become irrevocable. Even in his folly, he understood that it was prudent not to be the first to step forward at that moment. Who could fathom the extent of Shi Zhou's abilities? Who could ascertain the limits of his power to absorb the strengths of others for his own enhancement? If he truly could assimilate Whitebeard's might to augment himself, the very thought sent shivers down Chairman's spine. It is imperative to remember that Whitebeard had long been recognized as the unrivaled strongest in the world until today. This young wretch is indeed terrifying, having outpaced everyone to become the one who truly slays Whitebeard. Kazari maintained his nonchalant demeanor, oblivious to Shi Zhou's dreadfulness. Yet, Sengoku was aware. Like Chairman, he too felt a chill coursing through him at this moment. Thus, upon arriving here, he immediately commanded all naval personnel to vacate the premises and pursue the pirates. Even Blackbeard was a target for his intervention. The admirals glanced at Shi Zhou, puzzled by Sengoku's orders, yet they did not oppose him. Whether it was Shi Zhou, whom Sengoku deemed significant, or the swiftly approaching Blackbeard pirates, both represented formidable adversaries. It was indeed futile for ordinary naval forces to remain here. It was far more beneficial to chase the pirates and enhance the Navy's achievements. It should be noted that during this brief interlude, most pirates had already fled the square and boarded their vessels. In truth, they had intended to pursue the pirates. But the rapid unfolding of events had delayed their actions. With the command from the warring states, they unhesitatingly led their organized naval commanders, surging like a tide from both sides of the battlefield towards the other side of the chasm. In this place, there are no ordinary sailors, only naval commanders, with the least among them being a colonel. Thus, traversing the fissure created by Whitebeard's final strike is remarkably effortless. The departure of the Navy allows Blackbeard and his cohorts to arrive here more swiftly. They stand at a distance, refraining from recklessness. Even though Blackbeard is exceedingly eager for Whitebeard's fruit, he is compelled to direct his gaze towards the diminutive figure beneath Whitebeard's colossal form. Ha ha ha, old man. I came here intending to personally see you off for your last journey, but unexpectedly, you have a mere child to do so, Blackbeard taunted. Whitebeard raised his eyes to Blackbeard, his brow furrowed and the murderous intent in his gaze unmistakable. Only you are unworthy of being called my son, Blackbeard. Regret weighed heavily on him. He lamented not heeding Shank's warning, which allowed this fiend to orchestrate such a grand tragedy. It is essential to recognize that in this war, the casualties of the Whitebeard pirates extend beyond captains and leaders. Countless ordinary pirates from allied crews have perished. Although these pirates willingly embrace death for the sake of the Whitebeard pirates and for him, as their leader and the revered father, his guilt and remorse are inescapable. Blackbeard's betrayal stands in stark contrast to Squard's, the former actively betraying, while the latter succumbed to the Navy's influence, falling into doubt. Moreover, Blackbeard's treachery is even more grievous. He grew up aboard Whitebeard's ship and was treated as true family. Thus, the betrayal feels utterly unforgivable in Whitebeard's heart. Yet, the timing of Blackbeard's appearance could not be more inopportune. Even if he yearned to eliminate Blackbeard on the spot, Whitebeard understood that, regardless of the presence of the young figure, he was now powerless. Old man. At some point, members of the Whitebeard pirates returned from the ship, standing resolutely behind Whitebeard once more. That very individual, Bista, with blades in hand, gazed at Whitebeard's back, his eyes aflame with crimson fury. What was that fiend intending? He was the one who saved Ace, the one who killed Fasa and Conjuro. Now, astonishingly, he aimed to strike down the old man. His question mirrored that of all Whitebeard pirates. Although they could not see the front, it was evident that with Shanks so close, Whitebeard had shown no signs of resistance, confirming that he was utterly bereft of the power to fight back. Old man. The first to act was Marco. He had firmly resolved not to rush in, to avoid impulsiveness, yet in this critical moment, how could he possibly restrain himself? Marco, however, just as he manifested fiery wings to leap across the chasm, Whitebeard's thunderous voice interrupted him. Give me but a moment. Whitebeard lowered his head, fixing his gaze upon Shi Zhou, his eyes unusually glimmering with a hint of pleading. At the very moment the blade pierced his flesh, his instincts informed him that he had already met his demise. The fact that he could still stand and speak was solely due to the little devil before him, who had refrained from striking immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Zhou nodded in acquiescence to Whitebeard's final request. Thank you. With a slight nod, Whitebeard suddenly threw back his head and bellowed. This is the last command from the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. No one is permitted to strike, old man. At this command, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates was thrown into a state of alarm, yet none dared to act impulsively, crossing the chasm of the red line, not even the officers. Titch. As Whitebeard uttered this name, his gaze fell upon Titch, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. He was not reminiscing about the childhood of Blackbeard, but recalling the final encounter he had with Roger. During that last face-to-face conversation, he had come to understand the significance of D. What is the matter, old man? Haha. Do you want me to see you off on your final journey? Titch's tiny pupils glinted with unabashed greed as he fixed his stare on Whitebeard. The one Roger awaits cannot possibly be you, Titch. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Titch's face vanished. Of course, the one Roger awaited could not be him. After all, his ambitions could not be satisfied by merely becoming the Pirate King. The title of Pirate King was but a crown among pirates, while his true goal was to achieve that which even the greatest of men had failed to attain, the title of King of the world. Naturally, this ambition was known only to him. He had not confided it even to his subordinates, merely informing them of his diminished aspiration to become Pirate King. As for the criminals in Impelled Down and the likes of Rain, He had garnered their allegiance through the powers of the dark fruit. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard turned his gaze away from Teach and fixed it upon Sengoku across the way. Sengoku, your world government has always lived in fear. Fearing the day when a colossal war would engulf the world. To be candid, I have little interest in such matters. Yet I am aware that when that treasure is unearthed, the world shall be irrevocably transformed. At this juncture, Whitebeard inhaled deeply, and without warning. He raised his voice to a thunderous roar. One Piece exists. His tremendous shout resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the entirety of the plaza. You bastard! The pupils of the warring states narrowed slightly, astonished that Whitebeard would utter such a statement at this moment. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the greater trouble extended beyond the Whitebeard pirates alone hearing these words. For there was a fellow with a red nose, resembling a clown, who was currently lurking in a corner, holding the last remaining Din Mushi, broadcasting live. Thus, it was not just the Whitebeard pirates who heard this proclamation. The entire world, in that fleeting instant, was privy to it. Similar to the scene that transpired over 20 years ago during Roger's execution. Echoes of that moment reverberated around the globe once more. Excitement, fear, confusion, and exhilaration, all emotions intertwined, coalescing into a singular greed for that ultimate treasure. Soaring towards the Grand Line, heading for the New World, and ultimately the fabled island of Raftel. This eruption of fervor surpassed even that of Roger's execution. For this was not the cry of a mere nobody, but the final words of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. What a remarkable farewell. Blackbeard's boisterous laughter snapped all those lost in thought back to reality. As their gazes refocused on Whitebeard, they realized he had fallen utterly silent. Upon glancing at Shichibukai, they noticed that, at some point, he had withdrawn the blade he had plunged into Whitebeard's body, now turned away, head bowed in contemplation. What occupied Shichibukai's thoughts? Certainly. He was lamenting. Damn it, what a colossal loss. Indeed, Whitebeard's conqueror's haki was remarkably potent, but even at its most refined, it amounted to only a mere thread. Insignificant in its utility. He had presumed that Whitebeard's haki lay deep within his being, hindered by injuries and exhaustion, thus unable to be summoned. Yet he was mistaken. The haki was indeed present, albeit in scant quantity, and out of respect for Whitebeard, he had refrained from fully absorbing it, resulting in his current state of indecision. Although his strength had increased marginally, it fell vastly short of his expectations. He had envisioned that by absorbing Whitebeard's haki, he would at least reach the level of Garp, if not surpass an admiral. Yet, that was not the case. This situation is rather disheartening. It is crucial to recognize that he exposed himself to the Navy for the sake of Whitebeard. Had he foreseen this outcome, it would have been more prudent to leave the horses behind, eliminate both Makuma and Chairman, and then infiltrate the Navy's ranks amidst the chaos. Now that Whitebeard is deceased and he himself has been revealed, the prospect of navigating through the tumult becomes considerably more arduous. After all, he is now under the scrutiny of not just Chairman, but also Sengoku, Akiji, Kizaru, and perhaps even Garp. Attempting to maneuver unnoticed before such formidable figures is far more challenging than it was against Chairman and his companions. The burdens of Shi Zhou remain unknown to anyone. On the other side of the rift, Marco and the others gazed at their father's retreating silhouette, tears streaming down their faces as they mourned his departure. They had anticipated the ultimate outcome the moment Whitebeard created the rift and stood defiantly before the Navy. Yet, when their father truly perished on the opposite side of the rift, it was a reality they struggled to accept. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from both sides. The sorrow of the pirates elicited no sympathy from the Navy, as the vice admirals led a throng of naval commanders, leaping over the rift like fleas, brandishing weapons and charging fiercely at the pirates. Let us go. Though the pirates were engulfed in grief, they understood that it was not the time for mourning. Thus, amidst the battle cries, they resolutely resumed their advance towards the shoreline. Stop dawdling, hurry aboard. Bista commanded his subordinates, noticing Marco still standing motionless. He approached Marco and placed a firm hand on his shoulder, speaking in a grave tone. Marco, everyone shares your sentiments. Do not forget Father's final command. We must endure. I understand, Bista. Marco's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the figure emerging from beneath Whitebeard, as if he intended to etch that silhouette into his very soul. That bastard at this juncture. He shifted his gaze upward toward Teach and his crew. And Teach. Bista followed Marco's line of sight, glancing at Teach and Shi Zhou, and with a resolute expression, he stepped in tandem with Marco to join the main force. As they fled, Ace forced himself not to look back. Yet tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour, unstoppable. Strictly speaking, Whitebeard's death was a consequence of his own actions. Had he not been so arrogant as to confront Blackbeard alone, he would not have been defeated. If he had not been defeated, he would not have been delivered to the Navy by Blackbeard, and this war would not have ensued. Consequently, he was overwhelmed with guilt at that moment, guilt towards their father and all the brothers and sisters of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet guilt served no purpose. He could not return. Nor could he afford to pause. He could not perish here. He must embody his father's spirit, protect his family, and lead the Whitebeard pirates back to the pinnacle of the world. Make way. In the realm of Whitebeard's demise, Shareman remained inactive, as did Sengoku and the admirals. It was none other than Blackbeard and his crew who took the initiative. Whitebeard had perished, yet their schemes had only just commenced. They were oblivious to the true identity of Shi Zhou, for the Navy's response indicated that this seemingly insignificant boy, who delivered the final blow to Whitebeard, was far more formidable than he appeared. Nevertheless, no complexity could hinder their advance. Are you addressing me? Shi Zhou did not sheath his blade. Instead, he held it aloft in his right hand, while his left hand casually scratched his ear. With his head tilted, he bore an expression akin to a sideways glance, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested he regarded Blackbeard and his crew with utter disdain. My spirits are rather low at the moment, and I advise you not to approach and seek your demise. His words were even more contemptuous than his demeanor. You insolent wretch. Gazaz Bages, known for his volatile temperament, could not tolerate Shi Zhou's brazen attitude and was the first to step forward. A veteran of Blackbeard's crew, he had joined as a helmsman, earning the moniker champion, and possessed considerable strength. It was unclear where Blackbeard had recruited such a brute. Despite a bounty of nearly 20 million berries, his prowess was not to be underestimated. As he advanced, he twisted his neck, the cracking sound echoing throughout the arena, a display of his might. His eyes, obscured by a wrestler's mask, glimmered with a bloodthirsty red, and his ferocious aura swept through the venue like a beast unleashed from its cage. Once he halted, Bages raised both hands, first clenching his fist and striking them together with force, then slightly bending his body, adopting a boxer-esque stance. You little brat, arrogance should be measured against one's opponent. Allow me to ascertain why you are so audacious and if you truly possess the strength to withstand my blows. As soon as he finished speaking, his right foot propelled forcefully against the ground, shattering it with a resounding crash as he launched himself toward Shi Zhou like a cannonball. In the midst of his advance, his body tilted slightly to the left, aiming his elbow at Shi Zhou. Elbow strike. Upon nearing, he did not relent. Instead, he swung his arm with greater speed, targeting Shi Zhou's head. Seeking death, are we? In stark contrast to the excitement of Blackbeard's crew, the Navy remained notably composed, their expressions barely shifting. Shareman, in particular, issued a death countdown to Gazaz Bages, for none understood the terror of Shi Zhou better than he did. After all, this was the very individual who had just slain Whitebeard. And even he was uncertain of the extent of Shi Zhou's strength at that moment. Perish, you brat. In Bages' eyes, excitement brimmed, as if in the next moment, he could envision the scene of Shi Zhou's head being shattered by a strike. However, what he failed to perceive was the mockery concealed within Shi Zhou's dark pupils, accompanied by a hint of exhilaration. To be honest, Shi Zhou had not anticipated that the first individual to charge forward in such impulsiveness would be a formidable master of dominance. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading. In his recollections, the formal strike from Bages occurred 2 years later. At that time, he had not changed significantly compared to now, yet he had acquired the abilities of observation haki and armament haki. As for the strength fruit, it only manifested in this individual following the events in Wano country. In Shi Zhou's eyes, possessing haki and lacking it are worlds apart. If a person without haki is akin to an ant, one that he could effortlessly crush without leaving a trace of memory, then someone endowed with haki, in his estimation, at the very least resembles a chicken. Once plucked, placed over a fire, and seasoned, it transforms into a delectable feast. At this moment, he was akin to a glutton who had just tasted a morsel of exquisite delicacies, yet found himself unsatisfied and hungrier than ever. Faced with Bages, who presented himself like a roasted chicken, how could he not feel exhilarated? Blocking. A tremendous crash echoed, accompanied by a shockwave that radiated outward in an instant. Shi Zhou merely lifted his right hand slightly, raising his blade, effortlessly deflecting Bages' full force punch. With a subtle upward motion of his right hand gripping the blade, Shi Zhou's face emerged from beneath the knife and elbow. A hint of mischief danced at the corners of his lips, a wicked smile gracing his features. Are you ready? What? Though Beiji's attack had been thwarted by Shi Zhou, he remained confident, for he was inherently a man of great self-assurance. However, upon hearing Shi Zhou's inexplicable question, his heart inexplicably raced, as if foreboding something truly dreadful was about to unfold. Are you prepared to journey to the end of time? What nonsense are you spouting? As the ominous premonition intensified, Beiji felt compelled to respond. Rather than retreating, he retracted his right elbow and forcefully drew his arm back, launching a punch towards Shi Zhou with the speed of a released arrow. Truly unappealing. Under Beiji's fist, Shi Zhou appeared diminutive, for this individual towered over 5 meters, while Shi Zhou stood at a mere 1.99 meters. Their physical disparity was vast. However, their aura was strikingly inverse. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shi Zhou's eyes. As Beiji withdrew his hand, Shi Zhou similarly rotated his right hand, positioning the blade to his right side. Then, as Beiji unleashed his punch, Shi Zhou did not hesitate to execute a fierce slash from right to left, from top to bottom. Beiji's arrogant strength, defense, and speed were rendered laughable before Shi Zhou. Although there was a brief moment of resistance when the blade met Beiji's body, it was fleeting, as the sharp edge swiftly breached his defenses, embedding itself within. So fast. The glint of the blade flashed by, and Beiji could no longer strike. In the fleeting moment the blade departed from his body, his thoughts were utterly extinguished, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Blackbeard fixed his gaze on Beiji's back, his eyes narrowing sharply. Beside him, Shiryu set down his cigarette, gripping the hilt of his sword, while Van Oka raised his gun, and Busker Jot dropped his flask. In an instant, they all assumed a state of vigilance, their eyes collectively fixed on Shi Zhou. At that moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A gust of wind swept through, and Beiji's form disintegrated like sand, swiftly transforming into vapor and, ultimately, vanishing entirely without a trace. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were rendered speechless. Was this the power that Mr. Sengoku spoke of? Even though they had been forewarned of Shi Zhou's terrifying abilities, witnessing it firsthand left Akiji and Kizuru astonished, elevating their internal assessment of Shi Zhou's threat level by 2 notches. Mr. Sengoku, shall we intervene now? Akiji inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Shi Zhou. Not yet, Sengoku replied, a glimmer of insight flashing behind his spectacles as he raised his gaze to observe the other side of the fissure. Under his scrutiny, the pirates had not yet fully boarded their vessel, but they were close, with the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates present. It would indeed be challenging for the vice-admirals to effectively impede them. With that thought in mind, he instructed, you should pursue the pirates. However, Akiji cast a sidelong glance at Shareman. The identity of the celestial dragon inherently positioned Shareman as the supreme commander here, rather than Sengoku. Nevertheless, Akiji chose to disregard this fact, for as an admiral, he possessed a measure of authority. There are no buts. If I instruct you to go, you shall go. Seeing that Shareman remained unmoved, Akiji withdrew his gaze and exchanged a glance with Kizaru, both leaping into the air toward the other side of the fissure. Shareman's lack of response stemmed from his belief that the presence of Sengoku and Garp was sufficient. In battles among such top-tier powerhouses, numbers are not necessarily advantageous, particularly for the 3 admirals of the Navy. Their devil fruit abilities inherently resulted in widespread devastation. In a confrontation against an individual, such area attacks could easily endanger allies. In the pursuit of Shi Zhou, the primary consideration was haki rather than devil fruit powers. Although the admiral's haki was formidable, there remained a slight disparity compared to Sengoku and Garp. Shareman was acutely aware of this. Thus, he did not oppose Akiji and Kizaru's departure. Of course, the departure of the admirals did not imply that Shareman would merely observe. He could not allow Shi Zhou to continue his rampage. Although the extent of Shi Zhou's strength after vanquishing Whitebeard remains uncertain, the recent actions of Bayas have illuminated the possibility that Shi Zhou is not insurmountable. There lingers a sentiment that Whitebeard's assistance to Shi Zhou may not have been as significant as previously imagined. He first nodded at Sengoku, then gradually raised his spear, its tip directed squarely at Shi Zhou. Sengoku, in synchrony with Garp, who had, unbeknownst to him, positioned himself at his side, simultaneously shed their navy cloaks and assumed an offensive stance, fists clenched and poised against Shi Zhou. Garp reflected on this simultaneous confrontation, a sensation we had not experienced in quite some time. Indeed, Garp nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Since the incident with the Golden Lion, who, emboldened by Roger's legacy, dared to assault Marineford alone and was subsequently defeated and imprisoned and impelled down, we have not fought together against a foe. It has been, by my reckoning, 22 years. Indeed, 22 years. At this juncture, Sengoku paused momentarily, then continued, speaking of the Golden Lion, he has certainly had his share of misfortune. After 22 years apart, it is rather ironic that he was bested by your grandson. I wonder if he has managed to escape from impelled down once more. Upon mentioning Luffy, Carp ceased his discourse. In this instance of the impelled down breakout, even the criminals from the 6th level have followed Blackbeard here. And no one can guarantee that the Golden Lion will not escape once more. Therefore, he feels quite troubled. After all, the war has not yet concluded. And they remain unaware of the precise extent of the damage to impel down. Have you truly made up your mind to strike at me now? The voice of Shi Zhou interrupted the reminiscences of the two old men, drawing their gazes towards him. For a dangerous individual like you, we will undoubtedly take decisive action. Now that Whitebeard is dead, we shall not permit you to flee from here. Flee. Shi Zhou tilted his head, a grin spreading across his face as he burst into laughter. The performance has only just begun. Why would I wish to escape? Upon finishing his sentence, he licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. You see, I have yet to satisfy my appetite. Oh, by the way, without waiting for Sengoku's response, Shi Zhou continued, do not forget that there is another group present. Their target, you must know, is the corpse behind me. Should you choose to act against me at this moment, you would be playing right into their hands. Do not say I did not warn you, Mr. Sengoku. Do not allow the death of one Whitebeard to lead to the emergence of a creature even more terrifying. At this juncture, Shi Zhou suddenly turned to face Blackbeard, asking, am I not correct, Marshal D? Teach? How do you know that? Blackbeard glared at Shi Zhou, rage filling his eyes. He had believed this to be his own secret, but it seemed that this unknown youth, who had possessed no fame before this war, was also aware of it. How do I know? Shi Zhou extended his left hand, stroking his chin in contemplation before posing a question that left everyone bewildered. Did you hear that? Hear what? This is the battlefield. Apart from the cacophony of explosions, there are only the anguished cries and desperate shouts. What else could there possibly be? Can you not hear it? Suddenly, Shi Zhou spread his arms wide, tilted his head back to inhale deeply, and then abruptly lowered his head, his gaze fixed intently on Blackbeard, particularly on his chest. He chuckled softly, of course, I can hear your heartbeats, which resonate with a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person, perhaps even a beat or two more. Indeed. It is true, this fellow is certainly aware. At this moment, Blackbeard's murderous intent towards Shi Zhou had reached its zenith. He was known for his peculiar habit of never sleeping, a trait that led Marco to remark that he lived twice as long as ordinary people. If the world, especially the Navy and the world government, were to discover that he was a genuine monster capable of consuming multiple devil fruits, he would no longer enjoy a peaceful existence. What do you mean? Sengoku queried, somewhat bewildered, failing to grasp the deeper implications behind Shi Zhou's words regarding Blackbeard. Do not let him speak. Blackbeard roared. Kill him. Time is running short. At once, my captain, responded an old crew member of the Blackbeard pirates, the first to react. Van Augur, Lafitte, and Poison Q, none being close combat specialists, immediately drew their guns and fired at Shi Zhou the moment Blackbeard's command was issued. Amidst the gunfire, several individuals brought out from impelled down by Blackbeard exchanged glances, each harboring their own intentions as they charged towards Shi Zhou. Following his furious shout, Blackbeard's entire body suddenly erupted with a dense cloud of black smoke, which rapidly spread towards Shi Zhou from the ground. What is this? Sengoku mused, observing the ground transformed into a pitch-black expanse under Blackbeard's power, his brow furrowing slightly. He then raised his gaze to meet Carp's, and they spoke in unison, the dark fruit. They had not anticipated that such a perilous devil fruit, which had vanished from the world for so long, would manifest in Blackbeard. Considering the power of the dark fruit, alongside Shi Zhou's earlier remarks, they began to comprehend Blackbeard's motive for coming here. If Shi Zhou's words held any truth, allowing Blackbeard access to Whitebeard's corpse might indeed give rise to an entity even more terrifying than Whitebeard himself. Of course, the effectiveness of a devil fruit's power also depended on the wielder. Even with Blackbeard's innate talent, he could never hope to match Whitebeard's prowess. However, what if multiple devil fruit's abilities were combined? Merely contemplating this made Sengoku's head throb with agony. Yet, even more perilous was Blackbeard's temperament. This relentless pursuit of one's objectives, coupled with the unique abilities of the dark fruit, creates a formidable character. Should this individual be permitted to depart today, it would give rise to a force potentially more terrifying than Kaido's pirate crew, a legion of powerful ability users. Alas, had I foreseen this, I would not have allowed Akiji and Kazara to leave earlier. The time for pursuing the remnants of Whitebeard's crew has passed. We must ensure that neither Blackbeard nor his ship escape. These two individuals are exceedingly perilous. As the two pondered, Shi Zhou and the Blackbeard pirates had already engaged in combat. Although these fellows had been imprisoned and impelled down for an extended period and had only recently regained their freedom, their strength was indeed diminished compared to their former dominance over the seas. However, when united, they should not be underestimated. While Shi Zhou evaded the gunfire from Van Augur and his companions, Shiryu was the first to approach him. Though this individual holds the second position within the confines of Impel Down, his standing alongside Magellan is not attributed to any fruitability indeed. He possesses none, but rather to his formidable strength, a tangible prowess. It is for this reason that Sengoku is so astonished by Shiryu's defection. You are also a master swordsman, are you not? Shiryu took a deep drag from his cigar, his eyes alight with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his blade and struck towards Shi Zhou. His weapon, a famed sword known as Thunderstorm, boasted a resplendent red and gold motif, a scarlet hilt, a golden blade tip, and a square golden guard, all sheathed in a red scabbard. As he swung, the blade shimmered with a sanguine light, perfectly mirroring his bloodthirsty disposition. Another imposing master of might. With a sharp sound, he cleaved through a cannonball fired by the tyrannical king, which had come from the right. Shi Zhou gazed through the shattered projectile, lifting his eyes to meet Shiryu. He licked his lips, a cryptic smile gracing his features, and swiftly reversed the position of his sword, preemptively blocking Thunderstorm's advance. Clang! The sound of the blade resonated, and in an instant, they separated, only to raise their hands again, striking from different directions with equal force, re-engaging in combat. Clang, clang, clang. The silver and crimson blades clashed incessantly in midair, producing a dazzling array of sparks. The two combatants remained steadfast, their feet unmoving, yet they exchanged blows dozens, even hundreds of times. As their arms blurred into motion, the space around them was engulfed in an endless dance of blade light, ultimately coalescing into a spectacle of half silver and half crimson, akin to the clash of water and fire, irreconcilable yet confrontational, exuding an aura of peril. This rendered everyone unable to intervene. Not even Fan OK and the Tyrant King could penetrate the onslaught at that moment. As everyone paused, awaiting the unfolding events, a resounding crash echoed. The blades encircling the two exploded with the ferocity of a balloon reaching its critical point. Countless gleaming edges shot forth like scattered needles into the surrounding space. The black blade. Shiryu bit through the cigar clamp between his teeth, expelling the blood-tainted stub from his mouth. His gaze gravely fixated on the black blade that stood before him. Previously, he had assumed that the weapon in Shi Zhou's hands was merely an oddity in color, never once contemplating its true essence. After all, for a swordsman, a black blade represents one of the ultimate aspirations. Yet, in this world, only two such blades are known to exist. The boy facing him, until today, was a nameless entity, just like the blade he wielded, devoid of any significance. What warranted him the possession of a black blade? Frankly, at that moment, Shiryu's jealousy was on the verge of overflowing. However, despite his envy, he was acutely aware that it was impossible for him to seize the black blade on his own. In terms of swordsmanship, their encounters had been evenly matched. Yet, in terms of raw power, he recognized that he was no match for Shi Zhou. While the clashes between swordsmen may not unleash cataclysmic chaos like those of ability users, the peril they embodied was, in fact, far greater. A moment's inattention could lead to severe injury, loss of combat effectiveness, or even death. Thus, the prowess of a swordsman is, in truth, most easily assessed, for blades are not mere fists. This object is a lethal weapon, a tool of murder. How could there be time for a leisurely exchange until exhaustion dictates the outcome? Act now. Initially, Shiryu genuinely aimed to thwart this brat, allowing Blackbeard to approach Whitebeard's corpse to fulfill his scheme. Yet now, he found himself with an undeniable motive to eliminate this young one. The black blade. Merely contemplating it ignites a sense of greed within him, regardless of whether Shi Zhou's blade aligns with his own essence. Even possessing it as a trophy would bring him immense delight. Unbeknownst to him, Katerin Demi had circled around, positioning herself behind Shi Zhou. With a wide grin, she raised her sword without hesitation and plunged it toward the nape of Shi Zhou's neck. Her bizarre makeup, swaying tails, and peculiar laughter, coupled with the descending blade, rendered Katerin Demi akin to a ferocious beast that had just escaped from a strange realm. A famished beast must hunt, and its prey lies beneath the sword, Shi Zhou. Those adept with blades are indeed the most capable of determining victory. Despite Shi Zhou and Catherine Demi's inferior strength compared to Shi Zhou, the descending sword, gleaming with cold light and enveloped in overwhelming power, compelled even the formidable Shi Zhou to evade. As he prepared to dodge, Blackbeard's assault finally commenced. Dark smoke surged like a tide across the area, then enveloped Shi Zhou's legs, resembling hands from the abyss attempting to drag him down into hell. On either side of Shi Zhou, before.Fortunately and the Tyrant King stood ready, one with a gaping mouth emitting sparks of fire, the other raising a fist resembling a drill. Before.Fortunately, known as the Big Barrel, this individual possesses the abilities of the Superman-type Geo fruit, although his appearance resembles that of a circus clown, perpetually inebriated. His innate physical prowess combined with the fruit's capabilities allows him to harness the flammable properties of alcohol to unleash fiery assaults. Consequently, one should not underestimate his formidable strength. As the sword of Catherine Butterfly had yet to make contact with Shi Zhou, before.Fortunately and the Tyrant's fist surged toward him. Attacks came from every direction, enveloping Shi Zhou in a barrage that rendered him feeling as though he were trapped without wings. To outsiders, it appeared as such. Shi Zhou lifted his gaze, his jet-black pupils slightly dilated. Despite the obstruction posed by Shi Zhou, he could not see Blackbeard, yet he imagined he was undoubtedly wearing a gleeful smile, perhaps on the verge of erupting into laughter at any moment. With a tremendous crash, an explosion reverberated, accompanied by a shockwave that engulfed Shi Zhou and sent those assaulting him reeling backward. Blackbeard's laughter echoed, confirming Shi Zhou's suspicions that his adversary found delight in witnessing him struck by the onslaught. As Whitebeard had assessed, arrogance and recklessness were Blackbeard's undeniable vulnerabilities. During his time within the Whitebeard pirates, he concealed these flaws, rendering them insignificant. However, upon departing from the crew, he unreservedly unleashed his true self, magnifying these weaknesses exponentially. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to his own shortcomings, only to realize their consequences after facing defeat. At this moment, witnessing Shi Zhou being struck, Blackbeard laughed heartily, impatiently eager to advance past him toward Whitebeard's lifeless form, neglecting to check if Shi Zhou had perished or lost his fighting spirit amidst the dissipating smoke. Of course, he was not a fool. Despite his arrogance, he maintained a modicum of awareness regarding Shi Zhou's presence. Thus, when he perceived movement within the haze, he instinctively reacted, yet it was too late. With a swift and silent blade emerging from the fog, it cleaved through the mist and struck Blackbeard squarely in the chest. Blackbeard fell to the ground, rolling in agony, exclaiming in pain, it hurts, you bastard." Lowering his weapon, Shi Zhou smirked through the gaps between the bodies of Shi Zhou and the others who had quickly formed a barrier before him. This individual is not Bagus. Indeed, he is difficult to kill, even if he acts deliberately, braving the attacks from Shi Zhou and others to lull Blackbeard into a false sense of security, allowing him to approach. The ideal scenario would be for his blade to pierce Blackbeard's flesh, yet at the critical moment, this fellow's acute sense of danger, combined with his formidable observation hockey and armament hockey, enabled him to evade the strike. "It is impossible. I distinctly felt my sword penetrate your body." Catherine Deem's eyes widened, fixated intently on Shi Zhou's back, her dark pupils filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, beside her, Shi Zhou and the others wore solemn expressions, their gazes firmly locked onto Shi Zhou. The individual, despite enduring a relentless assault from several of them, remained utterly unscathed at this moment. Even his attire showed no signs of alteration. However, there was indeed a change. The hair at the temples of Shi Zhou had once again turned gray. To those familiar with him, sensing his aura would lead them to believe that Shi Zhou had matured, appearing several years older. "You have indeed struck me." Shi Zhou lifted his gaze towards Catherine Daime and remarked with a smile, "But who said that being struck necessarily leads to injury?" Catherine stared at Shi Zhou, momentarily at a loss for words. Time is of the essence. Just then, Blackbeard began to rise slowly from the ground. The smile that had once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a brooding demeanor. He cast a deep glance at Shi Zhou and instructed Shi Zhou and the others, "If this takes too long, I cannot guarantee success. You must hold him off. Once I succeed, it will be the end for this fellow." Indeed, Captain Van Oka and his companions responded obediently to Blackbeard's command, while the expressions of Shi Zhou and the others, who had emerged from Impel Down, became somewhat complex. Strictly speaking, they could not yet be considered members of the Blackbeard pirates, as their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Moreover, they were all ambitious individuals, should Blackbeard fail to demonstrate the true power of his plans. they would not hesitate to abandon him and depart from this place. Even Shiryu had been attracted by the grand vision painted by Blackbeard, and having exhausted the amusement of staying and impelled down, he chose to follow him. After some contemplation, the group neither responded to Blackbeard as Van Oka's trio had, nor did they contradict him. Instead, they remained vigilant of Shi Zhou, gradually shifting their steps to attempt to encircle him once more. Blackbeard still harbored hope for success. After all, Whitebeard's corpse lay nearby. They believed that it would only take a moment longer to witness a miracle. They were not convinced that Shi Zhou could defeat them in such a brief span of time. Shall we take action? The three from the Marine headquarters observed the siege on Shi Zhou by the Blackbeard pirates from the periphery of the battlefield. To be frank, they were not surprised by Shi Zhou's ability to withstand the onslaught from Catherine Daimei and her cohorts. Although these individuals were all criminals from the 6th level of Impelled Down, having been imprisoned for so long, their strength could not be expected to fully recover immediately upon their release. However, they felt a tinge of disappointment that Blackbeard had managed to evade Shi Zhou's blade. These two individuals are indeed dangerous figures, eager for an intense confrontation between the two parties, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. However, based on the encounters thus far, despite the numerical advantage of the Blackbeard pirates, the likes of Katarina Devon and her companions, all notorious criminals from level 6 of Impelled Down, still fall short when compared to Shi Zhou. After all, his abilities are exceptionally formidable. As Blackbeard advances towards Whitebeard, Sengoku recalls Shi Zhou's words and promptly issues the command to attack. Blackbeard's self-calculated approach to close in on Whitebeard poses a potential threat, although his strength remains insufficient to challenge the Navy and the world government. Yet, should he acquire Whitebeard's devil fruit, the situation would alter dramatically. There is no need for excessive effort. By merely delaying Blackbeard for a brief period, the powers of the Tremor fruit will naturally depart from Whitebeard's body and vanish. Without the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard remains a threat, albeit significantly diminished, especially since he lacks the extraordinary talent that Whitebeard possesses. Without hesitation, Sengoku recognizes that both Shi Zhou and the Blackbeard pirates are well within his striking range. The moment he issues the attack order, he springs into action. With a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he launches himself into the air like a cannonball. Upon reaching the apex of his ascent, his body expands rapidly, transforming in an instant into a magnificent golden Buddha. The sheer size of the statue casts a colossal shadow, obscuring the sunlight and enveloping the ground below in darkness. It is this very shadow that alerts all members of the Blackbeard pirates to the presence above. Sengoku's gaze is met by the sight of an enormous golden hand descending from the heavens. At that moment, he seemed to behold the true visage of the great Buddha. For within that colossal hand, not only emanated a formidable shockwave, but also a faint echo of sacred sounds, even the resonant chimes of the temple. Before anyone could react, a powerful wave of compressed air enveloped them all. The immense pressure and impact instantaneously fractured the ground, while Blackbeard and his companions were propelled into the air, blood gushing forth from their mouths as if it were of no consequence. In the name of absolute justice, I shall deliver righteous judgment upon your wickedness. Amidst the shockwave, one individual remained standing, Shi Zhou. Whether prepared or not, the shockwave generated by the powers of Sengoku could not touch him. He could halt time itself. How could a mere shockwave affect him? Unless Sengoku resorted to haki. Alas, Sengoku had grown old. Unlike Garp, whose haki remained unwavering with age, Sengoku's strength had waned. Aging signified diminished endurance, which in turn implied fewer opportunities to strike. Thus, to confront Shi Zhou, he needed to conserve his haki for defense. Having observed Shi Zhou long enough to acquire sufficient understanding, as long as he did not suffer a wound from Shi Zhou's blade, their battle would not veer too far off course. The offense would be left to Garp and Charmin. His fruit ability was inherently defensive, and with the dual assurance of haki, they could ensure a balanced approach in their forthcoming conflict with Shi Zhou. Boom! A blinding white light, accompanied by a deafening explosion, instantly engulfed the battlefield. Even the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, who had already boarded the ship, were captivated by the tremendous sound of the explosion. It was Sengoku. On the stern deck of a naval warship, Marco gazed towards the harbor, easily discerning Sengoku's attack amidst the golden light. It was uncertain whether he was targeting Blackbeard or Shi Zhou. Speaking of Blackbeard, an unshakable hatred and murderous intent flickered in Ace's eyes. However, his feelings towards Shi Zhou were far more complex. On one hand, Shi Zhou had indeed saved him twice and had also rescued Luffy, and judging by the circumstances, they seemed to be acquainted. On the other hand, Shi Zhou exhibited no mercy in his slaughter of other members of the Whitebeard pirates. It was only upon reaching this point that Ace grasped the extent of Shi Zhou's carnage. The affiliated pirate crew was still in the throes of escape, rendering any tally impossible. Yet, within the Whitebeard pirates alone, Shi Zhou had already slain 3 captains. Reflecting on Fasa, Jingu Duo, and Khalil, recollections of their past appearances pierced his heart, quickly giving rise to an overwhelming desire for vengeance against Shi Zhou. The coexistence of gratitude and murderous intent left him in a state of profound discomfort. However, this unease did not linger for long. At that moment, Marco revealed to him the cause of his father's demise. "What did you say?" "I said that it was the child who killed your father." Until now, Marco and his companions were unaware of Shi Zhou's true name. They only learned from Sengoku during the first instance when Shi Zhou saved Ace that he was referred to as the child, with a bounty of 1 billion. Whether child was a name or a title remained a mystery to them. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. That individual, Ace's expression transformed dramatically. Overcome with rage, his face contorted in a grotesque manner. As this distortion reached its peak, he could no longer contain the suffocating feelings within and suddenly threw his head back, letting out a roar. Filled with confusion, fury, and an inexplicable urge to kill, his cry echoed far and wide. "Cease your shouting. Even if you continue, you shall not leave today." Unbeknownst to them, the imposing figure of Kazara gradually materialized atop the warship's immense mast. Kazara's arrival sent the pirates aboard the vessel into a state of disarray. "Hey, Ace, shall we negotiate?" Ignoring the lesser minions, Kazara perched on the mast, his gaze fixed solely on Ace and the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. "Not particularly." Marco transformed, sprouting wings of blue flame, and floated directly in front of Kazara. The phoenix fruit is indeed terrifying, to have sustained such severe injuries. And yet you are completely healed now, truly a monster. This individual, regardless of what he utters, always imbues his words with a pronounced personal flair, tinged with sarcasm and an oddly caustic tone, rendering his speech quite jarring. It was far from pleasant. Upon hearing Kazuru's remarks, Marco instinctively extended his bird-like claw to scratch the left side of his forehead. There lay an indentation, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a series of grooves, akin to the width of a finger. This is the mark left by Carp's fist. One cannot deny that Carp, the legendary marine, truly lives up to his heroic title. With a single blow, he has inflicted severe injuries upon Marco. Even though Marco possesses the ability of his devil fruit to heal his wounds, he cannot mend the dent created by Carp's punch at this moment. There is no need to engage in further conversation with him. At this moment, by the shore, a tall figure emanating an aura of icy chill is slowly approaching. Akiji, another admiral. The appearance of Akiji sends the already panicked pirates into a deeper frenzy. Like Kizaru, Akiji pays no heed to the petty underlings, yet his gaze does not rest on Marco and the others. Instead, he scans the ship as if searching for someone. Not here? Akiji furrows his brow momentarily before relaxing it. Without hesitation, he crouches down and plunges his hands into the sea before him. Stop him. Marco, of course, comprehends Akiji's intentions. Thus, at the instant Akiji crouches, Marco shouts out in alarm. Whoosh! Just then, a beam of light pierces through Marco's body in an instant. Distracted again. Kizaru grins slyly. For losing focus before me is hardly a wise habit. Ice Age. Akiji pays no mind to the long-range attacks launched by the Whitebeard pirates. He directly unleashes his ultimate move. Bullets and flames do indeed strike Akiji, but what awaits everyone is the incessant sound of cracking. This is the sound of water freezing, resonating throughout the vast ocean in an instant. The speed at which the ice forms far surpasses that of the vessels traversing the waters, exceeding even the pace of the waves. Consequently, before anyone could react, the sea outside the port of Marinvondo transformed completely into a realm of ice and snow. The pirates, unable to flee, found themselves ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Gazing upon the vast expanse of ice, a profound astonishment, tinged with despair, unfolded in their eyes. Meanwhile, the officers of the Whitebeard pirates aboard the warship wore expressions as dark as a stormy sky. They were prepared to confront the Navy head-on. Just as the spirits of the pirates plummeted to their lowest ebb, Ace stepped forward, raising his fist and bellowing with fervor, "Since the Navy refuses to let us depart, let us bury them here, to the bitter end. Yes, to the death, without retreat." The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in a chorus of defiance. Followed by one ship after another, as all the pirates joined in a furious roar. Surrender was not an option. They were the Whitebeard pirates. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. The flag that flew above their ship and the tattoos etched upon their skin forbade any thought of capitulation. With surrender off the table, their only recourse was to fight to the last breath. Yet, despite the resurgence of pirate morale, it could not halt the Navy's encirclement. Under the command of the Marine Vice Admiral, countless soldiers leapt down from the surrounding platforms onto the ice, weaponry poised to strike as they charged toward the pirates. In an instant, the sea resonated with the cacophony of cannon fire, gunshots, and the metallic clash of swords. The air was filled with screams and roars, as a brutal war reignited, reminiscent of its inception. However, this time the dynamics had shifted. The Navy had taken on the role of the aggressor, while the pirates found themselves relegated to defense. The heavy toll of earlier assaults had claimed far too many pirate lives, although the Navy also suffered losses. Their formidable defensive strategies resulted in far fewer casualties compared to the pirates, thus altering the balance of power. Meanwhile, in the waters beyond Marineford, a 2-masted sailboat hastened forward, only to be abruptly frozen in place by the encroaching ice. Ben Beckman followed the trail of smoke, glancing toward Marineford, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. It appears the war has spread to the outer seas. Shanks, we must hasten our pace. At the forefront stood a one-armed man with fiery red hair and 3 scars marking the left side of his face. Without Kaido's interference, they would have arrived much sooner. However, even with their arrival, it did not imply their participation in the conflict. After all, he had his own comrades, and Whitebeard would not heed his call. Despite his considerable influence, the Navy would not cease its assault. Yet, at this very moment, the timing felt just right. Grasping the hilt of Griffin's sword with his left hand, Shanks stepped forward, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. Although Marineford is not far from here, traversing the distance on foot proves impractical. Therefore, it is more sensible to cleave through the ice and travel by boat. After all, they must depart soon. Should a battle ensue and cause the ice to fracture, losing the vessel would be quite the predicament. With a sharp sound, the blade unsheathed, reverberating across the expanse of water, followed by a tremendous crescent-shaped strike of white light. The strike surged forward with incredible speed, slicing through the ice with a soft whoosh until it vanished from sight. With a resounding clang, Shanks sheathed his sword. As he turned, a thunderous roar echoed through the once serene white landscape as the ice began to slowly part along the path of the blade's trajectory. At last, the ice layer has fractured, leaving only a swift waterway leading directly to Marineford before the Red Force. Without a moment of hesitation and riding the favorable winds, the Red Force surged forward with renewed vigor as the ice gave way. Shifting our gaze back to the battlefield, the situation has evolved significantly with Ace unharmed. One notable transformation is that, although the morale of the Navy is somewhat diminished compared to the original narrative, their fervent desire for victory and unwavering belief in justice has rendered them even more fervent than before. Moreover, the earlier command issued by Sengoku to retreat the ordinary soldiers upon encountering Shi Zhou has resulted in significantly fewer casualties among the Navy's ranks than depicted in the original tale. Consequently, the Navy now boasts a far greater number of troops than the pirates. The relentless stream of Navy personnel emerging from beneath the square resembles an army of ants, completely encircling the pirates atop the ice layer of the square. For the pirates, this is undoubtedly a battle leading to their collapse, especially with the full participation of the 3 admirals. Even with Ace's presence, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates can merely delay the advance of the admirals. Lacking the captain's ability to restrain the Navy's vice admirals, the pirates face an apocalyptic scenario. From the battlefield's perspective, this is undoubtedly a momentous victory for the Navy. Given enough time, they could potentially annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. However, the question remains as to how many of their own they would have left by then. Within the square, the area where Shi Zhou stands is equally chaotic. Each faction harbors its own intentions. Although the 3 Navy officers possess the greatest strength, they are torn between the desire to eliminate Shi Zhou and the need to capture the Blackbeard pirates. This chaotic melee has not granted them any substantial advantage. As for Shi Zhou, he stands alone, wielding blades on both sides. His primary focus is to hinder Blackbeard from approaching Whitebeard's corpse, while simultaneously fending off the relentless attacks from the ever-determined Cheerman. In summary, while the strengths of the 3 factions may be uneven, the battlefield has curiously settled into a stalemate, achieving a peculiar balance among the factions. The most anxious are undoubtedly Blackbeard and his crew. Their primary objective for being here is to secure the Trimmer fruit for Blackbeard. Yet it is evident that neither Shi Zhou nor the Navy will permit them to succeed. As time steadily passes, Blackbeard's expression becomes increasingly dark and filled with fury. However, they lack the strength to break through the coordinated defenses of Sengoku, Garp, and Shi Zhou, despite their mutual enmity. It is not that their group is weak. Each member could be considered formidable in this world. Yet, they find themselves unable to penetrate the barrier and reach Whitebeard. Certainly, it is the alliance of Shi Zhou and the Navy that possesses greater strength. In truth, had it not been for the presence of Blackbeard himself and Shiryu, a mere shockwave from Sengoku could have obliterated the entire Blackbeard pirates crew, if it were not for the need to keep a watchful eye on Shi Zhou. To prevent his escape, Sengoku and Garp, with their combined firepower and synergy, would have undoubtedly led to the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates. What do you think, Captain? Enduring a punch from Garp, Lafitte flapped his wings, striving to stabilize his form, yet the disparity in strength propelled his body backward, ultimately causing him to crash down beside Blackbeard, creating a considerable crater upon impact. Lafitte, known as the Devil's Lieutenant, the Devil's Policeman, hailing from the West Sea, was among the earliest followers of Blackbeard and served as the crew's navigator. In this moment, stripped of his usual elegance, his once polished demeanor lay in tatters. Beneath his shattered hat, disheveled hair emerged, and even his lipstick lips were now stained crimson with blood, smudged across his face. Steadying himself with his cane, he trembled as he rose, gravely addressing Blackbeard's silhouette. "Captain, we should retreat." In truth, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since Whitebeard's demise, though the battle seemed fleeting. For them, the clashes with Sengoku and his allies felt as though they had endured for a century, particularly with that fellow Shi Zhou, whose mere presence heightened their vigilance to its zenith. Any strike from his blade, regardless of the target, would reduce them to ashes. Among them, apart from the initial casualty, Burgess, the second to fall to Shi Zhou's hand, was Sanwan Wolf. It is worth noting that Wolf was one of the few who had fought his way out of level 6 of Impel Down, a figure already renowned across the seas. A legendary pirate of ancient lore. Moreover, this individual hails from the giant race, possessing strength that far exceeds that of ordinary humans, a true monster among monsters. Can you imagine that such a creature, under Shi Zhou's blade, is reduced to merely a sizable chunk of flesh? With a gentle slice, Shi Zhou's weapon penetrates the skin, transforming it into a colossal desiccated corpse. Even in Lafayette's mind, where he has endeavored to elevate Shi Zhou's threat level, he could not have anticipated the sheer terror this creature instills. It is frightening enough to evoke dread. After all, their understanding of Shi Zhou's abilities remains scant and superficial. With such a formidable opponent standing before them, coupled with the deliberate obstruction from Sengoku and Garp, they find themselves devoid of any opportunity to approach Whitebeard's lifeless body. Furthermore, considering the time that has elapsed, who knows whether Blackbeard possesses the capacity to extract the powers of the Trimmer fruit. After all, it is common knowledge among those who comprehend the nature of devil fruits that their powers dissipate upon the host's demise. Consequently, for various reasons, he deems it prudent to advise Blackbeard that it is time to depart. Remaining here offers no advantages. Instead, it plunges one deeper into the precipice of death. Bang! Blackbeard, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit, barely withstands a punch from Garp, yet amidst his retreat, his gaze fixates on Shi Zhou, who is embroiled in battle with Garp, his bloodshot eyes brimming with malice. It is this very individual who has shattered his long-held dreams, awakening him at the pivotal moment of anticipated success. Although he is conceited, he is not a fool. He is acutely aware of Lafayette's thoughts, as they mirror his own. Yet, he is consumed by dissatisfaction. They stand merely a few steps from Whitebeard's corpse, yet under Shi Zhou's interference, the path has transformed into an insurmountable chasm. The sensation of imminent ambition about to be realized, only to be obstructed at the final juncture by an insurmountable wall, instilled in Blackbeard a fervent and violent desire to annihilate all that lay before him. After coming to a halt, his gaze shifted away from the ship, reluctantly casting one last glance at Whitebeard's lifeless form. He then closed his eyes, suppressing the tempest of rage within, and turned to depart from the scene. At that moment, as Lafitte called out, the original members of the Blackbeard pirates instinctively gathered around him. Despite their injuries sustained during the skirmish, they still possessed the strength to withdraw. In contrast, the few criminals who had emerged from Impel Down, including Shiryu, exhibited a far more sluggish response. Although they too wished to exit the fray, their own power and status rendered them momentarily incapable of escaping the grasp of Sengoku. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Blackbeard, accompanied by his original crew, turned and fled without hesitation. At this moment, they were not comrades, but rather birds fleeing from impending doom. In truth, they had never been companions. They were merely a temporary alliance of criminals, united solely by their individual ambitions. Moreover, Shiryu and his associates had yet to definitively declare their allegiance to the Blackbeard pirates. Thus Blackbeard's departure, leaving them behind, bore no psychological burden for him. After all, who could say whether Shiryu and the others would have managed to escape from Impel Down without his intervention? It was then that a distinctive cry pierced the chaos. As if imbued with some arcane power, causing the blood-soaked battlefield to gradually come to a halt and Blackbeard's retreat to falter. Upon closer inspection, the sound emanated from the left side of the enclosing wall, beneath the ice layer of the plaza. It was Kobe. The instant he heard the voice, Shi Zhou was reminded of that pink-haired youth, who had transformed entirely in just half a year. Aspiring to become an admiral, he had, at this critical juncture when victory seemed within the Navy's grasp, momentarily halted the war, earning him the moniker of the Cowardly King. From Kobe's shout, one could discern his profound anguish. The feeling of helplessly witnessing familiar faces fade from his perception was an inescapable torment for someone experiencing such a grand scale of war for the first time. Yet, one must ponder, in war, is sacrifice ever avoidable? Shi Zhou refrained from mocking Kobe's choice, and he could hardly voice opposition. After all, the bravery he displayed in standing against Akina for the sake of his comrades was indeed commendable. The battlefield fell into a brief lull due to Kobe's cry. However, should no further intervention occur, the war would inevitably reignite in the next moment. The Navy had already secured a decisive upper hand. It was inconceivable that they would simply watch the pirates escape. Furthermore, with the execution of the notorious Fire Fist ace still pending, it was even less likely that the conflict would conclude at this moment. Do you understand what you are doing? Akina growled, his brow furrowed. Eyes fixed intently on the pink-haired boy standing defiantly before him, veins bulging on his forehead. To be candid, Akina had encountered many cowards. Yet he had never before encountered one bold enough to obstruct his path. Hence, he sought to allow the boy to finish his statement. Thus he inquired. If memory served, this youth was the disciple brought back from the East Blue by Captain Garp. To awaken the observation hockey in such a short span, especially at such a tender age, indicated considerable talent, even with Garp's dedicated tutelage. However, such attributes were hardly sufficient to earn Akainu's clemency. Have you nothing more to say? Upon witnessing Kobe's tears, Akainu's frown relaxed. Yet, such a level of courage would not suffice to earn him a reprieve. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his magma fist and struck down towards Kobe. In the name of absolute justice, the Navy does not require cowards when confronting pirates. This has always been Akainu's unwavering conviction, one that cannot be obstructed so easily by Kobe. It's over, I am doomed. However, I have already expressed the thoughts that weighed on my heart, and for that, I hold no regrets. As I gaze upon the colossal fist approaching, Kobe, despite the fear surging within him, stands resolutely with his arms outstretched, showing no inclination to evade. In this world, many individuals exhibit a rather twisted form of childish psychology. When confronted with danger or faced with those far more powerful than themselves, they often display an audacious spirit. Yet, in numerous instances, a mere lowering of the head, a slight bow, or even a momentary retreat could spare them from a fatal outcome. Nevertheless, they stubbornly refuse to do so. Even when fully aware that their choices may lead to death, and despite their palpable fear, they persist in their decisions. To be candid, Shi Zhou has not traversed their life paths and cannot make the same choices they do, yet he refrains from mocking or disapproving of them. After all, differing paths lead to divergent fates. Each person is an independent entity, accountable solely to themselves. Once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences alone. In truth, Akainu's fists are already tempered by restraint. After all, he possesses a modicum of admiration for Kobe's courage. If Kobe genuinely wishes to survive, a simple evasion could enable him to escape. Yet, this fellow remains steadfast, as if intending to halt the war with his own demise. Such navet. If one desires death so fervently, then let it come. Seeing that Kobe refuses to dodge, Akina shows no mercy, accelerating his descending fist towards Kobe, unless fate intervenes. In the next moment, Kobe will meet a grim demise, much like countless pirates who have fallen beneath Akainu's fists. However, the course of events seldom aligns with the wishes of many. Just as Kobe closes his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, a figure, not particularly towering yet exuding an overwhelming sense of security, seemingly appears out of nowhere and stands before him. This newcomer, with striking red hair and wielding a Western-style sword, effortlessly deflects Akainu's magma-infused punch with a resounding clang. "Well done, young Marine," he acknowledges. "You wagered your life to create these courageous moments, which, regardless of outcome, have profoundly altered the destinies of many." Upon recognizing the identity of the individual standing before Kobe, the Navy loses all composure. Even the usually carefree Kizaru is compelled to raise his hands in surrender, a grave expression overtaking his countenance under Ben Beckman's gaze. At that moment, the arrival of the red-haired pirates makes it abundantly clear who the newcomer is. Why has one of the 4 emperors of the New World appeared here? If memory serves, they were engaged in a minor skirmish with Kaido just yesterday in the New World. How could they possibly arrive here so swiftly? Not only the Navy, but even the pirates themselves are taken aback. At this critical juncture, the red-haired pirates have materialized before them. Shanks, in the harbor. Upon the shattered plaza, Garp raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze outward. Upon realizing that Shanks had arrived, he instinctively tightened his fists. It was Shanks who had led Luffy down the path of piracy. As Luffy's grandfather, Garp was resolutely intent on guiding him towards the marine path. Yet it was Shanks's intervention that diverted Luffy onto a misguided route, resulting in his current predicament. To claim that Garp harbored no resentment towards Shanks would be utterly implausible. "Ha ha ha. Finally, you've come." Blackbeard, who had initially intended to flee, returned, seemingly anticipating Shanks's arrival. After all, Shiryu and the others were individuals he had painstakingly rescued from impel down. It pained him to consider abandoning them. With Shanks's arrival, he perceived that the war was effectively concluded. Based on his understanding of Shanks, it was evident that the latter had come to bring an end to this conflict. For Shiryu and the others, there were no excessive words regarding Blackbeard's return. Even if they felt discontent within, they had no choice but to stand once more behind him. It was clear to all that their faction was the weakest in this arena. As for Time Ship, he was an anomaly, despite being a solitary figure. His strength was indisputably on par with theirs, if not greater. Thus, for the sake of their future and survival, they had to unite. As for what awaited them after they departed this place, that remained contingent upon whether Blackbeard could truly live up to his formidable reputation. This world is not solely defined by the existence of the Tremor fruit. If what Blackbeard described could truly come to fruition, then the recent trivial discord would hardly warrant such concern. After all, they are not paragons of virtue themselves, and it is evident that they lack the capacity to sacrifice their own for the sake of their comrades. Thus, they are equally culpable. It is unwise to dwell on such minor disputes. "Shanks, you say?" Shareman tilted his head, furrowing his brow. While remaining vigilant towards Shi Zhou, he pondered deeply. If memory serves, that individual is indeed a celestial dragon. Long ago, during his time in Mariewa, he recalled an old man mentioning that Shanks had been lost in the Valley of the Gods, a site steeped in history. Having been raised aboard Roger's ship, he feels no affinity towards the world government. As for which family Shanks belongs to, he has his suspicions, yet remains uncertain. Very few individuals are privy to this matter. It is solely due to his family's peculiar circumstances and his own unique status that he has gleaned even a fragment of the truth. Furthermore, an edict of silence has been imposed upon him by the elder. With the arrival of Shanks, the war came to a complete halt. Even Akainu, the most volatile of the 3 admirals, fell silent in the presence of Shanks. It was not that he lacked the desire to apprehend pirates. Truth be told, under different circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to capture Shanks himself. However, on one hand, he was still reeling from the forceful blow dealt by Whitebeard, which left lingering pain in his innards, and on the other, Shanks did not arrive alone but was accompanied by his entire pirate crew. Should the red-haired pirates ally with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the balance of power would swiftly shift against the Navy. After all, no matter how formidable the Navy may be, it is impossible to confront 2 emperors of the sea simultaneously, especially with the enigmatic Time Ship and the unexpected emergence of the Blackbeard pirates lurking in the square. If they were to unite, even a victory for the Navy would leave them with scant survivors. Thus, despite his inner reluctance, Akainu was compelled to halt his advance. "Shanks, you rascal. What brings you here?" Shanks paid no heed to Akainu, instead turning his head. Upon seeing Ace in perfect condition, he momentarily paused, then nodded to Ace and Marco, continuing his search for someone. "Boss, Luffy is over there." At that moment, Reisai Lu set down the leg of meat he was holding and pointed in another direction, exclaiming, "It's been 10 years since we last met. Shall we go take a look?" "So that's where he is." Shanks followed Reisai Lu's finger to spot a peculiar yellow ship. entirely crafted from metal. Though the distance obscured his view of Luffy, Shanks could effortlessly discern Luffy's presence. It appeared that the situation was dire. Judging by the aura, Luffy was in quite a predicament. Yet Shanks had no intention of approaching him. After all, they had made a pact to meet only when Luffy had become a truly remarkable pirate. At this moment, it was evident that Luffy was ill-prepared. How could Shanks forsake their agreement? If they met now, the pact would be rendered meaningless. Surely, Luffy would not wish to encounter him in such a disheveled state. Shaking his head at Lu, Shanks then turned his gaze back to Akainu. Due to Akiji's initial devastating attack, this entire sea area was frozen, which hindered Law's submarine from making a swift escape after receiving Luffy. Akiji and Kizuru, preoccupied with the fact that Ace was still alive, were entirely focused on Ace, neglecting Luffy entirely. Consequently, we did not witness the remarkable hockey-infused punch from Kizaru as depicted in the original narrative, just as everyone's attention was captivated by the red-haired pirates. A clown with a red nose suddenly emerged from the crowd. Strangely, this clown appeared to possess only an upper body. Yet he seemed unfazed by Shanks' status as one of the four emperors. He boldly approached and seized Shanks' clothing, shouting loudly, "Shanks, how dare you show your face before me? Have you forgotten our grudge? Ah, it's Buggy. Time has flown by. It's been over 20 years since we last met." Upon seeing Buggy, Shanks momentarily looked taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips, a smile that one would wear upon encountering an old friend. "It's been a long time, Buggy." Buggy, momentarily entranced by Shanks' smile, suddenly recalled something and shouted again. At this point, what good is it to say it's been a while? Don't forget, I have a score to settle with you, Shanks. What are you talking about? Shanks replied, his face a picture of confusion. Stop pretending. Seeing Shanks act as if he knows nothing only fueled Buggy's ire. If you hadn't called out to me back then, I wouldn't have lost my treasure map and become a devil fruit user. Tears streamed down Buggy's face as he reminisced about the past. It's worth noting that during their time on Roger's ship, he and Shanks were equals. While his physical talent may not have matched Shanks, his prowess in naval combat was unparalleled. At least, that was what he believed. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit and became unable to swim, he had completely severed his ties with naval combat, ultimately relegating himself to the lowest status within the Roger pirates. This was also the reason for their parting after Roger's demise. On one hand, he harbored lingering resentment. On the other, he could not bear the thought of his former companions and close friends looking down on him. Shanks was destined to become captain, and he felt he should be as well. Moreover, their ambitions diverged significantly. Buggy was a true pirate, lusting for treasure and riches, while Shanks preferred adventure and the thrill of exploring the world. Of course, these were merely excuses. The core reason lay in Shanks' unwillingness to fulfill Captain Roger's dying wish, which left Buggy disheartened and led them to part ways. Was there truly such a matter? Even though Buggy expressed his thoughts, Shanks maintained a countenance of perplexity. You rascal. You remain unchanged, and your reaction truly infuriates me. It is worth noting that what irks me the most is precisely this aspect of yours. Buggy glared at Shanks, his body fracturing into innumerable pieces, flailing wildly in the air, embodying a state of frenzy. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The ensuing narrative is even more riveting. I am indifferent to your status as one of the four emperors or the reasons that have brought you here, rest assured. I am entirely capable of engaging you in a fierce battle, Shanks. Meanwhile, from the direction Buggy had just traversed, a group clad in black and white stripes, their faces twisted in malevolence, unmistakably the scum of society, witnessed Buggy's audacious demeanor in the presence of an emperor. To their astonishment, they regarded him as a deity. Clasping their hands in reverence and weeping profusely, they fervently proclaimed, Captain Buggy, we shall follow you for all eternity. Such serendipity has rendered Buggy a veritable idol in the eyes of these seemingly dim-witted criminals. The camaraderie displayed between Buggy and Shanks during their exchange further drew the attention of the naval hierarchy, casting them in a peculiar light. The recent upheavals only serve to affirm that Buggy is indeed a significant figure, instilling excitement rather than fear in the hearts of those criminals. In response to Buggy's grievances, Shanks exhibited no impatience. Once Buggy finished his tirade, he merely smiled and said, all right, I understand. Do not be angry. This demeanor momentarily sent Buggy into another frenzy. For nothing irritated him more than Shanks' nonchalant approach to every matter, which felt dismissive. However, as he gazed at Shanks' departing figure, a spark ignited in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, his rage evaporated, and his intellect regained the upper hand. Of course, I can leverage this fellow's influence to safely extricate myself from this predicament. It dawned on him that he had previously been troubled about his own safety. After all, it was evident to any astute observer that the pirates were at a distinct disadvantage following Whitebeard's demise. Moreover, due to the transponder snail, he had fully entered the Navy's sights. Having realized this, he ceased to pursue Shanks and instead swiftly rejoined the ranks of the fugitives. No longer preoccupied with concerns for his safety, Buggy found himself emboldened once again. At that moment, he felt no lingering trepidation or self-doubt regarding the admiration of the criminals. Instead, he relished it with a sense of entitlement. Clattering footsteps resonated across the tranquil ice, leaving only Shanks' advance audible. He chose not to respond to Akainu's inquiries, allowing his actions to speak volumes. As red-haired Shanks passed by the Whitebeard pirates, he was intercepted by Marco's hesitant demeanor. "Marco, cease the hostilities. It is time to retreat." Marco, gritting his teeth, wore an expression of deep reluctance. Truth be told, were they the ones seeking battle? It was the Navy that had barred their escape, compelling them to engage in a deadly struggle. Shanks' gaze lingered momentarily on Ace, who stood beside Marco, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. To be candid, it was only today that he learned of Ace's true identity. Previously, his warnings to Whitebeard had stemmed from his concern for Luffy. However, in this instance, he felt a newfound, inexplicable sentiment towards Ace. After all, he harbored a sincere respect for Roger, whom he regarded almost as a father figure. Shanks had long speculated about Ace's identity, given the renown of Roger's sword, especially since he himself had been a member of Roger's crew and was a swordsman. Yet, Ace's surname was entirely incongruous, and the fact that Roger had no heirs was common knowledge among the crew, preventing Shanks from definitively confirming Ace's lineage. Nodding at Ace, Shanks pressed onward, resolutely ignoring the surrounding Navy forces as he made his way to the harbor. Upon officially stepping onto the square, the entirety of the red-haired pirates had already gathered behind him. Continuing the fight would merely serve to needlessly augment the casualties of this conflict. His voice, though not loud, resonated as if whispering directly into one's ear, instantly permeating the entire battlefield. As he stepped onto the square and positioned himself at the edge of the crack, he drew his griffin with fervor and proclaimed, "If anyone has not yet had their fill of chaos, then come forth. Let us be your adversaries." It must be said, this man exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, and his crew exhibited not a trace of fear, despite standing against the entire Navy and countless foes. Their mere 10-member band possessed an incomparable spirit. Consequently, at the utterance of his declaration, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene, with no responses forthcoming. Observing the lack of replies, Shanks raised his gaze, sweeping his eyes across the crowd until they finally settled on Blackbeard. He was unfamiliar with Shi Zhou and had little understanding of his prowess. Thus, he initially focused on Blackbeard. In his mind, Blackbeard had always been a particularly perilous individual, with the 3 scars across his left eye serving as testament to that danger. "Teach, or shall I now refer to you as Blackbeard? What say you to my proposition?" Blackbeard fixed his gaze on Shanks for a considerable moment before erupting into a peculiar fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha. You truly are becoming increasingly tyrannical, Shanks. But tell me, does your eye still ache?" This individual is one who, despite his own shortcomings, refuses to yield in spirit. Even though he has not acquired Whitebeard's trimmer fruit and recognizes that he is not a match for Shanks at this moment, he spares no harsh words. Thus, as soon as he speaks, a palpable tension arises between the two. The crew members pay little heed to this exchange. Shanks' gaze remains unwaveringly fixed on Blackbeard, devoid of any alteration or further words. Under Shanks' unyielding stare, Blackbeard suddenly breaks into a low chuckle. "Let us leave this for now." He concedes defeat, surrendering his heart. "Let us go." Without issuing any further threats, Blackbeard turns away, casting one last glance at Whitebeard. In his bloodshot eyes, besides resentment, there is an undeniable thirst for vengeance against Shi Zhou. Yet, he refrains from looking at Shi Zhou at this moment, quickly lowering his head to shroud his murderous intent in darkness. He understands the virtue of patience, especially before achieving his goals. The humiliation and failures imposed upon him by this era will eventually be washed away with that man's blood. As Shanks retracts his gaze from Blackbeard, he shifts his attention to Sengoku. He is somewhat taken aback by the positioning of Shi Zhou, Shareman, and Carp. From their formation, it is evident that Shi Zhou was just facing a dual assault from Shareman and Carp. However, his surprise does not lead him to seek further clarification. After all, based on Shi Zhou's aura and attire, it is clear he is not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. While he harbors intentions to prevent war, He does not naively believe he can thwart the world government or impede CP0's operations. A mere glance reveals to Shanks that Sherman is not affiliated with the Navy, but rather with the world government. It becomes apparent that Shi Zhou does not belong to either side in this conflict, akin to CP0. He is an external force meddling in the fray. I kindly ask everyone present to grant me a favor and allow us to handle Whitebeard's aftermath. He is deceased, and the images of the battle have spread across the globe. Let us not exploit his corpse for gain. His words are directed at Sengoku, addressing the entire Navy, and resonating across the world. Upon his arrival, he had discovered the transponder snail abandoned by Buggy's crew not far from their position. However, his appeal is unlikely to satisfy the Navy entirely. From the Navy's perspective, only by publicly beheading Whitebeard can they truly proclaim their victory. After all, the primary culprit of the war, Port St. Ace, remains alive. If they cannot even preserve Whitebeard's remains, how can this Navy operation be defined as a triumph? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Nevertheless, regardless of their commotion, the true authority over Whitebeard's remains lies beyond their grasp. Sengoku speaks as the Navy stirs in chaos. If it were you, I could agree, red-haired Marshal. The words of Sengoku left the Navy in a state of confusion. However, the Vice Admiral from Burnt Mountain, who had accompanied him, attempted to speak but was interrupted by Sengoku. I shall bear the responsibility. Sengoku, after years of serving as the Fleet Admiral, could somewhat surmise the true identity of the red-haired individual. Even if he wished to remain oblivious, the intricacies of the world government would gradually unveil themselves through his interactions. Although lacking concrete evidence and relying solely on conjecture and instinct, for someone of his caliber, such intuition was more than sufficient. In truth, aside from the identity of the red-haired pirate, Sengoku harbored no desire to exploit the remains of Whitebeard. They were, in many ways, both adversaries and allies. It is often the case that, over time and through numerous battles, many foes evolve into friends, just as with Garp and Roger, or his own relationship with Whitebeard. This represents a mutual admiration among proud men. Of course, this is predicated on the condition that the strengths of both adversaries are not vastly disparate, and that their personalities and approaches to matters do not stand in complete opposition. This is the very foundation upon which enemies can become allies. Had Kaido fallen here today, Sengoku would not have been so accommodating. After all, this world harbors but one Roger and one Whitebeard, even as adversaries. They cannot help but be influenced by the charisma of each other's personalities. Despite differing positions, the admiration they harbor in their hearts remains undiminished. Moreover, when the time for battle arrives, they show no mercy. This embodies the tacit understanding and romance that exists among the elder generation of men. When Sengoku speaks, it is as if a definitive hammer has struck. This signifies the conclusion of a peak war that has lasted over 2 hours and caused countless casualties. Since you have concluded your discussions, does this imply that I may take my leave? Though his words may seem frivolous, Shi Zhou's spirit remains intensely focused at this moment. He knows that Shanks will arrive, and he understands that he will come to bring an end to this conflict. However, he did not anticipate that even then, the auras of both Garp and Sengoku would still be directed towards him, and at this instant, 3 additional energies entwined themselves around him. He recognizes that these belong to Akainu and his companions, who have hastened back upon learning of the war's conclusion. Sengoku turns his gaze towards Sherman. While the battle against the Whitebeard pirates has concluded, Shi Zhou's fate now rests in Sherman's hands. After all, this individual is associated with the Gorosei. Even if he feels weary and reluctant to engage in further combat, should Sherman issue a command, he would have no choice but to comply. Shanks, the Whitebeard pirates may depart, and you may take Whitebeard's corpse with you. However, this fellow cannot be allowed to leave today, under any circumstances. Sherman tilts his head towards Shanks and, before he can speak, adds, his name is Shi Zhou, a notorious supercriminal who was a child 13 years ago, with a secret bounty of 1 billion berries placed by the world government. He committed unforgivable acts during the slave revolt incident at Mariewa 13 years ago. He is an evil criminal that the world government must apprehend. To emphasize the gravity of the situation, he adds, more sinister than Fisher Tiger. He is a criminal that the Gorosei have personally ordered to capture at all costs. 13 years ago? Upon hearing Sherman's words, Shanks appears to recall something, his gaze on Shi Zhou betraying a rare hint of astonishment. He knows little of the events from 13 years prior, yet due to his own lineage, he is aware of some details. He knows that many celestial dragons perished during that slave revolt. He is astonished to learn that Shi Zhou was responsible for their deaths. Observing Shi Zhou's youth, it dawns on him that he must have been just a child back then, truly living up to his name. It is precisely due to his understanding of events from 13 years ago that Shanks fell silent after Sherman had spoken, given his knowledge of the world government. It was clear that today, not even he, nor anyone else for that matter, could persuade Sherman to allow Shi Zhou to depart. Such a concession would only be conceivable if the five elders were to personally intervene with an order, though this notion remained purely fantastical. As for Shi Zhou, Shanks realized he lacked comprehensive insight. However, it appeared that Shi Zhou was most likely aligned with the Whitebeard pirates. To abandon him would be untenable. Just as Shanks found himself caught in a dilemma, wavering between the decision to save or forsake, Shi Zhou spoke up. "Shanks, is it?" he remarked, resting his blade upon his right shoulder, stretching languidly, and casting a playful smile toward Shanks. "You need not be troubled, for I am not affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates at all. Doubt me? Just look at Marco and the others of the red-haired pirates as they re-enter the square." He raised his gaze towards Marco and the crew, a devilish grin gracing his lips. "Ask them whether they wish to kill me or save me." What transpired next left Shanks somewhat perplexed. He turned to Marco, hoping for clarity. Marco's gaze was fixed intently on Shi Zhou, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes before they hardened with intent to kill. "That man is a lunatic. He has slain many of our comrades, and ultimately, even our father fell to his blade. Indeed, he was truly a madman." With Marco's words, Shanks grasped the situation at last. It seems this individual is truly not affiliated with any faction. Judging by the Navy's reaction, it appears that not only has he slain pirates, but he has likely also perpetrated massacres against numerous Navy personnel. At this moment, Shanks found himself free from inner turmoil. He refrained from uttering another word, casting a complex gaze at Shi Zhou before silently joining Marco and the others in gathering Whitebeard's remains, departing the square without delay. Their actions were swift, consuming little time, leaving Shi Zhou and the Navy merely to observe, motionless. However, the lack of movement on their part did not imply that the Navy was idle. With the war concluded, countless wounded required the urgent care they deserved. Thus, under the command of the vice-admirals, numerous Navy personnel efficiently dragged the injured away through the tunnels, departing the scene in silence. No one dared linger in the square, not even the vice-admirals. The prolonged battle had sufficiently illustrated to the entire Navy the formidable nature of Shi Zhou. During the process of evacuating the wounded, Akainu and his companions arrived at the square. Much like Sengoku and Garp, they immediately encircled Shi Zhou upon their arrival. Once the square was entirely vacated, Shi Zhou finally spoke. "Do you truly find this necessary? To deal with a mere, unremarkable little calamity like myself, you have summoned 3 admirals, the fleet admiral, the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp, along with the celestial dragons and the head of CP0. Are you not concerned about the embarrassment this might cause?" Sengoku adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of gold radiating from his form. "We have thoroughly witnessed your threat. Consider your options, to resist or to surrender." In truth, Sengoku did not wish to engage in a deadly confrontation with Shi Zhou, despite the undeniable advantage in their combat strength. Yet, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, his primary concern was the safety of his forces. It is important to note that Marineford had already suffered significant damage beneath Whitebeard's tremor-inducing powers. He feared that another fierce battle might lead to the complete disintegration of Marineford. This is certainly not a favorable situation for the Navy. Moreover, he fears that Shi Zhou may possess some means to penetrate the crowd, which would lead to considerable trouble. After all, at this moment, there are still numerous ordinary sailors on the island, and this individual, in such circumstances, displays not a hint of fear. This compels Sengoku to ponder deeply. Although the orders brought by Kerman included the execution of Shi Zhou, there was another directive that mandated capturing him alive. This latter command was relayed from the 5 elders. Just moments ago, a communications officer risked his life to deliver this message. Since Shi Zhou's appearance, more than 2 hours have elapsed. And given the world government's keen interest in the Marineford War, they were undoubtedly already aware of his emergence. Sengoku is perplexed as to why the 5 elders would demand a living capture at this juncture, but this directive complicates their task significantly. After all, for beings of their caliber, capturing someone alive is far more challenging than simply eliminating them. "Yield? You expect me to yield?" Shi Zhou erupted into laughter as if he had just heard an absurd joke. "After yielding, will you send me back to Mariewa? To become a slave to those gluttonous celestial dragons, or to be a mere instrument for those so-called scientists on the world government's secluded island? Who do you think you are?" His laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an unmistakable aura of menace and boundless madness. You've grown old. Perhaps it's time to retire gracefully instead of troubling us youths. Are you not afraid of following in Whitebeard's footsteps? Oh, how terrifying. Today's youth are all like monsters. Sengoku, why waste breath? Just capture him directly. Kizaru, fixated on the increasingly deranged Shi Zhou, uttered a proverbial saying. The loss of Ace has already displeased me, and you dare to provoke us even now? You seek death. A wave of heat surged forth as Akainu glared at Shi Zhou. The right side of his body transformed entirely into magma. Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku, please stay back and support us younger ones from the rear. Kizaru stepped forward, releasing a cloud of white mist. Truth be told, he too felt irked. The Navy had clearly gained the upper hand and was on the verge of a resounding victory. Yet, unexpectedly, they were disrupted at this critical moment. While he acknowledged that KB's words about attending to the wounded were valid, his position required him to consider different factors. If the Navy were to suffer such significant losses, nearly allowing their headquarters to be sunk, merely to leave behind an aging Whitebeard, it would constitute a complete failure for the Navy. At least, that is how it appeared to him. After all, Whitebeard was of an age where he had only a few years left to live, while the future lay entirely with the youth, within Marco, Ace, Luffy, and others. As Kizaru walked past Garp and Sengoku, an icy chill emanated from his body. Regarding Ace and Luffy, he bore little malice even on the battlefield. But Shi Zhou was an entirely different matter. This individual's hands are tainted with the blood of numerous naval officers, with at least 20 major generals among those he is aware of, alongside countless other naval dignitaries. Such a character, do not even think about departing from this place today. Even in the absence of orders from the world government. The three admirals, how terrifying indeed. Shi Zhou tightened his grip on the knife, and a multitude of electric arcs erupted around him, swiftly entwining with the blade in a surge of purplish-red energy. Since you all wish for my demise, let us see today whether you possess the capability to capture or slay me. With those words, he boldly swung his blade towards Akiji, unwavering in his determination. The dominant blade, slash. With a resounding whoosh, a crescent-shaped arc of purplish-red light, accompanied by a flurry of crimson electric arcs, cleaved through the air, advancing directly forward. The blade of light surged with the wind, instantly transforming into an immense beam that seemed to stretch infinitely. The radiance emanated an unparalleled sharpness, as if it aimed to sever the world in twain. In this moment, not only those on the battlefield of the warring states were astonished, but even the likes of Shanks and others aboard the Red Force were equally taken aback. Shanks, what is this? Ben Beckman removed the cigarette from his mouth, his gaze piercing through the haze of smoke, astonished as he beheld the sky above the harbor. At that moment, it resembled an apocalyptic scene. The air was distorted, filled with countless arcs of electricity, and even the clouds in the sky darkened at that instant. This scene was familiar to him, for it was precisely this visage that emerged when Shanks unleashed his full power. Indeed, the Conqueror's haki enveloped him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Shanks' eyes as he nodded. This individual was truly remarkable. Yet, even so, the notion of wanting to escape from this place was nothing more than a delusion. As one of the few in this world capable of wielding the Conqueror's haki, and having experienced the might of the older generation's Sengoku and Garp, as well as the current three admirals like Akainu, he understood their formidable strength better than anyone else. Not only could he not afford to underestimate them, but even he would be left to await his demise if ensnared within their grasp. However, he was not alone. Nor would he allow himself to descend into such a predicament. This is the advantage of having companions. One will never have to face challenges alone. The port behind Marinvondo. The battle here has long since concluded. The traces of conflict are vividly apparent within the port. However, the figures of Zifa and his companions are conspicuously absent, as is Rayleigh. Even the ship that brought Shi Zhou and Rayleigh to this place has vanished. It remains unclear what transpired between them. Presently, aside from numerous admirals of the Navy and soldiers preparing to depart, there stands only the solitary Mihawk. He has just boarded a small vessel resembling a coffin, pondering whether to await Shanks on the route back to him, as it has indeed been a while since they last met. At that moment, he suddenly lifts his gaze towards the sky behind the port. Shanks, in his hawk-like eyes, the orange-yellow rings slightly constrict, as if his vision pierces through the buildings and mountains before him, once again fixating on the plaza. It is not him. What is this presence? Mihawk furrows his brow slightly, recognizing the aura of a young swordsman. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. What has instigated yet another conflict? The confrontation involves numerous Navy forces. Mihawk, having disregarded the dialogue between Shanks and the Navy, withdrew from the battlefield the moment he sensed Shanks' presence, making his way to the rear port. After all, he had only promised to engage with the Whitebeard pirates and bore no obligation to assist the Navy against the red-haired pirates. In his view, Shanks' arrival signified the inevitable conclusion of this war, unless the Navy simultaneously declared war on both the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. Presently, it appeared that Shanks and the Navy had, as Mihawk anticipated, reached a ceasefire agreement. Yet what of Kid? Mihawk narrowed his eyes, unable to discern the rationale behind it. Ultimately, he could only conclude that Kid had taken too many lives and, based on prior knowledge, was a secret wanted criminal of the world government. As for why Shanks did not aid Kid, that was easily understandable. After all, this individual not only killed Navy personnel but also pirates, having even slain several captains of the Whitebeard pirates. It was from that moment that Mihawk relinquished any thoughts of competing with him. Although Kid was an exceptionally rare and formidable opponent, he was far too perilous. It was not that he posed a threat to Mihawk, but rather that he himself was a danger, with such brutality that Mihawk believed his demise was only a matter of time. As it stands, he may not even last until later. He could very well meet his end today in Marineford. What a pity. Mihawk averted his gaze, shaking his head, uncertain whether he lamented Kid's fate or the potential loss of such a fitting adversary. Boom. At that moment, accompanied by a slight tremor of the island, a tremendous roar erupted from the midst of the island, once again capturing Mihawk's attention. There, in the center of the island, a colossal purplish-red blade of light circled, entwined with boundless arcs of electricity, ascending towards the heavens. With a resounding explosion, it burst above the clouds, its electric arcs resembling fireworks, instantly illuminating the entire sky. The clouds, too, were blasted away, creating a vast chasm that allowed sunlight to pour onto the island, draping Marineford in a golden veil. Following the blade of light, the island's tremors intensified rather than subsided, accompanied by icy chills, sweltering waves, and countless golden lasers, all mingling with the sounds of the explosion. From Mihawk's vantage point, amidst the cacophony of explosions, he beheld an endless sea of black flames. These black flames floated in the air, resembling exquisite black lotuses, strikingly beautiful. Yet only Mihawk was aware of their true nature. These flowers are not only beautiful but also exceedingly perilous. After all, he has witnessed firsthand how these black flames consume lives. Yet, that is not all. Beneath the black flames, there exists an abundance of Buddha-like auras, piercing the night sky like the dawn's light breaking through darkness, emanating from the heart of the island towards the heavens. Of course, intertwined with this phenomenon are several other formidable presences of Conqueror's Haki, reminiscent of Shi Zhou's but entirely distinct in essence. He meticulously counted. Besides the previously sensed child and the individual from the world government, there were indeed two more. Who could they be? Sengoku, Garp, or Akainu? In Mihawk's estimation, these two additional manifestations of Conqueror's Haki could only belong to one of these three individuals. As for Kizaru and Aokiji, given their enduring personalities and unwavering sense of justice, it is evident that they could not possess Conqueror's Haki. However, one cannot be entirely certain. Who knows how many secrets the Navy conceals? The battle commenced abruptly, its intensity surpassing the imagination of many. Ever since the initial explosion resonated, the din on the island has been relentless. The trembling of the island, which began as a slight quiver, gradually escalated into a violent shake, as if Whitebeard had never perished and was now unleashing the full extent of his tremor fruit powers, wreaking havoc at the island's core. Nevertheless, the disparity in numbers and strength between the two sides was overwhelmingly vast. As anticipated by all aware of the battle's imbalances, the tremors of the island ceased after a minute. Although brief, the devastation wrought was akin to Whitebeard delivering several colossal punches to Marineford with unrestrained might. At this moment, the island, particularly the Marine headquarters at its center, had been utterly reduced to ruins. In the midst of this devastation lay a massive crater, seemingly struck by a meteorite. The crater was immense, its edges reaching the island's perimeter, with a depth that penetrated through all of the island's structures, extending deep into the earth. The surrounding soil surged outward like ocean waves, pushing the shattered remnants of the Marine headquarters far back. Viewed from above, it appeared as a circular scar, reminiscent of a celestial phenomenon, deeply biting into the edge of Marineford. In the center of the circular pit, Sengoku and others stood around the seemingly bottomless chasm, their expressions grave. Were they dead? In the Warring States period, Zhang opened his mouth, his tone laced with uncertainty. Reflecting on the fact that Shi Zhou had just endured their full-force assault, his body seemingly torn to shreds. It was utterly baffling to witness such an eerie ability to restore himself as if time itself had reversed, even knowing that no one could possibly survive such an onslaught. He could not suppress his inquiry. Yet, he was not alone in his uncertainty. Everyone present shared his doubt. After all, Shi Zhou's powers were extraordinarily enigmatic. Although his aura had plummeted to a chilling low after enduring their initial lethal strike, no one could guarantee that he would be incapable of further action. "I shall descend to investigate," Karp declared, taking the lead as he leaped into the abyss. Though he felt immense gratitude for Shi Zhou's act of saving Ace. His duty as a naval officer, imbued with the weight of justice, compelled him to refrain from leniency. Their positions had always been at odds. Gratitude was one thing. But when the moment to act arose, he did not hesitate in the slightest. With a resounding thud, Karp plummeted like a falling stone into the depths of the pit. In this place, there exists not a glimmer of light, only an inky darkness. Consequently, Karp refrains from opening his eyes, instead choosing to close them and rely on his senses to discern whether any living beings inhabit this realm. However, something feels amiss. Just as he turns and allows his body to relax, his heart suddenly leaps with an unsettling intensity. The breath of life, even within the depths of the earth. One would expect to detect at least a trace of vitality. That being, despite his mastery of observation hockey, perceives not a hint of life. As if this chasm were indeed a portal to the abyss of hell. Not only is there an absence of life, but even the familiar scent of the earth, once palpable, eludes him entirely here. It is as though some dreadful force has completely stripped this place of all essence, including that of the soil, rendering it a veritable wasteland, a true graveyard devoid of existence. This circumstance cast a shadow over Karp's heart, regarding whether Shi Zhou was alive or dead. He believed he had found an answer, though he remained oblivious to the whereabouts of that individual. At that moment, Karp abruptly opened his eyes and shouted upwards, "Sengoku, you may descend. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page for more captivating content." The space was limited, and the darkness prevented him from seeing the ground. Thus he could only signal Sengoku and the others to come down. Among those above, 3 individuals emitted light, serving as perfect beacons. Upon hearing Karp's call, Sengoku exchanged glances with his companions, and then, taking the lead, leaped into the abyss, instructing Akainu and the others. "I will descend. You must head to the rear port," urging the Navy to expedite their departure, and then work alongside the vice-admirals to completely seal off Marineford. Akainu and the others, understanding the gravity of the situation, swiftly dispersed towards the rear port the moment Sengoku plunged into the chasm. Marineford was vast, and it was evident that there were more than just 2 ports. They comprehended Sengoku's concerns. Although the families of the Navy personnel had fully relocated in preparation for the impending battle against the Whitebeard pirates, the 100,000 soldiers of the Navy were currently unable to evacuate swiftly. Their presence would not only expedite the Navy's retreat but also prevent the presumably alive Shi Zhou from infiltrating the crowd in an unknown manner. As for the departure of the 3 admirals, Sherman offered no extraneous commentary. His gaze remained fixed on the deep pit, witnessing Sengoku's descent. He gritted his teeth and followed suit. The moment Sengoku landed, his head transformed into that of a colossal Buddha, radiating a golden luminescence. Within this abyss, he illuminated the chasm like a high-powered sun. As Sherman descended, he caught sight, through Sengoku's radiant aura, of a shallow indentation resembling a human form in the center of the pit. Following the contours of the indentation, he raised his gaze and spotted a pitch-black opening, no larger than his fist. Could it be here? Sengoku fixed his eyes on the opening, a glimmer of insight flashing within. Indeed, that individual was not dead. Let us not forget his abilities. Although he could seemingly reverse time to preserve his life, the toll it exacted upon him was tremendous, thrusting him into a state of old age. After a brief pause, he continued, "I suspect he can absorb the time of others to replenish his own. Without the time of others to supplement him, he must rely solely on his own. This explains why, after recovering from his injuries, his body ages." No need for speculation. Sherman interjected, already aware of Sengoku's deductions. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow to the opening. Amidst the rising dust, he quickly stated, "That individual must be on the brink of death. Even if he possesses the strength to flee, he will not get far. Hurry, let us pursue him. I have witnessed him claw his way back from the brink of hell on numerous occasions, and this time, he must not escape." As the words left his lips, he stepped forward into the passageway he had created with a single, powerful strike. Sengoku and Garp exchanged a solemn glance, their eyes laden with gravity. Let us go. Such perilous abilities cannot be allowed to elude us. The urgency of pursuing Shi Zhou stems not only from our apprehension of his formidable strength, but also from the profound threat posed by his capabilities. This contraption is exceedingly perilous. Presently, it appears utterly terrifying. Who can fathom how it may evolve in the future? As the two individuals emerged from the passage, they were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. At the end of the corridor lay not what they had anticipated, a continuation of the previous passage, but a multitude of tunnels resembling a rat's burrow. Their current position was that of a vast transit hub. Standing there, they gazed upwards, and all around them were passages in abundance. These tunnels varied considerably in size, some were spacious enough for them to walk freely, while others were indeed akin to rat holes. Observing the myriad of tunnels surrounding them, it was not just Sengoku and Garp who were flummoxed. Even Chairman found himself in a state of utter perplexity. Yet, following the initial confusion came a surge of indignation. Mr. Sengoku, could you please elucidate why there are so many passages here? Are you Marines preparing to live like rodents? How could you construct such an extensive network at the Marine headquarters? In response to Chairman's ire, Sengoku stood there, mouth agape, left speechless and bewildered. Should he confess to Chairman that he too was in the dark about all of this? Upon uttering these words, not only did Chairman find himself incredulous, but he also questioned whether he had indeed issued the command for the Navy to excavate beneath the base. Ironically, he was genuinely unaware of the situation. Do not look at me. If you are oblivious, how could I possibly be informed? As Sengoku directed his gaze towards him, Garp could only helplessly shrug and shake his head, indicating his own lack of knowledge. After speaking, he approached a passageway, bent down, and scooped a handful of soil from the ground. He first brought it to his nose to inhale its scent, then pinched it between his fingers before turning to speak. Enough of the anger. This is truly not the doing of our Navy. The soil from this opening clearly indicates that these tunnels were excavated only recently. Only recently? Sengoku also approached a passageway, examining the soil at its entrance. Indeed, it had not been long since it was disturbed. Discarding the dirt, he turned to Chairman and remarked, "It appears that this time, Shi Zhou came prepared. He anticipated his eventual predicament and, through some means, excavated these tunnels. Moreover, it seems he intentionally endured our assault to be driven underground." At this juncture, a glimmer of insight flashed behind Sengoku's glasses. Under normal circumstances, one would not penetrate so deeply into the ground. Such depths would only be possible in the severely ravaged Marine fort. That individual calculated even the extent of destruction Marine fort would suffer for his final contingency. His cunning is profound. Furthermore, he is certainly not acting alone. He must have accomplices. Who could it be? Sherman's face turned a shade of fury as he bellowed in frustration, before suppressing his rage to exclaim, "Is it that old fellow Rayleigh?" "Negative," Garp replied, shaking his head. "The information I received indicates that as soon as Rayleigh arrived here, he was intercepted by Zifa. Although Rayleigh ultimately triumphed, he did not linger in the rear port and departed on his own vessel at the time of Whitebeard's demise. Moreover, he lacks the capability to undertake such a monumental excavation beneath the naval headquarters. If not him, then who could it possibly be?" Chairman raked his fingers through his hair, and in a fit of agitation, he struck the adjacent wall with a powerful fist. This outburst, while relieving for him, brought distress to Sengoku and Garp, who gazed up at the precarious ceiling of the tunnel, their expressions bereft of hope. At last, it is evident that if they do not depart soon, they shall be entombed alive. The moment Chairman unleashed his fury, he realized the impropriety of his action, yet it was too late to retract his clenched fist, which had already struck the wall. Reluctantly casting one last glance at the collapsing passageway, he wisely turned away and exited through the route he had previously created. Shortly after the trio vanished, the central station seemed to trigger some mechanism, trembling precariously before collapsing with a thunderous roar. When they once again set foot on solid ground, they found themselves in a state of disarray, their appearances marred by dust and debris. My lord, there is more in this chapter. Please proceed to the next page for a more thrilling continuation. Let us first head to the port and monitor the movements of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. We must also urge the world government to send reinforcements, for the Navy is but a handful here. We cannot completely seal off this area and the surrounding seas. The vice-admirals have their missions and cannot afford to linger. After all, the Grand Line must be upheld by the Navy. If they're all delayed here, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. The last words of Whitebeard, in Sengoku's view, were likely to have an impact akin to the final utterances of Roger. If the Navy personnel reassigned from various branches do not return swiftly, grave consequences are certain. In Sengoku's mind, the peace and order of the entire world are evidently far more crucial than the pursuit of Shi Zhou. Shareman cast a deep gaze at Sengoku and ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. To have Sengoku and the others accompany him in a relentless pursuit of Shi Zhou, akin to the CP0, would be futile. Even the Gorosei might struggle to persuade the entire Navy. However, the situation was not as bleak as it seemed. At that moment, Karp spoke up. Although formidable, he was currently gravely wounded. If we act swiftly and encircle this area, I refuse to believe he will not emerge. After all, he is an ability user and cannot escape by sea. Marineford is isolated in the ocean, surrounded by the deep sea. Even tunneling would not enable one to leave from the seabed. That is why I make such a claim. I forgot to mention, Shareman interjected. Noticing the optimism radiating from Sengoku and Karp, I must convey something rather cruel to you too. What is it? The child is not an ability user. Oh, indeed a cruel revelation. Both Karp and Sengoku's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing Chairman's words. What did you say? Sengoku, though he comprehended clearly, felt compelled to seek confirmation. I said, the child is not an ability user. Sengoku's heart raced. He was certain he had not misheard. Yet, the certainty only deepened his astonishment, even shock. This is impossible. If he is not an ability user, then what is he? What could he possibly be? Shareman erupted in frustration, exclaiming, what is it? How on earth would I know? Not just you. Even the world government is in the dark. Pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil before continuing. Otherwise, why do you think we have pursued that individual for so many years? Why is it imperative for us to capture him? If he were an ability user, we would have countless methods to compel his compliance. Yet, it is precisely because he is not an ability user that he instills such trepidation in the world government. In this moment, the two individuals from the Marine Corps truly comprehend the terrifying nature of Shi Zhou. They are not the ignorant underlings, but rather high-ranking officials of the Navy, intimately acquainted with the intricacies of this world, being part of its elite. Hence, they understand the implications if Shi Zhou were indeed not a superhuman. Particularly alarming is his unpredictable temperament, which is malevolent to the utmost degree. When he takes the lives of ordinary people, it is akin to crushing ants, devoid of any semblance of empathy. In a world predominantly covered by oceans, a non-superhuman possessing extraordinary abilities can indeed be likened to a bug in the system, inciting trepidation among all. If Shi Zhou's powers were as simple as those of the nearly extinct Lunaria race, Sengoku would not harbor such apprehension. The world government would not feel compelled to mobilize resources against him. However, it is precisely because of the sheer terror his abilities evoke that the situation has become so convoluted. It is noteworthy that today, all high-ranking officials of the Navy, along with Shareman, have gathered on the island. Yet, despite this, they have failed to capture Shi Zhou. The prospect of assembling such formidable forces again in the future is daunting. Even if they manage to gather strength, cornering that individual on the island would prove exceedingly challenging. Merely contemplating this leaves Sengoku with a headache. Nevertheless, despite his discomfort, he issues orders to the Navy. Soldiers and officers below the rank of Rear Admiral may return to their respective divisions, but the Rear Admirals must remain, collaborating with the world government to completely seal off this maritime region. A comprehensive search must be conducted to locate Shi Zhou. The sentiment remains unchanged. That individual is exceedingly perilous. In the pitch-black abyss below, a frail, elderly humanoid creature, resembling a caterpillar, crawls slowly through a narrow passageway. Damn, what a significant loss, the ancient being, Shi Zhou, muses. After being mercilessly torn apart by Sengoku and his companions, he realized the necessity of fleeing. After all, a single fist cannot contend against 4 hands, let alone 6 individuals wielding 12 hands. Even if he could withstand 1 or 2 attackers, resisting 6 was impossible. Thus, upon engaging in battle, he swiftly found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, were it not for his knowledge of an escape route, allowing himself to be propelled underground by several adversaries, the notion of fleeing would have been a mere fantasy. Alas, that Karp truly lives up to his heroic reputation. His punches pack a real wallop. In the darkness, Shi Zhou reaches up to touch his completely bald head, where a deep imprint from a fist remains. This was the final blow delivered by Karp, a strike that sent him deep into the ground. Now, he finds himself devoid of time to mend the imprint left by that punch, and thus must endure it as it stands. He harbors no fear of blades or the laser beams of the yellow ape. Rather, It is the might of masters like Karp and Akainu that instills trepidation within him, for whether it be a sword or laser, the damage inflicted is localized, and the time required for recovery is minimal. However, the situation is markedly different with Akainu and Karp. Under the weight of their colossal fists, a mere breach of defense can result in the instantaneous disintegration of his body. The time needed for recovery from localized injuries starkly contrasts with that required to heal from complete bodily devastation. This is precisely why he succumbed so swiftly. One or two individuals could hardly breach his defenses in a short span. However, with 6 of them, the relentless onslaught meant that by the time the 4th assailant arrived, his defenses had indeed been compromised. Ultimately, it was the formidable combination of Karp and Akainu that delivered the final blow. It is undeniable that the battle instincts of the strong should never be underestimated. Among them, apart from Karp and Sengoku, although the others had rarely collaborated in combat against adversaries, they exhibited an inexplicable synergy when confronting Shi Zhou. They did not act recklessly but rather engaged in a methodical manner, a key factor in their swift defeat of Shi Zhou. Alas, lying within the murky corridor, a hint of resignation surfaced on Shi Zhou's aged visage. If only his abilities could be wielded as freely as when he teetered on the brink of death, absorbing the very essence of time from the world around him. Regrettably, he lacked such control. That sensation of wielding time at will, akin to that of a true deity of time, manifested only in those moments of impending demise. Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting. After all, the experience of nearing death was one he had encountered numerous times, although his powers had passively salvaged him each time. The ordeal was far from pleasant and exceedingly precarious. Should he truly succumb, it would indeed be a farcical end. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading. Yet, the exquisite sensation of wielding time at will is utterly enchanting. Akin to a potent elixir that renders one unable to withdraw. He is acutely aware that this insatiable desire arises from within, yet he finds himself powerless to resist. For the experience is undeniably delightful. He understands the futility of yearning to master time and render himself invincible. However, having tasted that intoxicating feeling of invincibility ignites an impulsive urge to gravitate towards that very direction. During his early days in Mariawa, he teetered on the brink of death so many times that he nearly lost his sanity and emotions altogether, yet he ultimately managed to suppress those overwhelming urges. After all, he is not a mere child. Rather, he is an adult soul encased within a youthful form. He is acutely cognizant of a profound truth: the more one gains, the corresponding losses will follow, not in tangible reality, but in other intangible realms. The deeper he delves into that state, the more he becomes reliant on it. And in the end, he might fully merge with time, becoming an integral part of it. When that moment arrives, will he still be himself? Perhaps he will no longer be himself, but rather an embodiment of time, a true deity. Do gods possess emotions? At least in the mind of Shi Zhou, they do not. He does not wish to transform into an emotionless stone. After all, he is human, not a heartless demon. Despite his madness and inherent psychological advantages over this world, treating others as mere objects, he still yearns to remain human, rather than aspire to become a lofty deity. Exhaling a breath tinged with the taste of blood, the greed in Shi Zhou's eyes slowly fades. The more weakened he becomes, the more a voice whispers in his mind. He cannot discern the essence of that murmur. Yet he feels a strong aversion to it, as if his very instincts urge him to ignore that sound. He cannot witness the sunset, nor the rise of the moon. Shi Zhou has crawled through this pitch-black passage for an eternity, so long that even he cannot ascertain the passage of time. When he finally glimpses a glimmer of light, he finds himself submerged in the true depths of the ocean. Lying in an underwater cavern, surrounded by the overwhelming embrace of the sea, he gasps for breath, gradually calming his lungs, which feel as though they have been seared by fire. As he turns his body and gazes upward, transfixed by the fantastical underwater world that surpasses even the wonders of an aquarium, Shi Zhou finds himself lost in contemplation. He had witnessed this scene numerous times, yet each occasion left him entranced. On one hand, such sights were indeed rare, while on the other, they evoked memories of his past life. In that previous existence, although the individuals of humanity were ordinary, through their intellect and labor, they undeniably ascended to become the absolute rulers of that azure planet. Whenever they wished, anything within the world could be transformed into an object of their admiration, serving to delight them and enrich their spiritual realm. Did he long for that bygone era? Not at all. In his past life, he was merely a denizen of the societal underbelly, devoid of parents, Despite having attained a level of superficial wealth that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom through sheer effort, it was all earned at the cost of his very existence. Yet, no matter the circumstances, he remained entrenched at the bottom of society, a mere tool wielded by the powerful to resolve their troubles. As a blade, he was destined to be discarded at the first sign of wear. And so it was that during one fateful mission, he fractured, leading to his abandonment. Light and darkness would eternally coexist. Even in a world largely illuminated by brilliance, there existed shadows untouched by the fiercest glow, and ice that could not be melted. Thus, he held no resentment toward his rejection. After all, he had prepared himself for entombment in darkness long before its arrival. Little did he anticipate that in death, he would awaken in this new realm. If his previous life was dominated by light, then this world could be aptly described as a paradise of darkness. A paradise of darkness. Indeed, it was his paradise. Truth be told, he found himself enchanted by this place. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he simply enjoyed it. Perhaps it was linked to the violent tendencies that lay within his soul. Or perhaps, in this realm, devoid of what he deemed kin, he could indulge in unrestrained destruction. Whatever the reasons, they were numerous. To summarize, he had already experienced death once. Thus, every day he lived was a bonus, allowing him the freedom to act as he pleased. Moreover, he never considered himself a rightful inhabitant of this world, rendering him indifferent to notions of good and evil. Just then, a creature resembling a dog, yet considerably larger and somewhat more endearing, suddenly tumbled from the adjacent sea into the cavern. Its elongated body bore short, rounded limbs, a slightly broad, flattened head, and its coat was short and dense, exuding a silken sheen. Unlike the typical brown of otters, its hue was gray, particularly at that moment. Having just emerged from the ocean, its damp gray fur reflected a silvery light within the underwater cavern, rendering it a beacon in the darkness. Ah, you've arrived. At this moment, Shi Zhou's condition can be described as utterly dire. Having previously battled with the likes of Zhang and others, he was on the brink of death, only to have fate intervene and grant him a second chance at life. Though his life was restored, the prolonged struggle of crawling had utterly drained the last vestiges of his strength upon reaching this place. With no time to recover, he appeared as a decrepit old man, exhausted and seemingly on the verge of descending into the abyss. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Jiu scurried to Shi Zhou's side, nuzzling its head against his right cheek before looking up and exuberantly gesturing. Truly, it was a relentless spirit. Shi Zhou raised his gaze, and although their languages were incomprehensible to each other, he understood the essence of Jiu's words. Indeed, with the intellect of Zhang and his companions, they would surely uncover that he had not perished upon descending into the deep chasm. At that moment, Jiu unexpectedly produced a piece of coral from its embrace. It retreated 2 steps, then stood upright, remarkably mimicking a human posture. Shi Zhou tilted his head, no longer exhibiting the coldness reserved for strangers. Instead, he displayed a gentleness typically reserved for Rayleigh and Shachi. "All right, I understand. I shall rise," he murmured. However, his frail body faltered, and as he attempted to lift himself, his trembling hands succumbed once more. Observing Shi Zhou's plight, Jiu promptly stepped forward, supporting Shi Zhou's faltering frame with its back. Turning its head, Jiu called out urgently, its eyes reflecting both concern and a hint of reproach. Without allowing Shi Zhou a moment to speak, it raised the coral to its mouth and began to blow. A bubble formed instantaneously, enveloping Shi Zhou's head as if encased in a transparent glass dome. In a similar fashion, Jiu turned and created a bubble for itself. With Shi Zhou secured upon its back, Jiu took several steps forward and ventured into the frigid waters. The coldness of the sea was particularly piercing to Shi Zhou's senses. Yet as he lay against Jiu's back, his heart began to warm and relax. Upon hearing Shi Zhou's words, Jiu swam, while turning back to shake its head at Shi Zhou, as if to convey that no thanks were necessary. In this world, it is exceedingly difficult for Shi Zhou to place his trust in other humans, even those whose composition mirrors his own. As for Rayleigh and Shachi, Shi Zhou ultimately came to trust them only after years of companionship, having discerned their true natures. After all, whether in a past life or this one, he has always dwelled in darkness, accustomed to the cycles of life and death. He possesses a deeper understanding of the complexities of human nature than most. He does not deny the existence of light in this world. However, his extensive experiences have led him to perceive darkness as prevailing. Thus, he prefers to place his faith in animals rather than other humans. Jiu was rescued by him during a training expedition on a deserted island in the Windless Zone. At that time, It was still quite young, having become separated from its family and was being pursued by other creatures. Captivated by its charm, Shi Zhou instinctively saved it. Yet, this seemingly casual act of kindness led Zhu Jiao to regard him as a benefactor, fostering a deep respect and closeness toward him. Eventually, Zhu Jiao even left its own kin to accompany him, training by his side. 3 days after Shi Zhou had conferred with Rayleigh about rescuing Ace, he clandestinely arrived at Chu Chu's residence. He enlisted Chu Chu and his subordinates to assist in excavating beneath the depths of Marineford. Chu Chu, displaying remarkable intellect, adeptly accomplished the task entrusted to him by Shi Zhou. Otherwise, Shi Zhou might have truly met his demise in Marineford. In the holy land of Mariehua, within the conference room where the 5 elders typically convened, an enraged roar resonated. Are you all utterly useless? It has been nearly a week, and yet there is not a shred of news. In the hall, alongside the 5 elders, stood Sengoku, whose appearance had aged by at least 20 years in the brief span of a week, although he had previously shared a similar age with Garb. His visage had always appeared significantly younger. Now, after just a week, his once lustrous black hair and beard had turned completely gray, and the wrinkles upon his face were conspicuously more pronounced. Even his previously robust and upright physique seemed to have deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. We truly cannot locate him. Even if we were to thoroughly scour Marineford, we would only uncover countless mouse holes, without a single mouse in sight, Sengoku stated, adjusting his frog-like glasses, responding with measured composure. Useless, retorted Topman Wokuli, leaning slightly forward, distancing himself from the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Sengoku. Not only did you fail to manage the conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, but you also allowed a child, he paused momentarily, contemplating before continuing. Allowed Shi Zhou to escape under the siege of so many of you. You have permitted others to excavate such extensive cavities beneath the Navy's headquarters. It appears that your esteemed Marine headquarters is not the most impregnable fortress in the world, but rather, the easiest to breach. In light of Wokuli's scornful remarks, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. The responsibility for nearly hollowing out Marineford indeed lay heavily upon his shoulders. During the preparation for the war against Whitebeard, his focus had been entirely consumed by defensive arrangements and maritime concerns, leaving him unprepared for the audacity of anyone daring to dig beneath Marineford during this critical interval. This is his dereliction of duty, he admits. Is there anything else? Seeing Sengoku silent, Wokuli took a deep breath, raised his hands, fingers intertwined in front of him, elbows resting on the tea table. Meanwhile, Sengoku leaned forward once more, resting his chin on the back of his hand, quietly gazing at Sengoku, akin to a deity in a lofty realm. Despite the oppressive air exuded by Wokuli, Sengoku appeared unfazed. He lifted his head, scanning the other elders before ultimately returning his gaze to Wokuli. He stepped forward, under the watchful eyes of the 5 elders, retrieving a letter from his breast pocket and placing it upon the tea table. Regardless of the war against the Whitebeard pirates or the incident involving the time ship, I bear an undeniable responsibility for the flaws that have emerged within the Navy headquarters. With these words, he took a step back, straightened his posture, and met Wokali's gaze directly. I resign. You resign? Wokali's eyes shifted from the envelope on the table back to Sengoku, his typically stern expression now tinged with surprise. Are you threatening us? On the right side of the tea table, the previously silent Jaguar Lucia Satan suddenly lifted his staff, striking it forcefully against the ground. Tilting his head, his gaze inexplicably fixed on Sengoku. This is not a threat. Sengoku glanced at Satan, maintaining a composed demeanor. If you wish to resign at this moment, what else could it be but a threat? One must understand that Whitebeard's final words have already echoed throughout the world. The world is in enough turmoil as it is. And after this incident, it will become even more chaotic. You cannot be oblivious to this. Sengoku turned his gaze, locking eyes with Satan, his tone calm as he elaborated. I have grown old. As you can see, I have truly aged. In the past, to uphold the dignity of the fleet admiral, I had to strive to present myself as a figure befitting the title. Yet now, upon saying this, he removed the hat from his head and slightly bowed. Do you see? Even if I wish to continue serving the Navy, I simply lack the strength. Satan stared at the gray-white hair beneath Sengoku's hat, momentarily rendered speechless. The transformation in Sengoku since his visit to the Holy Land is indeed profound. He seems genuinely aged, as if all his spirit has been drained through this incident, leaving him devoid of his former self, and no longer emanating the reliable aura he once did. Very well, I concede. At that moment, Vachali Shing spoke up. He was the legal martial deity, and in a strict sense, he held absolute authority over the senior positions within the Navy. Thus, it had always been him whom the reports were presented to when they came to meet. However, many trivial matters were typically handled by others, making his presence a rarity. Had it not been for their excessive concern regarding the whereabouts of Shi Zhou, they would not have summoned Zhang Guo for a meeting. Vachli Sheng picked up Zhang Guo's resignation letter without opening it, instead pushing it to the other side of the tea table. The letter was to be given to Kong. Only with his permission could one depart. Zhang Guo, once again bending down, took the letter and tucked it into his coat. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Vachli Sheng nodded, his body relaxing as he leaned back. Yet, just then, a thought struck him, and he straightened up. Calling out to Zhang Guo, "Wait." Hearing the voice, Zhang Guo halted his steps, turning back with a look of confusion directed at Vachli Sheng. This chapter has not concluded. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Is there any further instruction? Topman Vachli Saint. This time, he employed a respectful address, even slightly bowing his waist. It was nothing of great significance. He merely wished to inquire if you had a suitable candidate for the position of marshal to recommend to us. A candidate for marshal? Sengoku raised his head, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. I believe the most fitting choice is Kazan. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately opted for Kazan. Although Kazan's demeanor and personality have undergone significant changes since the Ohara incident, Sengoku understood that his heart still leaned towards justice. Moreover, he was not as cold as he appeared. Rather, he possessed a gentle spirit. While the position of marshal should not be held by one who is overly gentle. If he were to make a selection, his choice could only be Kazan. Sakazuki, on the other hand, was excessively rigid, adhering strictly to absolute justice. Although Sengoku himself espoused absolute justice within the Navy headquarters, this was merely for the sake of the world government's perception. His true sense of justice was one that reigned supreme. Unlike Sakazuki, who genuinely pursued absolute justice, his approach could sometimes be too uncompromising, potentially harming the Navy. After all, even a military organization, known for its force, must embody compassion and warmth. If it were solely about rigidity, it would devolve into a mere instrument of pure violence. A military that instills fear in ordinary people is not the Navy's original intention. As for Sengoku, well, perhaps it is best not to speak of it. Regarding the selection of the new admiral, the Gorosei neither nodded in agreement nor shook their heads in dissent. However, once Sengoku departed, their consensus was swiftly reached. Their choice for the admiral was, in fact, quite the antithesis of Sengoku's preference. In their view, in an increasingly chaotic world, the Navy ought to be led by a hardliner rather than a languidly gentle figure. Thus, they selected Sakazuki. Sengoku, of course, was unaware of the Gorosei's decision. After exiting the Grand Hall, he took a deep breath outside the door before setting off in another direction. The Gorosei were not to be trifled with. Despite their appearance resembling that of frail elders, one should not underestimate them. Sengoku knew that they were true anomalies. They were not merely a colloquial term for the powerful but were genuine beings that transcended the ordinary. As the fleet admiral, he was acutely aware of many secrets that the vast majority of the world could not fathom, including insights about the Gorosei. As far as he was concerned, these 5 old men had always been as they were. From the moment he joined the Navy and became a Marine admiral, and upon his first encounter with the Gorosei decades ago, their appearance had remained unchanged. Even their presence bore no hint of alteration. Moreover, their strength was equally unfathomable. Possessing the Conqueror's Haki and being at the pinnacle of observation Haki, he could sense the oppressive aura emanating from these 5 elders. Though he did not fear them, he felt a genuine instinctual aversion each time he came here. Entering through that door behind him felt akin to stepping into the lair of a monster. As he walked forward, Sengoku shook his head, dispelling his errant thoughts. Resigning from the position of fleet admiral had indeed been a plan he conceived before waging war against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, he did not lie. He was indeed aging. However, he did not anticipate that the first person he would encounter upon stepping into the light would be Garp. What do you mean, you? Garp chuckled heartily at Sengoku, then remarked, so it's permissible for you to age, but not for me? You're here to resign, aren't you? Unfortunately, you've arrived a moment too late. I have already tendered my resignation first. With that, Garp triumphantly produced an envelope from his pocket, waving it before Sengoku. Apologies. Once again, I have outpaced you. You rascal, Sengoku replied, somewhat speechless at Garp's childish antics. Did you really wait here just for this? Of course, Garp responded. sticking his pinky finger into his nose. What else would you think I was waiting for? He lowered his hand and glanced at his pinky finger, flicking it aside before raising his hand to gesture behind him. Go on in. That old coot is still waiting for you inside. Once you resign, we'll finally be at ease. We can wander freely and indulge in some leisure. As he spoke, a glimmer of restless anticipation appeared on his face. Zhang scrutinized Carp, fixating on the wrinkles etched on his face and the abundance of white in his hair, his gaze somewhat unfocused. For years, he had not sensed such a lightness in Carp, especially in recent times. Remarkably, Carp's aging seemed to surpass his own. It was worth noting that Carp was actually a year younger than him. It truly was a burden for him. Initially, he had high hopes for his son. But after a certain incident, that rascal Dorag chose to become the captain of the self-defense forces and later founded the Revolutionary Army, earning the title of the world government's most wanted criminal. It seemed as though the situation had no effect on Garp whatsoever, and he often mentioned Dragon with a sense of pride. However, Sengoku understood that the matter concerning Dragon was, in fact, an immense blow to Garp. After all, witnessing his son take such a divergent path must have profoundly affected him as a father. Yet, Garp's fortitude allowed him to conceal his feelings. Who could have anticipated that more than 20 years later, the grandson he had painstakingly nurtured would resolutely embrace a life of piracy under the influence of that red-haired scoundrel? During this incident, both grandsons nearly caused him to experience the sorrow of losing a loved one. Thus, while Sengoku comprehended Garp's situation, he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. What are you doing? Why aren't you going? At that moment, Garp stepped forward and patted Sengoku on the shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. Your expression betrays you. Who am I? I am Garp, and I do not require your pity. With that, the jovial smile vanished from his face, replaced by a serious gaze fixed upon Sengoku. As a friend, you should be happy for me at this moment. Yes, happy. Sengoku locked eyes with Garp, and then a broad grin broke across his face as he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Garp too, at that instant, resumed his laughter. What are we laughing at? Just then, a loud voice interrupted their merriment. From the room behind Garp, an elderly man with white hair and a beard shaped like a mountain leaned out the window, admonishing the two of them. How old are you both? Don't you realize where you are? After his reprimand, his head retreated, and a voice echoed from within the room. Sengoku, if you have matters to discuss, come inside first. Don't be as unreliable as Garp. You're the unreliable one, Garp retorted, turning his head toward the window and muttering under his breath, it's just laughter. It's not as if I've never laughed before. Whether here or even in the Five Elders' chamber, Garp would laugh when the moment called for it. Enough. Don't make things difficult for Admiral Kong. Sengoku stepped forward, speaking as he walked. If you have no pressing matters, wait for me outside. Once I finish my duties, I will accompany you back to Navy headquarters. Pausing, he turned to Garp once more. Though we have resigned, I suspect the government will not allow us to leave so easily. We might face a situation similar to Zifa S, as we are not ordinary individuals. He paused again, gazing at Garp, his eyes revealing an enigmatic emotion. You know this well. Kapu was undoubtedly aware of what Sengoku intended to convey, hence he nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Subsequently, he waved his hand with impatience and turned to leave. Hurry up. Do not keep me waiting. He was indeed cognizant of Sengoku's thoughts. Even if these high-ranking naval officials were to step down, the world government would never permit their departure. On one hand, they wished to exploit their potential, nurturing the next generation. On the other, it was evident that they possessed far too much knowledge. For the world government, being excessively informed was decidedly detrimental. Individuals with such insight, should they switch allegiances, could pose a far greater threat than those who were entirely uninformed. Take, for instance, Kapu's son, Dragon. It was precisely his extensive knowledge that rendered him the arch-nemesis of the world government. Sengoku observed Kapu's retreating figure with a faint smile before turning and entering the vacant office. After today, while the burden on his shoulders remained, it was devoid of the suffocating weight it once bore. Consequently, he felt remarkably at ease, akin to Kapu, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. 2 weeks after the war on the summit, Marie Ford remained under the stringent blockade of the Navy and the world government. Countless naval vessels occupied the waters, seemingly intent on unearthing the truth behind the elusive Shichibukai, refusing to relent until they succeeded. Yet, despite their relentless search, they yielded nothing but the cave where Shichibukai had last lingered. Sengoku's resignation had left the Navy bereft of its steadfast leadership. It was inconceivable for this position to remain vacant for long, especially in an increasingly tumultuous world. Thus, Akainu and Akiji were compelled to depart in pursuit of the position of Fleet Admiral. Kapu had returned to the East Blue, his return date uncertain. While Sengoku continued to manage military affairs, he had relinquished much of his authority to Steelbone Akainu. With the departure of Akainu and Akiji, all indications suggested that the blockade of Shichibukai had culminated in utter failure. It should be noted that even with the presence of Vice Admirals and Kizaru, alongside Chairman and CP0, capturing Shichibukai would not have been guaranteed. Moreover, current clues strongly indicated that Shichibukai had long since vacated the vicinity. Thus, 3 weeks after the war on the summit, the Navy returned to their respective stations, having entirely abandoned the search for Shichibukai. As for Chairman, he continued his relentless pursuit. This fellow had vowed never to return to the holy land of Mary Geos until he captured Shi Zhou. However, this time he was not as careless as before. After witnessing the formidable power of Shi Zhou, he no longer held any contempt for him. This time, the number of individuals in his team not only remained unchanged, but actually increased. In addition to the ever-loyal Shepherd by his side, several additional CP0 commanders joined the ranks. Indeed, they are commanders, specifically the leaders of the CP0 squads. This time, he chose not to involve the low-ranking members of CP0, for in the presence of Shi Zhou, they would merely serve as fodder. Accompanying him to seek out Shi Zhou would only bolster Shi Zhou's strength. The commanders, although they could not withstand Shi Zhou for long, could at least delay him slightly, which would be beneficial for him. Moreover, in addition to himself, the 5 elders had dispatched another individual to assist him. On the boundless sea, the clouds appeared to merge seamlessly with the surface of the water. Occasionally, lightning would streak forth from the clouds, heralding the oncoming hurricane, a portent of the storm that this maritime expanse was about to confront. The vast ocean was adorned with layers of white waves, ceaseless in their motion. Amidst this tumultuous sea, a warship bearing a distinctive insignia and flying the flag of the world government surged through the towering waves, plunging headlong into the ferocious waters ahead. It resembled a true behemoth of steel, undeterred by the impending deluge, resolutely advancing towards its designated destination. Chairman, she remarked after such lengthy discourse. Is that individual named Shi Zhou truly so formidable? At the bow of the ship, 2 chairs accommodated 2 individuals. The one posing the inquiry was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in red armor. At that moment, she elegantly sipped from her teacup, savoring each drop. Despite the vessel's turbulent ride akin to a roller coaster, her form remained unyielding. Even the coffee within her cup exhibited no tremor. The rich hue of the coffee contrasted vividly with her fiery red lips, enhancing her allure. As the coffee touched her lips, she narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. This crimson coffee is exceedingly rare in this world, so rare that only the celestial dragons can indulge in it. Chairman did not even glance at the woman. His gaze was fixed ahead, lost in thought, his expression shifting like the vibrant hues of a kaleidoscope. Chairman, I am addressing you, the woman asserted. Noticing his prolonged silence, she set down her teacup with a forceful clatter against the side table. The sharp sound resonated clearly, even amidst the raging winds. You must understand, I have come here to assist you. A sudden realization seemed to dawn upon her, as her countenance darkened like the ominous clouds preceding a storm. I was perfectly content in the North Sea, had it not been for Lord Green's summons. I would not be here, entangled in your affairs. She continued, and yet you, after all this time, remain silent. Have you truly forgotten the fear I instilled in you after 13 years apart? With that, an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from her. At this moment, the storm is not the protagonist. As it passes through this place, it seemingly becomes subdued. Even the surface of the sea beneath the vessel appears transformed, adopting a demeanor of humility and deference, as if it dares not disturb the brow of the woman aboard. The only element remaining unchanged is the cloud cover, which, instead of calming, seems to have become increasingly tempestuous, as if provoked. All right, my esteemed sister, cease your antics, Chairman remarked, turning to cast a playful glance at the woman. It is not that I ignore you. I am merely lost in thought. Is it not said that women are capricious? Upon hearing Chairman finally speak to her, the cloud of gloom that had enveloped the woman dissipated instantaneously. She lifted her coffee cup, returning to her previous air of elegance. As her expression shifted, the atmosphere around them reverted to its former state, as though the earlier tension had merely been an illusion. The woman's name is Gallo Lilith. Just a year older than Chairman. They grew up together, eventually joining the Knights of the Divine, a bond that could be aptly described as childhood sweethearts. However, After 13 years apart, Lilith now feels somewhat unfamiliar to Sherman. It is this sense of estrangement that leaves him at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lilith remains as she always was, her temperament as variable as ever. This allowed him to rediscover a sense of familiarity. I remarked to him that since he departed from Mary Geos 13 years ago, I wondered what experiences he had undergone, as the transformation was indeed remarkable. Is it so significant? Sherman tilted his head to glance at Lilith, expressing his lack of perception. Of course, you wouldn't notice, as transformation is often meant for others to observe. Lilith delicately sipped her coffee before posing the earlier question. By the way, you haven't yet informed me about that young rogue named Shi Zhou whom you have been relentlessly pursuing. Is he truly formidable? At this juncture, she set her cup down and ran her tongue over her lips, stained with the crimson hue of coffee, reminiscent of blood, which imbued her with an indescribable allure. If he were not impressive, could he have escaped the encirclement of the three great admirals, the legendary marine hero Garp, Sengoku, and myself? Although Lilith appeared like a ripe peach, captivating in both movement and repose, to Sherman, she was merely that. If he is indeed so formidable, we must meet him soon. Upon hearing Sherman's words, Lilith displayed no fear, but rather an eagerness that bubbled within her. Do not celebrate too soon. Sherman, well acquainted with Lilith's nature, was hardly surprised by her interest in Shi Zhou. The stronger the individual, the more exhilarated Lilith became. This had been her disposition since childhood, and Sherman had long since grown accustomed to it. He shook his head, reclining back in his chair, gazing up at the clouds above, and spoke. This journey to Amazon Lily is merely based on speculation that Shi Zhou might be there. It does not guarantee his presence. Moreover, even if he truly were there, capturing him is beyond our capabilities. One must consider that Rayleigh is the one most likely to be present there. Upon hearing this name, a glimmer sparked in Lilith's eyes. I've heard he is also a formidable individual. Indeed, he was once the first mate of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and is known as the Dark King. Although their era is distant from ours, one can glimpse their might through Garp and Sengoku. Thus, despite Rayleigh's age, his strength remains formidable. Lilith set down her teacup, her right hand stroking her chin as she pondered aloud. So, on this trip, we may encounter two of the world's top powerhouses? Indeed. Sherman nodded in agreement. However, Shi Zhou alone poses a significant challenge. Should he gain an ally, it would become even more arduous, though we are numerous. If we cannot subdue Shi Zhou upon first encounter and allow him to seize an opportunity, it could spell doom for us. Indeed, we must exercise caution. Although Lilith possesses a carefree demeanor, unafraid of the heavens or the earth, she is not foolish. When departing from Mary Geos, Lord Green repeatedly cautioned her to exercise caution. Now, witnessing the grave demeanor of Chairman, she has come to realize that this mission is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Do we require assistance from the Navy? She inquired. No, Chairman replied, shaking his head. The Navy is currently undergoing a monumental transformation with the ascension of the new Marshal. The only help we can expect is from a Vice Admiral. However, even then, we can only rely on ordinary Vice Admirals, who in the presence of Shi Zhou are merely fodder, serving as sustenance to replenish his strength. Sustenance, Lilith pondered, her brow furrowing. Having hastily returned from the North Sea to Mary Geos, her understanding of Shi Zhou was limited. Indeed, it is both sustenance and replenishment, Chairman mused, his gaze drifting skyward, his thoughts wandering to the war of the top. That individual is a monster. He possesses the ability to manipulate time, rendering himself seemingly immortal. Even if his body is torn apart, as long as a fragment of consciousness remains, he can instantly restore himself to his former state. Although there are limitations, using this ability drains his own future. He can also siphon time from others to replenish himself. This alone dictates that capturing or killing him requires a select few, all of whom must be formidable warriors. Moreover, this individual harbors even greater capabilities. He can absorb not only time but also the haki of others, utilizing it to enhance his own physical prowess and haki. This is what makes him truly terrifying. At this juncture, Chairman's expression grew solemn once more. After a brief pause, he continued, if he were merely a human with extraordinary abilities, it would be a different matter. Though formidable, he would ultimately be constrained by the limitations of humanity, incapable of surpassing the boundaries of our understanding. As long as he remains human, we can kill him. After all, we have never feared being outnumbered. However, with this newfound power, the situation changes drastically. Given time, he will inevitably surpass the limits of humanity, reaching realms beyond our comprehension. At that point, with his deep-seated hatred for the world government, it would herald an apocalyptic fate for us. This is why I am resolute in my intent to eliminate him, and why the elders and Lord Green have sent you. Indeed, he is a monster." Upon hearing Sherman recount the entirety of Shi Zhou's circumstances, Lilith grasped the terrifying nature of Shi Zhou. Reflecting upon her own abilities, she finally comprehended why Lord Green had summoned her back from the North Sea in haste. If it were indeed as Sherman described, it appeared that within the world government, only she possessed the capability to apprehend Shi Zhou. In stark contrast to the gravity exhibited by Sherman and his companions, Amazon Lily appeared far more relaxed. Following the War of the Summit, Luffy was ultimately pursued by Hancock, who extended an invitation for them to visit Amazon Lily. In the subsequent days, Rayleigh and Shaki also arrived at this place. This is the result of an agreement reached by the two individuals. The abilities and strength exhibited by Shi Zhou have astounded them all, especially the world government. For the world government, the emergence of Shi Zhou raises their apprehension, prompting them to delve into his past. Thus, even though Shi Zhou does not have a direct connection with them in a strict sense, their distrust of the world government's principles and concerns for their own safety compel them to make the decision to abandon the bar and flee. Consequently, Rayleigh encounters Luffy earlier than in the original narrative. Moreover, due to Ace's rescue, Luffy does not experience the mental breakdown depicted in the original story. Although he remains on the brink of death, under Law's exceptional medical skills, he revives with vigor within a few days. Upon meeting Rayleigh, Luffy, as anticipated, wishes to reunite with his comrades. However, after Rayleigh's counsel and witnessing the vast disparity between himself and the world's true powerhouses during the Summit War, he resolves to heed Rayleigh's advice and stay here to train for 2 years. Subsequently, reflecting on how his companions are scattered across the globe and undoubtedly anxious for his well-being, he yearns to return to the Navy headquarters to communicate his decision to them. Unfortunately, due to Shi Zhou's circumstances, navigation in the waters surrounding the Navy headquarters is currently impossible. With sailing rendered unfeasible, approaching the Navy headquarters is out of the question. Moreover, if he wishes to create sensational news that would astonish the world, there is truly no other target aside from the Navy headquarters. Thus, a reluctant Luffy can only wait. He must persevere until 3 weeks later when he learns from Shaki that the Navy's blockade has been lifted. Upon the lifting of restrictions, he could no longer contain the urgency within him and implored Rayleigh and Shachi to escort him away, to convey messages to his companions. Rayleigh acquiesced. Yet Shachi chose not to accompany them. Whether this separation is a boon or a bane remains to be seen. We can only leave it to the passage of time. On the other side lies a secluded isle, nestled between the doldrums and the Grand Line, a small, uninhabited paradise, though diminutive in size. It boasts a lush canopy of trees and an abundance of vibrant flora. Majestic mountains, cascading waterfalls, and serene lakes abound, creating a veritable Eden. A haven untouched by the outside world. In the heart of the island, at the foot of a towering waterfall, there exists a flat expanse adorned with blossoms. These flowers, a vivid crimson, possess slender petals that gather in a harmonious arrangement, resembling a delicate embroidery ball. As the wind sweeps through, countless petals sway and release their sweet fragrance, accompanied by a gentle rustling sound. Nestled within this floral sea stands a quaint loft, seemingly out of place yet harmoniously integrated into its surroundings. Suddenly, with a creak, the door of the loft slowly opens, shattering the tranquility of the flower-laden scene. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his attire meticulously arranged, steps forth with a deliberate grace. He pauses at the threshold, inhaling deeply the fragrance of the blossoms before stooping slightly, hands clasped behind his back, and leisurely meanders into the floral expanse. At that very moment, a bipedal otter, clad in garments, emerges in a manner reminiscent of a gentleman. Following the elderly man's example, he too raises his head to breathe in the fragrant air before hastening forward, matching the elder's pace. "How long have I slumbered?" His voice, gentle yet aged, carries a raspy quality born of prolonged silence. 5 days. The otter inquires, stepping closer and extending a paw toward Shi Zhou. Nodding in affirmation, Shi Zhou offers a warm smile to the otter. "Not too bad. At least it wasn't the 1 or 2 months I had anticipated." At the end of their path lies a pavilion, perched precariously above a sheer cliff. Gazing down from its edge evokes a sensation of floating among the clouds. For the faint-hearted, merely standing there would induce trepidation, for the clouds truly hover beside and below the pavilion. Yet, neither Shi Zhou nor the otter seem to regard the dizzying height with any concern. The otter strides into the pavilion as if the master of the domain. Settling upon a stone bench, he gestures toward a platter of fruits and roasted meats on the stone table, softly beckoning to Shi Zhou seated opposite him. "Ha, I am indeed quite hungry," Shi Zhou exclaims with a laugh, unhesitatingly reaching for a piece of roasted meat and taking a hearty bite. Observing him, the otter displays a distinctly human-like expression of anticipation. "Thank you, Jiu." Shi Zhou replies with gratitude. With a hearty bite of meat swallowed, Shi Zhou extended his right hand, giving Jiu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious. You truly deserve the praise." Upon uttering these words, he took another bite of the meat, chewing thoughtfully as he continued. "You are more than ready to embark on your own journey. Your skills in grilling are now on par with mine." Ha 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 ha. As his laughter echoed, it elicited a blend of satisfaction and pride on Jiu's face. He grinned widely, extending his claw to grasp a fruit resembling a kiwi, albeit significantly larger. And without peeling it, took a hearty bite as one would an apple. With a crisp crunch, the juice burst forth, enveloping his mouth and causing him to squint his eyes in bliss. After their meal, Jiu retrieved a teacup and teapot, first preparing a cup of tea for Shi Zhou before brewing himself a cup of coffee. He comfortably leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, sipping his drink while squinting his eyes, reveling in this rare moment of leisure. Shi Zhou lifted his teacup, rising to his feet, and walked to the edge of the pavilion. Leaning against the railing, he gazed into the horizon where the clouds met the sea, captivated by the crescent moon that leapt into view from beneath the layers of clouds. Such breathtaking scenery, in his past life, he had no time to appreciate. Though he appeared leisurely and unhurried, he was, after all, a tool for others, incapable of truly traversing that world as an ordinary person. During his idle moments, aside from engaging in physical training, he could only immerse himself in novels, films, and anime. This is precisely why he possesses such profound insight into the world. One should not be deceived by the characters portrayed in television dramas, merely existing in darkness. Amidst the revelry and excess, one might mistakenly believe that this is the essence of reality. In truth, the authentic realm of darkness is often marked by profound solitude. It is only through the depths of such solitude that one can cultivate a heart capable of dancing on the precipice of death. As for familial bonds, romantic love, and friendship, these trinkets are utterly meaningless to those who have genuinely ventured into the realm of darkness. After all, one is acutely aware of their own affairs. If such things truly existed, it would signify that one is no longer suited for the shadows, and it would imply that death is drawing near. Raising his hand, Shi Zhou bowed his head and gently blew upon the teacup before bringing it to his lips for a delicate sip. This world diverges significantly from the one that preceded it. In the previous existence, the world was starkly black and white, dominated by the ordinary populace with minimal individual variation, governed by its own set of rules. Thus, the world projected a predominantly white facade. However, this current realm is markedly different. Due to the vast disparities in individual power, the world manifests in shades devoid of clear distinction between black and white, resulting in a state of profound chaos. This chaos, in turn, leans towards the darker side. To be candid, Shi Zhou finds a peculiar fondness for this place. In his former life, he felt akin to a fish ensnared in a net, constrained in every endeavor, leading to an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Yet, in this realm, he is liberated from such constraints. He is free to pursue his desires without hindrance. Initially, his aspirations were quite different from those he harbors now. After all, upon his arrival in this world, he was merely an ordinary individual. Moreover, as an orphan in his previous life, the experience of receiving the rare gift of maternal love in this new existence naturally instilled in him a sense of attachment. Once one develops attachments, actions become bound by limitations. Thus, his initial thoughts revolved around growing up well, honing his skills, and at the very least, achieving the ability to protect those he cherishes. Ultimately, he aspired to join the Navy, for compared to the perilous life of a pirate, fraught with the constant threat of death, the Navy seemed to offer a genuine vocation for a lifetime. Yet, life often diverges from our desires, hurtling instead in the opposite direction. At the tender age of 4, he was confronted with the darkest facet of this world. The darkness descended upon him like a blinding ray of light piercing through his mind, shattering in an instant all his beautiful illusions about the world. Yet, it was only the beginning. After becoming an orphan, he truly witnessed the malevolence of humanity, a wickedness far surpassing anything he had encountered in his previous life. Although he had been an orphan in his former existence, the world had leaned towards the light. He was adopted by an orphanage at a tender age, and while he experienced solitude, he suffered little harm or hardship. However, the circumstances here were starkly different. Following his transition into orphanhood, the indifference of humanity created a profound chasm between him, an outsider to this realm, and the world itself. Subsequently, he was even sold to human traffickers by someone who had watched him grow up. Though he eventually escaped, his youth left him vulnerable, lacking support and strength. And he faced life and death multiple times. Ultimately, he fell into the hands of the traffickers again and was sold to the celestial dragons, plunging him into true hell. He named this island the Other Shore. It was a tribute to the platform and the crimson sea of flowers behind him. Releasing his hand, he did not look back. Instead, he raised his gaze, once more capturing the moon's brilliance. At this moment, the moon had fully emerged from the ocean, with the sky transformed into a tapestry of orange and silver, creating two distinct realms. Even the sea appeared divided, one half tumultuous and the other as serene as a lake. Chirp, chirp. With wide eyes, the creature regarded him in confusion. Do you have news from the old man and the others? During his time at Marineford, he had scarcely had the opportunity to bid farewell to Rayleigh. In this instance, he realized he had been somewhat rash and miscalculated. He had presumed that even if he could not truly reach the limits of humanity, he would be close. However, overconfidence in Whitebeard's haki led him to abandon the pursuit of pirates and naval commanders, resulting in a premature confrontation with Admiral and Sengoku, as well as Garp. His original plan was to gain sufficient power during the upcoming Marineford War to establish himself as a figure that the world government and navy could not contend with. He achieved his goal, but only partially. He instilled fear in the world government and navy, or indeed the entire world, but when it came to his own strength, it was rather awkward. One or two admirals would certainly not suffice to detain him, while his power was comparable to that of the admirals. The uniqueness of his abilities indicated that his potential was evidently superior. However, the navy would not dispatch a couple of admirals to deal with him, and the world government would certainly not rely solely on one individual, Cypher Pole Zero, to confront him. Therefore, moving forward, unless he concealed himself for a surprise attack, it would be exceedingly challenging to use the Navy or the world government CP0 to bolster his strength. Moreover, at his current level, the haki of one or two individuals would scarcely contribute to his power enhancement. This is determined by the might of haki. For his own haki is akin to steel honed through relentless trials. It cannot simply be refined by a hammer forged from mere iron ore. To achieve true refinement, one must employ steel of the same caliber or perhaps resort to the enduring principle of water eroding stone. Thus, unless the quantity surpasses a certain threshold, it remains exceedingly challenging for him to continue his advancement. In this world, to once again discover a locale akin to the Summit War, where such a multitude of haki masters congregated, one must ponder, aside from the Marine headquarters in Mariewa, what other places exist. The New World. His gaze transcended through the moon, as if traversing time and space, landing within the greatest vortex of this realm. In the world of One Piece, the narrative consistently follows Luffy and his crew, and thus, the islands they have encountered represent merely a fraction of the New World. The New World is distinct from the first half of the Grand Line, where pirate factions place greater emphasis on territory. Apart from the likes of Whitebeard and the other emperors, there exist additional pirates who, defying the four emperors, aspire to one day usurp their positions. These individuals are resolute in their defiance. Yet due to the abundance of resources in the New World or the unique geographical positions of certain territories, they have long been divided among the four emperors. Consequently, they find themselves confined to various pirate enclaves. In a pirate town reminiscent of Blackbeard's Hive Island, 2 years hence, a multitude of pirates congregated. Were these not precisely the fire and hammer that Shi Zhou sought? Contemplating this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Shi Zhou's mouth, revealing a hint of cruelty upon his visage. However, before venturing into the New World, he needed to ascertain the true nature of the old man. He harbored no concerns regarding the confrontation between the old man and Zifa, yet the aftermath of the Marineford War weighed on his mind. After all, his strength had not yet reached a level that instilled sufficient fear in the world government to deter them from acting against Rayleigh, particularly with the presence of Shaki. This is also the reason for his current sense of regret. It is not regret over engaging in the war, but rather regret regarding his unwavering fixation on Whitebeard. Had it not been for the purpose of accompanying Whitebeard on his final journey, he undoubtedly could have vanquished many more formidable foes. Alas, such reflections are futile now, and Shi Zhou can only sigh. At that moment, Jujui approached Shi Zhou with a coffee cup in hand, extending her left hand to gently pat his shoulder. "Jujui," she inquired, Did you not find it? Shi Zhou turned his head to glance at Jujui, then withdrew his gaze to lift his teacup and sip gently. Perhaps it is for the best that he did not find it. It seems they are aware of the gravity of the situation and departed immediately after the conclusion of the war. He genuinely feels a pang of remorse towards them. Lowering his right hand, Shi Zhou's pupils dilated slightly. The old man and Shachi should be in the Amazon Lily at this moment. Daughter Island lies deep within the calm belt, a place generally unknown and inaccessible to most. Although Shachi was once the queen of Amazon Lily, she has not returned there even once over the years. Consequently, Shi Zhou has never been to Nine Snake Island, and if he were to attempt to go there now, he would be utterly lost. After all, the calm belt is not merely a small creek, but rather a vast ocean. To expect him to navigate the boundless sea in search of a small island without any direction is indeed a fanciful notion. Thus, even knowing the whereabouts of the old man and Shachi, Shi Zhou remains unable to reach them. In truth, as long as he knows they are not in the Sabaody archipelago, he feels at ease. The ancients often remarked that the more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it, and the more one cherishes it. This chapter is not yet completed. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Originally, Shi Zhou struggled to comprehend these words, for he was merely an orphan. However, upon entering this world, enlightenment dawned upon him. He initially reveled in maternal affection, a sentiment he had never experienced in his previous life. Though this love was stripped away by the world's government, it remained deeply embedded within the recesses of his soul. After navigating numerous trials, he encountered Rayleigh and Shaki, whose attentive care gradually shifted his buried yearning for familial bonds onto them. Although he recognized this transformation from the outset, he did not flee. Instead, he embraced it with a sense of tranquility. This attachment granted him a sense of belonging in this world. Once a person develops such ties, vulnerabilities inevitably emerge. Shi Zhou was acutely aware of this truth. In his past life, he witnessed countless individuals ensnared by their own attachments, ultimately exploited by the true masters of the dark underworld until they were wholly discarded, cast into oblivion. He had been the blade that dealt with these individuals. As a blade, he lacked the privilege of knowing the histories of his prey, yet through countless slayings, he gradually uncovered truths about them. Despite its many drawbacks, the adage holds true: the more one lacks something, the more fervently one pursues it. Had Shi Zhou never tasted the sweetness of familial love, he might not have felt such a profound longing for it in Rayleigh and Shaki. It was precisely because he had experienced it that his desire intensified. Even if this longing ensnared him, he did not hesitate to embrace it. In his previous existence, he had mocked those who, bound by attachments, dared to tread into the dark realms. Yet, he never anticipated that he would one day become one of those he once ridiculed. Although the world and circumstances differed, the essence of that attachment remained unchanged. Surely, Luffy must be there too. Shi Zhou mused, stroking his chin, as thoughts of Luffy resurfaced. After rescuing Ace, he had not paid much attention to Luffy. The state of that fellow was precarious. It was only through unwavering resolve and Ivankov's fruit abilities that he had managed to save Ace, albeit at the cost of his own vitality. Once Ivankov's abilities waned, Luffy would inevitably crumble like a building stripped of its foundation. While he had not succumbed to despair as he had after Ace's demise, without the expertise of a skilled doctor, unforeseen complications could arise. Has Law arrived? Shi Zhou rubbed his thumb against the stubble on his chin, a low murmur escaping his lips. If his memory served him right, he had not sensed Luo's presence while he was harvesting his prey, implying that the fellow was not present at that moment. Of course, it was also plausible that he was lurking at a distance, waiting for the opportune moment. If that were the case, he would indeed remain undetected. Nevertheless, the affairs of Luffy were of no concern to him. Had Luffy not been the protagonist, Shi Zhou would hardly have given him a second thought. With a turn, Shi Zhou plopped down onto the bench by the railing, leaning his back against a post, and raised his feet, completely enveloping himself in the comfort of the seat. His left hand rested on the railing, the back of his hand supporting his head, as he leaned to one side, savoring the enchanting view that seemed never-ending. Accompanied by the curling smoke from the tea, the old man and Xiaoqi were in Amazon Lily. Safety should pose no issue for them. As for himself, he could only remain here, unable to venture anywhere else. Frankly speaking, the deterioration of his body was quite uncomfortable, but it was an unavoidable reality. This is a deserted island. Even if he yearns for restoration, there is no one to facilitate such a revival. His abilities can only be fully unleashed in the moments preceding death, enabling him to absorb the essence of time itself. However, once his body has recuperated to a certain extent, this power to absorb time dissipates automatically. He has previously attempted this feat, yet even with primates of the same lineage, he found himself incapable of siphoning their temporal essence. This led him to momentarily ponder whether this world possessed consciousness, aware of its existence as a realm traversed by souls from another dimension. Although it was merely a spirit, it had nonetheless imposed a seal upon him. This seal would only be broken when he approached the brink of death, actively shattering the confines of this world. However, these notions were mere conjectures, devoid of any substantial evidence. In truth, the other shore was not far from Vondo, merely a day or two's journey by sea. Yet, ensnared within the great rout and the doldrums, compounded by the tumultuous currents surrounding it, it had remained undiscovered by outsiders. Even the Navy was oblivious to its existence. Zhou guided him back from the depths of the ocean, which accounted for the extended duration of their return. What should have been a journey of a day and a half stretched to approximately 5 days. In fact, he had lost track of the precise time, as he had been in a semi-conscious state from the moment he departed Vondo. Had it not been for the occasional appearance of naval vessels that stimulated him, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness much earlier, rather than waiting until reaching the other shore. The Navy and the world government had completely sealed off this entire maritime expanse in their pursuit of him, which was why he was currently unable to venture out. Given his present condition, should he step outside and be discovered by the Navy or that fellow, Sherman, it was uncertain whether he could evade capture. But it was assured that he would not emerge unscathed. Moreover, there was a significant risk of exposing the other shore and, more critically, revealing Zhou. While other matters could be addressed, the exposure of Zhou was something he could not permit. For many years, although Zhou has spent most of his time on the other side, the bond between him and his companions has remained unwavering. In this world, he has but a few relatives he can trust completely, and he will not permit anyone to harm them. As Shi Zhou quietly relishes his leisurely moments on the other side, time advances to 3 weeks after the climactic battle, entering the doldrums, arriving at Amazon Lily. The departure of Rayleigh and Luffy has had no effect on the island of 9 snakes. It remains as steadfast as the anchor of the sea, eternally tranquil. On this particular day, however, the arrival of a warship shatters the serenity of the island. Amidst the cacophony, 9 Snake Island is thrust into a state of war. At the forefront, Hancock stands with her 2 younger sisters on the flat land outside the port, her expression grave as she gazes at the approaching vessel. The ship, though modest in size, bears a flag that exudes an aura reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, rendering the entire island momentarily speechless under an inexplicable pressure. The world government. Sister. Oh heavens. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold instinctively draw closer to Hancock, their once formidable presence now diminished, replaced by an air of vulnerability. What could evoke such a reaction from these two who rank just below Hancock in strength within the realm of the Amazon? It is, of course, the emblem on that ship, a design featuring a central circle flanked by 3 sharply pointed triangles above and 1 below. From a distance, it resembles the footprint of some colossal creature. It is this very symbol that has transformed the demeanor of the 2 Boa sisters. On this island, apart from the ancient ruler of the Kingdom of Women, Giroliosa, no one knows what they have endured. With ignorance comes a lack of understanding regarding their intense reaction, even fear, towards a certain emblem. Hancock gently patted her 2 younger sisters, signaling them to remain calm. She then stepped forward onto the soft grass, addressing the halted warship with a commanding voice. World government, this territory belongs to the 7 warlords. What brings you here? Oh, the 7 warlords, is it? At that moment, a striking beauty clad in crimson armor, her high ponytail mirroring the color of her armor, emerged slowly from the unseen deck of the ship. Leaning over the ship's railing, she gazed at Hancock with a playful expression, teasingly remarking, "Indeed, you are the renowned beauty of the world. Not only men, but even I feel an urge to claim you as my own upon seeing you." Lilith, inherently a captivating woman, exuded an extraordinary charm in her armor, showcasing a courage uncommon among women. Enough with the jest, Hancock replied, her gaze sharpening as she lowered her eyes slightly. "If you have come merely to flatter me, I graciously accept, and you may take your leave. After all, Amazon Lily does not welcome outsiders." Outsiders? Lilith chuckled lightly, her amusement evident. "Do you truly believe I am someone of lesser stature, Boa Hancock?" With her laughter fading, Lilith peered down at Hancock, her expression turning frigid. "Who do you think you are? A mere 7 warlord? Do you assume I would regard you with any significance?" Her demeanor and inquiry made Hancock realize that Lilith's presence here was likely not a mere coincidence or a simple visit. Indeed, the 7 warlords hold little weight within the world government. Hancock touched her earring, retorting, "Yet you still require us to stabilize the situation in these seas, do you not?" "Presumptuous," Lilith scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Hancock before her gaze drifted away, scanning the depths of the island. She held little desire to engage in a dispute with Hancock, and her interest in conversing stemmed solely from Hancock's title of the world's most beautiful woman. "Nothing." Lilith furrowed her brow, her observation haughty at its peak, yet she sensed no formidable presence on this island, except for Hancock beneath the ship. "Chairman, did you not claim that Rayleigh was here? Here he is." Chairman stepped forward, positioning himself beside Lilith, his gaze not directed towards the depths of the island, but rather towards the harbor gate. There, a woman adorned in spider motifs and draped in a blue coat leaned gracefully against a pillar, elegantly smoking a cigarette. "Shaki, come forth." Chairman called out to the woman. Lilith, unfamiliar with Shaki, was oblivious to her presence, yet Chairman was not. Following the incident involving the celestial dragons on the Chambord archipelago, he had journeyed to the islands and conducted an investigation into all its inhabitants. At that time, Shi Zhou had fortuitously crossed to the other shore, thus eluding his notice. Otherwise, given Sherman's familiarity with Shi Zhou, he would have undoubtedly recognized him during his time on the Chambord archipelago. This can only be attributed to fate, which allowed Shi Zhou to evade this individual's search. Otherwise, considering Shi Zhou's current capabilities, it is quite possible that he might not have been able to withstand Kayarman. If he were unable to defend himself, the only option would have been to flee. Fleeing would have meant missing out on the war at the summit, further delaying the enhancement of Shi Zhou's strength. Of course, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Now that events have transpired, there exists no opportunity for alteration. No matter how much Kayarman may regret his actions afterward, it cannot change the undeniable reality that Shi Zhou has become a significant thorn in the side of the world government. The words of Rayleigh, Shaki, Kayarman, and Lilith left Hancock astonished. After her surprise faded, anxiety took its place. In her mind, the only reason Rayleigh would come here must be related to Luffy. For here, the only one with a bounty was Luffy. As for herself, being one of the 7 warlords, her bounty had long since become a relic of the past. Regarding Rayleigh and Shaki, Shaki had been retired for 40 years. Her past as a pirate should have faded into history, known by no one. As for Rayleigh, he had also been retired for over 20 years, having evaded capture all these years, and it seemed implausible that he would be pursued now. Thus, the only remaining possibility was Luffy. Do not panic. At that moment, Shaki, who had approached Hancock unbeknownst to her, seemingly sensed Hancock's unease and gently patted her shoulder. "They have come here for me and the old man." Hancock was left perplexed. How could Shaki possibly know? The world government would not need to take matters into their own hands to capture Luffy. Do not speak, do not act impulsively. Regardless of what transpires, remain composed. After all, you are one of the 7 warlords. As long as you do not provoke them, they will not harm you. Hancock attempted to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by Shaki, who moved closer and whispered, "You are no match for them. Even if it means sacrificing all of Amazon Lily, you still cannot contend with them. Therefore, remain calm, Hancock. Consider the citizens behind you." However, there were no further objections. Hancock wished to voice her thoughts again, but was once more interrupted by Shaki. This time, Shaki said nothing more but instead stood firmly at the water's edge. First, she cast a glance at Kayarman before directing her gaze toward Lilith. She had encountered Kayarman before, just days ago when he appeared near her tavern, seemingly investigating something. At that time, she had dismissed it, assuming Kayarman was merely an investigator from CP0 due to the incident involving the celestial dragons. She had deemed such trivial matters unworthy of discussion with Rayleigh and Shi Zhou. Little did she expect that upon seeing Kayarman again, it would be amidst the war at the summit. Only then did she realize that Kayarman had specifically come to find Shi Zhou. "You are here to seek Shi Zhou, are you not? It seems you possess an abundance of knowledge. Since you are aware, do enlighten us." Lilith gazed down upon Shachi, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Pray tell, where has that fellow vanished to? In search of the child, perhaps?" Hancock fixed his gaze upon Shachi's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a mixture of perplexity and a hint of complexity. At this moment, she was beset by numerous inquiries. She wished to ask about the relationship between Xiachi and the child, to question why the child had ventured into the fray of battle, and even to ponder whether the child, like herself, had escaped Mariewa during the incident 13 years prior. Yet, despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, the time was not opportune for such inquiries. They remained unvoiced, stifled within her heart. Frankly speaking, while you yearn to uncover his whereabouts, I share that desire. Xiaqi raised her right hand, inhaled deeply from her cigarette, and then shrugged in resignation, stating, I had always believed that he was buried in Marineford. Lowering her hand, she gazed through the smoke and sincerely remarked, to be honest, you may have mistaken the person you seek this time. Although that fellow has lived in my vicinity. To me, he is merely a neighbor. As for the neighbor's fate, I might care a little, but to say that we share a significant bond would be somewhat exaggerated. Wouldn't it? Do not jest, Xiaqi, Sermon retorted, fixing her with a serious stare. Do you think we came here for no reason? While we are unaware of your connection to Shi Zhou, we are well aware of your ties to Rayleigh and his connection to Shi Zhou. Do not presume we are oblivious to everything. Would we have come here otherwise? With a brief pause, Sermon continued, am I correct in what I say? The former king of Amazon Lily, the previous captain of the Kuja pirates, a notorious figure once pursued by Carp, and now a legendary pirate of the seas, Black Spider Xiaqi. What? The revelation struck like a tempest, leaving the younger generation of the daughter's nation in astonishment. They were utterly ignorant of Xiaqi's past, yet many of the elders exhibited expressions of nostalgia. Clearly, it was not just Hancock and others who recognized Xiaqi's true identity. Numerous veterans of the Kuja pirates were also aware. However, even this knowledge did not imply anything definitive. In response to Sermon's acknowledgement of her past, Xiaqi neither nodded nor shook her head. Instead, she calmly regarded Lilith. I have been retired for 40 years, and the Kuja pirates are now a legally sanctioned warlord of the sea by the world government. Strictly speaking, I am merely an elderly woman in the twilight of my years. To be candid, our visit is primarily to locate that old rascal, Rayleigh. Sermon fixed his gaze on Xiaqi, slowly articulating, but who could have anticipated your connections with both Rayleigh and Shi Zhou? Thus, we must trouble you to accompany us. Is this how your world government operates? At that moment, Hancock could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward and gazed at Sherman, her voice low and resolute. Is this how you indiscriminately capture people without reason? Is this truly your belief, or something else? Lilith looked down at Hancock with a bemused expression, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips, and a hint of mockery gracing her features. Do not be so self-important. Warlord, are you truly unaware of our identities? Hancock stared at Lilith, an inexplicable surge of anxiety causing her heart to race. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Her complexion paled as she instinctively took 2 steps back, a sense of precariousness enveloping her. Had it not been for Salome, the enormous python that accompanied her closely, her vulnerable state would have been fully exposed to the members of the Kuja pirates. She had always strived to conceal any sign of weakness from her crew and her people. Thus, bolstered by Salome's presence, she endeavored to straighten her posture and lowered her head, concealing her expression from prying eyes. She should have anticipated this. After all, the emblem representing the celestial dragons was not one that appeared lightly in this world. Its mere presence signified the arrival of the celestial dragons. She had previously refrained from considering this direction due to her inner resistance and subconscious neglect. However, Lilith's deliberate reminder redirected her thoughts to the truth. It seems you have come to understand our identities. Lilith was not surprised by Hancock's reaction upon uncovering the truth. She had witnessed such instances countless times. Yet, she had not anticipated that Hancock, being no ordinary civilian, would exhibit such a profound reaction. It stemmed largely from the haunting shadows of her past, when she had once endured torment at the hands of the celestial dragons. Diverting her gaze from Hancock, an air of impatience settled on Lilith's face. Let us proceed. Xiaqi, if you wish to avoid our intervention, it is best you come forth yourself. With that, she turned and gradually faded from the crowd's view. As expected, Xiaqi did not defy her. After hearing Lilith's unabashedly assertive words, she simply shook her head at Hancock and leaped onto the bow of the warship. The gesture held multiple meanings. Foremost, it was a caution to Hancock not to act impulsively, as she had previously warned that recklessness could jeopardize the Amazon Lily. Additionally, it served as a silent plea not to inform Rayleigh or Shi Zhou, as she did not wish for their involvement to plunge them into peril. Sister, let us return. The warship swiftly distanced itself under the gaze of all present, eventually disappearing beneath the horizon of the sea. At that moment, the oppressive aura stemming from the peculiar warship dissipated entirely. You all return and reassure the citizens. I wish to be alone for a while. A flicker of anguish crossed Hancock's face. She did not turn around. Instead, she issued a command to her 2 younger sisters. Let us return. After contemplating for a moment, the sisters decided it would be best not to disturb their elder sister. Thus, after acquiescing to Hancock's orders, They silently led the members of the Kuja pirates away from the scene. Before long, she was left alone. At that moment, Hancock finally relinquished the facade of unwavering resolve she had maintained, collapsing onto Salome. In truth, aside from the psychological shadows cast by the celestial dragons, she harbored no fear of Shareman and Lilith, even if Lilith was her superior in strength. However, as Shaki had articulated, she was not solitary. She bore the weight of the entire Amazon lily behind her. She could wager her life in a desperate struggle against Lilith. Yet she could not gamble the fate of her entire nation, unable to contend and unwilling to risk it. She felt an overwhelming hatred towards herself for witnessing her savior being taken away. She loathed her powerlessness, resenting the fact that she could not be as formidable as Shichibukai. Despite years of relentless training, her strength had stagnated in recent years, leaving her far from the pinnacle of the world. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug into her skin until blood flowed, and only then did the sharp pain rouse her from her stupor. She stared vacantly at the sea, her dark pupils reflecting a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Do you realize what it means to take me away like this? On the deck of the warship, Shaki displayed no awareness of her status as a prisoner. Instead, she sat comfortably in a chair, smoking and brewing tea as if she and Lilith were of the same stature. Oh, what does it signify? Lilith glanced at Shaki, slowly setting down her coffee cup with a slight smirk. Since you are so wary of Shichibukai to the extent of resorting to hostage-taking, have you not taken the time to truly understand him, to grasp his character? We are certainly aware of his character, but what of it? A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Sherman's eyes as the cold, unfeeling gaze of Shichibukai resurfaced in his memory. That man indeed possessed a chilling detachment. Yet having spent more than half his life alongside you, I refuse to believe he could remain indifferent. As he spoke, he turned to Shaki. Even raising pets evokes some semblance of emotion. How could it be otherwise with a human? Am I not correct? You have misinterpreted my intent, Shaki replied, leisurely lowering her hand that held the cigarette, elegantly extending it into the void. Exhaling a plume of smoke, she slowly remarked, "And capturing me, did you not consider whether, given his capabilities, he might resort to similar actions?" As she spoke, Xiachi raised her gaze for the first time upon boarding the ship. Locking eyes with Lilith and the other person, a flicker of inscrutable emotion dancing in her eyes, perhaps even more fervent than one might imagine. "I trust you shall not lament your actions today. Are you prepared? Ready to embrace the tempest unleashed by the most unhinged individuals in this world?" Xiaqi's calm demeanor bore no hint of menace, yet it undeniably instilled a sense of trepidation within Shareman. Lilith had not truly engaged with Shi Zhou, her understanding remaining superficial. However, Shareman had been in constant interaction with that individual. It dawned on him then that in this world, it is exceedingly challenging to threaten an enemy through their kin or loved ones. For in doing so, one invites reciprocal actions from the adversary. This holds particularly true for the world's pinnacle of strength, where such tactics become utterly futile. Capturing Ace was a genuine means to summon Whitebeard. For the world recognized his character, they knew that he valued his son above all else, which rendered the plan successful. Yet, if the Navy were to seize one of Kaido's subordinates or a child of Charlotte Linlin, would that ever succeed? It was an impossibility upon mere contemplation. And then there was Shi Zhou. He is an individual even more indifferent than Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. At this thought, Shareman felt a sense of self-inflicted regret. Initially, he had not contemplated the matter deeply. His journey to Amazon Lily was merely based on the conjecture that Shichibukai might be present there. However, upon arrival, he discovered otherwise. Without much deliberation, adhering to the customary protocols of the world government, he resolved to apprehend those close to the target when the main individual could not be found, which led to the capture of Shaki. But now, should he take her life? Such foolish behavior is something he would never engage in. This, apart from further provoking Shi Zhou, yields no benefits whatsoever. Released? This is unacceptable, not to mention Lilith. Even the flag fluttering atop the mast and the feet of the celestial dragon on the warship beneath him render such actions impermissible. Damn it! Shareman furrowed his brow in frustration, covering his forehead with his hands, his thumbs pressing against his temples as he continued to rotate them restlessly. In this light, this woman has indeed become a hot potato. Moreover, just as she mentioned, he must tread carefully around that lunatic Shi Zhou. It is essential to recognize that this individual truly has no regard for others as human beings. The Navy, the naval base. In a world teeming with naval bases, it is anyone's guess which one he might choose to visit. Moreover, one must remain vigilant regarding the Shambody Archipelago, the Celestial Dragons, and the CP0 organization dispersed across various nations. merely contemplating this overwhelmed Shareman with a throbbing headache. Had they not captured Shaki, he firmly believes that with Shi Zhou's arrogance, he would never resort to attacking those of lower status. But now, what has transpired? What's the matter, Shareman? Just as Shareman pondered Lilith's position and identity, coupled with a lifetime devoid of setbacks and her lack of acquaintance with Shi Zhou, rendered her incapable of grasping these complexities. She found Shaki's words utterly perplexing. What appeared to be threats to her sounded more like impotent roars, eliciting nothing more than ridicule. Shareman raised his gaze to Lilith, parting his lips as if to utter something, yet no words emerged. It's nothing. With a lack of words, he could only utter this. Was he to confess? I feel uneasy. We should release this woman? Is this not a case of inflating another's ego at the expense of one's own dignity? It is crucial to recognize that he is a celestial dragon, one of the 20 members of the Knights of God. Although his prowess may not place him among the top 3, he certainly ranks 4th. For him to utter such words is nothing short of an affront to the world government, the celestial dragons, and the Knights of God. He embodies the pinnacle of power and strength in this realm. In this world, the winds never cease, especially along the Grand Line. Without it, there would be no grand. Epic maritime routes. As the gentle breeze stirs the bright moon and caresses the morning sun, daybreak heralds the rise of a new day, accompanied by the morning dew. At the break of dawn, Shi Zhou, holding a fishing rod and stooping slightly, arrives at the edge of a cliff on the island. Wearing a straw hat, a floral shirt, and matching floral shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet, he appears not as the formidable force feared by the world government, but rather as a humble commoner, an old man. A fisherman. The moon has just slipped beneath the horizon, and with the tide beginning to rise, it is the perfect moment for fishing. Once settled, Shi Zhou grips the fishing rod with both hands, raises it overhead, and with a powerful flick, casts it forward. With a swift whoosh, the reel spins, releasing line as if a dam had burst. As the hook, weighted by a lead ball, plunges into the churning sea, Shi Zhou hoists the rod with his right hand, while his left firmly grasps the crank of the reel. He gently rotates it until the fishing line is taut, then slowly lowers himself to sit upon the cold, rocky surface. The bait he employs is the wild boar's liver that Shi Zhou brought back yesterday. These wild boars, robust and sturdy, possess livers that are the favored bait of the carnivorous fish inhabiting these waters. As he returned to the shore, nearly 3 weeks had elapsed, and today his spirits were high, a perfect opportunity to indulge in his penchant for fishing. Settling cross-legged, before he could fully relax, his fishing rod abruptly dipped. Simultaneously, the small bell attached to the rod began to ring urgently. Without a second thought, he sprang to his feet, gripping the rod firmly in his right hand and pulling upwards with vigor. His left hand swiftly rotated the reel, retrieving the line with remarkable speed. Thus, time flowed swiftly between his vigorous pulls and releases. As dawn broke, he found himself nearing the end of his fishing endeavor. Bathed in the golden light that pierced the world, he gripped the rod with both hands and heaved upwards with all his strength. A magnificent fish. Its body a deep black yet shimmering with golden hues due to the morning light and the sea, was pulled ashore by him. At that very moment, as if drawn by the scent, an otter emerged from the thicket behind him, standing upright. The otter, resembling a human, not only walked on 2 legs but donned attire identical to that of the fisherman, complete with a straw hat and flip-flops. The otter, having witnessed the entire process of the fish being caught, raised its paws above its head, shielding its eyes, fixated on the gleaming fish in the morning sun, and swallowed hard. It hastened its steps, swiftly ascending the cliff to stand beside him. Chirp, 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 it exclaimed, pointing at the fish that flopped on the smooth stones while hastily lowering its backpack. Well, what luck. I did not anticipate catching a fish so quickly today. The fisherman, eyeing the thrashing fish, approached and delivered a decisive blow to its head. After standing up and catching his breath, he proudly declared to the otter, "This Black Sea bream is ample for our breakfast." The world of One Piece, after all, is a realm with an ocean far more expansive than that of his previous life. The fish here not only exhibit a greater variety, but also boast impressive sizes. For instance, the Black Sea bream that was rendered unconscious by a single punch from Shi Zhou, which in a previous life would have measured a mere 30 centimeters, has astonishingly reached a length of 1.5 meters in this realm. Moreover, this is not even the largest Black Sea bream that Shi Zhou has ever caught. The two of them busily toiled under the morning light until the sun fully ascended above the horizon. Only then did they clean the magnificent fish, placing it upon the grill, leisurely basking in the warm sunlight while sipping tea and coffee, allowing themselves to unwind. Chi, on the other hand, had not accompanied Shi Zhou as she was busy preparing the charcoal in the grill. Over the years, Jiu has been thoroughly assimilated by Shi Zhou. Not only does he exhibit human-like behavior, but his dietary preferences have also aligned with those of humans. Being an otter by nature, he has an undeniable fondness for fish, with his utmost favorite being the Black Sea bream. The fish, marinated with a variety of exclusive seasonings crafted by Shi Zhou, and then grilled over charcoal before being brushed with a glossy layer of coconut oil, is utterly irresistible and tantalizing to behold. Upon tasting, it reveals a delightful contrast of crispy exterior and tender interior, offering a sweetness and flavor that reaches unparalleled heights. Consequently, each time Shi Zhou sets out to fish, Jiu is always the most enthusiastic participant. Jiu, is there any news from the outside world? Shi Zhou inquired, lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip. Directing his question to Jiu, who was stationed by the grilled fish. Typically, Jiu's subordinates do not appear before them. They inhabit a different territory on the opposite side of the island, facing the calm belt. Although the area occasionally witnesses the passage of sea kings, it is precisely because of these formidable creatures that schools of fish are often driven out of the windless zone. The otters merely need to wait there, and an unending supply of food will be readily available, eliminating any possibility of famine. Naturally, caution must be exercised regarding the sea kings lurking behind the fish schools. After all, these creatures care little for one's origin. Should one venture beyond the land into the ocean, they become prey. Before Shi Zhou arrived, the otters had been engaged in a constant battle of wits and strength with the sea kings. Despite the abundance of food over countless years, the population of their kind has remained stagnant due to the vast disparity in individual strength. This may very well be the wisdom of nature. It does not allow any creature to dominate the vastness of the ocean. Of course, this excludes humanity. Since the arrival of Shi Zhou and the rise of Qiu, the otter population has flourished like a rising tide. Take the sea kings, for instance. They were once the nightmares of the otters, but now they have become their sustenance. Upon their arrival, they are swiftly dealt with by Qiu. Qiu himself does not consume them, as the flesh of the sea kings is rather unpalatable, tough, and devoid of sweetness, consisting purely of muscle. While it is undeniably firm, it lacks the tenderness he prefers, which he finds in the fish caught by Shi Zhou. With the threat of the sea kings eliminated, the otters have burgeoned on the opposite side of the island as if freed from their natural predators. The otters now completely dominate that side of the island. Moreover, due to Qiu's influence, they seem to have evolved, giving rise to many otters with rudimentary intelligence. These enlightened otters have become the vanguard of their community, significantly elevating their collective status. When Shi Zhou departed from his dwelling, he encountered one of Qiu's subordinates, which led to the current inquiry. Qiu paused momentarily, as if struck by a memory, then swiftly turned around and retrieved several newspapers from a nearby basket. He unfolded one, pulling out a sheet the size of an A4 paper, and approached Shi Zhou, dramatically tearing the paper apart and facing him with a loud exclamation. "Is this a bounty notice?" Shi Zhou raised his eyes to the bounty poster before him, which bore his likeness. To be honest, he looked quite striking. The cold, dark pupils were adorned with flickering red arcs, and his sharply defined features could easily lead one to mistake him for a world-renowned star rather than a criminal. His jet black hair was tied back with a dark strip of cloth, adding a touch of heroism to his austere visage. Yet, what captured the most attention was not his appearance, but rather his aura. Clad entirely in black, even his weapon, he resembled a grim reaper emerging from the shadows. If one disregarded his looks, the ominous clouds behind him and his dark attire inspired endless reverie. However, the greatest sense of pressure emanated not from the image itself, but from the staggering bounty amount stated below. It was an exaggerated figure, 5,044,444,000. Staring at this bounty, Shi Zhou momentarily lost his train of thought. Was the world government truly intent on his demise, driven to madness? They had made his bounty the highest in the world at this moment. And what did the 4444 signify? Was it an attempt to curse him into an early grave? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he mentally scoffed. If he recalled correctly, Whitebeard's bounty was merely 5 billion, and it seemed he had surpassed that by a significant margin. Contemplating this, Shi Zhou reached up to stroke his chin. The world government never bestows bounties in whole numbers. Even Roger's 5 billion was appended with an additional 6480. Thus, Whitebeard's bounty is not simply 5 billion, but rather 5 billion and some myriad. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. As for the exact figure, Shi Zhou could not recall. After all these years, while the world is well aware of Whitebeard's exorbitant bounty, few have truly delved into the specifics of what it entails. The other emperors are similarly enigmatic. Nevertheless, at this moment, his bounty remains the highest in the world, especially given that Whitebeard has passed away. The other 4 emperors stand at Kaido with 4.6 billion, Charlotte Linlin at 4.3 billion, and Shanks seemingly at 4 billion. Just then, Giorgio's loud call interrupted Shi Zhou's reverie. He lifted his gaze to meet Giorgio's worried eyes and chuckled. "Fear not, you are well aware of my capabilities. In this world, unless I seek my own demise, no one can take my life." Giorgio, clearly unconvinced, persisted. Shi Zhou took the newspaper from Giorgio's hands, nodding as he spread it across his lap. "I shall refrain from overexerting myself in the future. This was merely an accident. Moreover, after this incident, I can genuinely assert that no one can slay me." Giorgio, however, was not about to let Shi Zhou off so easily. He had long wished to admonish him. Had it not been for Shi Zhou's decision to venture into Mary Geos with his subordinates to dig tunnels before the war at the summit, he could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited Shi Zhou. The mere thought of this incited even greater anger within him. Chirp, 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 pointing at the bounty notice. He raised his voice on the platform, unleashing the words that had been bottled up within him for so long. Yet Shi Zhou merely listened in silence, exhibiting neither impatience nor aversion. Instead, his eyes brimmed with tenderness. This must be the sensation of being cared for. He is relishing it. Sea Garden History, July 12, 1520. This day is destined to be etched into the annals of pirate history for ages to come. Yet, in the subsequent 3 weeks, another piece of news emerged that was equally significant. This time, it was not a matter of great import, but rather a rare instance where the world government, with unprecedented decisiveness, set a single individual's bounty at the pinnacle. Those who had merely observed the events of the Marineford War through broadcasts were astonished by the bounty placed on Shi Zhou, not necessarily due to his prowess, but rather at the audacity of the world government to extend such a substantial reward to an obscure figure. Only those who had endured the turmoil of the Marineford War could fathom the oppressive terror that underpinned this bounty. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless for an extended period. Even Shanks himself was taken aback. He had never believed that Shi Zhou could survive the full frontal assault of the 3 admirals, Sengoku and Garp, along with all the forces of the world government. The trajectory of the battle unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Despite the chaos and intensity of the conflict, the duration was far too brief. He had made his own calculations. Even he, without the assistance of his comrades, would have found it impossible to endure such a scenario. What more could be said of someone he did not even know, like Shi Zhou? Yet, reality often delights in delivering unexpected twists. Gazing at the bounty notice in his hand, fixated on the photograph it bore, Shanks's eyes reflected an unprecedented gravity. After the battle, the Navy had taken measures to surround the island. Once they departed, they completely sealed off the surrounding seas of Marineford. He had assumed that the Navy, unwilling to accept defeat and harboring resentment, sought to trouble the pirates in that region. However, it has now become abundantly clear that he was mistaken. The Navy was not hunting for pirates. Rather, they were in pursuit of this individual known as Shi Zhou, now infamously dubbed the Demon. How formidable must this individual be to instill such trepidation in the world government, that he is bestowed with the moniker of a demon and offered a bounty merely 1.56 million berries less than Whitebeard's. Alas, what a tumultuous time we are in. Shanks let out a sigh, casting aside the bounty notice for Shi Zhou, and grasped a bottle from a nearby crate, tilting his head back to take a hearty swig. The current state of affairs in the New World has devolved into chaos following Whitebeard's demise, compounded by the antics of Blackbeard and his crew. The mere thought of Shi Zhou potentially entering the fray fills Shanks with a sense of dread. However, this discomfort is fleeting. He is no ordinary individual, but rather one of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World. The previous stability he sought to maintain was predicated on awaiting Luffy's arrival. Now that he has finally laid eyes on Luffy, the necessity for stability has dissipated. If that is the case, let chaos reign, paving the way for the emergence of someone truly capable of restoring tranquility to these waters. He hopes that this individual will be none other than Luffy himself. Of course, when the moment calls for it, he is not averse to becoming the final stepping stone beneath that throne, or even ascending to it himself. The shock is not confined to the red-haired pirates or Shanks alone. It extends to the Blackbeard pirates, who have clashed with Shi Zhou. Their astonishment is eclipsed by a profound sense of horror and rage. They are terrified due to their conflicts with Shi Zhou. It is worth noting that during the Marineford War, they distinctly heard Shi Zhou's blade strike a deal with Whitebeard before piercing his flesh. This agreement pertained to Blackbeard. Given that it involves Blackbeard, it implicates their very own crew. After all, they have now become a cohesive unit, and even if they wish to part ways, no one would consent. That individual managed to survive under such dire circumstances, evading capture and escaping unscathed. What spectacle would unfold if such a fellow were to seek them out? Contemplating this, even the members of the Blackbeard pirates, who typically exhibit an audacious fearlessness, find themselves shrouded in a subtle shadow of trepidation. As for Blackbeard himself, his heart is predominantly consumed by fury. After lurking in the shadows for years and acquiring the dark fruit, he had meticulously orchestrated his plans, only to be thwarted at the very threshold by time's vessel. No one can easily let go of this matter. Although a deeper understanding of Shi Zhou's strength has instilled a greater sense of caution, he himself is not incapable of progress. In this world, brimming with formidable devil fruits, he could hardly believe that such a person could truly be invincible. Just wait. With a swift motion, he crushed the neck of the individual before him, whether a pirate, a marine, or merely a bounty hunter. Blackbeard, with a flick of his right hand, discarded the lifeless body as one would throw away refuse, before striding grimly into the towering castle, now engulfed in flames. After departing from Marineford, they ventured directly into the New World, contending with Marco and others for the territories of the Whitebeard pirates, while simultaneously seeking out those endowed with the powers of the devil fruits. Their arrival at this location today was driven by the knowledge that the king of this nation was indeed the potent wielder of a devil fruit they sought. Amazon Lily. Rayleigh sat cross-legged on the shore, his head bowed, a bottle of liquor beside him, lost in thought. At that moment, Luffy came rushing from behind, shouting excitedly, "Old man! Old man! The bounty for the captain has been announced. This chapter is not yet concluded. Kindly click on the next page to continue reading." To be honest, upon glimpsing the bounty placed on Shi Zhou, even the usually carefree Luffy was taken aback. This amounts to a staggering 5 billion. Such a substantial bounty. And since he set sail, he has never heard of it. Rayleigh first took a swig from a nearby bottle before turning to accept the bounty notice handed to him by Luffy. Upon unfolding it, the familiar visage of Shi Zhou was vividly revealed. Unlike in their usual encounters, the image of Shi Zhou appeared more mature, handsome, and undeniably powerful, exuding an air of detachment. As for the figure below, Rayleigh found it somewhat reasonable. Although it differed slightly from his expectations, the discrepancy was not significant. Given Shi Zhou's displayed prowess and his animosity toward the world government, now that his identity had been unveiled, the government would no longer conceal him. They would aim to expose Shi Zhou fully to the world's gaze to expedite his capture. Thus, this bounty was not genuinely intended for his assassination. However, in such a vast world, should someone possess the capability to accept the bounty and eliminate Shi Zhou, it would indeed be a remarkably profitable venture for the world government and the Navy. After all, for a government with abundant resources, matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. "Uncle, Mr. Shi Zhou is your disciple as well, isn't he?" Rayleigh had just set down the bounty when he was met with Luffy's sparkling eyes. Luffy's exuberant enthusiasm momentarily caught Rayleigh off guard, but after glancing at Shi Zhou's photograph, he swiftly deduced the reason behind it. After a moment of contemplation, Rayleigh met Luffy's eager gaze and nodded. "If you aspire to be as formidable as he is, then you must take this seriously from now on." MHM, MHM, MHM. Luffy pounded his chest confidently, assuring, "I won't be outdone by anyone." In truth, Luffy has always yearned to seek out Ace and his companions, yet the events of the Marineford War illuminated the inadequacies of his own strength. Consequently, he consented to Rayleigh's training regimen. Initially, he harbored little enthusiasm. Unlike in the original narrative, he did not succumb to despair following Ace's demise. However, upon encountering the bounty notice for Shichibukai, his fervor was instantly reignited. If Shichibukai could achieve it, he was confident he could too. Rayleigh refrained from searching for Shuki, fully aware that such an endeavor at this moment would only lead to unpredictable consequences, potentially worsening the situation. After all, it was not the Marines who apprehended Shuki, but the world government. The Marines would still be wary of his power, fearing retaliation, but the world government was indifferent. Their sole concern was the outcome, disregarding the lives lost in the process. Indeed, even if he were to search for her, he would find nothing. It was certain that if the world government captured Shuki, they would not hand her over to the Marines or confine her and impel down. With her absent from Marine custody, It was impossible to ascertain where she might be held. It could be Mariehua, or perhaps in any kingdom within this world, until the world government made their actions public. He had no target to pursue for her rescue. Naturally, he did not endeavor to locate Shichibukai either. He was fully aware of Shichibukai's whereabouts, having previously crossed to the other side and encountered Chuchu. The world government's capture of Shuki was merely a fortuitous occurrence, not a deliberate act. Their arrival was undoubtedly to seek out Shichibukai. However, due to his coincidental visit to Marine headquarters alongside Luffy, their paths diverged, resulting in the world government seizing Shuki. Based on his understanding of the world government, they would not act against Shuki until Shichibukai was found. After all, if they were to eliminate Shuki, they would lose their leverage over Shichibukai. Thus, the longer Shichibukai remained unaware of this news, the better. Although Shichibukai's abilities had been refined during the Marineford War, they had yet to reach a level where he could disregard the world government entirely. During this interval, Rayleigh believed that Shichibukai would devise a means to further enhance his power. He remained uncertain about the workings of Shichibukai's abilities, but it was evident from the Marineford War that he likely absorbed the haki of others to strengthen himself. Given the necessity of haki, the new world presented the most promising prospects, as only there could he encounter a sufficient number of haki-wielding adversaries to serve as his quarry. Just as Rayleigh had surmised, Shichibukai was indeed preparing to venture into the new world. This moment occurred a week after he had seen the bounty notice. It was not that he was reluctant to depart at once. Rather, the waters had only just recently been fully liberated. On the other side, within a natural harbor, a modest 20-meter-long, 6-meter-wide sailing vessel was anchored. Along the shore, a group of otters was methodically transporting supplies. Not far from the shore, beside a cliff, Shichibukai and Chuchu were engaged in a heated argument, with the distant sound of Chuchu's loud protests contrasting with Shichibukai's calm reassurances. I am going this time to take a life, and with that comes danger. If I were to take you along, what if something were to go awry? Chuchu exclaimed loudly. Before Shi Zhou could finish his words, Jiao interrupted loudly, extending his hand to pat his chest forcefully twice. The gesture seemed to convey a message. I am not a weakling. I am capable of assisting you. Indeed, Jiao was no feeble being. His physique was not smaller than that of an ordinary human. Yet, it was essential to consider whom he was comparing himself against. On this journey to the new world, Shi Zhou would encounter formidable figures, far beyond the trifling characters of the paradise. If all went as expected, the world government would undoubtedly take notice of him. At that point, he would not be facing mere small fry, but rather Sherman and the admirals. In the eyes of Sherman and his ilk, Jiao would merely be an ordinary otter, easily crushed at their whim. Should Shi Zhou find himself besieged and inadvertently overlook Jiao, it would undoubtedly become a regret that haunted him for the rest of his life. However, it was evident that Jiao's perspective would not align with Shi Zhou's. What had Jiao's years of effort been for? On one hand, it was to establish himself within his community and lead them to greatness. On the other hand, it was undeniably also for Shi Zhou. Now, he believed his strength was sufficient to venture into the seas and aid Shi Zhou. Thus, he could not heed Shi Zhou's counsel in the slightest. Seeing Jiao's determination, Shi Zhou pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to compromise and acquiesce. After all, Jiao's prowess could no longer be restrained by this island, even if Shi Zhou forbade him. One day, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the ambitions within his heart, yearning for the outside world, and would leave this place. In that case, it would be better to accompany Shi Zhou from the outset. Though following him might invite trouble, it would also mitigate many unnecessary dangers. Jiao, in terms of human years, was akin to a child still in the throes of growth. Their encounter marked a decade, 10 years of age, a time brimming with insatiable curiosity. He could not be confined. An incessant demand would only intensify his inner resistance, further inflaming his gradually rebellious spirit. Shi Zhou did not wish for Jiao's hard-won tranquility to revert to savagery. After all, this world was far from benevolent. If darkness was to be faced, it would be preferable for Jiao to follow him, allowing Shi Zhou himself to guide him into the shadows. All right. I'm truly exasperated with you, Shi Zhou said, smoothing down Jiao's tousled hair with his hand, then playfully tugging at his face, adding with a smile. Come on, show me a smile. Isn't it good that I'm allowing you to accompany me? Humph. Jiao huffed, swatting Shi Zhou's hands away and rubbing his cheeks. Oh. You've grown up and are starting to resist now. As Jiao's unruly fur gradually settled, Shi Zhou, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, teased him again. Then, He sobered and said, "However, if you are to join me in the New World, we must agree on certain terms." Upon hearing Shi Zhou's words, Jiuzhou promptly straightened his posture, the impatience on his face vanished, and he regarded Shi Zhou with a similar seriousness, resembling a schoolboy facing a reprimanding teacher. "As for ordinary pirates, I impose no demands upon you. You may act as you wish, even if it involves the four emperors. As long as I am here, you need harbor no concerns. However, upon encountering the navy and the world government, you must promptly retreat to the sea, even if pirates are aware of his high bounty. The likelihood of them uniting is minimal, and Shi Zhou would never grant them the opportunity to collaborate. To him, within the New World, unless the four emperor crews can join, no one can impede him at this moment." With Shi Zhou's words settling, Jiuzhou exuberantly began to list his conditions. "Indeed, killing is permissible." Jiuzhou: "Yes. Engaging in combat with strong adversaries is allowed." Jiuzhou: "Indeed. Drinking is permissible." As these words left his mouth, Shi Zhou paused in surprise before swiftly responding, "That is unacceptable. Did you not exclusively consume coffee? Why the sudden desire for alcohol?" Jiuzhou: "A true man cannot perpetually indulge in beverages meant for girls. Where did such an idea originate?" Shi Zhou scrutinized Jiuzhou for a considerable time, until Jiuzhou displayed an embarrassed expression, prompting him to speak. "Very well. It seems you have genuinely matured. On the ocean, drinking is not necessarily a vice." With Shi Zhou's acquiescence, Jiuzhou straightened, his face illuminating with joy. Seemingly reminded of something, he lowered his head and, in a fleeting moment, extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the concept of alcohol was not foreign to him. He had likely indulged long before, merely refraining from doing so in Shi Zhou's presence. For ordinary pirates, the Grand Line is akin to hell. The weather here is capricious and exceedingly tumultuous, often stirring up towering waves. Typically, pirates venturing to the Sabeti archipelago find themselves losing more than half of their crew to the treacherous elements along the journey. Should fortune be unkind, they may be entirely consumed by nature, their dreams submerged in the depths, never to see the light of day again. However, for the formidable, this hellish expanse is merely an obstacle. No matter how fierce the tempest, they can rely on their own strength and courage to navigate through. For Shi Zhou and Jiuzhou, this is even less daunting. After all, neither possesses supernatural abilities, yet their strength is ample, and their swimming prowess is unquestionable. Thus, what others perceive as the hellish Grand Line appears to them as nothing more than a small lake with slightly larger waves, an opportunity for amusement. Once they departed from the shore, the Black Pearl, under Jiuzhou's adept steering, sped towards the Sabeti archipelago. The name of their vessel, the Black Pearl, was chosen rather haphazardly by Shi Zhou, as he struggled to conjure a more fitting title. Yet, this name holds echoes of his past, does it not? A tribute to a life now lost. Shi Zhou remains uncertain, only knowing that it was the first name that came to mind when pondering the ship's identity. Jiuzhou. As the Black Pearl burst forth from the stormy region, Jiuzhou's excited cries echoed. They had finally encountered other souls. On the center deck, Shi Zhou reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely perusing a storybook to alleviate the tedium of their journey. Jiuzhou, who had seldom left the shore, was, of course, captivated by the allure of the sea. Shi Zhou once shared that fervor, but as his voyages accumulated, that passion gradually waned, giving way to a serene acceptance. Prolonged time at sea can even induce a sense of restlessness. In this vast expanse, where the horizon is merely an endless stretch of sea and sky, the chance of two vessels crossing paths is exceedingly slim unless one party deliberately awaits along the trade routes, akin to a long-lost friend reuniting in a foreign land. In the distance, pirates sailing in the same direction as the Black Pearl spotted the ship and rejoiced. However, their elation was tempered by a more primal excitement and greed. "Captain, we've spotted a small sailboat flying no flags. It could be a merchant vessel from nearby waters. Should we approach?" The pirate who spoke bore a fearsome countenance. Yet he hunched slightly, his expression one of obsequiousness directed at a larger, more imposing figure. Galileo Mundo reclined on an enormous sofa, indulging in the massages of two exquisite beauties, momentarily oblivious to the words of his subordinate. "What did you say?" he inquired. "We've discovered a small sailboat flying no flags." Galileo Mundo was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly opened his eyes wide. He forcefully pushed aside the two lovely ladies who had been massaging him, straightened his back, and fixed his gaze intently on his subordinate. "You say you've spotted a ship?" "Indeed." Kodo nodded eagerly, peering at the captain, whose towering presence surpassed his own, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It appears to be a merchant vessel." Only a merchant ship would sail without any flag. As he spoke, he greedily licked his lips. We are on the verge of reaching the Shambadi archipelago, renowned for hosting the finest auction house along the Grand Line. Moreover, as the final island leading to the New World, it gathers all manner of treasures from across the globe. Whatever you desire can be procured there. With the supplies from this merchant vessel and the riches we have plundered along the way, we may very well acquire the devil fruit that you have long coveted, Captain. Come, let us go and take a look. Galileo Mundo rose to his feet, grasped the large axe beside him, hoisting it above his head and resting it on his shoulder as he stepped out of the cabin. Upon emerging, he took the telescope from his subordinate's hands and scrutinized the Black Pearl with utmost seriousness before issuing the command to approach. Galileo Mundo was not a reckless fool, charging at any ship he encountered. Now that he had arrived, he was armed with both strength and wisdom. He understood that these waters were not solely inhabited by naval forces and pirates, but also by countless bounty hunters eager for their heads. After a careful examination, he confirmed that the Black Pearl was indeed a merchant vessel and not a faude crafted by some formidable adversary. Having been at sea for so long, he had encountered various types of ships, and his fundamental judgment was far from flawed. It must be said that this individual was indeed prudent, just as Galileo Mundo suspected. The Black Pearl had once belonged to a merchant guild. Unfortunately, the guild had encountered misfortune, leaving the ship abandoned in an old man's coating factory, resulting in it becoming the current vessel of the time. Naturally, given the Black Pearl's size, it could not serve as the main ship. It was merely an auxiliary vessel of a vast merchant fleet. However, even as an auxiliary ship, one could not deny its identity as a merchant vessel rather than a warship. How intriguing! Observing that the opposing ship had approached without any action on his part, a hint of interest flickered across the aged visage of the old man. I hope you have enough men. It had been a month. Maintaining the frailty of his elderly form, a full month had elapsed. This state is exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to a rusted robot, where every movement feels cumbersome and even walking becomes a laborious task. The vigor of the day is utterly dismal. Yet now, if only there are enough people, he can completely revert to his youthful state, returning to his zenith. As the distance narrows, the pirates have fully discerned the entirety of the Black Pearl. They also realize that only Shi Zhou is aboard. Given the depth to which the ship is submerged, it is evident that its cargo must be substantial. Consequently, the closer they draw, the more their excitement mounts. Haha, Captain, who would have thought we would encounter such a grand prize here? Before the ship even makes contact, a pirate, unable to contain his eagerness, leans against the railing and leaps from the vessel towards the Black Pearl, laughing maniacally as he descends. Amidst his cackles, it seems as if the Black Pearl already belongs to them. The instant he lands, he faces Shi Zhou, raising his blade high. Old man, whether you're fortunate or unfortunate, encountering us here signifies that your time has come to an end. Come to an end? Shi Zhou does not glance at the pirate who has landed to his left. Instead, he first raises his hand, shaking it at Chiochio, then lifts his gaze skyward, towards Galileo Mundo. Upon recognizing Galileo's visage, a sinister smile gradually unfurls upon his aged countenance. Galileo Mundo, perplexed, looks down at Shi Zhou, and within him, a flicker of hesitation unexpectedly arises. He has slain many ordinary old men like Shi Zhou. Each one fell with a single blow, unable even to utter a scream. No, that's not right. The moment their eyes meet, Shi Zhou's icy stare reveals something amiss, and Galileo's heartbeat begins to falter. No, it cannot be. Although he has dispatched many old men, he has also encountered individuals with a presence akin to Shi Zhou's, figures of significant stature. Why are you not afraid? Not afraid of me? As the realization dawns upon Galileo Mundo that he is in the presence of someone formidable, his eyes rapidly become bloodshot. Unwilling to accept that he has encountered someone beyond his means, he bellows a command to his subordinates. Kill him. Old man, the captain has given the order. Behind Shi Zhou, the fierce visage of the pirate now bears an expression of grotesque ferocity. He dashes forward, appearing instantly behind Shi Zhou, lifting his blade to strike mercilessly at the back of Shi Zhou's neck. There is no other choice. I must ask you to die? The descending blade cleaved through the fetters of the air, emitting a faint, delicate chime. Fixated on the nape of Shi Zhou, the pirate's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as if in the next moment he would witness the familiar sight of a severed head tumbling to the ground, blood spraying forth. The pirates aboard the ship, each displaying varying expressions of calm, excitement, or fervor, all directed their gaze towards the Black Pearl. Though their visages differed, The insatiable greed in their eyes was universally shared. Yet, as the pirates reveled in their anticipation, the surrounding fabric of time and space quietly began to shift. Unbeknownst to them, this maritime expanse suddenly fell into an eerie stillness, as if severed from reality and exiled by time, entering a realm that had seemingly been paused. Shi Zhou did not glance back at the pirates. Instead, he lifted his feet, step by step, treading upon the void as though he were genuinely ascending a staircase, gradually making his way toward the pirate ship. With each upward stride, his body underwent a profound transformation. First, his once stooped back straightened with the ascent. Then, his physique, akin to a sun-dried salted fish tossed into water, gradually swelled with vitality. Moreover, his hair transitioned from a lifeless pallor to a shade of gray. By the time Shi Zhou truly stood upon the railing of the pirate ship, his once frail frame had become erect, rejuvenated, shedding the semblance of a man on the brink of the grave. Had it not been witnessed with one's own eyes, none would believe that the elderly figure, teetering on the edge of mortality, could, in a mere heartbeat, regain a semblance of youth, appearing a decade younger. Ah, what bliss! Shi Zhou straightened his posture, raised his arms, and indulged in a grand stretch, as the bones of his body crackled and popped like sizzling beans in a pan. The sound resonated as if heralding his return, akin to the crackle of fireworks in his honor. In that moment, the surrounding space and time reverted to their original state. The wind continued to blow, and the waves persisted, yet the boisterous clamor of pirates had vanished. As the breeze swept by, the bodies of the pirates shimmered like reflections in water, first creating ripples, then abruptly disappearing from sight. All that remained were their swords and garments, the sole testament to their fleeting existence. You, Galileo Mundo, stood astonished before the suddenly materialized Shi Zhou. Who are you? You inquired, bewildered. Me? Shi Zhou bent down slowly, legs curved. I am but the old man you ordered to be killed. Old man? Gripping the axe handle with his right hand, Galileo's gaze flickered over Shi Zhou towards the black pearl. No, it cannot be. How could you have changed so drastically? As he genuinely failed to locate the old man, Galileo shook his head vigorously. When his eyes scanned the spot where his subordinate had leapt from the ship, his heart clenched as if gripped by an unseen hand, causing his breath to quicken. What are you waiting for? Kill him. The burgeoning fear within him propelled his arm to raise the axe towards Shi Zhou, his voice resonating with urgency. After a brief pause, noticing the absence of any response behind him, Galileo slowly became aware of something amiss. Why not turn around and take a look? Shi Zhou suggested, intrigued by the towering figure before him. What? Look at what? Galileo Mundo's eyes fixated on Shi Zhou, bloodshot and wide with dread. The thought of his missing subordinate aboard the Black Pearl sent chills coursing through him. He dared not turn, as if a monstrous entity lurked behind, poised to devour him the moment he glanced back. Well, I won't turn around. In light of you being the captain of the first pirate crew I encountered, I shall permit you to state your name. At this juncture, Mundo had entirely resigned himself to the realization that he had misjudged the situation and had inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Though uncertain whether this individual was indeed the old man from before, and perplexed by the inexplicable events that had just transpired, it was undeniable that this bizarre scene was intrinsically linked to him. He offered no reply to Shi Zhou, his hands gripping the axe handle tightly, resembling a cat with bristled fur, brimming with an instinctual desire to attack. His brown pupils constricted to mere pinpoints, fixated intently on Shi Zhou, as if ready to erupt at any moment. How utterly mundane. Shi Zhou's gaze upon Galileo Mundo swiftly diminished, transforming from curiosity to a chilling detachment. He lowered his eyelids, no longer regarding Galileo Mundo, and then, lost in his own thoughts, leaped down from the railing and made his way toward the cabin. In this world of pirates, although each possesses a distinct personality, the majority are never lacking in courage. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, they refuse to contemplate surrender. Galileo Mundo is one such individual. Thus, upon sensing his emotions, Shi Zhou refrained from further dialogue. As Shi Zhou's gaze departed from Galileo Mundo, an invisible force approached him. Consequently, he maintained his aggressive posture, poised to unleash fury, yet he found himself rendered immobile. Momentarily halting as he passed by Galileo Mundo, Shi Zhou resumed his stride. With each step, it felt as though two realms existed. Shi Zhou's body gradually regained some vitality, while Galileo Mundo, akin to all those Shi Zhou had slain in this world, was swept away by the gusts stirred by Shi Zhou's passage, twisting and vanishing like a phantom. The sound of a colossal axe striking the ground echoed across the vast expanse of the sea. If the Nameless wished to remain unknown, so be it. After all, Shi Zhou had no desire to learn his name, for far too many had succumbed beneath his blade. Those with names were plentiful, easily found. His brief encounter with Galileo Mondo was merely as he stated. They were the first pirate crew he encountered after setting sail. Nothing more. "Captain, you've returned so soon." Creak. The ancient wooden door slowly swung open, awakening those within the cabin. As always, two scantily clad women stood up at the moment the door opened, welcoming their captain. Their master, back. After a brief pause, the two women curiously lifted their heads. "Who are you?" Upon discovering that it was not their captain but an unfamiliar middle-aged man, the two women instinctively stepped back, swiftly drawing daggers from behind, their expressions filled with wariness. The cabin was spacious, reminiscent of a bar. It was evident that this was a place where the pirates congregated. Shi Zhou paid no heed to the two women, instead surveying the panoramic view of the cabin before making his way to the right, where a staircase led downwards. Presumably, the pirates' treasures lay beneath. Since he had already dispatched the pirates, it was only fitting to thoroughly claim their wealth as well. Shi Zhou was not malevolent to the extent of disregarding the need for payment when it came to meals or purchases. Once Shi Zhou had completely vanished into the cabin, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and promptly began to stride towards the exit. Upon exiting the cabin, they were met with a scene of scattered clothing and weapons strewn across the ground, yet no sign of life was to be found. This sight filled the two with perplexity, leaving them frozen in place. The unknown is a profoundly terrifying prospect, much like the current moment. Although the sea breeze was gentle, it enveloped them with a chilling cold, as if it had descended from the poles. In this state, should no one intervene, it is believed that they will inevitably succumb to despair in the next moment. At that juncture, a water otter, adorned in a floral shirt and bearing a sheathed knife, leapt elegantly from the side of the boat and landed upon the deck. The sudden appearance of this creature instantly shattered the impending collapse of the two women's hearts and captivated their attention. "What on earth are you?" they exclaimed in unison. The otter, perplexed, gestured towards itself as if to inquire, "Are you speaking of me?" "Indeed, it is you," replied the woman on the left, her tone inadvertently elevated, perhaps due to the realization that she was addressing an animal. "You beast, have you seen our Captain Mundo?" "Beast?" The word echoed simultaneously in the minds of the otter and Shi Zhou. Unlike the otter's confusion, Shi Zhou's response was far more pronounced. He set down the gold coins in his hand, lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the thick deck, landing directly upon the woman who spoke. Without a moment's hesitation, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flickered in his narrowed eyes. After executing this action, he bent down once more, cheerfully retrieving the coins. Shi Zhou harbored a disdain for paper currency. Although convenient, it did not offer the same shimmering satisfaction as gleaming gold coins. As he stepped out of the cabin once again, a substantial bundle had appeared upon his back. The pirates, diligent in their unscrupulous endeavors along the way, had amassed a considerable fortune through their acts of plunder and violence. These treasures, as estimated by Shi Zhou, conservatively exceed 67 million. Although this may not seem like a substantial amount, it is quite reasonable when considering the size of such a pirate crew and the necessity to support so many individuals. After all, why do pirates plunder wealth? Is it not for the sake of indulgence and enjoyment? This pirate crew has managed to amass such a considerable fortune, which can certainly be deemed as frugality. Not every pirate crew can boast of the same fortune as Luffy and his companions. Throughout their journey, they have encountered numerous significant events, each yielding vast wealth. Furthermore, the size of the crew varies, as do their standards of expenditure. Overall, Shi Zhou is exceedingly content with their situation. The money was sufficient for him and Jujuan to indulge for a considerable time. On the deck, only Jujuan remained, the presence of the two women now absent. Casting a glance at the scant garments left on the ground, Shi Zhou's expression revealed no sign of change. Since they sought death themselves, he could not blame others. Initially, Shi Zhou believed that these two defenseless women were mere slaves aboard the vessel, which is why he refrained from eliminating them at the first opportunity. However, upon entering the cabin, he realized his error. Judging by their demeanor, even if they had once been slaves, they had now transformed into thorough pirates. Nevertheless, having spared them earlier, Shi Zhou felt no inclination to act against them, thus choosing to disregard their presence. Yet, having already escaped from hell, they willingly chose to return. This time, Shi Zhou did not spare them. The term beast greatly repulsed Shi Zhou, especially when it was directed at Jiao. Upon seeing Shi Zhou emerge, Jiao hurried forward. He first pointed at the garments strewn across the ground, then raised his eyes to Shi Zhou, chattering away. Ha. Shi Zhou chuckled, then extended his right hand to gently pat Jiujiu's head. Jiujiu was no mere mindless creature. He was my companion. There was no need to concern ourselves with them. Nameless individuals are not worthy of your entanglement. After comforting Jiujiu, the two departed from the pirate ship and returned to the Black Pearl. Before long, the Black Pearl set sail once more, swiftly heading towards its predetermined destination. Meanwhile, the stationary pirate ship, like countless others adrift upon the vast ocean, had become nothing more than a solitary leaf upon the water after the loss of its crew. If fortune smiled upon it, perhaps one day it would, like its predecessors, become a legend, a ghost ship that instilled fear in the hearts of many. On the main deck of the Black Pearl, Jiujiu gazed at the scattered gold coins and various golden trinkets strewn across the deck, his fuzzy face radiating joy. Even though he had spent most of his life on the other side since birth, he understood the allure of wealth. With money, he could acquire anything he desired. Jiujiu. He glanced left and right, and at that moment, he resembled a child who had just discovered a treasure trove, eventually lying entirely atop the pile of gold coins. Observing Jiujiu's joyous demeanor, a subtle smile curved at the corners of Shi Zhou's lips. Jiujiu, however, just as he set down his teacup and reached for a book to resume reading, Jiujiu called out to him. Before Shi Zhou appeared a pocket watch, a tarnished silver timepiece. What is it? Shi Zhou queried, taking the watch from Jiujiu and looking at him in puzzlement. Jiujiu, the back? Upon hearing Jiujiu's words, Shi Zhou raised his hand and turned the pocket watch over, revealing its back. Before his eyes lay a map, adorned with only a few points, yet laden with significance. The map was obscured by a layer of black, rendered nearly illegible by the passage of time. However, Shi Zhou's gaze was not fixed on the map itself, but rather on the area beneath the pocket watch. When he elevated the watch above his head, allowing the sunlight to illuminate the engravings, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Abruptly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. An intangible force infused with a murderous intent that surged skyward, radiating outward and compelling the waves to bow their heads. Even the seagulls, soaring above, once carefree in their flight, ceased to flap their wings, plummeting towards the sea. Beneath the surface, chaos reigned in the depths. Countless schools of fish scattered as if confronted by a mortal enemy. Even the leviathans of the ocean trembled, as if a demon had emerged, one capable of devouring them at any moment. Jiujiu, witnessing Shi Zhou's sudden transformation, was engulfed by a sense of urgency. The state of Shi Zhou was both unfamiliar and profoundly unsettling. Although the murderous intent and oppressive aura were not directed at him, they nonetheless instilled a sense of unease within him. The sensation of someone he once knew so well transforming into a completely different person compelled him to step forward, grasping Shi Zhou's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. It was as if this action could awaken Shi Zhou, restoring him to the familiar figure he once was. Taking a deep breath, Shi Zhou closed his eyes, lowered his right hand, and spoke. All right, stop shaking me. If you continue, I might just fall apart. With the familiar sound of Shi Zhou's voice resonating once more, the chilling atmosphere that had surrounded him vanished without a trace. Jiujiu leaned forward, directing a flurry of words at Shi Zhou. It's fine. I just recalled some past events, some unpleasant ones. As he reached out to smooth the fur atop Jiujiu's head, Shi Zhou opened his eyes. Really? When have I ever deceived you? I assure you, I am perfectly fine. With a sigh of relief upon hearing Shi Zhou's reassurance, Jiujiu released him and began to pat his chest repeatedly. Now, you should first take these treasures to your room and then come out to steer the ship. Remember, steering is your own commitment. Do not abandon it halfway. Jiujiu stood upright, saluting Shi Zhou with an air of reliability. He then swiftly bent down to collect the coins scattered on the ground. However, unlike before, the gleam of joy in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a hint of burdened contemplation. As he observed Jiujiu's retreating figure until it disappeared into the cabin, Shi Zhou finally averted his gaze. He had always presented a gentle demeanor towards Jiujiu, but now he contemplated revealing another facet of himself. He hoped Jiujiu would embrace this revelation. Yet, he mused that it might not truly matter. Even if he were indeed a harbinger of destruction, he believed that Jiujiu would stand by his side. Shaking his head, Shi Zhou's gaze shifted back to the pocket watch. At that moment, he felt no malice, only a tinge of nostalgia. To be honest, after all these years, the memories of that man had faded into obscurity. He could only recall that there once existed a person, one who shared the same bloodline as his current self. The visage of that individual had long since blurred under his deliberate neglect. Yet, no matter how indistinct the memories, certain events or objects could rekindle them. After all, he was no ordinary being, but a traveler burdened with memories from another life. Much like the sunset, which always heralds farewells, he remembered the man's departure, which mirrored the descent of the sun. When he raced to the shore, all that remained for him, apart from the orange-hued sky, was a vague silhouette and a distant ship. The only item left behind by the man was a pocket watch, identical to the one he now held. According to the woman he referred to as mother, this watch was a token of their bond, engraved with their names, one bearing the name Zhou and the other Shi. Shi Zhou's name was thus a fusion of the two. The counterpart engraved with Shi had perished alongside his mother, Shi Lin, in the flames. The watch he clutched was the one inscribed with Zhou, which explained the turmoil within him. Usopp could forgive his father and later take pride in him, as he was a native of this world. Regardless, he had experienced paternal affection in his youth, allowing him to extend forgiveness. Shi Zhou, however, was different. Setting aside whether he had enjoyed a father's love, the fact that the man had callously abandoned his 4-year-old son and left his pregnant wife behind was enough to fuel Shi Zhou's hatred. Moreover, as a transmigrant, a being who had already been orphaned, it would be absurd for him to forgive such betrayal. Shi Zhou's gaze remained fixed ahead, his thumb tracing the map on the back of the pocket watch, his pupils dilating, lost in thought. It was not until Jiu reappeared on the deck that he snapped back to reality, casually tucking the pocket watch into his pocket, resuming his previous demeanor, and picking up a book to read once more. A day later, on the islands of Sabaody, on Island 41, Shi Zhou had fully regained his composure. Dressed in a floral shirt, beach shorts, and sandals, he had reverted to his customary attire on the Sabaody archipelago. The chapter is not over. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. With a leap from the Black Pearl, Shi Zhou's gaze turned towards the front of the Sunny. There stood a dark silhouette, silently guarding the ship like a towering statue, ensuring its tranquility. It was a bear. Shi Zhou strolled forward, but halted at a considerable distance from the great bear. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid conflict. He had no wish to engage in battle with the creature. At that moment, the bear had been stripped of its memories, transformed into a true human weapon. Shi Zhou held a deep admiration for the bear, although he could never aspire to such a state. It did not diminish his respect for those of noble character and unwavering conviction. After another glance at the bear, Shi Zhou advised Chu Chu to keep their distance before making his way towards a nearby tree trunk. There, he discovered a small shed, cluttered with an array of tools. Among these implements lay the coding tools he required. One advantage of following Rayleigh was the opportunity to learn many specialized skills. For instance, it was during a moment of idleness that Shi Zhou had acquired the coding technique from Rayleigh. If the Sunny were to be likened to an adult, the Black Pearl, in comparison, would be akin to an infant. Thus, it took little time for Shi Zhou to complete the coding process. Once finished, he did not linger but promptly led Chu Chu back aboard the ship. After casting a final derisive glance at the tree marked with the number 41, he set the Black Pearl in motion, submerging into the depths and vanishing from sight. In the Sabaody archipelago, shortly after the Black Pearl disappeared, Island 41 was encircled by a special military vessel from the world government. Upon reaching the shore, Shareman directed his attention to the CP0 agents already waiting at the water's edge. Could it truly be him? It was indeed him, without a doubt. The CP0 agent nodded, responding with unwavering certainty. Although I did not approach due to the extreme danger posed by the enemy, the attire and the likeness to the bounty poster unmistakably indicate that it is time Demon Shi Zhou, though he had long been prepared when the figure of Shi Zhou truly manifested. Shareman found himself momentarily taken aback. Ever since Amazon Lily had departed, he had been adrift upon the vast ocean. He refrained from disseminating the news of his capture of Xiachi, choosing instead to await silently. His heart was fraught with conflict. On one hand, he yearned to confront Shi Zhou and exact his revenge, yet on the other, he wished never to see him again, hoping fervently that Shi Zhou would simply vanish from existence. Upon his return to this maritime domain, just 2 days passed before he received a call from CP0, stationed at the Sabaody archipelago. Shi Zhou had appeared. Shareman hastened forth. Yet ultimately, he was one step too late. Gazing at the tumultuous waves, he understood that Shi Zhou's appearance now, coupled with his stealthy descent into the sea, signified a journey to the New World. The mere thought of the New World caused his heart to constrict painfully. Should that individual manage to hunt down a sufficient number of formidable pirates endowed with haki in the New World, who in this world could possibly stand against him? Even with Lilith present, it was conceivable that she would be powerless to halt them. Contemplating this, Sherman felt an acute sense of urgency welling within him. There was no alternative. He must return to Merriehua. In this world, there exist but two paths leading to the new world. The first, of course, is beneath the ocean's depths at Fishman Island, where one may traverse through the roots of the Yggdrasil, extending a passage across the red line to the other side of the new world. The alternative route naturally lies beyond Merriehua. By simply ascending the red line, one can effortlessly reach the new world. The world government, the navy, and certain merchant fleets, alongside the vessels of nobles and kings, navigate from the holy land of Merriehua to the new world. As for pirates, their only option is to brave the abyssal depths of the sea. Although the ocean floor is fraught with peril, lacking the safety of directly crossing the red line, it remains the solitary path for pirates. It is precisely this treacherous route that has resulted in a multitude of pirates lingering near the Sabaody archipelago, deprived of the courage and strength to venture further. Destined to remain at this juncture for all eternity, Shi Zhou was acutely aware of the presence of numerous CP0 agents on the Sabaody archipelago as he approached Island 41. He sensed their proximity. Due to the closeness to the Navy headquarters in Merriehua, he chose not to linger. Upon the completion of his coding, he set forth directly towards Fishman Island. The underwater realm is truly enchanting, especially the voyage leading to Fishman Island, which surpasses even the wonders of the Sabaody archipelago. Despite having traversed this route on multiple occasions, each descent into the deep sea captivates him anew with the mesmerizing sights along the way. As for Zhou, his excitement was palpable. Though he is an otter, adept in water, he had never ventured to such profound depths. Zhou. Along the journey, the sounds of surprise from Zhou never ceased. If the journey were to remain this tranquil, it would indeed be a most delightful experience. However, fate often contrives to thwart human expectations, leading to life's myriad unforeseen events. For the average individual, these surprises may manifest as regrets, dangers, or even death. Yet, for the strong, such unexpected occurrences are the true landscapes of the journey. At this moment, Shi Zhou and Zhou encountered a fantastical sight. Beyond the rapidly descending silvery waters, two colossal creatures, gleaming with a silvery sheen, swirled around the current as though they had discovered a toy, following the black pearl deeper into the abyss of the ocean. If they were ordinary pirates, they would likely be trembling in terror, for these two sea kings, resembling silver dragons, had heads that dwarfed many large sailing vessels. The sheer magnitude of their presence would evoke fear in anyone who beheld them in these deep waters. Yet, among those present, Shi Zhou and Zhou remained unperturbed. Situated on the edge of the windless zone, Zhou had fought many sea kings, and though astonished by the enormity of these two, she felt no fear, but rather an eager anticipation. However, mindful of the treacherous depths, she suppressed her urge to engage and instead savored the mesmerizing spectacle of the silver dragon's dance. Of course, the playful display of the two dragons would not last long. After following Shi Zhou and Zhou for a while, they diverged from the current and vanished into the vast, dark ocean. Sea kings, especially the larger varieties, are largely sentient beings, acting primarily on instinct, yet they possess considerable wisdom acquired over countless years. Were it not for their physical constraints, many sea kings could rival human intellect. In this instance, the two silver dragons treated the black pearl as a mere plaything, while simultaneously recognizing that the humans aboard were not to be trifled with. Although they could not sense Shi Zhou's presence and perceived him as frail, akin to any small fish in the sea, their primal instincts warned them against provoking him. Thus, after a brief period of play, they wisely departed. However, among the wise sea kings, there are also those devoid of intellect. Shortly after the two silver dragons departed, Shi Zhou and Zhou encountered another sea king. This is a sea creature of the same species as the shark, whose bloodthirsty aura can be sensed even from a considerable distance, merely from the essence of its presence. It appears even more formidable than the two silver dragons. However, upon closer inspection, one realizes that its intimidating aura is merely superficial, not to mention other factors. Its sheer size pales in comparison to the two silver dragons. The entirety of this creature's physique was scarcely larger than the head of a silver dragon. By size classification, it could be deemed a medium-sized sea king. However, even as a medium specimen, when it opened its maw, it could effortlessly consume the black pearl in a single gulp. Gazing upon the oncoming, bloodthirsty jaws, Zhang Zhou merely raised his eyes and cast a fierce glare. which instantly instilled such terror in the Sea King that it promptly closed its mouth and fled in a hasty retreat. Why is this route perilous? On one hand, it is undoubtedly due to the swift currents that plunge downward. On the other hand, it is attributed to the Sea Kings inhabiting these waters. The Silver Dragon is relatively benign, possessing intelligence and treating ships merely as playthings without genuine intent to attack. However, the shark-like Sea King encountered earlier is devoid of such restraint. Upon spotting a vessel, it will inevitably pounce like a ravenous hound. Each year, a significant proportion of pirate ships that traverse this path meet with misfortune, predominantly attributable to encounters with such formidable Sea Kings. The deeper one descends, the less light permeates the depths. Upon reaching a certain critical point, one is plunged into utter darkness. If one were to invert the surface of the sea, the Black Pearl would already be enveloped within the clouds. In this impenetrable black expanse of ocean, the only sound that pierces the silence is the distant roars of unknown sea creatures. This stretch marks the most treacherous segment of the journey, for one cannot ascertain from which direction a monstrous entity might suddenly emerge to assail you. Fortunately, the fortunes of Shi Zhou and his companion have been favorable. They have evaded any assaults from sea beasts and have successfully departed from that abyssal darkness. No, it is rather the sea creatures that have been fortunate. For when comparing strengths, it is not they who hold the advantage, but Shi Zhou. As the Black Pearl emerges from the shadows, a breathtaking spectacle unfolds before them, one that can only be described as ethereal. Here, darkness has given way to brilliant illumination. Contrary to the imaginations of many, upon reaching the very depths of the ocean, one does not encounter an absence of vitality. Rather, this realm is teeming with the luminous essence of life. These lights do not dazzle like the sun, nor do they possess the coolness of moonlight. Yet, akin to starlight, they may be faint, but they are resolute. Many creatures in this maritime expanse possess the enchanting ability to emit their own light, twinkling from afar like stars in the night sky. Immersed within this mesmerizing scene, the observer is transported into a realm reminiscent of a genuine celestial canopy. Having never encountered such a fantastical sight, Zhou stands wide-eyed and spellbound, momentarily frozen in place. Upon regaining clarity, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washes over, accompanied by a surge of excitement. As the Black Pearl ceases its descent, it gently glides along the current towards a vast cavern. Contrary to popular belief that Fishman Island lies beneath the sea, it actually resides within a cavern directly beneath the Red Earth continent. These caverns were not excavated by the fishmen themselves. Rather, they were formed by the roots of the Yinshu, which have gradually withered and perished over time, leaving behind these passageways. Emerging from the cavern, one is greeted by an expansive underground chamber, aglow as if it were midday. Were it not for the knowledge that this is the deep sea, first-time visitors might easily question whether they had returned to the surface, basking once more in the warmth of sunlight. The illumination here is astonishingly akin to the embrace of the sun itself. Upon closer inspection, one might even glimpse clouds, visible only from the terrestrial realm, floating within the immense circular bubbles. In summary, for those who visit this extraordinary place for the first time, it undoubtedly becomes an unforgettable and cherished memory that lasts a lifetime. Situated directly before the double-layered semicircular shield of Fishman Island, here stands a door, a portal connecting Fishman Island to the outside world. At this moment, two diligent guards, wielding harpoons, vigilantly stand watch at its threshold. In the wake of Whitebeard's demise, the island has seen a surge of pirates sneaking in, prompting a state of heightened alert throughout these waters. This solitary passageway to the outside was sealed off just days prior. Their presence here is not merely a matter of obligation, as they have received no orders to depart. It is also a reflection of their desire to contribute to the safety of Fishman Island. After all, their home lies not far from here in Fisherman Street. And even if they wished to leave, they could not. Who goes there? The guard on the right was the first to spot the Black Pearl. He bellowed an authoritative command before stepping forward, addressing the vessel with a stern demeanor. Fishman Island is currently not receiving visitors. We kindly ask you to leave. Had it not been for the absence of a pirate flag flying from the Black Pearl, the alarm would have already been raised. My king, Anjouet, do you not remember me? At that moment, Shi Zhou peeked over the ship's railing, greeting the two guards with a cheerful smile. It's been a while. You. The brothers instinctively took a step back, their minds racing in recognition. The face they recalled from their memories collided with the bounty poster they had seen just days earlier, merging with the present visage of Shi Zhou. Panic, even a hint of fear, visibly washed over their faces. Despite having encountered Shi Zhou on numerous occasions, and despite his consistent politeness whenever he traversed this area. And even with the esteemed Princess Shirahoshi being his friend, today was indeed a departure from the norm. Once, this individual was a nonchalant and enigmatic young man, cloaked in an air of coldness. Yet now, he bears the notorious title of a demon and stands as the most wanted fugitive in the world. Moreover, it is worth noting that Whitebeard met his demise at this very man's hands, reflecting on the recent troubles plaguing Fishman Island. The glances exchanged between the two men and Shi Zhou were tinged with a hint of animosity. It seems I am not particularly welcomed here, Shi Zhou mused, stroking his chin, quickly grasping the reason behind their disdain. Mr. Shi Zhou, Mikan interjected, bravely stepping forward, his voice laced with earnestness. As you might surmise, we kindly urge you to take your leave. Leave? Shi Zhou's gaze shifted from Mikan and his companion to a smaller shield hovering above the colossal barrier. That was the Dragon Palace, the royal palace of Fishman Island. Why should I depart? I have not come here with any ulterior motives. I merely wish to reconnect with an old friend. As his words faded, he redirected his attention back to Mikan and his companion. Open the door, or I shall enter uninvited. Given my prowess, I could easily breach this place. Wouldn't you agree? Mikan and his companion found themselves at a loss for words. Based on the bounty, they acknowledged his unparalleled strength, which indeed allowed him entry. They exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Shi Zhou spoke the truth. He need not use the front entrance to gain access. His decision to enter through the proper channels indicated his respect for the customs of Fishman Island. Furthermore, he had visited numerous times without causing any disturbances. He simply enjoyed a few days in the royal palace before departing. They were unaware of the true nature of Shi Zhou's relationship with the palace, yet the demeanor of King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi towards him suggested a bond of considerable significance. Let us first contact the palace, Mikan said, bowing respectfully to Shi Zhou. Very well, Shi Zhou replied with a nod. Please be expedient. Thank you. Straightening his posture, Mi Jin nodded at the silent Zhui before walking directly to the edge of the corridor. He picked up the microphone that had been hanging there and connected the call to the royal palace to report the current situation. Before long, he reappeared in the corridor. After nodding again at Zhui, they both moved to either side, each grasping a rotating wheel and forcefully turning it to the left. Once the Black Pearl entered the passage connecting the double-layered shield, they turned to the right and closed the outer shield door. Subsequently, they approached another rotating wheel. Employing the same motions and technique, they opened the inner shield door. As the door swung open, the Black Pearl seamlessly flowed into Fishman Island with the current. Mr. Shi Zhou, please hold on for a moment. King Neptune will dispatch guards to you. Noticing the puzzled look in Shi Zhou's eyes, Mi Jin immediately bent down to clarify, do not misunderstand. They are here to escort you to the palace. His Majesty the King is quite delighted about your arrival. Due to preparations for a banquet, he could not come personally. But he asked me to convey his apologies. To be honest, Mi Jin had not anticipated that King Neptune would regard Shi Zhou so highly. Upon connecting the call, he had been instructed to ensure Shi Zhou was received with utmost respect. If he remembered correctly, such treatment was only reserved for Whitebeard. Receive me? An old friend. What is that fellow up to? Shi Zhou glanced towards the Dragon Palace, shaking his head. Well, I shall inquire in person later. With that thought, he squatted down beside Jujui, resting his chin on his hands as they waited idly at the ship's side. Jujui. Before long, Shi Zhou was roused by Jujui's call. Following Jujui's pointed direction, Shi Zhou spotted a cluster of black dots that quickly magnified in his vision. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a group of soldiers encased in bubbles, riding the unique large halibut of the Dragon Palace, swiftly approaching. Leading them was none other than the Crown Prince of Fishman Island, Sharkstar. Hey, Prince Sharkstar. Long time no see. Without waiting for Sharkstar to land, Shi Zhou initiated the greeting. Mr. Shi Zhou, it has indeed been a long time. Sharkstar, wielding a massive trident, fixed his gaze on Shi Zhou, a flicker of complexity passing across his face. It has only been about a year, yet it feels so distant. Shi Zhou stepped forward, standing before Sharkstar, extending his hand in an attempt to pat his shoulder. Only upon extending his hand did he realize that Sharkstar towered over him, standing at a staggering height of over 4 meters. With no alternative, he lifted his right hand, running his fingers through his hair from front to back. There is no awkwardness. You know I have always been this way. May I ask, who is this? As if sensing the awkwardness of Shi Zhou, Sharkstar deftly shifted the topic and turned his gaze towards Jiu, who had leapt onto the back of the flounder alongside Shi Zhou. I almost forgot to introduce. Shi Zhou pulled Jiujiu closer and smiled, saying, "This is Jiujiu, my family." He placed particular emphasis on the word family. Of course. Sharkstar could discern the weight of Shi Zhou's tone, and thus his gaze towards Jiujiu now bore a hint of respect. "Greetings, Jiujiu." Jiujiu. In response to Sharkstar's salutation, Jiujiu courteously returned the greeting. Though they spoke different languages, it was evident that Sharkstar could feel the connection. "Let us proceed. My intention in coming here was merely to meet Baixing. Once I see her, I shall take my leave and not trouble you further. Baixing and my father are thrilled to hear of your arrival. Now shall we?" With that, he gently tapped his fishtail on the back of the flounder. The flounder instantly understood the command, leisurely turning its body and drifting towards the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, on the ground, after Sharkstar's appearance, me and his companion, who had remained bent over, finally straightened up only after the flounder had floated far away. Phew! They both exhaled simultaneously, then, in unison, wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Raising their heads, they exchanged glances, each seeing a shared understanding in the other's eyes. "You say it?" Their simultaneous utterance took them both by surprise. However, me was the first to regain composure. "Let me speak." "All right." Anjue nodded, indicating for me to continue. "Isn't our old man dead? His death has only marked the beginning of our troubles. We have already felt the fury of the sea. And if we lack powerful figures to protect Fishman Island in the future, here." He lifted his eyes to the schools of fish disappearing into the horizon and continued, "I do not wish for Fishman Island to revert to its chaotic past." "Indeed." Anjue nodded. "No one desired that, least of all King Neptune. We have all endured an era devoid of strong protection. And no one understands the damage inflicted upon Fishman Island during that time better than we do. Thus, King Neptune chose Mr. Shi Zhou, and although he paused momentarily, he resumed. Although we killed our old man, given Mr. Shi Zhou's attitude and strength regarding Fishman Island, he has the potential to become the next pillar of support for Fishman Island after the Whitebeard pirates." At this point, words were almost unnecessary. Even though the Whitebeard pirates still existed, they had been preoccupied with their own affairs since the Summit War. After all, there is only so much territory in the New World. Who could have anticipated that their leader would die at such a critical juncture? The other 4 Emperor's crews all have their leaders, whom those pirates dare not provoke. However, the Whitebeard pirates, now bereft of their formidable captain, resemble a toothless tiger. Such a tiger invites the pirates to audaciously touch its vulnerable flank. For countless years, the two stood guard at the entrance of Fishman Island. The intricacies of human relationships and the profound understanding of the world are beyond the grasp of the sheltered fishmen or merfolk residing on the island. Consequently, after conversing with the Dragon Palace, the two had already surmised King Neptune's intentions. In the grand banquet hall of the Dragon Palace, Neptune sat upon an enormous throne. His head bowed, obscured in shadow, lost in thought. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and his companions have entered the Ascension Passage," announced the Right Minister, a seahorse merman, who approached with a trident in hand. He respectfully bowed to Neptune and inquired, "Shall we go to greet them?" Neptune remained silent for a moment, contemplating before speaking. "Do you think this course of action is truly wise? The Whitebeard pirates have yet to be defeated. They are still battling in the New World." He raised his gaze to the Right Minister, adding, "And will Shanks agree to this?" "I believe he will," replied the Right Minister, standing tall before Neptune, his expression grave. "From his previous visits to the Dragon Palace and the way he regards your Majesty and Princess Shirahoshi, it is evident that he considers you both friends. As friends, he would likely not wish to see Fishman Island revert to its former state, back to an era of fear and trepidation. But, Neptune suddenly cradled his head in his hands, anguish etched across his face. He killed Whitebeard. They were indeed friends, even without Whitebeard's protection. Their long-standing acquaintance could be deemed friendship. To ask him to seek the protection of the one who took his friend's life feels unbearably cruel. Your Majesty." The Right Minister stepped forward, raising his voice, "Do not forget your position. You are the king of Fishman Island. As a sovereign, you cannot act on impulse. We are immensely grateful to the Whitebeard pirates and to Edward Newgate, but over the years, we have paid a substantial tribute. In essence, his protection was a transaction. There is no need to hang yourself on a single tree out of loyalty to a friend. I understand. I truly do, yet it feels unsatisfactory," Neptune lamented. After years of sitting on the throne, he was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. He comprehended the Right Minister's words all too well. It was precisely this understanding that brought him such profound sorrow. The king, in truth, finds himself in a most lamentable position. He is unable to protect his subjects. his wife, or his daughter. Time and again, he has cursed himself, pondering why he cannot possess greater strength. If only he were powerful, he would fear no one, be untroubled by threats, and rely on no one else. With strength, he could safeguard his people, his wife, and his daughter. Yet, despite having so much, he is painfully devoid of power. At times, he has contemplated relinquishing his throne. But to whom could he entrust this nation and its 5 million citizens? If only he could act like most kings in the world, selfish and cold-hearted, he would be spared such torment. Yet, it is evident that he cannot do so. Thus, suffering becomes an inescapable reality. Indeed, his plight is not uncommon in the New World. In the first half of the Grand Line, nations could rely on their own guard and the naval bases stationed on various islands to combat pirates. Hence, they could maintain a semblance of peace and prosperity. However, the New World presents a different scenario. On one hand, the Navy here is exceedingly weak, with only a handful of military bases that cannot adequately protect numerous nations. On the other hand, this sea is the ultimate destination for pirates, attracting all those who are ambitious and powerful. Can this region thrive under such circumstances? It is inconceivable. These kings find themselves unable to depend on the world government or the Navy. Although many nations are members of the world government, they are compelled to collaborate with pirates and the 4 emperors, hoping for a fleeting moment of tranquility. Yet, among them, there are few like Neptune, who genuinely care for their people. A considerable number of these rulers engage in alliances with pirates, seeking their protection, with the safety of their subjects being merely a small part of their motivations. The primary reason is to maintain their thrones and indulge in a life of opulence unknown to the common folk. Ah, is that not our little crybaby? It has been quite some time. Just emerging from the rising waterway, Shi Zhou encounters Shirahoshi. Humph, you are the true crybaby. Clearly. Shi Zhou's opening remark incites a hint of pride in Shirahoshi. She straightens her back and proudly asserts, "It has been nearly a year since we last met. I have matured and shall no longer cry." Oh, Shi Zhou gazes up at Shirahoshi, amused. Is that so? Of course. Shirahoshi hesitates for a moment, but her resolve remains steadfast. She then steps forward, bends down, and lifts Shi Zhou into her hands, bringing him to her face with delight. Shi Zhou, have you brought me anything fun this time? Shirahoshi, how could you be so unreasonable towards Mr. Shi Zhou? Upon witnessing the actions of Bai Xing, Sha Xing hastily reprimanded her. Yet, it was evident that Bai Xing paid him no heed. Her gaze remained fixed upon Shi Zhou, her large, pure eyes brimming with longing. At this moment, Bai Xing was merely 14 years of age, yet her height had already surpassed 10 meters. Consequently, Shi Zhou appeared diminutive in her presence, even when cradled in her palm. He was scarcely taller than her head. Many proclaim that Bai Xing is the epitome of beauty in the world. Conversely, Shi Zhou was well acquainted with both Hancock and Bai Xing. Ultimately, each possessed unique allure. Bai Xing was an exceptionally charming and beautiful young girl, while Hancock embodied a commanding, icy demeanor. If one were to conduct a selection, Hancock would undoubtedly evoke greater desire. After all, her status alone commanded attention. Strength, beauty, dominance, and aloofness, she encompassed all the characteristics that every man yearned to conquer. This is precisely the reason she can be regarded as the world's most beautiful woman. As for Bai Xing, her beauty is undoubtedly remarkable. However, her personality and maturity still require development. It is believed that she will emerge as a formidable contender for the title of the future beauty queen. For now, Hancock reigns supreme. Even Shi Zhou stands in support of Hancock. As the saying goes, charm pales in comparison to sensuality, does it not? Nevertheless, in response to Bai Xing's expectations, Shi Zhou smiled and nodded. Wonderful, Bai Xing exclaimed, then looked up to see what was behind Shi Zhou. Is it that? She said, it's simply adorable. Without waiting for Shi Zhou to respond, Bai Xing set her aside and scooped up Qiu Qiu, cradling it in her arms. Qiu Qiu felt utterly miserable, as if it had plunged into water. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. He found himself cradled in Bai Xing's embrace, flailing his limbs in an attempt to call out, yet his mouth remained sealed by the tightness of her hold. To humans, Bai Xing undoubtedly appeared as a captivating beauty, and the treatment he received in that moment was one that few could refuse. However, he was not human. Thus, no matter how stunning Bai Xing's appearance in his eyes, she was merely a fish. Were it not for the knowledge that Shi Zhou and Bai Xing were acquainted, he would have been on the verge of a meltdown. He was not a plaything. Why should he be subjected to such treatment? All right, Bai Xing. As if sensing the impending explosion of emotions from Jiu Jiu, Shi Zhou called out to awaken Bai Xing. What is wrong, brother Shi Zhou? Bai Xing lifted her gaze to Shi Zhou, her eyes brimming with confusion. He is my family, named Jiu, not a gift for you. Family? Upon hearing Shi Zhou's words, Bai Xing was momentarily taken aback, then, as if recalling something, she promptly raised her hand to cradle Jiu in her palm. This moment seemed inconsequential, yet upon the startling realization that Jiu was not merely a toy, her speech became stammered. Why yes, I am sorry, Lord Jiu. Observing Bai Xing's face, which was on the brink of tears, Jiu was rendered utterly bewildered. Initially intending to express anger, he found himself devoid of an object for his ire, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Alas, what could he do? Considering he had come alongside Shi Zhou, gazing at Bai Xing, Jiu lazily waved his hand, donning an expression that conveyed forgiveness. In truth, Jiu was not older than Bai Xing. However, due to his personality and gender, he felt a sense of superiority, perceiving himself as the adult, the older brother. Thank you. As Jiu extended his forgiveness, the tears that had brimmed in Bai Xing's eyes seemed to recede, akin to the sun breaking through after a storm. One cannot deny that, unlike many unexpected occurrences in the original narrative, Bai Xing had undergone substantial growth. Although her nature remained timid and prone to tears, she exhibited a significantly brighter disposition than in the original tale. From the depths of the Fishman Street, Longgong City appeared diminutive. However, upon entering, one could truly appreciate its vastness. The opulent palace complex, complemented by the colossal dragon statues encircling it, further exemplified the majesty of Longgong. Such exquisite architectural craftsmanship can only be witnessed in this fantastical realm. After presenting the panda doll he brought along to Bai Xing, Shi Zhou, under the guidance of Sha Xing, made his way toward the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City. Bai Xing is easily amused and readily contented. Although she is a princess, her geographical circumstances have deprived her of many of the joys typically afforded to royalty, such as the delight of fluffy stuffed toys. In the realm above, it is a toy that many households, even the common folk, can easily acquire. Yet, in the depths of the ocean, a staggering 10,000 meters below the surface, such items are exceedingly rare. So rare, in fact, that until the arrival of Shi Zhou, the esteemed princess of the entire Fishman Kingdom, White Star, had never possessed even a single one. Each time Shi Zhou visited, he would deliberately prepare a doll for her. Sometimes he would purchase one, but more often than not, he crafted them himself. For instance, the enormous panda toy that White Star now cradles in her arms was fashioned by him during his leisure moments on the other shore. The connection between Shi Zhou and White Star, as well as with Fishman Island, dates back approximately 7 years. During that time, Shi Zhou frequently hunted pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. This served a dual purpose, honing his combat skills while hoping to encounter a formidable warrior who had awakened their haki. Remarkably, the Grand Line, known as the pathway for the world's strongest, is indeed teeming with skilled individuals. Whether they are adept in techniques, possess fruit-based abilities, or have awakened their haki, there is no shortage of prowess. Although those who have awakened haki are quite rare in the early stages, the sheer population and the fact that the Sabaody archipelago is the last island before the New World contribute to Shi Zhou's numerous encounters over the years. He recalls that his pursuit of a haki-awakened pirate led him to Fishman Island. By some twist of fate, after vanquishing that pirate, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Vanderdecken 9. Shi Zhou recognized him immediately, not due to any grotesque features, but because of the colossal creature that accompanied him. If memory serves him right, Vanderdecken 9 was an ability user of the target fruit. The very fruit that had imprisoned White Star within the hard-shell tower for a decade, only to be liberated by Luffy's arrival. Shi Zhou was already repulsed by this individual. And coupled with Vanderdecken IX's arrogance, he found himself inexplicably targeted for assault simply for being human. This was intolerable to Shi Zhou. Although he was not as formidable then as he is now, perhaps even weaker than an elite Marine Rear Admiral, he was not someone whom Vanderdecken 9 could provoke without consequence. Unsurprisingly, with a few swift strikes, Shi Zhou sent him to the depths of despair. He did not spare the giant-like figure, the monstrous Minjin, who resembled the legendary sea priest. After eliminating Vanderdecken 9, Shi Zhou drew the attention of the palace guards, who reported the incident to Ryugu Palace. Upon learning that the source of White Star's torment had been eradicated, the palace did not impose any difficulties upon Shi Zhou. Instead, they graciously invited him to a banquet. Thus, Shi Zhou became acquainted with White Star. Following this, he frequently pursued pirates, traveling back and forth between Fishman Island and the Sabaody archipelago. gradually fostering a deep friendship with White Star and a profound connection to Fishman Island. Whether it was due to his act of saving her or his habit of bringing gifts and sharing tales of the outside world, White Star developed a strong dependence on him. This unexpected bond, akin to that of siblings but not quite, is something Shi Zhou does not resist. Perhaps it is the longing for light after having dwelled in darkness for too long. Much like Shachi, Lei and Zhuzhou, he does not reject the beauty that this world offers him. Another reason for his fondness towards Fishman Island stems from the fact that 13 years ago, his departure from Mariawa was largely attributed to Tiger. Father, look, Shi Zhou brother sent me this. It's so adorable. With a palpable excitement, Shirahoshi rushed to King Neptune, proudly displaying the panda doll, despite still being a distance away from the banquet hall. Observing Shirahoshi's delight, Neptune momentarily hesitated. Each time Shi Zhou visited, Shirahoshi radiated joy, a joy he had only ever witnessed in one other person, his beloved wife, Otoheim. It was clear that Shirahoshi truly regarded Shi Zhou as family. Yet, one would never fathom that the person she considers kin is, at that moment, the most wanted criminal in the world. Sighing inwardly, Neptune affectionately nodded at Shirahoshi, his lips curling into a smile. Since it was a gift, she ought to cherish it. Yes, I will, Shirahoshi replied, cradling the toy tightly in her arms. Your Majesty Neptune, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Mr. Shi Zhou. Neptune gazed at Shi Zhou as he emerged from behind Shirahoshi. His expression tinged with complexity, yet he warmly invited Shi Zhou into the banquet hall. Please, knowing of your arrival, I specifically instructed the chef to prepare the most sumptuous delicacies of Ryugu Kingdom just for you. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, is that so? Shi Zhou gazed at Neptune with a subtle smile. Then, guided by Neptune, they proceeded towards the grand hall. As they walked, Shi Zhou remarked, having visited here numerous times, I believed I had savored all the culinary delights available. Surely, you wouldn't have any exceptional delicacies that you've kept hidden from me. Would you? Indeed, there are extraordinary dishes, and many of them, Neptune replied. Today, I shall present them all at once. I hope you enjoy them. Standing at the very center of the banquet hall, Neptune, with a hint of flattery, began to introduce the array of dishes laid out upon the long dining table. This, he pointed to a magnificent cake at the head of the table, pausing momentarily as a flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes, is a signature creation of our Fishman Island. One that even the noble celestial dragons have praised. 8 years ago, when Shirahoshi was merely 6 years old, a celestial dragon visited Fishman Island. And it was this very visit that indirectly led to the demise of Otoheim. Consequently, Neptune harbored a deep disdain for that celestial dragon. Although Otoheim's death was entirely the result of human pirates, the arrival of that celestial dragon had given Otoheim the hope of fostering amicable relations with humanity, which ultimately culminated in her ill-fated speech and subsequent assassination. Of course, this was merely his own perspective. Constantly seeking various reasons is a trait of the weak. Yet he could not help but dwell on it. After all, the deceased was his beloved wife. The banquet was a resounding success. Not only did Shi Zhou indulge joyfully, but even Chaochu relished the feast. After satisfying their appetites, Shi Zhou and Neptune, in a tacit understanding, retreated to a side chamber. Here, Neptune seemed to shed his fade. The previous joviality from the grand hall was replaced by a somber demeanor. He was reluctant to display any signs of inadequacy before his family, often maintaining a facade, particularly in the presence of Shirahoshi. In truth, Shirahoshi remained oblivious to the fact that Whitebeard had perished, and even more so, that he had fallen at the hands of the brother she relied upon, Shi Zhou. Furthermore, Shi Zhou's bounty had yet to be revealed to Shirahoshi, as if it had never existed. For Fishman Island, the absence of Whitebeard signified the dawn of a new era, one fraught with peril. As the greed of the celestial dragons had once nearly led to the annihilation of their home, this is not mere hyperbole, but rather the first-hand account of Neptune. As the sovereign of this nation, no one comprehends the avarice of pirates towards mermaids better than he. Had it not been for Whitebeard raising his flag on Fishman Island 2 years after the demise of Roger during the era of great pirates, the consequences for Fishman Island would have been truly unpredictable. After all, in those initial 2 years, Fishman Island suffered severe devastation due to the countless pirates spawned by the Great Pirate Era. Those 2 years were nothing short of hell for the island. It was during this tumultuous period that many merfolk were transformed into celestial dragons or enslaved by various kings. However, once Whitebeard's Jolly Roger was hoisted upon Fishman Island, the situation began to gradually improve. Although there were still occasional instances of mermaids being captured during their excursions, such occurrences diminished significantly overall. This alone was enough for the inhabitants of Fishman Island, and for him, to feel profoundly grateful to Whitebeard. There is, in fact, another aspect that remains unknown to many, including numerous elders of the Fishman Kingdom. In his youth, he had already forged a connection with Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard was not yet a captain, but rather an unknown figure, stirring up trouble alongside the Rocks pirates in the New World. He, too, was not a king yet, merely the prince of the Fishman Kingdom. One day, yearning for the vibrancy of the outside world, the prince secretly ventured to the surface. Destiny, it seems, often works in mysterious ways, for during this period, he encountered Whitebeard. Their friendship blossomed from an unexpected event in which he assisted Whitebeard. All of this rendered his perception of Shi Zhou exceedingly intricate, so intricate that he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to begin or what to articulate. If only Shi Zhou were not the last person standing against the white-bearded foe in the war above. Thus, he found himself liberated from numerous apprehensions, shedding the turmoil and anguish that had plagued his mind. Your Majesty, might you elucidate the purpose behind today's elaborate preparations? Shi Zhou reclined comfortably on the sofa, lifting the teacup before him and savoring a gentle sip. The conflict within Neptune was evident upon his countenance, with but a moment's thought. He could foresee the tribulations that Fishman Island would soon confront. Yet, the act of vanquishing Whitebeard had been a scheme he devised from the very start. Although the outcome did not wholly satisfy him, he bore no regrets. After all, one must not dwell excessively on the past. Akin to driving, fixating on the rearview mirror can lead to calamity. Only by focusing ahead can one truly reach their desired destination. Life is intrinsically similar, the past is immutable, and it is only by casting our gaze forward that we can genuinely step into the future. Regarding Whitebeard, he admired the man's selflessness towards his family and the courage he displayed in confronting the Navy headquarters, yet he felt no pity. After all, Whitebeard had perished in battle, fighting for his family. In truth, he had met his end with honor. Even without Shi Zhou's intervention, Whitebeard could not have escaped Marineford. On the contrary, his demise would have been more tragic without Shi Zhou's presence. Furthermore, upon his death, the Gura Gura no Mi would have been seized by Blackbeard. Had that man truly consented, or had he not? Shi Zhou set down his teacup, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutability passing through his dark, misty eyes. When the blade pierced Whitebeard's flesh, he had made a promise to him. Yet, he remained uncertain whether that man had acquiesced or not. To assert that he had not consented would be misleading. The blade had encountered no resistance as it effortlessly penetrated the old man's body. However, to claim that Whitebeard had indeed agreed would also be misleading, given the circumstances. Even had he wished to thwart the strike, it would have been an impossible feat. The old man's body was truly at its limit, devoid of the vitality needed to muster any additional hockey. In such a state, could one expect him to obstruct a blade with his own head? Never mind. No further contemplation was necessary. Overthinking would only lead to a headache. Regardless of whether there had been consent, he had already secured his hold over Blackbeard and his crew. Setting aside their pre-existing enmity, he could not overlook their formidable hockey. Shi Zhou shook his head, raising his gaze to meet Neptune's. Will you not speak? If you remain silent, I may as well take my leave. Though he said this, he did not rise from the sofa. Instead, he shifted to a more comfortable position. Ultimately, it was of little consequence. Neptune finally spoke, sitting upright and fixing his serious gaze upon Shi Zhou. Newgate, or Whitebeard, has he not perished? With his death, the Whitebeard pirates have been thrust into a state of vulnerability. I trust you are aware of the chaos that ensued in the 2 years following Roger's demise. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Neptune nodded and remarked, the last words of Whitebeard, much like the final utterance of Roger, have ignited this sea entirely. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the number of pirates journeying from here to the New World will increase exponentially. At this moment, the death of Whitebeard has plunged the Whitebeard pirates into a fierce struggle for territory in the New World, leaving no time to concern themselves with Fishman Island. Therefore, you wish for my protection? Tim Zhu finally comprehended Neptune's preparations for today. However, he felt he could not meet Neptune's expectations. You are still unaware of the reason behind my high bounty, are you? He did not respond to Neptune's hopes, but instead spoke of his relationship with the world government. Even so, do you still wish for my protection over Fishman Island? After articulating his thoughts, he tossed the question back to Neptune. Indeed. Neptune pondered briefly before nodding. Fishman Island, after all, is a member of the world government, and I believe they would not dare to act against us. In this tumultuous era, given the unique geographical circumstances, the survival of Fishman Island hinges not so much on the world government, but rather on the threat posed by pirates. He spoke the truth, which is precisely why most kingdoms in the New World, even those affiliated with the world government, seek the banners of the four emperors or renowned pirates. Pirates may not fear the world government or the navy, yet they undoubtedly fear the four emperors, those whose bounties exceed their own and whose might surpasses theirs. To violate an island marked by another pirate's flag is tantamount to declaring war on the pirate crew that protects it. Thus, if there is any uncertainty, pirates seldom dare to destroy such islands, particularly those under the four emperors' protection. Shi Zhou did not linger long at Fishman Island. Shortly after the banquet concluded, amidst the tearful and pitiable expression of Shirahoshi, he boarded the Black Pearl and set sail for the New World. Upon departure, the Black Pearl had not undergone any significant transformation, save for the flag that now fluttered from the main mast at the center of the ship. The emblem depicted a sphere reminiscent of a claw belonging to some creature, with a sword piercing through it. The design held no particular significance. It was merely a spontaneous creation of Shi Zhou. The sphere symbolized the highest authority in this world, the celestial dragons, while the sword represented his beloved blade, Tang. Ultimately, Shi Zhou acquiesced to Neptune's request, partly due to Neptune's insistence and partly because of Shirahoshi, whom he had known for 7 years as a younger sister. He was reluctant to witness her tears. Regarding the protection of Fishman Island, he merely provided a flag, the efficacy of which would be determined in due time. In truth, Shi Zhou harbored no aspirations of becoming a pirate. His journey into the sea was solely for the purpose of enhancing his strength, with the intent to hunt formidable hockey users. As for who these powerful individuals were, he held no concern, were it not for the Navy's ability to gather such an abundance of hockey users outside their headquarters. He might have chosen to seek them out instead of venturing into the New World. Nevertheless, when it comes to choosing between eliminating good or evil, the decision is not overly challenging. After all, the New World is rife with powerful hockey users. If he refrained from taking action, it would be a travesty against justice. Moreover, there was one more matter to address. Upon leaving Fishman Island, he discussed with Neptune the idea of withholding his flag for the time being. Despite his rising fame, this newly conceived flag lacked any notoriety. He advised Neptune to exercise patience, suggesting that once he had established the flag's reputation in the New World, it would be timely for Neptune to display it. Thus, the Black Pearl swiftly departed from the cavern housing Fishman Island, plunging once more into the enduring darkness. The Grand Line is, in essence, a lengthy expanse of ocean, divided by the doldrums, forming a narrow shape in between. Here lies the most tempestuous ocean in the world, home to the rarest of fish species and the most comprehensive array of commodities. Naturally, it also attracts the most formidable warriors from across the globe. Over countless years, the convergence of these powerful beings has bestowed upon this place an abundance of legends and riches. As the population swells, so too does the plethora of tales and wealth. In such a situation, where accumulation continues to intensify, an apex will inevitably be reached, followed by an eruption. This critical juncture coincides precisely with the moment when Roger ascended to become the first pirate king of this world. To the pirates, since Roger attained the title of Pirate King, it was assumed he must have acquired the fabled treasures of legend. Yet, after achieving this lofty status, he scarcely indulged in the spoils before meeting his demise. Thus, the countless treasures could not possibly be squandered so easily, giving rise to the era of great pirates. After all, the profession of piracy originated from greed. As people converged from all corners of the seas into the Grand Line, they faced a myriad of challenges, difficulties, and opportunities, ultimately arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, where the miraculous land that divides this world, the Red Line, stands as a barrier. The Red Line resembles a towering wall, not only obstructing humanity but also impeding the seas, the winds, and even the currents, effectively cleaving this planet in two. On the other side of this formidable barrier lies the final route of the Grand Line, the New World. If the first half of the Grand Line serves merely to filter the strong and provide a training ground for newcomers, then the New World can truly be regarded as a battlefield. Emerging from the training ground grants one merely a ticket to the battlefield. It is only upon exiting the battlefield that one can aspire to stand atop the world, vying for the singular throne that epitomizes the ultimate dream of a pirate, the Pirate King, a symbol of fame and fortune. However, none of this held any significance for Shi Zhou. He possessed no interest in the historical narratives of this world. Whether he knew them or not mattered little. After all, on a spiritual level, he was not a denizen of this realm. He lacked the fervor characteristic of Luffy. Moreover, he understood that there was no great treasure on the final island. That fellow, Roger, had deliberately made such claims. It was only by uttering those words that he could genuinely ignite the greed within the hearts of pirates, compelling them all to flood into the Grand Line, in search of the person he had long anticipated. For this reason, Shi Zhou harbored no doubt that the one who truly instigated the age of great pirates and the individual destined for that role had been predetermined from the very beginning. Of course, these were merely Shi Zhou's speculations and should not be taken as truth. Upon exiting the cavern, the Black Pearl once again entered the ascending current. This journey, though not brief, is undeniably magnificent. Meanwhile, beneath the New World and the Red Earth, a warship stands guard at intervals across the expanse. Shareman remains unaware of when or from where the vessel will emerge. Thus, he is left to employ a strategy of patient anticipation. The upward currents from Fishman Island to the sea's surface are not fixed, but rather undulate randomly like ribbons in the wind. Consequently, any area of these waters could potentially serve as an exit for pirates to surface. Will the vessel truly ascend from this point? Major General Squirrel? Aboard Squirrel's dedicated warship, the atmosphere is devoid of the usual bustle, populated only by a handful of elite personnel from the G1 naval base. As the commander of the G1 branch in the New World, Squirrel naturally takes the lead in assisting Shareman. Upon receiving orders from the naval headquarters, he immediately descended to this location with his team. Being a high-ranking officer in the Navy and a participant in the Paramount War, he possesses a thorough understanding of the situation regarding the vessel, and thus he has brought along only the necessary naval personnel to operate the ship. The notorious title of that individual is, in Squirrel's eyes, not merely a moniker, but a true embodiment of a demon. I do not know, Squirrel muses, shaking his head while standing at the ship's bow, his towering figure akin to a bastion, instilling a profound sense of reliability. This is a critical juncture for the Navy's transformation. Our G1 branch, positioned at the forefront of the New World, will confront increasingly formidable pirates, thereby amplifying the weight of our responsibilities. Therefore, we must remain vigilant at all times. Yes, Major General, the Brigadier responds, accustomed to Squirrel's admonitions. Squirrel, a veteran of the Navy, shares a camaraderie with the current 3 admirals, as they were, in a sense, classmates. His demeanor is serious and earnest, occasionally exhibiting a strong adherence to the tenets of the older generation, often deemed inflexible. Nonetheless, the Brigadier harbors no resentment toward this. After all, Squirrel is not only his superior but also his guiding light, the most formidable and reliable support of the G1 branch. Similar concerns are echoed on other vessels traversing this maritime expanse. In addition to the Flying Squirrel, there are also Admiral Ghost Spider, Steel Ray, and Kesha who have come here. These 3 individuals are from the naval headquarters, who were specially dispatched upon learning that the forthcoming G1 branch would encounter an increased onslaught of pirates. This time, the timing was fortuitous as they all arrived here together. However, just the 4 of them were still far from sufficient. In fact, there were far more individuals from the world government than from the Navy. Yet, they remained concealed within the naval vessels, rendering them invisible. At that moment, the heart of the weasel suddenly felt as though it had been fiercely squeezed by an unseen force, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. A wave of foreboding coursed through him instantly. What is it, Vice Admiral? The Major General, upon noticing the weasel's reaction, immediately became vigilant. However, after surveying the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he cast a perplexed glance at the weasel. Where is it coming from? The weasel chose to disregard his subordinate's inquiry. His body tense, his gaze resolute yet bewildered. Scatter, disperse. At that moment, the weasel suddenly sensed something and abruptly leaned to the right. Clang. The Major General then heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air. It resonated in his ears like the cicadas of June, embedding itself within his very soul. Accompanying this was a flash of red-purple light emanating from below him. With a swift motion, it vanished from his sight. It was only then that he heard the weasel's cry. In that instant, he witnessed the separation of the weasel's left arm from his body. Observing the ship ahead, and even the sea rapidly tilting to either side, strangely, he too felt as though he was inverted, his vision following 2 worlds. It was then he realized that it was not the world that had turned upside down, but rather his own body, which, unbeknownst to him, had been cleaved apart by the blade's light, much like the surface of the sea. When did this happen? Darkness gradually enveloped him. Yet the Major General remained lost in thought. Was it the sound of a blade? No one could provide him with an answer, as his body, propelled by inertia, had already succumbed to the depths of darkness. Time rewound a few seconds earlier. Deep within the ocean, Shi Zhou, aboard the Black Pearl, had just entered the sunlit area when he sensed something above him. Rising another several dozen meters, he had essentially detected the presence of the Navy. Such relentless spirits. Reflecting on the CP-0 discovered at the Sabaody archipelago, Shi Zhou realized that the sea above must have been sealed off by the Navy and the world government. Since you wish to see me so dearly, then let it be as you desire. The shadows of the deep sea rendered Shi Zhou's dark eyes akin to genuine black holes, seemingly capable of devouring the very soul. He gestured for Juju to retreat, and within a few steps, he approached the bow of the ship. At some point, his dagger had been unsheathed from his right hip and now rested in his left hand. Raising his gaze, he peered beyond the obstruction of the water, focusing on the hull of the warship. Though there remained several dozen meters between him and the surface, and the vessel appeared merely as a drifting silhouette, it did not hinder the imminent strike of his blade. Bending slightly, Shi Zhou inclined his body to the left, lifting the scabbard with his left hand while his right grasped the hilt. The formidable aura within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, flooding into the scabbard. Simultaneously, the air around Shi Zhou shattered like a fragmented mirror, engulfed by countless bolts of lightning. These bolts resembled irregular fissures extending outward, instantly transforming the surrounding waters of the Black Pearl into a forbidden zone for all living things. At the moment when the overwhelming power infused into the scabbard reached its zenith, he drew the blade. With a sharp clang, the unleashed fury cascaded forth as the sword emerged, akin to a volcanic eruption, morphing into a crescent-shaped crimson arc that cleaved through the endless waters. Silently plunging beneath the warship, and without hesitation, severing the vessel above the surface, vanishing into the sky. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the sea as the light of the blade faded. Shi Zhou, is that not General Squirrel? Following the path carved by the blade, the Black Pearl surged forth as if propelled by the wind, emerging from the boundless chasm amidst the tumult of the water and air. In midair, Shi Zhou's gaze fell upon the squirrel, who stood at the bow of the shattered warship. Long time no see. The squirrel's face, contorted by rage and the agony of a severed arm, appeared particularly grotesque. Before he could utter another word, the warship, propelled skyward by the strike, crashed into the sea with a resounding thud, swiftly swept away by the waves toward the nearby chasm. The Black Pearl, riding the currents, soared above the wreckage before landing upon the surface of the sea. Before he could steady himself, the squirrel pressed his right hand firmly against his left arm, rising to lean against the ship's railing, and shouted at Shi Zhou, "Shi Zhou, you scoundrel, you shall not escape this time. The world government and the Navy have thoroughly sealed off this area. This time you." Shi Zhou turned his head, only to see the stern of the warship. Having missed the remainder of the squirrel's words, which were evidently swallowed by the turbulent waters. Oh, so quick. At that moment, Shi Zhou seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting his head to gaze skyward. At the very end of his line of sight, a yellow point was descending swiftly from the clouds, akin to a shooting star. The Red Earth continent, perhaps? Standing here, one could distinctly feel the grandeur of the Red Earth continent. The towering crimson cliffs, which seemed to pierce the heavens, imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to witnessing the sun in the vastness of space. The visual impression was, without a doubt, unparalleled. Fortunately, this place was neither the four seas nor the opposite side of the Red Earth continent. The direction of the water flow was not towards the Red Earth continent. Otherwise, countless pirates emerging from here would be swept away by the currents towards the Red Earth continent, only to be crushed and irrevocably buried beneath the colossal wall, becoming eternal witnesses to its unchanging presence. The ocean is the most fearsome entity in this world, yet also the most encompassing. Before long, the fissures here completely vanished. Had it not been for the fragmented planks floating upon the water's surface, no one would believe that a massive warship had recently anchored here. The instant Shi Zhou caught sight of the yellow light, he realized escape was no longer an option. Given that fellow's speed, though he could not defeat him now, obstructing his path would be a trivial matter. "Kizaru, why are you not stationed at Navy headquarters, but have come here to seek me out? Did the world government offer you overtime pay?" "Overtime pay? What overtime pay?" Kizaru clearly did not comprehend Shi Zhou's sardonic jest. He had landed atop the mast of the Black Pearl, wearing a perplexed expression as he regarded Shi Zhou. Before anything else, "Can you tell me what has become of the warship here?" "The warship?" Shi Zhou was about to respond when he abruptly halted. It was as if he sensed something tilting his head to the left. "If you wish to know, perhaps you should inquire of him." No sooner had Shi Zhou spoken than a massive log burst forth from the depths of the sea, soaring high into the air before crashing down heavily upon the water's surface. The flying squirrel. Kizaru gazed in astonishment at the flying squirrel, who was coughing incessantly while sprawled atop the log, having lost an arm. He sensed a formidable presence emanating from this vicinity from a great distance away. Upon arriving here, he deduced that the navy had been vanquished by Shi Zhou. He assumed it must be Steel Residential or Kesha. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that this Navy officer was, in fact, the Flying Squirrel. It is worth noting that the Flying Squirrel is the base commander of the G1 branch. Being dispatched by Navy headquarters to guard the entrance to the New World was no trivial matter. It was a testament to the Flying Squirrel's strength. Even among elite vice admirals, he ranks firmly within the top 5. Of course, this is Carp's domain. Except for the likes of the Peach Rabbit and other generals on standby. Even so, in the presence of Shi Zhou, he could not withstand even a single exchange. Not only was his warship sunk, but he also suffered the loss of an arm, thus completely exiting this battle. Cough, cough, cough. The Flying Squirrel supported himself with one hand on the ground, his body curling up like a shrimp. At this moment, he had forgotten the pain in his left arm, perceiving his recent ordeal as a descent into hell. Having just emerged from that abyss, he craved to breathe deeply, seeking relief from the searing heat that suffused his lungs due to oxygen deprivation. In truth, given his strength, such a state was inconceivable in a brief span. As a formidable warrior, he could hold his breath underwater for 20 minutes, nearly half an hour. However, the rift created by Shi Zhou was no ordinary seawater. Once he fell into that chasm, the waters on either side surged like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, which, after consuming its prey, crashed shut with a thunderous roar. The swiftly descending waters converged like closing walls, forming a vortex at the seabed that compressed him within, expelling the excess air from his body as he was drawn into the depths. Had he not, in a critical moment, delivered a powerful punch to sever the mainmast of the warship, using the remaining momentum to grasp the mast and escape the vortex, he would have been swept away to an unknown fate by the currents. Truly, luck is on your side, General Squirrel. Shi Zhou leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the squirrel with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Cough, cough. Thanks to you, I was on the brink of being entirely engulfed by the deep sea. Alongside the warship, the squirrel straightened his back, unsteadily rising to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Shi Zhou and declared, "But the thought of you, that scoundrel, wreaking havoc upon the ocean fuels my strength. As long as I have the will to fight, even if I find myself in hell, I shall claw my way out." With that, he tore apart his clothing, gritting his teeth as he tightly wrapped his right arm, then tilted his head and, using his teeth and right hand, fashioned a knot on his left arm. "Even so, do you still wish to fight?" "Indeed." The flying squirrel tilted its head to the right, expelling the blood foam from its mouth, and for the first time, its right hand gripped the hilt of the sword. To him, the inexplicable battle of the day had begun. After all, even he could not fathom how, across the vast ocean, Shi Zhou could unleash such a formidable strike. In truth, during the Battle of the Summit, Shi Zhou had consistently utilized his temporal abilities in combat. What had transpired before was merely a precursor, and the subsequent challenges were even more formidable. The opponents he faced earlier were far too weak, easily dispatched with a single blow, while those that followed were overwhelmingly powerful, forcing him into a position of vulnerability after merely one strike. Thus, although the middle generals, including the Flying Squirrel, recognized Shi Zhou as a swordsman, and indeed a swordsman wielding a black blade, they subconsciously overlooked the full extent of his swordsmanship due to their limited encounters. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Shi Zhou's sword was not merely for show. He was exceedingly formidable, confronted by adversaries that were both numerous and powerful, which had prevented him from demonstrating his prowess. After all, Shi Zhou had been under the tutelage of Rayleigh for many years, a veritable master swordsman in his own right. In reality, even if they were aware, it would not alter their predicament. There were few true great swordsmen in this world capable of cleaving the ocean, and even fewer who had not yet revealed such abilities, like Shi Zhou. "You are a swordsman as well, are you not?" Gazing at the flying squirrel, Shi Zhou gradually straightened his posture, and with a sharp sound, he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. "Since you seek death, I shall deliver it with the strike of a master swordsman." As his words fell, he swiftly raised his blade, swinging from right to left, resolutely advancing towards the flying squirrel. Shi Zhou's ordinary strike was colorless, yet under the distorted light, it appeared silvery white. At that moment, due to the influence of his haki, it resembled pure water tainted by a drop of black ink, transforming into a grayish-silver hue. Clang. However, before the grayish-silver strike could expand, a yellow figure emerged before Shi Zhou. Ah, have you forgotten that I am still here? With a sort of Amatsukami formed from his fruit ability, the yellow ape blocked Shi Zhou's black blade, raising its head, eyes shimmering with golden light, fixated intently on Shi Zhou. We allowed your escape from Marine Ford due to our negligence, but now, you shall not flee again. At that moment, a massive warship appeared behind Shi Zhou, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the vessel of Sherman, and the speaker was none other than Sherman himself. Oh, is that so? A slight smile crept across Shi Zhou's lips as he leaped backward, landing on the deck and turning to face his pursuer. You truly are relentless, aren't you? Just as I arrive in the new world, you, like a hound catching a whiff of its quarry, appear before me. What is it? Have you traded your role as a tiger for that of a dog? Sherman displayed no reaction to Shi Zhou's mockery, gripping his long rifle. He stood at the bow of the warship, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior, resilient, self-assured, and fearless. What is this? Shi Zhou's gaze shifted from Sherman to the shadows behind him. Who has bestowed upon you such courage, allowing you this confidence? Do not hide, step forth. After all, a maiden must reveal herself when she is to be wed, even if it is her first time, does she not? Is everything all right, Squirrel? Alongside Sherman's vessel, several other warships approached, Gue Spider, Shirtelius, Kaisha, and the CP-0 of the world government. Upon arrival, Gue Spider did not cast a glance at the Black Pearl but instead focused on the vast sea. Before the ship truly docked, he began to tread upon the air, propelling himself toward Squirrel. As he landed on the log, he instinctively reached out to steady Squirrel, his expression betraying a hint of concern. Squirrel, not in the best of states, acknowledged the situation. Upon reaching the log, Gue Spider discovered that Squirrel had lost an arm. I am fine, Squirrel insisted. Waving off the support, his jaw clenched as he stared resolutely at Shi Zhou's retreating figure. You must encircle him quickly. We cannot allow this fellow to escape once more. Fear not, for the world government has summoned her precisely to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. With her assistance, even if Shi Zhou were to sprout wings, he would still be unable to evade his fate. Let us hope so. Squirrel replied, though he did not voice any despondent thoughts. As a high-ranking officer of the Navy, he was privy to many secrets of the world government. Yet it was only today that he learned of a being named Lilith. While many claimed her abilities could ensnare Shi Zhou, he remained skeptical, having never witnessed her powers firsthand. After all, he had experienced Shi Zhou's lethal strikes. He had not only seen them, but had felt them as well. The moment he brushed against the specter of death was one he believed he would never forget. At the moment Gue Spider was assisting Squirrel aboard, a shift occurred behind Sherman. Shi Zhou, Lilith, adorned in soft armor, gradually revealed herself from behind Sherman. The instant she emerged, her gaze fell upon Shi Zhou. He is somewhat handsome, she mused, not classically handsome nor overly rigid, but rather possessing a certain devilish charm. Yet, what captivated her most were Shi Zhou's eyes, dark as ink, devoid of any superfluous emotion, resembling an abyss where not even a glimmer of light could be found. The profound darkness exuded by Shi Zhou instilled in Lilith a peculiar illusion, leading her to question his humanity. Beyond his striking eyes, it was Shi Zhou's age that captivated her attention. After all, to stand at the pinnacle of power in one's 20s amidst the vast ocean is indeed a rarity. To Lilith's knowledge, only the youthful Shanks might be a contender comparable to Shi Zhou at this moment, though this remains merely a possibility, as she had never encountered Shanks, let alone the Shanks of his 20s. Suddenly, the Black Pearl appeared. As Chu-Chu materialized beside Shi Zhou, the moment the others arrived, her fur bristled, and she instantly transitioned into a combat stance, resembling a cat sensing imminent danger. Once the battle commences, you must retreat to the sea. In that fleeting moment when Lilith emerged, Shi Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of threat. This threat, he did not even perceive it emanating from the general. Although he remained unaware of the precise abilities upon which Lilith relied, taking the initiative to prepare an escape route was undoubtedly prudent. He was not one to fight to the bitter end. He was not a hot-headed individual like Luffy. Thus, when the moment called for madness, he would exhibit no hesitations. Yet when it came to retreating, he would not falter either. Why? Listening to a voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul, Zhu Jiao regarded Shi Zhou with a hint of confusion in her gaze. It was nothing. Merely a possibility of being outmatched, you depart. And only then can I engage in earnest combat. However, there was no but to be had. Do not forget the promise you made upon leaving the shore. Very well. Upon hearing Shi Zhou's words, Zhu Jiao reluctantly lowered her head. Subsequently, she shifted her body and began to retreat slowly. As for Zhu Jiao's actions, Chairman and the others merely exchanged bewildered glances, not taking it to heart. After all, despite Zhu Jiao's extraordinary aura, to them, she was nothing more than an ordinary creature with slightly enhanced vitality. Were it not for her proximity to Shi Zhou, they would not have spared her a glance. Seeing that Zhu Jiao ultimately heeded his words and withdrew, Shi Zhou felt a sense of relief wash over him. This elucidates the reason why Shi Zhou initially hesitated to allow Jiujin to accompany him. Whenever there are more than two formidable adversaries at the general level, it becomes exceedingly challenging for him to safeguard Jiujin. Take this instance, for example, with Kizaru, alongside Chairman, and a newly emerged woman whose appearance invokes trepidation within him. Remarkably similar to Saber, marked by her hair and armor color. May I pose a question before the engagement commences? He inquired, noticing the silence that enveloped the assembly. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. It appears you all genuinely believe you have me at a disadvantage. As his words resonated, he lifted his gaze. And within the depths of his inky black pupils, a speck of dust seemed to have been cast, transforming the abyss into a shimmering silver ripple. Boom. Like a signal. Upon hearing the sound of falling water behind him, Shi Zhou instinctively inclined his body to the left, simultaneously crouching down and gripping the hilt of his sword. In that moment, he resembled a sword being unsheathed, or a volcano on the verge of eruption. The unique aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth, intertwined with violet-red lightning, enveloping the entire expanse of the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden influx of pressure caused a cacophony of bodies collapsing on Shi Zhou's warship. Even the vice-admirals found themselves bending under this overwhelming force. He has grown even stronger. Chairman regarded Shi Zhou, his own aura surging forth as if provoked, pressing toward Shi Zhou with great intensity. Crack. The collision of their conqueror's haki resonated like thunderclaps across the heavens, unleashing a powerful shockwave in an instant. Naturally, following the shockwave was an even more oppressive pressure. Clang. At that moment, Shi Zhou ceased to wait. He drew his sword with precision. The sword slash, unlike those from the depths of the sea, was not only grander in scale but also imbued with an even more formidable momentum. In that moment, the gleam of the blade resembled a galaxy ascending from below, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that instantaneously cleaved through the air before it, soaring upwards and transcending time and space.